Good morning.
Good morning, Jenny White.
Good
That's a
morning,
heck of
Michael Grande.
Hey, don't say my name on the internet. I'm trying to stay on the.
Michael Grande. Michael Grande.
I
'Cause I'm
spent a lot. I told you before. I spent a lot of time trying to remove all my information from the internet.
Yeah,
And then
well,
thanks to politics, now it's
you have to say it right. Politics.
yeah, politics. There you
Right.
go.
Kimberly
That's,
Pilgrim says, "Good morning. Good morning, Kimberly."
that's a heck of a slide you made there for
Hey,
Kayla.
I really loved that because I was thinking that's what Kayla is. She's like got the torch, she's got the eagle, she's got the flag, she's ready to go. So yeah, I was pretty excited about that. I was also excited this morning about. So this morning I get up because Monday I had vertigo and was like green all day, was pretty much couldn't do anything. And so yesterday I finally got some work done. Today I got up this morning, felt good. It was like 5:30. I had a couple of loaves of bread to put in. I had this chore and that chore and this chore. And I'm just like cruising around, getting my chores done, fit in a little workout. And I'm so happy. And I come to log in and my computer goes, "We have no idea who you are. I have no idea how to turn on." So I was like, I was like, this is what you get for being, kind of a little proud of yourself that you got up and got yourself done. And it was like, smack.
Wow.
So yeah, running a little, sorry about that. Running
Welcome
a little
to
late.
reality, Jenny.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what do you mean you're restarting? I'm not restarting. Why are you? So anything exciting happened over the weekend other than a sinkhole?
No, just a bunch of work on my cars, actually.
Well, that doesn't sound too exciting.
No,
there wasn't much to do because it was raining and it was cold.
Yeah. So that's a good time to do some work.
Okay, well, Lisa actually made me feel better. She said was here till 9:05 yesterday. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because of the same thing that we had this morning. And Kimberly McMillan says, "Good morning." And we said, "Good morning to you." We have a good show today. We have one of our favorite people on who has come on several times and educated us about insurance, and don't think she probably won't come on again and have to do that again. But today she's not talking about insurance, is she? No.
Politics.
She's talking about politics, many ticks. So I'm going to bring her on this morning. Good morning, Kayla Blount. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. I love hearing the conversation because it just shows we're all human. I think we've all had those moments where we step back and go, I can't believe I just did that.
Well, and people think, you run a podcast, it's real professional, you know what you're doing. And I'm like, well, life happens. I mean, you can't fix that.
Half the time, one of us are getting on here at 9 o'clock. Usually me.
And that's true too. It is usually you. So how are you this morning?
I am doing great. I'm with you. My mornings start very early because if I don't get up and get to the gym early, I don't expect me to do it at night because I'm done. And so I get up and I get ready and I was like, I am cutting it close this morning. So I call it flight of the bumblebee mornings, where I was like, okay, no hiccups, just go, 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 go. Because I only got here just a few minutes ago. So
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but it's like I love it that everybody's having the same moment, and we can all embrace each other and go, I get it. Because and I just noticed StreamYard hasn't caught up yet. So there's another one. Still. There we go. Okay, it's caught up now. So you have a whole new gig here going on.
I do, yes.
So you are the Oklahoma County Republican Party chair.
Yes. I'm trying to figure out how to eloquently state this, that I'm having to educate people that I am the chair, which means I represent them to do things that they want to get, things that our folks want to get done, and I'm not the B&M in chief. And if you've ever heard of the initials B&M, I want to be a good steward of what I say. So I'm not the itch and moan person, because I have found that in the first few weeks of the job, I was the person that you called because you wanted to tell me everything that was going wrong with the party. And while I do appreciate that, it helps educate me on things that we need to do going forward. People were wanting to bear past grievances, and I understand that we need to know what's happened in the past so we don't duplicate them. But it's a little bit, it's like moving the Titanic, trying to shift people from this is what happened, I understand, but this is what our plan is going forward. So it has been a journey. I'm thankful for the journey. I'm thankful for the happy people. I am thankful for the people that make me realize how I don't want to be. So you need all of these people in your lives.
You were making me giggle so much you made me cough. But isn't that true? It's like nobody gets the clean slate thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like I totally get it, and you're right. We have to learn from what happened before informs what we do moving forward. But then on the other hand, I'm not the other guy or girl or what, you know what I mean? I mean, it just, yeah. So I have to ask you, because here's the crazy thing. When I heard you were running, it was way too late for me to just, because I had kind of washed my hands of the party. And so it was too late for me to get involved. What made you decide you want to run?
And I was actually approached last year, and it just wasn't something that I thought I needed to put on my plate. It wasn't something that I thought was going to be in my wheelhouse. And then just maybe it's a little bit of the squeaky wheel. People just kept coming up to me and asking, and this is crazy, but one of the things that I do every day when I start my morning, the alarm goes off, I get up and do a few things, and then the first thing I do is do just my meditation and my Bible studies. And I happen to be reading Esther. And it really hit me because one of the things about Esther is God makes us for such a time as this. And I thought, okay, maybe this is something that I should really pray about. And it was weird. Literally the next 10 days, I received multiple calls of just, hey, we really think you should do this. And I thought, okay, maybe I'm made for such a time as this. And so I put my name in the hat, and I just left it up to God and said, if I'm supposed to take this journey, I will let you guide me. Wherever the chips fall, they're going to fall. And I will tell you, that Saturday morning when they did the announcements, I'm like, okay, I feel like I followed your will. Now you're going to have to guide me, because this is going to be a challenge. And it has been, but I'll tell you what, it's actually been pretty good. I have met so many great people. And again, you always have those people that are put in your lives where it's an example of how you don't want to be. But I'm hoping by the way that I treat them and I respond to them, and we learn how to act as a party as a whole, it will actually make those people be better as well. So it's something that you said, you learned way too late. I put my name in the hat probably about 7 weeks or so before the election. So probably not the most ideal time if you were a candidate that's been serious for a long time, but this is just how it happened on my journey.
Well, and apparently this was the way it was supposed to work. And it's funny too, because just having known you in the way I know you, I thought when I heard that, I thought, well, now that's an idea right there. Because I mean, you're an excellent communicator. I mean, we wouldn't have had you on the show so many times if you weren't an excellent communicator. And to me, that's the biggest part of the job, is being the communicator. And then you just get so much done. I mean, you just kind of go this and this and this, and I'm doing this. And I thought that's just going to be perfect. So, I mean, I hate to say this, but I think you're probably honed in there for the job. I mean, in my opinion.
A lot of pressure. My sisters will probably tell you, I'm the oldest of 3 girls, and my sisters will probably tell you, oh yeah, she was made for this. She's bossed us around our whole life. So
I'm laughing because I'm the oldest of 2. There are just 2 of us. And the only word that was ever linked to my name until I was probably 45 was bossy.
Yeah, sometimes strong, independent women get labeled that. So yes, I've heard that a time or two.
I'm like, but you know what? I'm over here getting stuff done.
And
So
that's just it. I think where I benefit in this role is just being a person, one, that's very organized. I'm a person that is very intentional about what I do, and then I'm also a person who I thrive on organization and processes. Like,
yeah.
it's funny, if you'll talk to some of the ladies at the office, I am truly one of the people that can walk in my door and go, "Go move my stapler," because it has a place. It has a place where it needs to be. The same way with my closet, I can tell if you've moved stuff around. I'm just a very particular person. I don't like to use the words OCD. I like to think I'm very organized. However, it helps me in some of my life journeys. And so when you were talking about communication, when after on Saturday, March 8th, when I won the election, I truly started making calls on the way home because I had a list of people that's like, okay, well, if A happens, I need to do this. If B happens, then it just wasn't in the cards. And so I literally started my job that Saturday of just calling folks that had been in leadership in the past and what's your biggest grievances, and then talk to some of the people in the party that have been involved for a long time and what are your pain points. I will tell you the first 10 calls were communication. I'm like, okay, well, first thing we need to do is establish a really good means of communication. And so I try to be very effective in the communication that I send out, just for the fact that, one, I want you to know what's going on, but two, I know people don't have time to read, a dissertation every day just because I want you to know every single thing that's going on. We try to hit the highlights, but also we're trying to encourage people to be involved. So, the deeper that you get into the process, the more that you do understand why we communicate the way we do and the things that we are doing. So we did actually do a brainstorming session last weekend.
I saw that. That was going to be my next question. You anticipated beautifully. How did that go?
It went very well. You never know when you put out a new idea, how it's going to be reacted to, how people are going to attend, what the thought process is going to be. But one of the reasons that I think I was encouraged to run is because it feels like society has made just a massive shift after COVID. And there is just a deep divide in how people communicate with each other. And I will tell you that I am a very positive person. It's not because I don't have bad thoughts. It's not because I cannot be mean. There's some people that you can ask, I can be mean. But it's because I intentionally try to be a positive person because that's what pulls people in. And if I'm positive about a situation, instead of getting angry about something that upsets me, it helps me process my thoughts better if I'm not operating on just emotional craziness. So I think that's part of the reason why I was asked. But another thing that was brought up was, there is such a big divide. These people don't like these people. Okay, well, why? I don't know. Well, how do you not like somebody if you don't know why you don't like somebody? And so just getting everybody together going, okay, there seems to be some disconnect. What is the disconnect? And so a theme that was reoccurring at the brainstorming session was, you ask us to communicate with our legislators. I don't even know how to get a hold of my legislator. Well, to me, I've been in this process for 25 years, and I'm also currently the president of the Oklahoma Federation of Republican Women. And we train people on how to be an effective communicator. How do you communicate with your legislator? Well, I didn't take that thought process and put it over here. I just assumed if you were involved, you know what that meant.
Right.
So I logged on to the state website. It was literally 8 clicks to figure out how to contact my legislator. Well, if you're not very tech savvy, or if you don't have a lot of time, or if you're one of those people that don't always put on your patient pants, are you going to click 8 different times?
Wait. I can't wait. Patient pants. That's what's the matter with me. I have no patient pants in my wardrobe.
There are several folks that do not. We'll be working on that.
Oh my God, Kaylee, you're killing me this morning. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
Oh,
that
you're
was
fine.
too much.
I'm glad I can bring humor because some people were very upset about this, but I didn't realize it that we asked people, hey, we're doing a call to action. Will you do this? Well, you're not telling me how to do it. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, great point. I'm glad people brought that up because it's something that I never thought about in the step process because I already knew how to do it.
Yeah.
So just taking a step back and listening to feedback. So that was literally, so we had 8 pages of those big notepads. I mean, like the ones that you stick on the wall. I mean, we have
Right.
8 pages. We have probably about 50 things we're sorting through there and prioritizing them. But it became, a reoccurring theme. So Sunday afternoon and Monday morning, we worked with our communications team and we changed the county website where there's now a tab at the top that says legislators. You click on it, put in your address, and it gives you the information you need. Well,
Nice.
if we're asking you to do something, I need to make sure that you have the tools to be able to effectively do it. So that brainstorming session, we were able to take action on something immediately. And then there's some
Yeah.
other items that we'll be able to get into place this week as well. So I thought it went great. The weather was not very cooperative. It was very cold and rainy, and we still had a great turnout. So I thought that was positive for everybody.
Well, there wasn't anything else for them to do. They better have been there then.
That's true. You better have a really good reason not to have been there.
So your vice chair is somebody I've known since middle school. I'm not
Yes.
kidding you. Donna Rice and I have known each other since we were like 10. Um, how do you feel about working with Donna? I mean, she's been involved, but just kind of recently since COVID got really involved, and I'm so glad to see that with her. I mean, it was exciting when I saw her at a meeting one time. So how do you feel like you guys are gonna work together?
She is a wonderful partner to be teamed up with. We have the same goals in mind, and she's a person that we've already had a couple of conversations. Well, it's like, well, I see it like this, I see it like this. Okay, well, let's see how we can merge these two together to make sure that we communicate this effectively. So she's great to work with. She is also like me. She's not going to ask anybody else to do something that she isn't willing to do herself. She's a great
She's
workhouse.
a hard worker.
She is such a hard worker. And we work great because she wants to be behind the scenes and make sure it runs effectively. Where part of my role is being in front, not always being able to do the work, but making sure that it gets delegated back so I can continue to go out and share things about our party. So we work so well together. She is a very kind person. And she's like me. We like to make a list and get things done because we want to be able to show the people that, hey, you ask us to do these things. And so this is what we're doing to make sure that this runs effectively.
You know, I'm gonna say something, and y'all can just, I mean, there are plenty of you on today. You can just hit me up after I say it. Um, I I think men are phenomenal people. I'm glad I have one in my life that I've had for over 30 years. I love him. He's the best. Michael's like the brother I never had. Love him a lot. I just, love guys. But the one thing guys have and I'm blanketing, okay, I'll admit it. But the one thing that I notice about guys is they're not detail people. They're not. And I think it's because they don't have to be. I mean, women run a household, they have kids that possibly have a job, they've got this and that. They multitask way better than most of the guys that I know. Certainly like I said, I love my husband. He's wonderful, would never get rid of him, but he can't multitask. And he will tell you that. He will go, "Stop. I'm not dealing with that. I'm doing this." They just don't. And when I saw that two ladies had won the top spots, I have to tell you, I kind of thought, you know what, bring it, because I think these girls are going to have lists, which you just told me, and be able to, compartmentalize things while you're multitasking and get a lot of things done. I mean, that's just the way I see it.
Well, I think it's important to have a process because if you have a process, you have a set way to get things done to make sure things don't fall through the cracks. But if you don't have a working list, what's our roadmap to get things done? One of the things that being a business owner, one of the first things that I wanted to get in is look at the finances. Because if I don't have money to be able to do training, to put on and sponsor events, to get other people engaged, then I'm going to have to shift a little bit, make sure I get some money in the pot so we can be active. Well, knowing that there had not been a really true budget and finance committee that would have done things the way that I prefer things to be done, get a set budget, making sure you're setting goals, making sure you're communicating that so people can hold you accountable for your goals. So if we do that process with all of the committees and the things that we're supposed to get done, then you're going to see the county moving forward. And when people see the progress, they're going to be like, hey, well, I jumped off this train earlier because it wasn't going the direction that I wanted, but now that I see it, hey, I think I do want to be involved. And so I'm hoping that we're encouraging people to get back involved if they've jumped off the train, because we do have a plan, we do have goals, and we're showing you every step of the way of how we're achieving those and moving forward.
So I want to know what your plans and goals are.
So one is to bring the divide back. And I will tell you that that's a long-term goal. We're making tiny progress every day. But, we've talked about this before. I think there was a fundamental shift in people's attitudes and their demeanor during COVID, because when you get taken out of a community setting and isolated, it messes with people a little bit. And so being isolated, I think there was a shift in how people interacted with each other. And I will tell you, I talk about this for both sides. So I'm going to talk about our side, and then I'm going to talk about the legislator side. But part of it is how we communicate with each other. And then part of it is how we communicate with our legislators. And understanding what true words actually mean. And so one of the things that when I took this role, and I've had to tell people this a couple of times, or not tell, but just explain it, is I've had people that have given me suggestions, and then I correspond back to them. And some of them has been like, well, you work for me. Well, let me step back a little bit. I don't work for people. I was elected to represent you. I represent my neighbor, I represent the guy down the street, and I represent the guy at the end of the county that may not think the way that I do. I was elected because of what I think and feel and what I propose, and the majority of the people at least aligned with me more than the other candidate. It doesn't mean that we saw everything eye to eye. If I listed a list of 10 things, is everybody in the county going to go, oh, yeah, that was my top 10, 1 through 10? It's not going to happen that way. But I think we align on a majority of things. So you want to partner with me. Well, we have to make sure that people understand that I represent everybody. So if I don't do exactly what you request 100% of the time, doesn't mean that I don't represent you, but maybe your view for that particular subject doesn't align with the majority of everyone else. The same way that it is in politics, but it feels like it has shifted where people just get all over and really reprimand the politicians. It's like, I gave you a list of 1 through 10, you did number 2 and 6 wrong, you're horrible. Well, that's not always the case, because that person's opinion may not have been in the majority. So it's communicating with people and trying to get them to understand that, we may not agree on everything 100% of the time, but if you feel like this is going in a good direction, then we still want you to be part of the team. And if it's something that, hey, you really, really have a concern about, you are a perfect candidate for that committee, because you can help us push it forward in the direction that you think that it needs to be going. And so communication is really big on that. What were we talking about earlier about COVID and just the people's attitudes in general? I feel like there's been a little bit of shift, and people are angry about things, and it's hard right now. The economy's hard. I know I've been on the podcast a few times for professions.
Right.
I will tell you that being in the profession of insurance, it is not a dream profession right now. I will tell you, in the past year, I've never taken a phone call where people call to ask me how my day is. It's not that profession. It's a little rough. People call because they're upset about things.
Yeah.
Well, I need to be able to effectively communicate what's going on in the industry so they understand. It's the same thing with politics. Look at all of the bills that they see every day, which we do need to touch on some of the bills. Yeah. But there are bills that they see every day. Well, not everybody wants to see every single bill passed or turned down. And so it's just learning how to effectively communicate with each other. And I keep saying that word, but I feel like that's the word where we've had the biggest disconnection, is how we communicate with each other. And we were talking earlier, I've received some very colorful emails. Some I did not realize that there are people out there that type in all caps, but I've received some emails that are all caps. Well, I will communicate back with you, but in my correspondence in the email, I will tell you that, hey, I want this to be a respectful conversation. I expect you to respect me, so I'm going to give you the respect that I expect in return. And so if I receive 2 or 3 emails that it is all caps, we're either going to transition that communication to face to face, or maybe we need a phone call, because this is not the best way to effectively communicate. And I hope if we set that standard and get that going across the board, then it's going to make it better for everybody. And saying that on our side, I expect that from the legislators as well. You know, they need to learn how to effectively communicate with us. And when I say communicate, respond.
Wow. No, I'm serious. Wow, because I agree with you. I'm not even sure, but I'm going to disagree with you. I think COVID exacerbated it, because I think COVID made everybody very internal. And so we all became a little bit more selfish, because we weren't communicating with other people and we didn't have that community kind of sense. But I think it started before, long before that, because I've been in the Republican Party for, I don't know, in and out for 15 years. And I remember when I started with the party, and I felt like, I was pretty concerned. I've always been, extremely conservative. And I always kind of felt like I was the odd man out. And I didn't get a great reception for a lot of those years, which is why, I've kind of been in and out of the party, because, for my life, I think to myself, if this is the way it's going to be, I don't have time to put up with this, because I have, other things going on. So I just give up and get out. And so I think there has been, this is my perception. So if you're a conservative, your back is already pretty straight, because you feel like you're going to get attacked for being conservative. And then if you're a little more moderate, then your back is up, because you feel like you're going to get attacked for being not very conservative. And I think Trump has given a lot of gumption, for lack of a better word, to conservatives. And a lot of those conservatives want to interpret that gumption as being, we're going to do it my way. You're fired, right? And that doesn't, we're not getting anywhere by doing that, because then that just makes everybody get a little bit more uncomfortable, with each other. But I think it's hard, because so many of us, especially those of us who are on the very conservative side, have seen the degradation of our government since Obama. I've witnessed it, because I was born in the 60s. So I've seen it just go, with the Marxist communist influence. And I think there are people like me who are I'm done with that. I don't want to have to listen to you say that it's okay that we have men competing with women in girls sports. I don't want to have to listen to you tell me that it's okay that we give OG&E $44 gazillion in tax credits every year, or NextEra, or whatever. And so I guess I've kind of, just speaking about me, I've kind of gotten to the point where, okay, I'm done with this. If we're not going to move a little bit my way, then I'll just get out. So, I think that's kind of, and I'm just being honest
And
about it.
I'm glad you said that, because a couple of years ago, President Trump was doing an interview and they were asking him about his tweets. And I will tell you that I've read some of them and thought, I would not have said it that way. But he responded back to the reporter and he said, everybody loves my tweets. Or my tweets. And I'm like, do they?
All of them?
I don't, yeah. And so it does start from the top down. And that's one thing about trying to do a fundamental reset. if I'm at the top of the pyramid, things trickle down. So if
Yeah.
I set the tone and if I set the path, then hopefully a little bit of that will change. But we don't want people to be afraid to speak up either. I will tell you that I've said this for years, but I'm like the little 80-year-old person who wants to go back to how things, because I am extremely conservative. However, this is going to shock some people, and I'm sorry if this disappoints you. The news isn't always true. I'm so sorry. It's not always true. They do the squeaky parts of every story. Like just last, or maybe it was about 2 weeks ago, Riley Gaines was down in Norman, Oklahoma,
Yeah.
and she had thousands of people there supporting her. And there were maybe 200 or so protesters. Well, guess what made the news? Look at all of these protesters. And it's not how it is. So we want to make sure that people also feel empowered to speak up if they feel that they're in the minority, because a lot of the times they're not. They're just not what the news reports. And what I love the statistic, and I would hope everybody shouts this from the mountaintops, because it gives people like us hope of what's coming down the pike. But the most conservative part of our party that's growing is 28 to 35-year-olds. And
Oh,
some
wow.
people are like, no, 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 it is. And the reality is they have seen the policies over the last 12 to 16 years. They're in a lot of debt if they went to college. It's hard to find a job. They're probably, or a lot of them are still living with mom and dad. They don't have the income that they thought they would have. And they're taking a step back to analyze and going, wait a minute, well, this doesn't work, but I've seen this. So what if I try this? Well, this is conservative policies. But you're not hearing that in the news. Every once in a while, you'll see a statistic on it, but they're not promoting that. So that should give us all hope, but also help to encourage the younger people to get involved. Because if we're not mentoring and training people up, I'm telling you, I cannot keep this pace forever. I don't know if I can keep this pace for 10 years. So if I'm not pulling people behind me and mentoring and training them, who am I going to turn this over to?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to put up what Lisa said. I think when frustrated citizens say you work for me, they're truly meaning you represent me. We're upset because we have communicated and we're too often dismissed, mocked, and unheard. And I agree with Lisa. I think she said that beautifully. Because especially this session, when you have more Democrat bills actually that are being heard in the House than our Republican bills, that's a big issue. That's a big problem. So we are having that. But I want to get beyond that for a minute, and let's go back to that in a second. You had said just a second ago you wanted to talk about something. What was it, Michael?
Well, just talking about the bills that are heard and not being
Okay,
heard.
that's it. That's what you said. Okay,
So this goes into communicating as well. Well, and I want to go back and tell you this, because this was something that really hit me in the face about communicating and the way that things are projected versus what has actually happened. So a couple of weeks ago, I was up at the Capitol because we were working on a bill, and somebody called into headquarters and was really upset that I did not answer the phone. They thought I should be there to answer the phone. That was what my job was. Well, later that evening, somebody had texted me and said, hey, thanks so much. We heard that you were at the Capitol all day. Thanks so much for representing us. Well, I heard from two constituents that day. If you look at the statistics, 50% of them thought I was doing a lousy job. 50% of them thought I was doing a great job. Well, yeah. So our politicians need to hear from us, but we need to communicate what we want in an effective manner. And so when we have these bills that need to be heard, we need to communicate with them and say, hey, I really want you to hear this bill. Is there a reason why you're not hearing this bill? Rather than sending an all cap email or all cap text or screaming at their administrative assistant, we need to make sure that we're communicating in an effective manner with them. And what I found out is people have, like you and I, I contact my legislator. I'm in contact with several of them on a weekly basis, but I'm very consistent about what I do and I'm very respectful about what I do. People complain about things, and I'm going to use the word complain. People complain about things, but they don't take action on them. So
Yeah,
you guys
I
have
agree.
found out that a lot of people will just rant and rave on Facebook, and I have private messaged them and say, hey, have you contacted your legislator? Crickets.
Yeah.
Well, they need to know how you feel about this, because if we don't put the pressure on them to steer the train, then who's driving the train?
No, I completely agree with you on both fronts, because as long as I've been doing this, that I mean, and Michael, you said the same thing too. You know, when you were running, there were, people who didn't even vote who said they were going to vote. So, yeah, I mean, there is that, but there's also the fact that there is a big group, out here where I live in Eastern Oklahoma County and in Lincoln County, and others, Payne County, that are very active. And we talk to our legislators on a regular basis. They just refuse to hear a word we say. And, or they hear intermittent words that we say. So there are those too. And, um, well, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Well, and
So
I live
outside of,
out, oh, go
do
ahead.
what?
Well, and I live out by you, so like one of the big things on my personal agenda is the bio waste stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
they just killed that bill yesterday.
I
So
saw that. Yeah.
SB3, right down the toilet.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, so that's not good. And that's one that we've been complaining about. That's one, Jim Shaw got elected to take care of. And of course they didn't hear any of his bills and shut him down. So I would hope that, certainly one of the things going forward is to make sure that people understand who the legislators are who just simply won't communicate
Mhm.
and don't want to do, things that the people are asking. So one of your you said you had a list of things that you were doing, and the first one was communicating and getting everybody kind of, at least, because we can't all be on the same page.
Mhm.
Being any conservative leader is like being a cat herder.
Correct.
Sorry, it's been like that for years. Conservatives are the epitome of individualists. You can never really get them on the same page, which is why the socialists always win, because they just get together and go, follow after each other, do whatever they say. It works. But we're, on the other hand, we're like, no, I don't like the color of napkins you used at the luncheon. I mean, it's just crazy. So we can't get everybody probably on the same page, but we need to get everybody communicating with one another, because then at least we can come to consensus, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So what's one of your other goals outside of that one?
So expanding the way that we communicate. So right now we've got a good email established, and our communications go out via kind of like a newsletter.
Yeah.
We're going to be starting, and I'm 6 of one, half a dozen the other on this, because I don't want people to feel like they're spammed. But we're also going to start texting, reminding people about elections, maybe texting on certain bills that we're trying to push, because that's another avenue of communication where people are. On Saturday, we're talking about, well, I don't always read my email, but I have my phone with me all the time. Okay, that's great. Maybe setting up like a phone bank, but this takes manpower.
Yeah.
If we want to be able to do this, it takes manpower. And so, we don't always see eye to eye on everything, but we have committees. And if you have something that you are passionate about, get involved in that committee. So establishing really foundational committees and making them working committees is another goal that we have, because we want this to be an organization that is run by everybody. I'm the chairperson, which means I'm the one that's steering the ship. But if I don't have people guiding me and giving me wisdom of what to do, I don't know where to steer the ship. So the more people that are involved, the better it is, because we've got more and better guidance of how to steer the ship. So if people get involved in the committees, that helps everybody.
Well, and I will say this, one of the things that I have noticed over the many years is you'll get people involved if they see a clear goal. if they see a clear goal and they have a clear goal, then they'll get involved. But it's like so many times, I mean, today, good grief, it just feels like everything's pressing down on you. You know, you have this thing to take care of and that thing to take care of. It's not like people just, or I should say this, there are a lot of people out there who have excessive free time, and they have excessive free time because they don't give a rat's butt about what's going on in America or anything else. And so they just kept completely unplugged and do their own thing. But those of us who actually do understand what government takes and are interested, you get to a point where you kind of feel like, I'm going in so many different directions and also trying to take care of my own stuff. And I can't even do this. If I don't have a clear goal, then I'm out. I mean, because I have other things that I have to do. So I think by making clear goals, people will show up. If you build it, they will come.
Well, and the same thing goes with fundraising. I can't just send an ask out there and say, send me money. Okay, well, what are you going to do with my money? Well, we want to do training. We want to support candidates. We want to be able to hold events in the community that gets more people engaged. You need to know how I'm spending that money. We need to advance some of our technology so we can have better communication. So we're getting ready to run a campaign that's going to be for building and funding our technology so we can communicate better. So if we've got goals on fundraising, but then you also know how that money is going to be spent, people are more apt to give money because they know that it's going towards a specific avenue. So clear communication and having goals are very key. It was very disappointing last year that we didn't have our biggest fundraiser of the year. Well, that's our Lincoln Reagan dinner.
Yeah.
And so within the first 10 days, we got a fundraising chair, and we made the top 5 priority things that we need to do to start raising money. And we've already got a date. The location should be secured this week, and we're already working on a speaker for February of 2026. So it's just
Nice.
making sure that it's important to get a list, but you have to actively work down that list and then be able to share it with people, because our goal is to get the confirmation from the speaker and literally be able to promote this event for 8 months. I mean, how great is it if you can plan for something for 8 months instead of 8 weeks? People can get it on their calendar and work around it. It's the same thing with our meetings. After the state convention, we will release everything, but we're going to have meetings put on the calendar until December. Well, if you know that a meeting is going to be on a set time, on a set date, it's easier for you to plan. Another
Well,
thing
so I'm going to ask you then. So are you going to do meetings for just the executive committee, or are you going to allow anybody who's in the party who wants to come to meetings?
So both. I will tell you that there's been a large emphasis on the executive committee, and I have a way different perspective about the executive committee. The executive committee holds zero power. They are an advisory board. And so instead of having this massive executive committee and then these tiny little bitty committees that actually where work is supposed to be done, we're going to have the reverse. Have a very small executive committee where we hear a little bit of ideas. They're here to help guide me and give me wisdom, give me thought process. But building our community or our committees is where we're actually going to get things done. And then the county meeting is where everybody's going to be involved. We have to encourage the precinct chairs to get there and the vice chairs so we have a quorum to conduct business. But that's where it gets done. Our committee members or our committees will be there. They'll give reports on what's happening in the committee, and then we'll be able to make decisions with a quorum, everybody being there, and get things done for the county. So my perspective is a little bit different and turn that pyramid upside down, because that's really where things get done. They don't get it done in the executive committee.
Well, on that county side, Kayla, I mean, do you think what's like the timetable of those like county committee meetings, like quarterly, like if people knew every quarter there's going to be your local county community committee meeting, is that kind of what you're thinking there?
So the committee meeting is going to depend on the committee, because there's times that certain committees are going to need to meet more often than others. So we're working on those schedules. But for the county meetings, we're going to do those once a quarter, because it gives you a chance to get the information and get things worked before we have the next meeting. Doesn't mean we're not going to be able to call any additional meetings, but I also don't want to just meet to have a meeting where we get what happens in the meeting is we get business conducted and then your roadmap to what to do out in your precinct. So having meetings just to have meetings is not very effective. We need to have meetings to communicate and get the goals, but then working out in the precincts is where we're actually going to make traction in the party.
Like that. I like that. So, oh, I had a question while you were talking, then it jumped the track.
Well, I'll ask another question while
Okay,
you're thinking
good.
about that, Jenny. I think for me and like all the grassroots people that I talk to, and I consider myself as grassroots as I can possibly be, I just think kind of in the past, you've had that executive committee that was kind of more just appointed by whoever the chairman was or whoever, and they were making the majority of the decisions for the county or whoever, rather than the actual, committees of the people, like at the precinct level. I'm glad to hear what you said, because to me, that's who needs to be making those decisions about spending and credentials, and all those things need to be coming from that smallest committee, not the executive committee.
Well, and you have to look at how our county is set up. We have a very large county. We have the
Yes.
biggest population, and it's very diverse.
Yeah.
What I need up in the northeast part where my precinct is going to be way different than what they need over on the west side. The executive committee has no power to make decisions or change rules or anything like that. They're an advisory committee. So having having a huge committee there is almost a little bit of a waste of time, because you're sometimes meeting just to have a meeting. Where it really gets done is on the precinct level, because different precincts have different needs. And in order for us to all work together, if I say something that's good for my precinct that's not good for yours, how active are you going to be?
Well, and I think it's easy to try again. I think it's easy for people to feel disenfranchised if they're not actively involved in some kind of part of it. And I think the idea of having a quarterly meeting solves a lot of that, because then you can go and not only that, getting to know the people in your county,
Yeah.
not just your precinct, but in your county, is so helpful, and having a sense of community. And, I think that's, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I have friends who have been involved in the party for a long time, and I was involved on the executive committee, and I get that, but I prefer this model where we're not disenfranchising people, and we're actually having them come to a meeting where they can meet each other and kind of see what's going on, and get to feel like they're part of the group. Because one of the things, and I don't think this was exactly the question I was going to ask, but I'm going to kind of pause it more as a stream of consciousness comment, I guess. One of the problems I think that we're having is that the people in the party aren't really sure the issues that we're seeing at the state level. I think we don't understand what our legislators are supposed to be doing. I think we think that they go up there and write bills. I think that's what they're supposed to be doing. I don't think people really understand the fundamentals behind what they're supposed to be doing. And I think we've got to have, like you said, some education about how to contact your legislators. Well, we need to have some discussion about what these people are supposed to be doing, because I'm not sure that we even understand that. And while we want our legislators to be involved in the party, for me, I want them to be involved in the party so long as they understand what the party platform says, and they're willing to work that platform. Because otherwise, what difference are we between the Democrats or an independent or a libertarian if we don't have a platform that we stick to?
Well, and so this is where the circle is. So we're going to tackle a couple of different things. So we're talking about the executive committee, and then we're talking about precincts, and there's a whole bunch of things that go in between. So when we have a county meeting, the county meeting is to get everybody there so we can all share ideas, know what's going on. These are where we are on our goals. These are where we are on our committees. And then this is what we need to do to get the task finished. But you also forget of all the different layers. So you can do individual precinct meetings. You can do several precincts together. You can do house district meetings. So just because there's not a county meeting, it doesn't mean that you can't be active in the house district as a whole or your precinct. But it's also going to be incumbent on us. We want to make sure that we're doing things that not only get people involved, but get the legislators involved. If we're helping to hold meetings, if we're helping to hold community events, if we're having training, well, part of their job is to get out and work their community. Well, if they go on knock on doors, they're doing one thing at a time. Think about if we had effective meetings or effective gatherings or a place where the representative could go and within 2-3 hours visit with a couple of hundred people. I mean, we have to look at being great communicators and a good steward of our time on both ends. So if we're being really effective as a county and hosting these events, getting our legislators involved and coming, you're building a good relationship with them, but they're able to hear from hundreds of people at a time instead of just a small group of people knocking doors on a Saturday. So a little bit of it is incumbent on us about what we're going to do to help engage them, but they have to be involved and want to come in and be involved in what we're doing as a county to help them.
Well, so we had a comment here from Jana, hold them accountable. And I think, I'm always honest, so I'll just be honest again. One of the reasons I've kind of quit being involved in the party is because of the fact that I believe in a platform. I served on the platform committee for I don't know how many years, 5 something years, and served on the platform committee. And it's my personal opinion that our platform is way too large. It's got the most bizarre, little tiny things in it that is like, are you kidding me? But to me, there was, I don't remember who actually did it, but came up with a one pager that was on the Oklahoma County Republican website for a long time. It was just a one pager, and it put pretty much all of the overarching issues on that one page. I think the one thing that would get me re-engaged in the Republican Party would be to see that we were saying, here is our platform, here are our 5 to 8 major things. We keep government small, we allow the most personal liberty, that whatever they're going to be, and say, at this point, if you're not going to, if the votes that you're making and the bills that you're running don't align with that, then you need to be in another party. I mean, you need to find someplace else, because otherwise, what makes us the Republican Party?
Well, and there's 2 ways to do it. One is the communication, making sure that when we're communicating with them, it's effective. We're not screaming at them, that we're not being disrespectful. We want to make sure that if we schedule a meeting with them, we're very concise about what we want to talk about, and we don't need to tell them what happened with grandma 60 years ago, because we need to be a very good steward of their time. At the same time, if that doesn't work, the ultimate place to hold them accountable is the ballot box. But if we're working together in our precincts and our house districts and really providing them the information of, hey, this is how we think you should vote. We understand that you represent everybody, but we feel like we're the mass majority of the people, and we would like you to vote this way. If they don't, then ultimately the place where we do hold them accountable is the ballot box.
Well, and I 100% agree with you. I mean, that's the bottom line of this whole Republican system, is that individuals have the right to vote. And when they use their right to vote, then whoever is there that wasn't doing a good job gets a different job, not that same one. And so I completely agree. But I think the other thing that I've wanted to see the party as a whole do a better job at, and even at the national level, do a better job of saying what a Republican is and what makes us different than Democrats or libertarians or independents.
And that is hard, because You stated it perfectly earlier. There is, we look at it as the Democrats are, you register as a Democrat, you hold your place in line, they give you your orders, and then you march. We stand in line, we get our orders, and we're like, yeah, no, let me tell you. And so we're gonna have to find a happy medium between that. I want to be able to have my own voice and my own say, but I need to make sure that I'm cognitive and I look around. If I'm the only one saying this, I'm probably not in the majority. So work it backwards. Think about it. If we're working in our precincts, we're visiting with our neighbors, we're having good conversations, seeing if we're on the same page with the same topics, the same bills. Take it to another level, going to our house districts. The more engaged we are, I think the more effective that we can be in communicating and then ultimately holding legislators accountable. And one of the things that I've done as the president for the Oklahoma Federation of Republican Women is try to get more younger people involved. And I have probably stated this more times than I would like to, but people will be like, well, I don't have time. I don't want to get involved. Well, here's the ultimate truth. If you don't get involved in politics, politics will get involved with you. You don't have to do it 24/7. We're all given 168 hours in the week. I cannot dedicate all 168, but I make sure that a good majority of it is dedicated to this because this is what I feel that my role is. If you can only dedicate 2 hours, that's great, but we need to plug you in where the most effective way for your time. If you're a great communicator, let's get you on the communications team. If you're great at fundraising, let's get you on the fundraising team. If you are great at training, let's get you in and help training people in our precincts. It doesn't mean that you have to be the catch-all for everything. And if you can only donate 2 hours, that's great. I am very happy to receive those 2 hours. But we need to get you plugged in where it's the most effective use of your time and the most effective use of how we can really get you engaged and be a good steward of your time too.
Well, now you end up as the chairman, you go to the national meetings, correct?
That's the state. That's the state chairman.
Oh, the state chairman does. That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, but there's room at the top, I guess. Um, so at the state level, just hearing what the national Republicans are doing, I mean, do you have any thoughts about that? National versus state?
So I don't. I'm going to go back to the phrase that's I need to concentrate on the things in my boat right now. My biggest thing right now is making sure that we are getting Oklahoma County established red again. If you look at the map of Oklahoma, people are like, oh wow, Oklahoma's a red state. All 77 counties voted for President Trump. If you dive into that map, Tulsa County and Oklahoma County were purple. So if we don't do a good job in just reactivating people and getting them engaged, there's a good chance that Oklahoma County could turn blue. And that may shock people, but those who have been involved for a long time, it's not shocking. And a lot of Republicans and a lot of Democrats, and I will tell you, it's actually heavier on the Democrat side, have unregistered with their parties and registered to be an independent. Well, why have they registered to be an independent? Well, they feel left behind. Well, we need to make sure that those people don't feel left behind. They need to understand that we're not going to agree on every topic, but if we can show them our platform and if they align more with our platform than they do with the other one, then we need to invite them to be a Republican and start doing the work on the ground for us so we can get our the things that we want to get accomplished progressed.
Well, but see, that I'm going to have to disagree with you on, and I'll say that and say why in just a second. But Stephanie says, I mean, she agrees with you. We all get frustrated, but if we don't stay involved, we'll never change anything. I don't want to sit back and wait for others to fix it. It's going to take all of us working together. So in my perspective and the independents I've talked to are Republicans who are sick of the party not standing up for being a Republican, and they've left. I've not talked to one independent who was a Democrat who left. And I don't know where that talking point has come from, but I would have to see hard and fast data on that. I don't believe that because in my personal sphere, in the independents that I know, and I know a great deal of them, they've left the party because the Republicans have let them down. And to follow up, the Democrats, I know a number of Democrats, and these are people that we even did school together with, who have posted even on their Facebook pages around the time of an election. Don't forget, you can sign up as a Republican in order to enter into the primary, so you can make a difference in the primary. And then you can go back to being a Democrat when we get the person that we don't like out in the primary. So that's the stuff that I'm sick of. I'm absolutely sick of. I'm sick of the talking point on that, because if we don't stand for something, we're going to stand for nothing, and we're going to pretend that we're that independents are blue, or that we have to keep getting Republicans into the party. I've never believed that. I will never agree with that one statement. Our job is not to get Republicans into the party. Our job is to get Republicans, people who believe in the platform, to go out and get the work done of keeping our party going based on the platform that we have. So I would have to, that's kind of a big disagreement that I have, just in that. Oh, and then Julia kind of agrees with me. She says Democrats left and joined the Republican Party to corrupt it. So for me, when we try to bring other Republicans into the party, you're not concentrating on getting the Republicans out of the independent party and moving them back to where they got out because they got disillusioned with the party in the first place. And Steph agrees with me on that particular point too. I agree. We have to educate voters on voting. We clearly keep getting Dems and Limbs who are posing as Republicans. You have too many of them in the House right now that you can look at their voting record and say, you know what, you're not even voting like a Republican. If we can't all agree that Republicans mean small, limited government, I'm out. I think that's a big, huge thing. And that's
And it is, and we want people to join our party because they do believe in our platform, and we're always going to have those people, and I just call them negative forces that do things in the world just to corrupt it and make things not go smoothly. And
yes, they're called Marxists or communists.
Yes, but my hope is if we do a good job, truly from the grassroots up in our precincts, in our House districts, we're communicating effectively, wanting people to get involved, and we'll be able to have higher numbers so it combats that. So maybe I didn't articulate it in a very good way, but I do agree what you say. I don't want people just to check the box so they can sign up and do something that may not be conducive to our party. I want people to check the box because they believe in the same things that I believe in. But we have to be effective from the bottom up. And that's just so hard because then you talk about getting into time, and it's like, people look at me and be like, well, I don't want to be involved at the level that you're at. That's great. You don't have to be. But if I could just get a little bit of your time, and we have to think about it this way too. There's going to be people that are in a stage of life that can't give time. Well, you know what you can do? You can give a little bit of money. I'm not asking you to sign your house away, but if you give a little bit of money and I show you where I'm spending that money, that's how we can get people engaged and active too. And I would much rather have workhorses on the team because that's how we build a better team. But at the same time, I've had points in my life where it's like, I just cannot fit another thing in. Can I send you a check for $50? I mean, we're going to have that, and we need that because we have to keep it funded too.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. I completely agree with that. And Steph said something about, yes, education is the key, because I go back to what you said earlier, because I completely agreed with that. If we can't educate people as to if they don't even know how to get in touch with their reps, we're in big trouble. But they need to know, they may intuitively know what a Republican is, but they need to be educated about that too. So any other thoughts about what your strategy is for moving forward? Because communication is phenomenal, and I think those ideas are phenomenal personally.
Well, communication is the base to everything, but it's the participation to carry the communication to actually getting things done. So if we don't have the robust participation in our committees, I will tell you that as a person that has been on a committee that started out of a committee with 10 and then life happened and I was a committee of 2, it's a lot harder to get things done with a committee of 2 than a committee of 10. So just encouraging people and making it an environment where it's safe to share your differences. I mean, you and I don't agree on everything, but I would sit down and have coffee with you every day. We're not going to agree on everything, but if we have an environment where we're able to talk through our differences, then we're both able to make sure that even though the path may be like this, we're going forward. So again, the tone is set from the top down. If we let people know that we're inviting everybody, we know we're not going to agree on everything, but if we have the standard that, hey, when we do disagree, we're going to sit down and work it out and do it respectively, then I think we are going to be able to have those robust committees. I will tell you that I had a conversation with somebody a couple of weeks ago, and he told me that he would like to be in my head because it was all rainbows. I trust me, you don't want to be in my head. You don't want to be in my head. There's a lot
It
going
was
on
all
there.
rainbows. So in other words, he would rather you be cynical and rude than nice and forethinking.
Well, and that's when I replied back to him. I said, well, I look at it in a different perspective. If I don't look at things in a respectful manner, in a positive manner, then my head is not in the right place, and I'm not going to be able to operate to the best of my ability. Do bad things go on? Yes. Do cynical things go on? Yes. But it's how I process them and then how I learn and go forward from them. So if you tell me something and you don't see me get angry and scream about it, I hope you'll think, okay, great, she's processing that and we're going to get a plan to go forward. Because I'm not a yeller and a screamer. I will love to sit down and have a conversation with you, but I'm someone that processes things and tries to keep my emotion in check because I want to make sure that my brain is really full, so it needs to be operating at capacity. But it's how we operate in things too. So I'm hoping again a little bit of that will spill down from the top. If we disagree, we don't yell. If something happens, we don't yell. We sit down and we process it, we make a plan, and it's like, okay, this happened. What's going to be the best solution going forward so this doesn't happen again? And it's training people on how to think that way so we can be effective.
Oh, Steph said something great. You're going to love this. My government prof once said that as you hash out differences, that it was like churning butter. Eventually, all the cream rises to the top. This conversation is so important. I completely. And Lisa says, the tiny baby steps forward approach may have worked for 20 years ago, but we're past that now. We need to make some hard right turns right now just to get back on the road. So I think, it's weird because I totally agree with what Steph says. I think you have to be able to talk to each other because you can't talk at each other. I mean, and that's what we do. So many of the times, we talk at each other where one person isn't listening and the other person is just, we have to be able to talk to each other, not at each other. And I agree with Lisa too. I think we're in a really major. I really honestly believe in all of the years that I've interacted with government, this is the worst legislature as a whole that I have ever seen. I mean, hands down. And that was me starting in 2006 or so with that legislature, and the Republicans hadn't quite even, I guess they had just gotten majority in 2010. So I mean, I don't know that we're getting better. I think we're getting worse here, and it's just like you said, Oklahoma County has been getting bluer and bluer, and if we can't educate people and get us back, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, and think about what she said. So what's the easiest way to make a hard right turn? Think about the government as the Titanic. Is it easier to make a hard right turn with 10 people pushing or 1,000?
Yeah.
So going back down on the precinct level, if we have 1,000 people trying to make that hard right turn, that vote's going to turn faster. I can't emphasize enough just getting back to the grassroots level, because if it's us doing a podcast and 100 people hear it, great. What if 1,000 people hear it? Yeah. It's just making sure we have the people to push the boat. We can turn it as hard right as we want to, but again, how quickly we turn it is how many people we have pushing.
See, I love that. I love that. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Michael.
Well, I was just going to say, I think kind of the key piece, in my opinion, to that activation kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Jenni. As a party, you have to have a very clear and concise define terms. This is what and who we are, period. And, it's it's when it's so convoluted and there's so many, rabbit trails. I mean, that to me, that's where, we have that such a divide because, like, in my opinion, right now, you've got the establishment that is in control of the Republican Party, and we're slowly getting the grassroots people. But I just think from the grassroots side, we have to say, hey, here's our 5 or 10 things, period. This is what we're about all the time, no matter what. And this is what you're joining are these 5 or 10 things, that makes a point. I mean, I think that's how we activate people is they agree. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm looking for. That's what I'm going to do.
And we also have to come from the mindset is, let's say we ask everybody to make a list of 10, and these are the top 10 things that I would like to see done. Put 2 or 3 non-negotiables on there, and then the others, I know that I may not fully get exactly what I want, but at least we're heading in that general direction. Well, sometimes it feels like people are like, okay, I understand it. And then they get to the table and it's 1 through 10 of non-negotiables. Well, that's not how politics works. It's not a zero-sum game. There's going to be things where it's like, I'm going to die on this hill. This is my 1, 2 that I am dying on this hill. But the rest of them, I understand that I have to have a little give. So we do have to come to the table with certain things like the items on our platform where these are non-negotiables. But there are going to be other items that we have to understand. We're going to have some hard conversations on because we may have to give a little bit in order to keep going forward.
Well, we have a couple of really good comments. Move beyond talking points. We need deep conversations. So Steph agrees with what you're saying about that. And Julia says, can't we just agree that government is way too big and oppressive?
Yeah.
And to me, that's the very bottom line. If you can't understand how big government creates tyranny, you shouldn't be a Republican.
Yeah. I mean, if I was a legislator, I mean, my number one thing, every single vote I have, the very first thing I do is I would say, does this make the government bigger or smaller? Period. I mean, that's literally what I would look at. Number one, every single time I look at a bill.
And that's where, again, I keep coming back to the grassroots, but it's incumbent on us to be involved because if we're not electing people that share those same values, then they're going to get up there and vote different than what we think. Well, if we're not getting involved and making sure all our neighbors understand, hey, we need to elect this person because of this reason. And it is scary to think that, and I've done it at times too. I've just checked out because I'm like, okay, I'm at my max, checking out. Well, when I check out, I get disengaged, and then we turn around. And if you look at it of what's happened over the past 50 or 60 years, people have checked out because now we're both parents have to work. Sometimes both parents have to work 2 jobs. We're so involved in what we need to do to make ends meet, which we have to do that to survive. We've kind of let the government run amok. And then we step back and look and go, wow, this is really out of control. Well, how did it get out of control? It's because a lot of people disengaged because they didn't make time for politics. And again, if you don't get involved in politics, politics will get involved with you. So now we need to make sure that we have all those hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people trying to push that ship to make a hard right turn.
But also, I want to make one comment on that disengagement part. And I agree. Sean made a comment here. Jenny might put that up. In my opinion, Kayla, it may not be, I think the other side government's always counted on disengagement, but I think the other side of that is in my opinion, we compromise way too much. We just turn the other cheek. We're good. We're wholesome. We're Christian. We just turn the other cheek and say, okay, well, we'll get them next time or whatever. I think we do compromise too much. And, like you look at Trump right now, he's writing all these executive orders because there is no compromise. He's literally just saying, this is how it's going to be, period, going forward. And I mean, how do we do that, in a good way through communication? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the $1 million question. But I think, in my opinion, we're part of the reason we're here is because we've compromised way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I was saying something the other day, and we've got a bunch of comments I think you're going to want to see too. So let me just say this really quickly, though. I mean, I think you and I said this the other day, Michael, or I said it when we were on when we had another guest. I kind of feel like we're at the point where, remember, the Jews didn't want Jesus because they wanted Goliath. They wanted some big guy who was going to come in and just declare war on the Romans and get rid of them all. And they were like, well, Jesus, geez, he's really nice and knows all these, so I think sometimes, part of the reason why Trump got elected is for that reason. I think people got so tired of feeling like they were under the government boot and all this compromise and being told that they had to pay for this, and it was okay if we did, if we allowed boys to be in girls sports. And I think people just got sick of it and they wanted a king. I mean, they wanted somebody to just come in and lay down the law and say this is the way it's going to be. And so I kind of agree with what Michael said on that. John said there's a huge problem when we won't call out the wrongs elected legislators do. For so many, they don't want to hurt people's feelings, and they want to and bow down to them elected know-it-alls. Lisa says, but when those 1,000 people are ignored and shut down and their bills aren't even heard, they get frustrated and impolite. It's not a communication issue. It's a they shut us down cold issue. Julia says, the term government services means I'm taking your life's work and giving it to someone else as a gift from the government. It punishes producers. And we just talked about what Sean said. And Lisa said too, people check out because we're not being represented. And I agree with what you said, Kayla. I do agree. People get to the point where, I mean, when you look at young moms with kids, for example, I mean, how much time do you really honestly have if you've got 3 under 5, and you're even if you're a stay-at-home mom and you've got 3 under 5, and you've got another, the spouse works out of the house. I mean, sometimes you just don't have enough to go all around. But I think a lot of people like me, I just checked out because the Republican Party wasn't representing me anymore. I'm a small government person. I'm not a compromiser in that area. So when they quit representing me, I got out.
Well, there's a couple of things I want to touch on real quick. So
okay, give me. Let me just get this one. Okay. When a legislator votes for good things 80% of the time, yet the other 20% of the things harm you or put you out of business, how is this helping those who elected them and got them into office? So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and we'll don't let me forget about that comment. So let's go back. You talked about the executive orders, and I agree on a lot of the executive orders, but that's also a very slippery slope, because what if in a few years it turns and it changes to the woke agenda again? So the executive orders are a very slippery slope. But I'm going to say something that is not very popular with the legislators, but this, I will tell you, of my list of 10 things, this is a hill that I'm willing to die on: term limits. Because when you are committed to something, the smaller amount of time you have to get it done, to me, the more eager that I approach that. Whereas if you have, just a couple of years to get it done, or 12 years to get it done, hopefully you're going to be working more aggressive towards that goal. However, if you have been in a position for 40 years, in order to work aggressively towards your goal, you're going to have to compromise and ask for favors. But if you've been there for 40 years, you are very knowledgeable about your job. But sometimes I wonder about how effective you can be if you have 40 years of favors to return back for some of the things that you've asked for in the past. So I am very big on term limits, because if we get term limits, we're not having folks that are in there worried about, well, I need to do it this way, or no, you need to do it the way that your representatives ask you to do it. And so to me, I think if we really made a hard push for term limits, we would see some change going on there too, because we're not going to have people that are in there, their life goal is to be in government.
Well, but let me say this though too, because here's the argument to that point, because it's the argument that I've made too, which is if it's up to us, the people, then why should we have term limits? Because I think term limits make people lazy and then they don't vote. we should use our vote as the term limit. We should say, I think you suck. I'm voting you out, right? And then we don't need term limits. So in my set of perspective on that, I feel like term limits are kind of lazy because it does allow people to just go, well, they're out in another 2 years anyway. I just a thought.
Well, that's where it goes back into the grassroots and how actively are we pushing on them.
Exactly. Sean says, look at HB 1190, how it got shut down. Sean, I don't remember any
I don't
bills
know
by
what
numbers
the,
anymore, so you'll have to say what that was.
Yeah.
If they vote on principle, it would be get 100% of the time. And I think that's kind of what we're getting at. Wendy says, denial of God, always a problem in this world. Jenny White, I'm very glad to see Kayla on today. Thank you, Kayla, for already beginning to solve the communication problem in Oklahoma County. We have to look at the constitutionality of everything that we're doing. That would solve 99.9% of our problems, because there are very few that will argue with the document that we all agree secures our rights. Good point, Wendy.
yeah, that was excellent.
Compromising. This is done too much by those at the Capitol, compromising and not standing up for the people just to have a hope to even get your bill heard or on the floor. And Steph says it's the sleepers that hurt the whole process. So, I mean, the one thing that I think we have all agreed on at this point in time is that we have got to get more people involved. I mean, that's like the first thing that we all agree on.
And I think it's happening. I think it's happening, Jenny. We've talked about it, or I've told you many times, the grassroots is much more activated right now, I think, than any other time
I think
in
so
the
too.
past. And to your point earlier, Kayla, COVID is what activated me. I mean, I was just a guy trying to survive, with my family, working as much as I can. But once COVID happened, because Jenny, you've been hard in politics for a long time, but COVID is what literally activated me to just the mentality of how I think about everything. All that happened because I allowed it to happen. And because I allowed it to happen, I can also change it. That's how I feel.
Well, look, I am a true believer in sunlight is always the best disinfectant. Like, look what happened during COVID for our education system. Parents that weren't really actively involved because they were making sure that they were putting food on the table now had to become basically a homeschool parent. How many parents were infuriated about what was going on in our education system? It's not that they didn't care, it's just it's something that wasn't highlighted or something they had been actively involved in. So every time that something like that happens where people are made aware, hopefully that triggers them, or what makes them focus their energy on wanting to get involved, because the more people that get involved, the more light that it shines on a problem. And I mean, look at all the craziness that is happening in the education system. My husband and I do not have children, but we have done the exchange program. And being two adults that did not have kids in the school system, I never gave the school system a second thought. That's something that just operated. Well, we've been fortunate enough to have children from all over the world, and we've had people from Japan, Germany, Italy, and it was eye-opening how far American students were behind others. We were enrolling them in AP classes to keep their mind active because they had it in a freshman or a sophomore, and we're trying and begging to get some of our seniors to go into these AP classes. Well, it's something that I wasn't involved in, but until light got shed on it, I wasn't aware of the problem. So again, going back to the grassroots, the more people that we get involved, I think the more things that we'll discover. And just again, the more active that we get, the more we'll be able to make change. But it goes back to grassroots. It truly is incumbent upon us to initiate that change.
Well, I mean, again, I think I've said it every podcast now. What did Washington say to the woman on the street? A republic, if you can keep it. He didn't mean accidentally keeping it. He meant strive to keep it, stay involved to keep it. So okay, a couple more and then we'll kind of wind it up, because I know you've got to get back to work. You actually have a job, so we need to get you and Michael back to work. How many times have you heard how much damage can they do in 2 years? Well, sometimes that's a lot, and that's true. maybe a break and then they can come back. We had a rule in Oklahoma County for the state chairman, which allows for a couple of terms, a mandatory break, then a person can run again if people like the job they're doing. This rule didn't get heard at the state convention last year. And of course, Julie has to say voluntary taxes are the way to government by the people for the people. John says you have too many at the state GOP causing disruption where nothing gets done. And I will say, I'm tired of the infighting. It does nothing, and people, it needs to stop. Educated and involved. Politicians can talk nice and win you over. People have to start digging deep. I agree with you, Stephanie. Look at who's funding their campaigns. There's a lot to look at. I hear way too many people say, oh, I got to meet so-and-so and they were so nice, I'm voting for them. Stephanie, number one comment. Is anybody going to strive to get over the number one comment there? John Boyd, this is long-term looking, not short-term. We had multiple rule changes that didn't get heard last year. This was just one of them. Julia, the government gives money or favors to more than half the people in the U.S. More people involved may or may not help. People involved that won't steal from their neighbors should be involved. Wendy says tariffs, they are a good thing. I need to do more research on tariffs, but my feeling is that they are, just because we're getting screwed over. So that was getting all of our comments up. I think we had great comments today. We have had a whole, Kayla, you were super popular today. We have had one of the best. I mean, we have a lot of people on right now listening to you. So, I mean, I think people are engaged. They want to know what you want to do. They're probably interested in getting involved and seeing where this is going. So I'm so glad we had you on today. Steph says, I just want to say, I love all of you guys. Y'all stay so active. They are the old way to pay the bills instead of taxing the people. And that worked very well. And that's kind of my thought about it too, Wendy. So anyway, Kayla, I'm so grateful. I mean, to me, just your desire and willingness to communicate and the way in which you do it, and where it's so understandable and you're willing to talk about things that sometimes people just go, I don't even want to talk about that. So I just love you for that. I'm so grateful you're in this job. I just see good things. I personally see good things coming from you and for this effort. So
Well, just remember, we all need grace and we all need prayers and we all need positivity. And I want to say that if you are not receiving communication from the county, please email chairman at
hold on. Chairman at
okcogop.com. Or you can also go to okcogop.com and register, put your email in there. We want to make sure that you're getting the communications. And then hopefully we'll be able to get the text going pretty soon. But that way we're making sure that we reach as many people as possible in our communications.
Okay, so I'm going to put both of them on the same one while we sign off so people can, okcogop.com. You would think I would remember that. Chairman at okcogop.com. Okay, so both of them are up there now, and we're going to make sure people have both of those. So that if you want to get in touch with Kayla, if you want to get on a committee, if you want to get back involved with the Oklahoma County Republican Party, here you go. Here is your way to do it. And as Kayla said earlier, and I'm going to follow up on, complaining doesn't count if you're not willing to put something up of your time. Just saying.
Yes.
So
That's
don't complain.
why some of those go into, I am in charge of the Q&S, questions and solutions. I'm not in charge of B&M, bitching and moaning.
I love that. But I mean, you're 100% right. You literally, I've said that. And I know, Michael, you said that too, to people, well, what are you doing to fix it? If you're going to, if you're going to bitch about it, what are you doing to solve the problem? And that's the other thing. So I don't like to hear the bitching if you're not going to do something to solve the problem. And I will say this, I think sometimes, and this is to your point early on that you made, Kayla, about time. I think sometimes we think things take way more time than they're going to. And so you hear, well, serve on a committee or, get involved, and you're like, I don't have time. Well, I think what you said earlier, and let's go back over that point. If you don't have the time, just send in a couple of bucks, 25, 50, 100, whatever you can afford, and then let them take that for the people who are going to be involved to do what they need to do, setting up the events, that kind of thing. But Kayla, it doesn't take a huge time investment to be on a committee, right?
No, it does not. It does not.
So, I mean, maybe once a month meeting, or, if you're like really super involved, you can put more time in, but
it depends on the committee that you're on. So there's going to be committees that take a little bit more time and effort, like our training committee. Got to make sure that all the material is put together properly so we can hold the events to train the folks in the precincts and the house districts. But if it's something that if you're on the fundraising committee, although that's extremely important, they're not going to meet as much as, because once we have a couple of campaigns going, they're going to be more on autopilot, and we don't have big events every month for fundraising. So depending on the committee, there'll be different time requirements for the committees.
but it's not your whole life. It's
No.
something you can do. Wendy says
Well,
we need
but-
precinct chairs. John Boy says so many get tired of the fight. And that's true. I mean, I've been in it for 15 years. Do you know how many people I know who aren't in the fight anymore just because they got sick of it? We lost them for that. I phrase those who keep fighting for the people. It's taxing in a lot of ways. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, something I think that's great with Kayla is that organization skill that she brings in now, where you're actually going to have a list. Things are going to be very organized. It's a lot easier to participate in something that things well ahead of time. You know exactly what you're going to be talking about. You know that there's written down goals that are committed to, or a written down list, whatever it may be. I think that will speed that process along, much, much better than, because when everything is just so haphazard, then things take forever. You get no resolve. There's no results. There's no production. I think with you going in, Kayla, and having just that skill set of, 1, 2, 3, here we go. I think you're going to get things done much, much quicker than we've seen at the county level.
Well, and I hope people can see how effective we're being when they see things being checked off the list too. And we're not just giving you lip service. It's things that we truly care about and want to see change. And so we're making a difference. So it also holds us accountable. If I put 10 things on the list and get 2 done, how effective have I been? So when the next election comes, you can judge me based on that.
Wendy says that she agrees with that too. So, I mean, you definitely, honestly, I think you have so much going for you. And again, I love having you on. You're so well spoken, and you just do such a great job at talking about this stuff. So, God bless you for being on here again today. I really appreciate you. And we may have to have you back on for some insurance stuff. We'll have to see how that's going.
This wasn't torture enough. I'm just kidding. I do set the expectation that if we communicate well, people will want to get involved. So I'm really hoping that when I check the email tonight, there will be emails that's like, hey, I've stepped away for a bit, but I do want to get re-engaged. So I hope for that.
Well, and Ralph says she's got very good people surrounding her. So that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Well, Kayla, we're going to let you go for now, but we're not going to let you go for forever. And we hope to have you back on. And, anytime that you are doing something and you would like us to talk about it, you are always willing to come on. That we would love to have you on. So if you want to text me and say, hey, can you give me 5 minutes to talk about this event or whatever, this door is open.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
No, we're glad to have you, and just Good job. And thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you soon, I hope.
Okay,
All
bye.
right. Bye. Boy, I loved having Kayla on this show.
Yeah.
She is, man, that girl is a go-getter. I mean, she just, and for whatever, I mean, don't move her stapler because she's got a
She'll
plan.
know. She will
I
know
know.
if you move that stapler. Jenni.
I know. Sean says this is interesting. I hope she's going to stay. I hope Kayla will stay in the green room for a little bit. I'd love to serve on a committee, but the majority of House Republicans have proven that we are not for the people. I had a bill shot down with large number of Republicans voting against it. Well, here's the thing, though, Sean. I'm with Kayla on what she said about the involvement, because there is no possible, if we had a huge number of people that had gotten involved to the point where they were actively sending correspondence to their legislator, this wouldn't be happening. It wouldn't be happening. We don't have that group yet. And I think that what Kayla's trying to do by re-engaging people, by making this, a situation in which it's organized and specific, I think that is absolutely going to help people want to get back engaged. And I think once we get that group together, I think things will shift. But I'm definitely with her. You can't say you're for the grassroots and then expect a top-down approach. I mean, I think what she said was 100%. It has to come from the bottom up. And that means we have to get our neighbors involved. We're responsible for that, is getting our neighbors involved. We can't put everything on Kayla's shoulders and go, well, you're the one getting it done. No, she's the one guiding it. We're the ones getting it done. So we just need to make sure that, and then Stephanie says, another great podcast. I loved seeing Kayla. I had heard of her, but never had the opportunity to see her or hear her. She sounds like she'll do great as chair. I'm so glad we had the, beware getting rid of their darlings, though. You will be punished. Yeah. Oh, yes. We found that out, didn't we? Communication, it's been the way, and it's also been hindered. The county committee is the way in Oklahoma County, and I'm hopeful it gets going soon. And I do believe that it will. So I don't have I actually am like, but we'll have to, grass needs, well, but again, John, then that's on the grassroots, right? So that means us getting each other involved. So, I mean, I couldn't have agreed with Kayla more than 100% on what she said on that. Okay. So Friday, we're going to have our friend Mary with V1SUT on. She's going to be doing a kind of a departure from what she's been researching lately. And she's going to talk about tick diseases in Oklahoma, which is actually something that was up my alley. When I worked at the health department, I actually had a paper that won an award that I wrote about ticks and tick diseases in Oklahoma. So we'll have that. And then actually we're going to have Mary back on again next Wednesday, because then she's going to talk about some of the other things like the trans coach, the woman who became a man who then got arrested and was found guilty of molesting a student. So we'll be talking about that on Wednesday. Good show. Let's say firebrands. And the problem is that a lot of legislators don't communicate with their constituents, with the exception of Rick West. Well, I mean, oh my goodness, look at Gabe Woolley. Look at oh my goodness. Look at Gabe. Look at Jim Shaw. Look at our friend that I'm having problems remembering her name. There are a lot of people who are actually the new ones that are out there communicating with their constituents. But I had a conversation with Gabe. I'm going to have him on coming up next month. But Gabe and I had a conversation, and he said, that's frowned on. I just keep communicating, but they frown on that. The establishment inside the legislature doesn't like him keeping his constituents apprised of what's going on, they thrive. It's like Kayla said, sunshine's the best disinfectant, and they don't like that. They like that darkness. So Kendall Sacchieri, that's one of the reasons why I love you, Jan the Belcher. Yes, Jet Marshall are two. Yeah. So there are a number of them that do for sure. Kendall Sacchieri, yes. All right, guys, it was good to see you today. Thank you so much for being with us. We had a wonderful audience today. I hope you learned a lot from Kayla. I hope you learned that it's our job to get involved. We can't leave everything on Kayla's shoulders or the state chairman's shoulders. If it's to be a grassroots, that means it's a bottom-up party. That puts the onus on us to get stuff done. Anything you want to talk about before we get off of here, Michael?
I don't think so.
All right. Okay. Well, then we're good. And it was good to see you today. It's a beautiful day. Try to get out, get some vitamin D. And we will see you again on Friday with Mary. You won't want to miss that. It's going to be really interesting. So thanks for tuning in. So great to have you all on again. We love you so much and all your comments. And thank you for being such faithful viewers. And we'll see you again on Friday. Have a great time. Bye. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Are you? Oh, I'm not sure what's going on there. I saw a comment. We'll deal with that later. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful, beautiful spring day. And good morning, Michael. Wait a minute. That says V1SUT. Is that Mary?
That is. How are you this morning?
Mary? You're not Michael?
I'm the new Michael.
Wow.
Just today.
Well, your name begins with M.
I'm
How are
glad
you
to
this
be
morning,
here.
Mary?
I'm very good. We have so many. I'm going to hop around a little today, but the theme is education and peeking behind the curtain at every level. So it should be pretty interesting.
Oh, look, Sherry's on. She says good morning. Lisa's on. She says good morning. And Steph was talking about something. We saw the comment earlier, Steph, but I deleted it because it was like, I don't even know what the person's talking about. So sorry for those of you who don't know what's going on there, because I don't know that we necessarily do either. But it's a beautiful day and in the neighborhood. And man, we got a bunch to talk about. Michael will be on here in just a minute. He had actual work to do. I hate it when that happens. I wish he'd just quit so he could do this full time, but I don't think it pays very well.
Nope, I can vouch for
So
that.
tell me what is going on?
Well, if you want to go ahead and share my screen, we'll get started.
You want me to? Okay.
Yes, we're going to talk about what's going on behind the scenes in Oklahoma public education. We're going to talk about a specific case that's going on that's going to bring us to what are districts doing to be transparent in these cases of child sexual abuse. It's also going to give us a peek into the court system and its role in keeping kids unsafe at school. Then we're going to lead into a talk about administrator pay in Oklahoma, which seems to have skyrocketed while student outcomes, academic outcomes, have plummeted. And that's a pretty
Wait, so
serious
wait just a second.
conversation.
Yeah, so admin costs are going up and outcomes are going down. Kind
Correct.
of sounds like people in charge don't really care about public education. I mean, am I wrong maybe?
It's interesting. What I would say from all of the cases I've looked at through the years, that public ed elitism is alive and well. And a lot of times we talk about how our teachers, the ones who do the actual hard work in the classrooms, are underpaid. But we rarely connect that to where the resources are really going as far as the salary pool in public education districts. More and more, the money's going outside of the classroom into administrative salaries and growing numbers of administrators within these districts. People often get caught up in thinking that the State Department of Education or the legislature dictates teacher salaries. What they actually dictate is the floor of teacher salaries, the minimum of what a teacher salary can be. Districts have full latitude to pay their teachers more, to pay them what they deserve, to pay them based on meritocracy. We're a local control state, but that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing teacher salaries continue to be low, sometimes unlivable, given the regions that they live in. And we're seeing absolutely skyrocketing superintendent and administrative salaries. So we'll get into that in detail. And then
well, and the other thing that I've noticed too, that I think that, we've talked about probably briefly on this program before, and that is, since I was a teacher, years ago, we have all these we have all these paraprofessionals that are in the classroom, and we have aides that are paid. And when I was a teacher, you were a student office aide, and if you had A's and you were a great kid, you got to come and do go help a teacher in their classroom and run copies or whatever. And we don't do that now. We yank the taxpayer dollars right out of their pockets and pay some person to do that. It's like we've said 100 times, government is a jobs program. That's all government really is. And a liberty stealer. It's a liberty stealer and a jobs program.
It is. It is. It's like a vapor. It will expand to fill the space, and it will keep going unless there's a border. So after that, we're going to talk a little bit about the Senate Bill 224 that I know you've been pushing a lot of information out about, the data, additional data they're trying to collect on your children. There's a misnomer. It's being pushed as we're already collecting this data and we're just pulling it all together. So there's two really big concerns there. There's privacy concerns, and then there's also a huge red flag for grift. This is creating an entirely new level of government over education and funding it through vendors and contracts. It's something people need to be really aware of. So
when we get to that, don't let me forget, because there are two things I need to throw in here before we forget about them. Number one, don't let me forget to tell you about my conversation with Janice Danforth this morning, where we talked about the SLDS, because that was a really big deal, talking about grift. And then Sherry Sherry asks if the administrator salaries get calculated in the money being spent in the classroom, and we need to go back and talk about that. So go ahead.
We'll talk about that when we get there, but the answer to that is no, mostly. Okay, so let's go back down to Lawton. And last year in the spring, Visit reported about a teacher, a trans teacher right here, who was teaching computers and coaching girls volleyball at Eisenhower High School. Now this teacher, and I'm going to say, Steph, the invisible, brought up a point in the very first comment. This teacher, when we get to the part of what the teacher's paying, she's right. They've now cut this in half since we published this. So we'll get to that. Thank you.
Oh, that's what she was talking about.
Yes, her
Okay,
attention
got
to
it.
detail is amazing. I want you as my
Yeah.
helper. So this person whose name goes by the name of Nico Miranda was arrested related to an inappropriate sexual relationship with one of her female players. This is not a man, this is a woman. But the entire district believed, the parents were led to believe that this was a man. There was no indication given to anyone in the district, including the parents of the children that attend there, or the players on the team, that this was a woman. Now,
Well, but for Pete's sakes, that person does not look like a woman. That is very, very concerning.
It is. And we also wrote an article about an administrator, a principal or assistant principal, it's really hard to say, of Western Heights Middle School, who is also a female, but very much presents as a male. They wouldn't know. So there's no real conversation for parents about this. Now, the school district had to have known, and we detailed that about the process by which they must submit for background checks and things to the OSDE to get this person approved. This person was emergency certified, and then I think alternatively certified. So the district administration knew that this person was female, but allowed this person to present as a male. And then this person was arrested related to this relationship with the child. And I do want to say something interesting about this case. The reason this person was arrested is that this didn't go as most reports of child sexual abuse within schools goes. Mostly parents go, they discover these things, and they go to the school. This mother went straight to law enforcement, which I know that that's something that Broken Trust, who's advocating in Oklahoma to stop child sexual abuse in schools, has been instructing groups of parents to do. Go to law enforcement first. So the mother in this case, as many teenagers, they're not where they say they are. Sometimes overnight, they're not where they say they are. And the mother traced her daughter's phone and found that she'd been spending lots of time at the Campo's house, including overnights when she was supposed to be elsewhere. Then there was a trove of communications and sexual communications and things like that on the phone that proved that this was an inappropriate sexual relationship between a teacher and a student. So the media reported this as a man when this person was arrested. She was arrested and they said that he turned himself in and he was in an inappropriate relationship with one of his students. Every single media outlet, including national, MSN, reported this was a man. This was actually a woman. And we know this was a woman because, let's see here. When she was booked, we know she was a woman because she was booked as a female and went to, I guess it's not in this one. This is the follow-up article. She went to the female portion of the county correction, the jail down there. So we were able to learn that this was actually a female. And if you remember, in 2023, Governor Stitt passed an order saying no men would be going to female prisons. And conversely, no women will be going to male prisons. So that's how that person ended up. Now, at the end of this, we assumed last year, great, this person's been arrested. They'll never be in a school again. They're going to be convicted, and they're obviously going to face jail time for sexually abusing a student. That's not what happened. So this person got absolutely in a plea bargain, no jail time. And the circumstance of how this happened within the courtroom are really concerning because they suggest that our prosecutors and our judiciary don't understand the relationship, this groomed relationship between students and their abusers. So just 1 week after being served with a subpoena, the student in this case, the victim, made a motion requesting that they lift a condition of Miranda's bond that said Miranda could have no contact with her. So I want to say that again. They subpoena this kid, this teenager, and suddenly she's saying, oh no, she can see me, take that off. It smacks of the stress of thinking that she's going to have to go to court and understanding what this person is going through. It's also, the court seems to be ignorant of sort of the groomed trauma bonded relationship in which victims of child sexual abuse often have these feelings of loyalty about their abuser. They try to protect their abuser. And it's not until much, much later that they can put into context how abusive the relationship was. So it seems like the court listened to a teen in this case who is in the middle of processing all of this, and it doesn't make much sense. So Miranda actually pled not guilty to these charges in June of 2024, and then she changed her plea within a plea bargain, and her entire 10-year sentence was suspended. So she spent no jail time.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, with this obvious pressure coming down on a victim with a subpoena. She was ordered to pay $50 a month, which now our astute viewer noticed that in further filings is now down to $25 a month on a $1,000 fine. And strangely, the plea bargain says that she cannot be employed within a school system during the 2 years of her supervised probation. So she's only getting 2 years of supervised probation. And they put a stipulation in there that she can't work in schools for 2 years, which I found just astounding. So this is actually from court records right here saying 2 years of DOC supervision, not to be employed by a school during those 2 years, and should be surrendering her teacher's license. Now, what's interesting is that she was convicted under this particular statute, and you can link to it in the article. And it is specific to people who work within an elementary school or secondary school, a tech school, any of the school system, about having a relationship with a student. It doesn't matter if the student is over 16 years old, you're employed there. You have the power in this situation. You are an authority figure, and this is a felony. And within that felony, further in the statute says you shall be punished by imprisonment in the custody of the DOC for not more than 10 years. This is not a may, this is a shall. So this court has overridden the law in this plea bargain, and we see this a lot about these cases that come from inside schools. And I just want people to be aware of that.
Couple of questions. Steph asked who the judge was.
Oh, right here. Let me show you the judge. The judge in this case was Scott Meters, a district judge in Comanche County. Now, Scott is a lifetime, Judge Meters is a lifetime Lawton person and a graduate of Eisenhower High School, where this took place, where Miranda was a coach. He was appointed by Governor Fallin in 2017. So it's hard to know what Judge Meters was thinking, if he questioned this, what the behind the scenes negotiations were. But the strange thing is that the order says that Miranda has to register as a sex offender, which makes Miranda ineligible to ever have a teacher's certificate again. Yet the court said you can't work in schools for the 2 years you're on probation. So you see where there's all these seams that predators can squeak through. Even in the future, I could see that this person could find their way back into a situation in public education.
So let me go through a couple of comments because there's some good ones. Okay. So Sherry says we need to enforce training on our judges on predators and the fact that they can't be rehabilitated. I think that's very interesting. And then Tammy said LinkedIn says that Miranda's working at CACI International Inc. And I looked it up, and it's basically a leader providing expertise in technology for national security with a focus on software and enduring funding streams.
Yes, I think that was in the first article. We went a little bit through this person's resume. We also went through, those are interesting comments. Yes, it's an interesting work history. We also went through this, we went through the concerns about aliases when it comes to people. I mean, there's enough concerns already. You have a trans person who has actually had medical interventions, is on cross-sex hormones, which we know have all kinds of effects. Somehow the research stopped around 2000 about that, and we're not allowed to talk about it, but there are huge mental health effects to that, physical and mental health. But there's often many what I would call aliases. There's the original name. This person went by Misty Star Miranda.
Yeah.
This person went by Nico Misty Star Miranda. There's also Day of Ocampo that is put into this person's name. So there are all these iterations of the names, and the court records for this person do not connect, which is scary when you're talking about an intervention with law enforcement under a female name, then an intervention with law enforcement under a male name, or a hybrid of the two, and that they don't connect. So when we're doing background checks on these people, are we catching it all? In this case, I have my doubts because they did not connect, and it was very hard to find where this person had legally changed any name. So it's just sort of this floating thing.
Lisa said, would this week's sentence have happened if she were an actual man? And I think that's kind of an interesting thought. John says, all administration and school board members need to be held accountable for these actions. This would force the evil people out and put in good people. Sherry says, surrender the certificate, but you can go back in 2 years. This is how the private schools get pedos.
Excellent point. Excellent point. The
And
public
she's
schools
going
are
to find
not,
that way to be around kids. Trust that.
exactly. And we're in this situation where there are so many, we're in this chronic teacher shortage. It's become the norm over the last decade and a half. And it seems that schools are taking people that they shouldn't be on an emergency basis or an alternative certification. And that just creates a scene for people who are seeking access to children for nefarious reasons.
Yes.
Okay. Those are some.
Without question. Roberta asked who the state's attorney was for the case.
Okay, so we covered pretty extensively, and we jumped over that to move down. Hang on, let me find where we covered that. So, and this person is registered as a sex offender. So something interesting in this case, when we first look at the records, the court records state that the prosecutor from District 5 DA is Kyle Kabelka down there in Lawton. From his office was Michael Beeson, originally at the top of the case. Now, Michael Beeson is general counsel for the Oklahoma State Department of Education under Ryan Walters. So that set up some red flags. Is there a conflict of interest here? Is this person representing someone who will then come before the board to have their certifications revoked? Now, that didn't happen because I'll explain to you why these certifications never came before the board, and that's another huge problem. But what you'll notice if you move through the court records is that it appears that Beeson immediately moved himself to the side. He never appeared at any court hearing in this, and the DA's office was represented on all court matters in this case by ADA Madeline Vasquez. So it does appear that Beeson, who does some essentially assistant district attorney work down in Lawton, he's from Lawton or that area, also still does some private practice down there in conjunction with being general counsel for the OSDE. It appears that he did step aside to avoid any potential conflict of interest. Now, we reached out to the OSDE to try and confirm this. They are not good about commenting back, I'm going to tell you, so we never heard back from them. So we're running under an assumption here, but that is how that case happened from the prosecutorial side. And I do have to give credit. Michael Beeson, along with Ryan Walters, have been extremely aggressive in removing predators from public education. They have a full force of investigators now who are former law enforcement and detectives now at the OSDE. That is a massive change from where we were under Joy Hoffmeister. And they've really promoted, even on the front page of the OSDE website, this awareness system where a parent can go over their school district if they have a concern and go straight to the OSTE. That's never existed in the past. So I don't want to seem like I'm being critical of those efforts. Very much hope those efforts continue. Just wanted to point out a potential conflict of interest. This is the DA who ultimately is responsible for the plea bargain deal, even though Vasquez seems to have served as the assistant district attorney in the case. And again, we talked about the judge who is an alumnus of Eisenhower High School, where the crimes.
His name is familiar, and somebody, I hope Amber's watching tonight. This morning, she probably isn't, but that name sounds familiar, and it makes me think that maybe it had something to do with that sheriff's election in Lawton, in around, but maybe not. I maybe just, but the name sounds familiar. Go ahead.
So one of the last things I want to point out about this case is as progressive ideology has taken over a number of our Oklahoma districts, and they seem to be some of the larger, more urban districts are more steeped into this progressive ideology, where they are hiding some things from parents about educators, in this case about gender. If you really follow, it seems like those are the folks who are being awarded within the district. If you meet this sort of identity politics that's still happening within public education, that seems to be fading across the country as a whole, you see these things. So these are photos of how the public saw Nico Miranda while she was teaching and coaching. You see how confusing it is? It's hard to even keep the right pronouns. But Mr. Miranda was awarded the Rookie Teacher of the Year during her first year of teaching in 22 and 23. I do want to talk about who's running the Lawton District again. Superintendent Kevin Heim is still running the Lawton District, was at that time longtime superintendent there, refused to comment at the time last year to us about Miranda's arrest, the district policies. We have a locker room, bathroom policy here. How is that followed? And about whether any parents were informed that this was actually a female portraying as a male in the classroom and on the court coaching. The big problem is that districts are so unaccountable. They button down and they almost always refuse to comment about these situations because they know that they won't be held accountable. All they have to do is be quiet and let it pass by. So Heim's statement about this during the arrest called this person an employee, repeatedly said, of course, student safety is our number one priority. That's in every one of these sentences after a kid is sexually abused. And at the very same board meeting where they were hiring Miranda in 2022, which means they're doing background checks, they know all these things, Heim and his wife are being celebrated by the school administrators union as superintendent and administrator of the year. So there's a lot of awards flowing here for these folks as they're knowingly hiding these things from parents and refusing to comment, to justify, to even explain whether they did or did not know what was going on.
Well, and I want to know what makes these people, what are the criteria for these awards? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well, I would say it's an internal club. If we go a little farther, you'll sort of understand. So that's Heim and his wife being celebrated as that year's administrators of the year, right? Now, Kevin Heim, we said we're going to talk a little bit about salaries. At the time, was making $320,000 a year, even though only 10% of Eisenhower High School students currently test proficient in math. And 1 out of 4 students in his district do not graduate after 4 years of high school. So
$320,000.
Yep. Hold on to your hat. That's gone up.
Okay, I'm just going to point out that my husband has a degree in physics, a bachelor's degree in physics, a master's degree in electrical engineering, and he actually works in the free market as a programmer. He makes half that somewhere around half that.
Exactly. So there are so many examples of benefit to society, workload, what a job entails, and frankly, meritocracy, outcomes, progress. Performance reviews don't seem to be really happening as they should for superintendents, and there's a reason for that. So we talk a little bit more about what the school administrators unions are, what their goals are, what are people are making. But I want to point out that Kevin Heim, the superintendent of Lawton, his brother is Sean Heim, who's a retired superintendent from Enid Schools, and he is the current director of the Oklahoma State School Boards Association. So that's the body that trains all of these elected local school board members, like the Lawton School Board, about some specific things. About they I can't talk today. State law. Interpret. Thank you. I'm having one of those days. Interpret state law for the boards, and they train them on how to evaluate and compensate and contract their district superintendent. So Sean Heim's organization teaches the Lawton School Board how to review his brother, how to contract him, and how to appropriately compensate him. This is another massive conflict of interest, and Sean Heim makes $336,000 a year on top of his retirement from being a superintendent for running this organization. So this is where we've got a lot of problems. The structure of education in Oklahoma is causing the problems. And Jenni shakes her head. So
it's ridiculous.
These
people should get paid like it's a free market. And if they only have 2% of their kids who can read, they should be getting 2% of their salary.
Correct. And if you're making over $300,000 a year to do this job, shouldn't you be highly accountable for what happens in that district, particularly?
No, because it's taxpayer dollars. And as Julia will tell you over and over again, they basically stick a gun to our head and pull it out of our property and out of our pockets. And it matters not one whit to them how that money is spent, whether it's accountable or not. It's free money to them. They can do whatever they want with it. It's absolutely disgusting.
Lisa makes an excellent point. She said Heim's salary at $320,000 per year goes a long way toward keeping one's mouth shut. It does. It becomes a closed club, and children are not being protected in this. Between the courts, the administrators, the districts, and the education NGOs, children are not being protected. Really good point.
We need an education doge.
Yep, we do. So with that, while we're on salaries, I want to move ahead to an article that Visit published this morning about the superintendent of Norman Public Schools, who makes $412,000 a year, more than the base salary for the President of the United States. And let me tell you where those figures are coming from. Those figures are coming from the Oklahoma State Department of Education. Every district has to report. Everyone basically who works under public funds and education is accountable. The public, that information is ours. Those are our dollars. We need to know what they make. This is a list of the 10 highest paid superintendents as of this school year. And you'll see that Nicholas Migliorino is the highest in Norman. It's not close to the largest school district in this state, but and its outcomes we'll talk about don't justify this, but he makes $411,000 and change, almost $412,000 as his total compensation package, which I found breathtaking. And the fact that it's been out there for a bit and it hasn't been reported on is really interesting to me. Now, if we look at the top 10 paid superintendents, you can make an argument about the pay scale being extremely high across the board for superintendents. we have some interesting comments, so I want to stop and take a look at those. The legislature needs to fix this too. Instead of saying the system is messed up and let's outsource to public-private corporate partnerships will ruin the private education community. I can understand that comment. Sounds like we should take a summer break to dismantle the system and start over from scratch. It does. This is how we feel. Administrators doing nothing but taking money away from kids. That's an extremely
And
strong
Julia
point.
makes a great point.
What about our assistant superintendents? That's clear. That's not nearly the total for administration. It's ridiculous. We're going to talk about that in this article, Julia. We go on to what does Norman's district level administration look like? And you're right, it's expanded. There are a lot of high paying jobs in districts that are not the superintendent. This club is bigger than Lawton. The club has judges, attorneys, officers, sheriffs, yes, legislators. Steph, I agree with you completely. The problem, going back to the previous case where children are sexually abused, is that there's an elitism across a lot of Oklahoma communities. I really see it in the rural communities where a very few people protect the people at the top across the systems. And it is crushing to the families there. It's unsafe. And if they speak up against it, if you speak up against the school, you're probably going to have the sheriff stopping your kid on the way home from school. If you speak up against anyone at the school, a judge on another matter may come down on you. I've seen it all. That's a great point, Julia. So moving on from there, Norman's superintendent, I'm going to call him Dr. Nick because it's easier to say than Migliorino, and I'm having a hard time today with my mouth. And that's how Norman refers to him, is Dr. Nick. He came to the district as a program director back in 2008. He was at several, taught at Moore, taught at Tahlequah, quite a few places, and then came to Norman. And then he left Norman Public Schools from 2011 to 2014 to market School Connect, which was an application that he developed while at Norman Public Schools. So Norman Public Schools was the first to use it. He was working there and they used the school population there to develop this communications app. And then he left for 3 years to run that company in Norman separately, School Connect. Now it was all marketed as free to other districts to get it sort of spread around and the name out there. And then in 2014, Dr. Nick sold the application to Jostens, which is the yearbook, class ring, school products juggernaut across the country. We have no idea what that sum was that he collected when he sold the rights to School Connect to Jostens. But he then, and this is from his LinkedIn resume, you can read a little bit about what he says about the application. But then he returned to Norman Public Schools after making that deal, was the assistant superintendent, and then in 2017, he became the superintendent. Now, most of the people listening here know that about Norman. Norman is where the University of Oklahoma is. It's become a much more progressive community politically because it's a college town. They have an enrollment just over 15,000, which isn't close to our big districts like Oklahoma City or even Moore or Tulsa. But it's not small. It's somewhere in the middle of that range. They have a 4-year graduation rate that has dropped since Dr. Nick became superintendent. It was 89.4% when he took the reins, and now it is 81.3%, which is exactly state average. So if we're looking at performance of the district and outcomes for kids, it's tough to see where he might be the highest paid superintendent in the state. When you look at OSDE records on oklaschools.com, that's where the school report cards for school sites and districts are held. When you look at those, there are 25 school sites within Norman, and this is how they rank. One of them is an A currently. This is 23-24 year. 7 school sites are rated as a B, 9 are a C, and 7 are a D. So when we're looking at this, there's nothing
for
saying
$420,000.
Correct. In 23-24, 59% of Norman Public Schools kids tested below proficiency in that combined average of all of the major testing. And in math and science, 65% in both of those areas were below proficiency.
Oh, for Pete's sakes.
There's a lot of comparing districts in Oklahoma one to another, and there's a lot of people posturing as though they're doing a better job for kids than they actually are. But when you look at it empirically from the data, it doesn't look good. So also in Norman schools, which I don't know if I can get this all on here. Yes, I can. You'll see this is particularly for math, but Oklahoma Schools does a really great job of giving you some visuals about how things are going. And this is essentially math proficiency. So you can see that proficiency, they call this academic slide, where kids are becoming less proficient as the years go on. So we're missing things at one level, and the next is building on the next and building on the next. And by the time we get down to 8th grade, we're seeing a really low 22% proficiency in math. That's really keeping a lot of kids from heading into those STEM careers and the things that are really going to make them self-sufficient now. Let's see. Another thing that I think teachers will be interested to know. This is a little hard to find, and they don't update it on a really timely manner, but the OEA, the Oklahoma Educators Association, does a salary comparison of the salary scales for teachers in the districts in and around Oklahoma City. So the wider Oklahoma City metro area. And if you go and look at this one and look at some of the past ones, which takes a little digging, Norman is not a high payer. They don't have a high teacher pay scale to say that maybe, you know, some districts have more money than others. Are they paying really well across the board to attract the very best people, particularly in the classroom? And that's not what we're seeing. Places like Crooked Oak, Deer Creek, Edmond, Moore, Mustang, Oklahoma City, and Piedmont have a higher teacher pay scale than Norman, which is showing you that this money is being pulled out to administration, and it's not necessarily there in the classroom anymore. And teachers are the ones who are dealing with all of the current problems of higher acuity in the classroom. We're seeing more violence in the classroom. We're seeing all kinds of things. The number of special education students has exploded. So there's all these huge challenges to teachers who are trying to do a good job, and the money is not going there where I believe parents would want it to go. And that's one of those nonpartisan issues. Everyone thinks that teachers, good teachers, should be making more money. So when you look at all these factors and you say, okay, why is Dr. Nick making $412,000 a year? There's really nothing that jumps out to justify this fast increase in pay. And what you'll see here is from 2018 all the way to 2025, how his total compensation package has increased dramatically.
Unbelievable. Scores draw. It's an inverse proportion, kids. What we call in math an inverse proportion. As the scores fall, Dr. Mick's price tag rises.
It appears to be so. So,
well, can we back up just one quick second, because
absolutely.
There were some good. So Julia says the lobbyists will never allow legislators to stop this, and good people don't have the money to replace them all with the people who can't be corrupt. The only answer is to pull out kids. Come on, parents. And then John says, when you tell truths about the wrongs of the school in some in the small rural areas, not only do you have the sheriff coming after you, you have a large amount of locals doing the same. The know-it-alls who know nothing. And then Steph says, oh yeah, I mean,
I have witnessed that.
I feel
John.
so bad. Remember the one lady whose kids were in, and I can't remember which school it was, but they posted that questionnaire that was so highly sexual, and she got it out, and then basically she had to homeschool her kids because they just treated her and the kids so badly. She had to pull the kids out. It's disgusting. And then Steph is talking about the that app that Dr. Nick Nick made. And she said that the conversation can be deleted on the backside so you can remove incriminating information. And I thought that was kind of interesting. And then she also made the point too, that the elite children are probably going to that one school, the one that actually has, the good scores. So, and Sherry says, and the whistleblowers have been fired in some cases. So, Common Core in the new school system. I mean, it's true. I mean, good. So he makes 33, Steph broke it down, $33,000 a month.
Okay. Well, if you weren't upset enough, we're going to move a little further into this. Okay, so there is a school board member in Norman, and I want people to remember, and I want parents to really understand the power under state law to change your public school lies in the local school board. For you to run for your school board, and if the superintendent is not getting the job done, you vote to remove the superintendent. It's happened in one night in districts across the country. They flipped a school board and everything changed in one meeting. So I want people to understand that. Now, this is Alex, and I don't know, I think it's Rougier. I'm not sure how you say Alex's name, so I'm just going to refer to him as Alex. So he was voted onto the Norman School Board in April of 2022. And in his Facebook posts about it, he talked about being the first openly LGBTQ plus member on the Norman School Board, and claimed that in electing him, they took a stand for LGBT plus children and families who are being targeted. Now his comments, and I always want to point this out, this labeling and connection of children with these acronyms that describe adult sexuality is really emblematic of what's going on in this country where parents are fighting back. It's part of what the divide between parents and public education, where that's been created. So I just want to point out that Norman is steeped in this ideology that says we can talk about adult sexuality with children. And there's some Facebook posts in here from school board member Alex. Now, Alex ran on lowering, and there's a quote in here, Norman Public Schools administrative bloat, quote, and restoring community trust through board transparency and accountability, which those sound like great things. We would hope Alex would get in office and do that. But then in February of 2023, that's approximately a year later, he posted about an upcoming school board meeting and talked about Dr. Nick's 3-year contract coming up for renewal. But he said that the district doesn't wait for the contract to expire to renew it, but instead renews the contract each year and extends it for another 3 years. And the quote here is, to provide the superintendent with job security should the public elect a board that does not support the current superintendent. So they are boxing out the voters by keeping this very highly paid administrator on a perpetual 3-year contract where he is always in the first year. And you go, this is just in case voters say, we want to go in a different direction. We don't agree with the ideology. We don't agree with the results, whatever it is that voters don't agree with. They don't want them to be able to take him out. Well, that's a really strong statement. And he almost sounds like he's bragging as though he's doing the right thing for the community. So if you dig a little deeper here, the comments from the community were not good, not good. They caught it on his Facebook. So someone named Ian Moore said, I'd like to know the justification for the board renewing this contract. What objective measures are you using? And school board member Alex says, he can't talk about what happens in executive session, but they use their strategic plan, which is a strategic plan they came up with for 2022 to 2027. And we'll talk a little bit about that. It does not tie to student assessment outcomes. It does not tie to student grades. It ties to a lot of other soft elements. So Alex goes on to say, I'm sorry, the public has the right to know how he is specifically graded. I don't see an issue that's been successful in the strategic plan. That's why a lot of us don't trust the board, consider it a rubber stamp. Apparently, this constituent gave him empirical reason to not renew the superintendent's contract and is pushing for the democratic process. So there are engaged citizens trying here. And school board member Alex said, I'd sure love to talk to you about what's in executive session, but I can't because no one else will vote for that, essentially. So then another constituent says, why the 3-year terms? That gives the people no leverage if a job is done poorly. And she starts to call out other board members. Why should the superintendent have job security if the public shows it wants to move away from him? These people caught it and they're questioning it. They're calling it a sweetheart deal. So,
well, what else do you call it?
Well, I would be furious if I was a Norman resident that you're taking away my democratic right to make change within my public school system where my children go. So if you look at the strategic plan, it has elements of teaching, learning, safety, security, culture of belonging, the budget, world-class workforce, and improving internal and external communications. And you can click on this area and go to teaching and learning. None of that has to do with student outcomes. There is nothing that would tie his pay to how this is working out for kids academically. And here's the part that might be a little mind-blowing for people. To design this strategic plan that is now the benchmark for how we evaluate our superintendent, the district used taxpayer funds to hire Koch Communication, Kochcom. They're an advertising and marketing firm that were behind the district's passing of a $354 million bond proposal in 2023. And they are, you can click to their website here, they are known, their specialty is pushing the expensive plans of politicians and public agencies. So if you think about the trolley cars downtown, they did that PR. If you think about, go click on and take a look at some of the other things that they did and helped to market. They're a marketing firm. So they evaluated this, they actually created and helped design the survey that is supposed to evaluate the strategic plan and therefore say, how is Dr. Nick doing? So they ended up surveying little over 4,800 quote unquote adult stakeholders and about almost 1,700 high school students, which sounds pretty good, but they never disclosed how many of those adults were district employees, community partners who are on one of 40 of their advisory committees, which is just hundreds and hundreds of more people. We don't know how many of these were pure parents who have kids in the system as stakeholders. So it's really, the survey is suspect at best. It feels like a political marketing survey. So NPS's publicly espoused core values of integrity, inclusivity, collaboration, and optimism came out of the strategic plan. And with that in mind, the survey included questions like this one. Do we deliver a full range of racial, social, and indigenous perspectives that are honored and respected in teaching to create broad understanding in our schools? So those are the kind of survey questions that are determining how this strategic plan is going and thus justifying these large administrative salaries. And they use taxpayer money to hire a PR firm to create this entire system of planning, of evaluation, and of prioritizing the education system within Norman Public Schools. Jenni, you're shaking your head. I think I need to let you comment.
Well, I'm just sitting, honestly, because I was curious about this Koch Com, and because I wanted to know, did it have anything to do with the Koch brothers? And it's founded by this person. This is really interesting. So it's founded by this person named Kim, spelled with a Y, K-Y-M. Koch is her middle name. And she was from the Oklahoma Quality Foundation. She was a principal with the Oklahoma Quality Foundation. And I kind of wonder, what that organization did. These people, I just see things. Oh, and Oklahoma Quality Foundation was a catalyst. They serve as a catalyst for building better organizations across Oklahoma by inspiring role model performance and results that help you live and fulfill your mission and vision. So it's just frustrating to me because listening to you talk, it's propaganda. And we talk about propaganda on this show a lot, but the thing that's the most frustrating, and I know that our viewers are most frustrated by, is somehow our tax dollars get paid to propagandize us to release more of our money to go for tax dollars, to go for all this crap that's like a black hole of accountability and transparency and everything else. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Julia says parents are so oppressed they won't step out to vote because good school board members ought to vote for good school board members. We lost our only good one a couple of weeks ago because the school people show up to vote for status quo. That Norman went blue. This is what happens when you go blue. Is Norman blue or purple? For the blue had registered red and now are purple with rhinos, which is what we talk about. Yukon is supposed to be the reddest of the red. Our schools are blue though. Taxpayers are paying for that again. Stop the madness. Word salad. Has anyone checked up?
Well,
I am right now, Lisa. He's still on the phone. Probably not happy that he's still on the phone.
Julia's thinking about the school board elections is exactly what my thoughts were, and why I went back to look at that survey that's evaluated everything to see if they would tell me. And they have a series of videos on their website that are showing how they're doing on all these points within their strategic plan. And they give you this data, but they don't break it down. So I'm unable to see how much of it is the education establishment evaluating itself, which is not working well. He's alive. Hi, Michael.
Is he there?
I'm alive. I'm still here.
Okay. All right. Well, Lisa was worried about you, so she'll be happy you're on now. Well, and I want to make this point too. All while we make sure to defend programs focusing on improving our schools. And Becky has been going through a situation right now so that she would know exactly what she's talking about. And then that's what Judge Meters did, basically. So, I mean, but the problem that we get into is while we all sit here and scream at the screen and, whack our fingers on the keyboard and watch our blood pressure go up and know all of this is happening, unfortunately, until we break through the propaganda to wake the people up that are being propagandized by these public schools and by Coke's advertising and whatever, we're stuck. I mean, we're stuck.
Well, maybe let me go a little bit into this contract, because I would like to give constituents of a lot of towns a little heads up about how this is happening. How a superintendent comes to make $412,000 a year. And keep in mind, again, the school board in Norman voted for all of this over and over and over, okay? So NPS, this massive superintendent's contract, when that school board member on Facebook was talking about how this keeps this superintendent, protects him and keeps him in place in case the voters vote out the school board as a majority. Right. I questioned, okay, how is that? How did they manage that? So Visit did an open records request and got his last 3 contracts. And everything school board member Alex said was correct. He is renewed. He's been renewed every year for the past 3 years, but on a 3-year contract. So he's perpetually on the first year of a 3-year contract. Right now, his contract goes until June of 2028. This is Dr. Nick on the left and on the far right. And this is him just this month giving an award to the Norman Public Schools Foundation, which is the fundraising arm that many of these big districts now have. And they used to be very separate. They did things like help raise funds for materials in classrooms so they wouldn't come out of teachers' pockets. Now they've become a de facto extension of the district. Sometimes they're even housed within the district. And we'll show you their organizational chart. They have the Norman Public Schools Foundation on their leadership organizational chart for the district. So this is not a separate thing happening. So let's take a look at his contract. Here's how it's calculated. He has a base salary, which this year is $261,000 and change. They guarantee him a 2.25 raise each year of the contract. Although if the off-scale employees, so the non-teachers who are stuck on this scale that the district has them on, if the off-scale employees get raises that are higher than 2.25, they have to give him the higher raise. And even though it sounds like that raise is set, it is not set, because then later in the contract, it says during years 2 and 3 of the contract, we can throw that set raise out the door, and the board and superintendent can agree to renegotiate salary and benefits at the commencement of each fiscal year. And in no event shall their salary and benefits be less than what he got the year before. So there's no talk of how kids are doing. His salary's going up every year, no matter what. Then they have an annual retention stipend that gives him an extra 10% of that base salary. That was over $26,000 this year, just for not quitting. They gave him 25% of his base salary as an annual contribution to a 401(b) retirement plan, though he can elect to take those funds directly as salary. That's another over $65,000 just for the year. He has paid medical, dental, and vision for himself and dependents. All costs paid into the teacher's retirement system are paid by the district. If he gets sued as superintendent, all of his legal costs are paid, and any judgment that would happen is not coming out of his personal money, no matter how he was involved. He has paid long-term disability and life insurance up to a $250,000 death benefit. He also has this additional flexible benefit allowance for superintendents that we need to look at in state law. Don't even know why it's there. Reimbursement of travel and other so-called necessary expenses, which are not spelled out, so we don't really know what those are. But I have an inside source that claims, I cannot verify, that the superintendent has a clothing allowance within this. And they pay all of his membership dues for all of the NGOs and civic organizations like the school administrators, the national and the state, Oklahoma Association of School Business Officials, Rotary, Kiwanis, all of them. And they provide him with the actual device of a cellular telephone.
Well, don't say they. We need to change it to we, because it's the taxpayers that are paying this. I mean, stop saying they. It's we pay
yes.
this.
So you're exactly correct. I should correct that. The 5-person Board of Education approved for Norman constituents to pay based on this contract. And it's every year for the last 3 years. Now, what happens in the contract if the voters say no more of this? If they have a Burlington, Vermont moment like this week with the survey that went out to middle schoolers about explicit sexual acts, and they rise up in mass and they take out the board and they say, not the superintendent, right? Well, they will be out well over $1 million if that happened right now, because the contract has a clause that pays him severance pay equal to the superintendent's compensation, which includes base salary and all of these fringe benefits.
Wow.
for 12 months or the remainder of the contract term, whichever is more. So now
This
you've
is
started
the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard.
Are these contracts coming from COSA, or who's making these contracts? Do we know?
Really good question. I have the last 3 off an open records request for the Norman superintendent. I don't have any others, but it would be really interesting to start rolling out open records requests to see if this is some kind of a standard setup. But if Norman fired him right now, this is double jeopardy, fiscal double jeopardy for any district. So now imagine they fire him. They have to pay him out between $1 and $1.5 million to get rid of him. And then they have to hire someone to cover the same 3
we
years.
have to pay.
Wait, exactly. Norman constituents have to pay to then hire someone for the 3 years that they've already paid the departed superintendent. It becomes impossible. And that's what board member Alex was talking about. This is how we give him job security should the board flip.
Wow.
I didn't know performance
Wow.
clause in there. I didn't see any performance clauses.
No,
Oh, wait. There wasn't a performance clause?
no, there's nothing that's
He
tied to.
doesn't have to perform for this.
No, and it doesn't even stipulate what the school board member said in his Facebook post, that this is tied to our strategic plan. It doesn't say any of that. There is no downside. So now we start to understand why school administrations start to run like a kingdom. These districts start to run like a kingdom because there's not no accountability. There's not even room in the contract for accountability.
I'm disgusted. I mean, I honestly, somebody needs to get an interview with him and ask him what justifies being this deep into the pockets of Norman taxpayers.
Well, I will tell
And
you.
state taxpayers too, I am assuming, because, you know, all that money is commingled.
Correct. So in the thinking of this journalist, the responsibility for this lies on the elected school board. So interestingly, in February of 2025, 2, including school board member Alex, who made the Facebook post about the contract, while I got chaos going on, I'm sorry. While in the past, all of this superintendent's contracts have gone through with a unanimous vote. In February, 2 voted no, not to approve this. It still went through on a 3-2 vote, but one of them was the gentleman who made the Facebook post, almost bragging about how this gives the superintendent job security. And the other one is a woman named Annette Price. So both of these folks ran on bringing transparency to Norman constituents. And I reached out to both of them to talk to them about why they voted no. And they've had 10 days, maybe more. Neither one of them got back to me or would comment publicly at all about what's going on there. So even when they vote no, they're not willing to stand up and say why they voted no or stand up for their constituents about this. So
Well,
I did not
go back.
Intended because the thinking there is that this school board is responsible. School boards hire, fire, and review superintendents. That's their job. But they're not, again, now school boards don't seem to be very accountable as well.
Well,
So
it's
just-
like what Julia said, you know, the status quo gets in there and they somehow manage to get them in. But there have been a couple of really good comments. If I can get this to work, for some reason, this program is not working this morning. Steph says they're not saving lives. They do nothing to make anyone's lives better, and they get the bank. If anyone else can come up with an idea other than voluntary taxes, let me know. We know, Jules, we hope that we could do that. The benefits are by far a lot more than his salary. People will not listen when you try to explain this. I wonder how many days per year my husband works to buy this guy's clothes and trips. And that's the thing that just irritates me. How many people out there in the private sector, like my husband, who have 2 advanced science degrees don't get paid a fraction of what this man makes with dismal education results at his school. It's pathetic. The school board members should be absolutely tarred and feathered for allowing that. And the people, for Pete's sakes, should be the ones with the tar and the feathers. Has this been reported to Stitz Doge joke? And they would, yeah, what a contract. Parents are supplying the kids' classrooms with tissues. So this is a good one. With tissues and markers, but this guy gets a taxpayer-funded cell phone, which, by the way, they won't even let kids use in school now because, you know, we can't have cell phones in schools so that kids can report what's going on with them. That means we should have access to its contents, by the way. So that's true. Maybe you should put in an open records request for all of his cell phone records, because if it's paid for with public funds, then it's open to public review.
Oh, well, let me tell you something about that. What I specifically set up there, that the device is provided by the school. He pays his own service for the phone, which is interesting because that makes me wonder if then they would then omit those things on an open records request. So he gets a cell phone paid for by NPS.
And it's personal.
Exactly. So there are a lot of ways around open records. So
Julia says it's almost like moms could stay home and raise their kids if they didn't have to pay for their superintendents.
Correct. That's an interesting observation. So if we want to talk a little bit more about the superintendent, I do want to remind people about what happened during COVID, because I think that's really critical when you're thinking about knowing where they stood on these restrictions and things during that time tells you a lot about where the district's at and where this administrator's at. Now,
and let's couch the right terms, how they stood on personal liberty.
Correct. That's a huge concern here in this district. So this superintendent currently serves on the executive committee of the Oklahoma Association of School Administrators, and he was very much in step with their public statements about what should and shouldn't happen with COVID restrictions, requirements, and school closures. So we had Senate Bill 658 go through, which prohibited a lot of the mandates here in Oklahoma. But NPS continued to push those and put pressure on people to mask, vaccinate, and quarantine. And there's some quotes in here directly from Superintendent Migliorino. The medical community has made it abundantly clear that masks are an effective tool in stopping the spread of the virus. We've seen this from experience that masks work beginning Tuesday, September 1st. So this is going into the 21-2022 school year. It is our expectation that anyone who enters our buildings will wear a mask. All visitors to our school will be required to wear a mask. That's actually outside of what state law was at the time. Also kept pressuring families to vaccinate. Here's a quote: state law prohibits us from mandating masks or vaccinations. As a public school district, we will not work in opposition to the law, but I'm imploring each and every one of you to help us keep our schools open. Help us care for our kids, not your kids, our kids and our teachers. Wear a mask, get vaccinated. So this was pushed even after it was illegal in the state. They continued to move schools to virtual learning and even closed the district on some days during 2022 due to COVID-related staffing issues. And now if you take a look in 2025, we have these little pops of virus that are happening. So now Norman Public Schools, which is highly masked during those days, continues to close even in January of 2025 due to ongoing mini epidemics of respiratory illness. So what used to be our snow days now in these districts that push these things are now district-wide sick days, which I find really interesting. I can't tell you the why behind that, but I have a lot of suspicions that the vaccine didn't help a lot of people. We have some suffering immune systems, and or we like the policy of being able to close schools. for reasons other than imminent weather threats.
Well, and we like the policy. We like the policy of denying people their personal liberty. They want to be
Yes.
kings and tell the people who pay their salaries what to do.
These do become control mechanisms. You're correct. So one other feature of Norman Public Schools that I thought really sort of fit the progressive narrative is they had an executive director of diversity, equity, inclusion. And she came in 2020. It was sort of a big thing in the media that the legacy media made a big deal of. And they had to reposition her after the law passed and said in 2023, we're not going to do any discriminatory DEI positions or activities. She is now the director of student services. But she talks on her LinkedIn about on her resume, it talks about that position. So for them to actually have that position in Oklahoma is an exception rather than a rule. And if you look, so Julia made this point earlier in the comments. This is their leadership organizational chart. So Williams, who was their former DEI executive director, is part of this highly paid 8-member quote unquote cabinet of the superintendent. So that's this new thing that's popping up. We saw it at Western Heights, which is an extremely progressive district. So if he's getting paid like the president, he might as well have a cabinet, okay? But then, so there's 8 people on that cabinet, but then under them, there's this leadership organizational chart that is massive. These are not people in the classroom. These are all directors and analysts and coordinators and executive directors that work at the district level. There is a massive amount of money coming out of the classrooms in Norman Public Schools. So in all, some people are benefiting at Norman Public Schools. It just doesn't seem to be the families and the taxpayers.
Or the students.
Correct. That brings us to, are we ready to move on to the big topic of the day?
I don't know. Hold on just a second. I liked what Dana said. Wait until the masses wake up that these respiratory sick days are from masks and the poison shots. And then basically John says, this is a school system democracy dictatorship. And that's exactly what it is, based on taxpayer funding. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now that we've sort of looked behind the scenes about some administrator pay and not protecting kids, I did want to touch again on an article that Visit put up on April 8th about the grassroots organizations. And there's a mass of them that are screaming about this Senate Bill 224. And what
Dana
Senate
says now up to 36
organizations. And these are folks from all different, some of them are parents groups, some of them are Second Amendment groups, and then about freedoms. They're across the board. But these people, I've never seen so many grassroots groups come together to fight a piece of legislation, which should be a massive red flag to all of us. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about what is in 224. And I know, Jenny, you've done a lot of work on this, and you've looked into how much data is being collected about our children already, our children and families. But what 224 does, it actually creates a whole new layer of government. They want to give millions of tax dollars to create a data system to collect existing and more data from families. And some of it is daunting. The bill as written wants to collect religious affiliations of students and their parents or guardians. It wants to collect medical information from students and their parents or guardians. Now you're going to hear legislators say, no, this is just technology that will help us gather the information that's being collected. It's not true. It may do that, but they're also pushing to collect additional data. So there's a couple of problems with this bill. One is personal freedoms, liberty, and privacy that public education doesn't seem to have any line about, or our legislature. And the other one is absolute grift. So this would bring in a whole new committee of 9 who's going to oversee all of this data within the legislature. So you got your new governmental body. They always create something. The legislation says it doesn't have to end at 9. We can add more people to this if we wanted. The legislation makes it look as though those positions are paid. It also calls for a vendor or vendors to put together this system and then ongoing be paid to monitor and to maintain this system. Now, recently, some grassroots folks, and I know one of them's on here, met with Representative Caldwell and Seafried, who put this bill up. And they were told that, and you can verify this, sources out there, they were told that the vendor that would be associated to this with this legislation has already been identified. That flies in the face of our state law about contracting, sole sourcing things. You cannot do that under Oklahoma public funding. They already have someone, and I want to talk a little bit about that. And this is, we go through all of the votes, we go through the people, and we can do that, right? But if you go back to an interview that I did with Kendra Wesson, and she was the state Board of Education member who was recently removed from governor's stint along with 2 others in this political battle that we see going on between Walters and Stitt, and this war against education reform. Well, within that interview, she revealed, one of the things she revealed about her time on the State Board of Education is that in her first meeting, she recalled requesting that 2 different line items, each for $1.4 million, be removed from the education budget that was proposed. One was to Imagine Math and one was to Imagine Reading. So those all fall under the company Imagine Learning. Now, that line item, putting something as a line item curriculum in the state budget for education means it skips the curriculum review, it goes straight through, and we pay for it. And she said, why is that in there? We're local control state. At the state level, we don't buy curriculums. That's something people decide about in their local school board. Well, it turns out that Imagine Learning has 4 lobbyists that are constantly lobbying our state legislature. Also within the records, they pay for all kinds of lunches and banquets and perks for these legislators, which somehow through former Representative Mark McBride got them a line item on the state budget for something we're not even supposed to be purchasing as a state. So when you look at this 224, and let's go back and look at who's behind it. So this is Representative Caldwell. He's one of the
Okay, hold on just a second, Mary. Your internet is unstable, and it's kind of been unstable since the beginning, but it's getting a little bit worse. Is there anything?
Do you want me to log out and log back in?
No. Is there? Can you see anything on your computer that says, could you switch to another network or something, maybe?
Let me give it a whirl. I'll give it a whirl for you.
Oh, wait, whatever you're doing right now seems to be better.
Okay, I'll leave it there and you tell me if you need something different.
Okay, yeah, for some reason it's to be different. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so that might have helped. So Representative Caldwell, we've talked about him before. He has 16 new pieces of legislation up in this session, one of them being the Protect Our Kids Act, which is HB 1075, which was the exact opposite. It made it more difficult to remove predator educators from the classroom. He's on a lot of the education committees. And Seafried is sort of surprising to be on this piece of legislation. So she's a freshman senator. And she's a Republican about fighting for liberty in her 2022 campaign. But it's hard to say why she would get behind this piece of legislation that expands government and collects additional data. Any thoughts there?
Well, yeah, that's why you have a nearly termed out senator who's been on there almost 12 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get pulling in a freshman because it's easy to tell the freshman what to do, right? So.
Correct. Sometimes a pat on the back to a freshman.
Oh, and this is a good one. They publish Edgenuity, one of the least effective virtual curriculums available. That's very interesting.
So I want to reiterate, Imagine Learning was from previously. They had a contract. We do not know who this vendor is that they've pre-identified prior to the legislation, but I can tell you that we will certainly be throwing open records requests to get communication between these legislators and this vendor should this 224 pass. It's one floor vote away from passing. And when they identify the vendor, we will be looking for open records requests to find out what the communications were before that are against the law. The legislature cannot just identify a vendor and enter into a contract outside of the process. If you look at the audit that Cindy Bird did related to the OMES, they're supposed to be the ones who keep money and contracts clean in state government. This was a problem there. They did things that were against the law, conflicts of interest, and subverting the bidding process. So that is a huge concern for me. This bill will cost millions every year. It will create another level of government, and they will be collecting additional data. Okay, I see some comments out here, particularly from Roberta.
I mean, so even with the grassroots fighters standing up, the amount of legislators that won't listen is alarming. I think that's a really good one. With the option to add more members. What reason would they have to know what your beliefs are? Very suspicious. Well, and here's the other thing, Gracie. There is a Protection of Pupil Rights Amendments, the PPRA, which prevents the state from collecting any personal information from a student about your religion, your politics. But here's the problem. That's only in federal programming. So if you have money or an objective that's coming from the state, they get to circumvent the PPRA and do whatever they want. Now, my argument would be if we're getting federal funding for this, which it looks like we are, then the PPRA means they can't do this. But again, I think we've already shown one time in this particular podcast that no one, even judges, follow the law. The law is just simply something that legislators do to vindicate your vote for them so that they can say they've done something. Laws mean nothing. They're not written to protect the citizenry. They're not meant to do anything like that. They're meant, again, as a way to assure the people who have voted for them that they're actually doing something. It may sound cynical, but I've found just another thing that as soon as I get enough time on, I'm going to write about, which is the sunset laws in Oklahoma and how our legislature is not following those and continuing on with these boards, commissions, and whatever they are that taxpayers pay for, and they're not following the law to reinstate those. So it just goes over and over and over again. It doesn't ever stop. A taxpayer can't file charges because you can't trust the attorneys or judges. OMG, they publish Ingenuity, one of the least effective curriculums, crooks in training. Sherry says, I have thoughts why it's her and not Pew. This bill also requires the board apply for federal grants they've already identified for. Well, if they're going to apply for federal grants, then the PPRA absolutely should be in place, and you can't ask a kid any information about their religion or their politics or anything like that. Imagine Learning received money from the Gates Foundation. That's not at all a big shock. We're dismantling the USDOE. So where are these grants coming from? I have a thought on that. probably amplify. That's what Texas is moving to. And they explicitly teach religious doctrine within lessons like the pillars of Islam. They've been doing that for years. Also, yesterday with a conversation with Caldwell, he stated numerous times the groups on this letter have no idea what they are talking about. Okay, let me tell you, Representative Caldwell, that Reclaim Oklahoma Parent Empowerment actually put together an interim study for the state legislature in 2013 because we had dug so deeply into this data that we knew essentially everything about it. So come at me with that. Come at me with that. I mean, I have so much information. And if you were a good representative of the people, you would want to know what the information is that we've collected. That's what you would want to know. You wouldn't want to say we're stupid and don't know what we're talking about. But I mean, give me a buzz. We'll meet in a parking lot, whatever you think is best. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. How condescending. How nonsensical. Let me say this. I'm not stupid, and I know what data does, Representative Caldwell. Data is actually a commodity. You can trade it. You can make money off it. You can get kickbacks on it. Data is a commodity. It's so easy to sell our children for a couple of shekels because, well, shoot, we can get the money. We've got a federal grant. We've got this. We've got that. Makes me so angry if any of our legislators, and some of them, many of them there are a number of them who have stood up and said no. And those are the ones that we really need to be talking about here, because those are the ones that actually know what liberty is. But any representative or senator worth their salt will be saying, oh my gosh, hold on. We need to protect students here. We need to do that. So let me look into what you're looking at. That incenses me to the core. See, because legislators work for us. They work for us. And I'm not going to play the game of, voting. I'm not going to do that. Legislators are put in place to protect the liberty of their constituents. That is their only job. That is the only thing we vote on. It has incensed me, and I can't even believe that. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Now, granted, I haven't studied this in quite some time, but I can tell. Do you know what a SIF is? What is SIF? Do you know if we have it? Do you know if they're updating it? I'm just curious.
Well, Jenni, if I can add an adjective in there to your commodity example, I will say that without a shadow of a doubt, data is leveraged. It's a leveraged commodity. There's no more powerful thing than data. Whoever has the most data is going to win. They are going to have every single advantage, no matter what the application is. It's literally leveraged. It's a leveraged commodity. That's how I would describe all this data collection.
Mm-hmm. And I would say, when you look at this from the bill about what they proposed to collect, you need to also think about where they're then going to share this. They're going to share that data, and they say it in the bill, across state and federal government agencies, with partners, vendors, researchers. The government having your data is pretty much the least secure place it can possibly be. And you can imagine where all of those kind of groups, you go into partners and researchers, now you're into the web of NGOs that the good people of this country have been fighting. How could they misuse that information against families? It creates a forever managed vendor here. It's an entirely new expandable board that will be grifting off of this. So though we don't know who the vendor is, I think we really need to think about where that data is going. And if there's one bill we stand up against in this, it's this bill. And it's flying through. It is not getting, you look at these committee votes of 7-3, it's not really getting any resistance despite this unprecedented number of grassroots groups screaming from the mountaintops about this bill. It passed the Senate 33-13. So you can see here, when you see the nays, that's all we've got fighting for personal liberties in our state Senate in Oklahoma. It's daunting. So this bill hopefully will not pass, but it's a window into what's happening in our legislature, and these subversive relationships with lobbyists, vendors, and contractors. And I think we need to keep these receipts, because I think when things roll around in 2026, we need to know who needs to be gone. So,
Well,
and I did.
I want to add this really fast. So this is I created this to talk about where all the data actually goes. And so, because they wanted a seamless database, and Janice and I were Danforth and I were talking about this morning. Don't forget, Trump wants to get rid of the USDOE, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But what's the thing that's most important with our legislators? Workforce, workforce, workforce. That's all we ever hear. Don't tell me this is going to go away. This is going to go to the Department of Labor. This is where all of this data is going to start running through the Department of Labor based on the workforce issue, so that we can track everything. This is literally how this data works. And here's another thing that people need to understand. So years and years ago, when I started researching this, my husband has been a computer programmer for a long, long time. And I said, okay, Dave, they're telling me that this is all de-identified data. It's all going to be aggregated, and none of this can come back to the point where your personal identification can be pulled out, or your PI, which is what they call a personal identification. And he said that's absolutely not correct, because when you enter data into cells in whatever program it is, that data becomes inextricably located to the original data point, to that original data point. So you can pull that data off, you can pull it into another cell, but if anybody ever wanted to go backwards, and I guess any decent programmer worth their salt could do it, you can re-engineer exactly where the John Doe who had that personal data point. So when they say this is all de-identified data, it's all aggregated, there's no way that you can get to you can get back to the PI. There's no possible way that that's true. It isn't true. It's completely false. Any decent computer programmer would tell you that that's not true. So for them to say that this is the way it works, basically, is another form of propaganda. Well, if I just tell you that this is the way it is, then this is the way it is. Well, I want you to look at this particular schematic.
Yes.
So the teacher enters data into these vendors, which then go to the local school, but then also you've got for-profit education vendors that enter information into this thing. And it all comes from the student, goes to the district, goes to the state Department of Education. We know it does, because the WAVE, which is the database that we have, is housed at the OSDE. We know that that's where it is. You can go look it up. I just wrote an article detailing all of that. We do know that the School Interoperative Framework, or the SIF, which was created by Microsoft and a whole other people when Obama came in, because see, this all goes back to Obama. This all goes back to the Common Core ease time, when Obama was trying to change the nature of everything, Marxize everything from education to healthcare. This is where this all came from. Look at where this information goes. And it's even worse when you look at the next one. So here's where Consolidated State Performance Report, Individuals with Disabilities Act, the Electronic Application System of Indian Education, the Common Core of Data, EdFax, EDEN, Civil Rights Data Collection, comes from the census, college application information, integrated. I have all of the data for this in a folder that I just found yesterday. And I almost sent the whole folder to Janice because like can show you back to where all of this stuff comes from. So tell me then that our kids' data isn't being taken. And what's crazy is just said that we don't have according to this group, and I had it up on the screen and then I took it down. According to this group, Oklahoma and 5 other states do not have a state longitudinal database. I want to know how that happened because we took $3 million minimum and created a P20 council and did all of this stuff. Where did all that money go then? Where did all that money go from 2010, 12, and 13? Where did all that money go then if we don't have an SLDS already? We know we have the WAVE. We know everything that's published in the WAVE. Literally, according to that bill, the bill that we helped write, SB 222, that was the one that said you had to publish all of the information in the WAVE. So we know the stuff that they collect, and they've even said some of what they're collecting, because I put that in the last article I wrote on it. This is just maddening. It's absolutely maddening. I don't see how this is just based on money, and somebody's not getting some money for this somewhere, which is why it's getting pushed. Sorry, I had to just say that.
Go back on that screen. I want to show something and give an example, Jenni.
Which one?
Your workflow.
The first one or the second?
The second one, the one you just had up. Okay, so go back. So this is all what you're allowed to see also. So you tracked all this because you connected all the dots, but let's go back to the teacher, she's entering the data, and then you have the actual vendors. Well, those vendors are private. They have proprietary software, and what you're tracking is what they're allowing you to see on the output side back to the state or the school district or whoever it may be. Think about this, just like with my smart meter. When I got my smart meter, removed from the house, the guy at Edmond Electric, the head guy literally told me, he's in my backyard. And I asked him, I said, I want to know how many data fields are contained in this meter. It was over 200, but he said, but we don't access any of those. We only access about 4 or 5. That's it. That's all we have access to. We're not going to use any of that other stuff. Well, it's that other company that makes that meter, global international company that makes that meter. They have all the rest of my data, or whoever's data that's on. Just like this deal, you got the teacher putting in all that data. All those private proprietary vendors have all that data. God knows where and who it's going to. That's the real other side of this deal.
That is. And
but even if we know that this is going, and we know for a fact that this data can go to all of these places. And it's kind of like I was saying before, Department of Corrections people, National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. Look at where this Department of Health and Human Services. It's just, I'm sorry. This is your show, Mary. I apologize.
No, this is exactly the conversation we need to have, because Senate Bill 224 addresses none of those things. So Caldwell said to these grassroots folks that met with him, because they're commenting, that all of this data is already being collected, right? All of it. This is just a brand new shiny system that's going to bring it all together under the fallacy is that we have more data kids are going to learn. Well, on the financial side of this, someone brought up a really great point. They asked him, so are we going to cancel paying all these vendors for all these other systems that are currently collecting what you say is data that's already being collected, because now we have this shiny new system with a new vendor? His answer was no. They will all keep going collecting it. So all those folks have all of that access that Michael just said about your data that's being spread around the universe to all these entities, and you'll be paying for the new shiny system and the new board that's going to be overseeing the shiny system. On the freedoms and liberties side of this, I would say to Caldwell, who says we're already collecting this, then your bill that you should be representing for the people of your district would be one to stop collecting all of that data, because they're getting far more data about these kids, and they just continue to increase it. And again, We have an inverse relationship, like administrator salaries and kids' outcome. The more data they collect, it has not turned into positive outcomes. We went through this with the whole Hoffmeister administration. They pulled down all the district and school records and school report card and all of that because they had to rework and come up with this shiny new system. Scores plummeted. This is an absolute fallacy, and I'm with you. One of the other things that this letter, and I have to talk about this letter that was written by Moms for Liberty, and then signed on. You can download this letter here in the article. Go to v1sut.com. And this letter is so well written. It talks about this bill being nothing more than a Trojan horse, promising efficiency while delivering a multi-million-dollar surveillance nightmare for Oklahomans. And then it goes on to talk about the voices of the people are being silenced with chatter behind the scenes about the support of this bill from the Oklahoma State Chamber and OEQA. So what none of the representatives involved that are, including a Democrat, will respond to is who requested this? Who requested this shiny new data system? And what these grassroots folks are finding out, the Oklahoma State Chamber and the OEQA. And I don't know if people sort of understand what the OEQA is, but it's another government agency that was created just like this through legislation because we needed more people to oversee education quality and accountability. And if you look through who's on the commission right now, it is absolutely laughable if you're talking about a representative democracy. So on this, just to give you a couple of examples, we've got superintendents on this. We've got a higher education member who, this is someone who's an assistant professor in educational leadership. We have
educational leadership. What does that have to do with students? What does that have to do with student learning?
I'm not sure, but she's on this commission that's behind pushing this along with the Oklahoma Chamber. We have teachers, all education insiders. And so here we're supposed to have a business and industry member on this commission, correct? He's in ed tech. He's an ed tech person. He has a company that provides education technology, right? Then we get down here and we've got someone, our parent member, right? You'd think this would be a parent to give, no, this is somebody from Epic Charter Schools is our parent member on this commission. So parents are being, and taxpayers are being boxed out of the process. If you think this 9-member commission over this shiny new Senate Bill 224 data system is going to be any different, it's not.
I literally can't take it. And guess what? It's probably going to have to get a whole lot worse and it gets better before all the plebs just wake up and say, that's enough.
Correct. So I think the tip is for folks, this needs to be a statewide grassroots effort. This legislative session has been so deluged with junk
It's horrible
that you cannot follow it. And it seems that that's by design. This is a bill that's got to be stopped.
Well, but it's in committee, I think today at 1. So good luck for that now. I mean, it's clear that this isn't anything. Okay, hold on. Let me go through some comments. Excuse me, Mr. Caldwell, but I graduated high school before we were graduating students with a 3rd grade reading level. Love you, Roberta. Steph says the law is what honest people have to follow or they pay the price. The elites are excluded from the rules, and that's 160%. The question should be, if we're already collecting this data, will we remove those vendors that are already collecting this data? Will it then push the money over to the new collection system? That's a good question. The answer is no. We will continue to pay for independent data collection as well as the new collection system, of course. Again, look at the legislation some of these clowns push through, yet they keep getting voted in. Data is used to market our kids. What could go wrong? Well, and profit. Because don't forget, Sherry was on here one time. Sherry, I don't know if you're still on. And she said it was like the most horrifying and then the most enlightening thing at the same time, which is basically right now we have education to make money off of kids through data collection. That's why we have it's not about teaching them anything or making anything better. It's about how much money we can make off them. This bill only adds to the backs of taxpayers in the state for another overreach of government spending. Reach it, Jenny. No, Jenny, legislators do not work for us and they do not protect our rights. They steal, kill, and destroy. Well, Michael is spot on. Data is control. What control are they wanting to push? Also, this bill states in plain third grade text that this information will be shared with and also others. Homeschoolers should be concerned that this will be pushed on us in the future. And Robert, that's interesting because part of the reason why I started in on Common Core was for the public school, but it was also because I knew that once we got Common Core in, it was going to start screwing up all of the textbooks that we actually drew on as home educators, and it was going to make things worse, which is why I jumped over to data collection, because I was like, as soon as they figure out, Robert, you got to go to my old blog and type in homeschoolers and you'll find some stuff. Like one time we were at a P20 council meeting, and the P20 council was the thing that was to establish the state longitudinal database in Oklahoma. And we were at a P20 meeting, and one of the guys who was sitting there literally lamented in front of all of us. Ask Julia. Julia will tell you it was true. She was sitting there at that meeting, actually lamented that they couldn't get data on homeschoolers. Lamented at the meeting to set up the state longitudinal database system. I'm so glad you're fighting this. What Michael just said is spot on. Those with the data will be able to identify patterns and manipulate and exploit the results to serve their interests, all while mouthpieces gaslight the population. And you know what? That's part of the reason I argued against the state grade card all those years ago when they first brought that on. Why did they bring that on? To get federal funds, because the ESEA said that they had to have a grade card in order to get their federal funds. People, this is not about you. It's never been about you. It's never been about your children. It's always been about money. If you don't understand that, go over to the wall and bang your head upon it 50 or 60 times until it gets in there good. Becky, yes. It's just like the CCP. Yes. Factual. The preamble to this bill states that the goal is to make sure that we have a good investment. Who decides what a good investment is? Actually, I'm going to back up, Roberta. What investment are you talking about? What is the investment? Where is it? Where is the investment? The state can't invest anything. Oh, that makes sense. John Boy, who's going to be able to purchase or obtain this data? Very, very interesting question, isn't it? It won't be us. Do you know, if you go to the state website, and this is in my last article, if you go to the state website, I have everything in there where you can go track it down. If you go to the state longitudinal database system website and you say, hey, can I get in there and look at the data? They say, no, sorry. You know what? That's against the law, but it doesn't matter, because why do we have laws? I don't know. Good
Well,
question.
and to his point, I encourage you, there are links in the article to go read the bill. It gives very wide latitude for them to, quote, share this data with a range of different entities. So that's one of the scariest parts of this proposition.
But that's what they said in the original bill. That was why we got so upset about the original state longitudinal database that was proposed in 2010 and went into legislation in 2010 in that same bill where they instituted Common Core. That's where that was. So, I mean, this has been around, and that's the other thing that just frustrates me. This has been around since 2010 and Obama, and Janet Barisi, who was our first Republican state superintendent in a long, long time, doubled down and took on every single one of Obama's 4 pillars for changing Oklahoma education. If you don't believe it, go to our old blog spot. All you have to do is type in Reclaim Oklahoma Public Education blog spot, pops right up. Put that, I have documented, copiously documented all that happened during that period of time. All this stuff has been in place. All of it has been in place since 2010. We got federal funds for it. It's Marxist. Everything belongs to the government. Very true. Put aluminum foil on your smart meter, John says. It'll upset the electric company. Steph wants to know how she gets the meter removed. I think it's called a Sawzall, but then the only problem is you better have backup for that. Y'all need to do a show getting rid of smart meters, and we can do that. I mean, me and Michael can surely do that. Representative democracy.
Read
That
here,
comment is
real
great,
quick,
but-
Steph. Real quick, Steph. First, read all the little fine print on your electric bill, because a lot of times down there, like on mine, it specifically said how to do it. And actually, in Edmond, they might have changed this, but when I did it, it literally says that no matter what the meter is, that I'm responsible for getting the reading to them for a certain date. And I used that against them also. I said, you don't need all this two-way stuff. I'll just put an old school meter on mine, and I'll call in, you know, on whatever day you want me to call in, and I'll tell you what the numbers are.
Most school board members have an education background. That's correct. Unfortunately, there are many people who do not believe that this will be used for nefarious purposes. And you know what, Sherry, that's what originally happened to us in the first place, which is why we begged and begged and begged and got that interim study in 2013 finally, because people were like, it's just data. It's not going to hurt anybody. It's kind of like what they say about Real ID. We're going to have a show on that coming up, because everybody has to say no to that. We have to start having the personal responsibility to keep our own data safe. And when the government tells us to do something, we use the middle finger and tell them, come get it. I mean, I'm done with all of this nasty garbage that's going on. It's for the safety of the children who could be against the children. Yes, true. $4 billion we spend on the education industry. I'm getting so angry. Except they can't give a good argument as to how it's safe for the children. But they don't care, Gracie. They just simply don't care. You can ask them question after question, and it just doesn't matter that they don't know the answer, because it's all for the kids. And why are you asking? Why would you even, ask that question? And it's about, how they manipulate and shame anybody who questions them. Also, if you look at a lot of education bills, there's language in there calling for an SLDS. And again, I don't know how that can be. Where did all this money go to develop the SLDS and have those P20 meetings and everything else back in the day between 2010 and 2014 if we don't already have an SLDS? It doesn't make any sense to me. Something wacky's going on. And yes, Julia and I in cars for years, traveling all over the state, trying to warn people about this. Not directly, but calling for the collection of data. With federal, county, and money, we're actually spending around $7 billion. That's probably true. Tell me again how money is going to fix the problem. Well, I mean, obviously, it fixes the problem with education, because as Mary just told us today, Dr. Nick gets over almost $500,000 to not educate children. So I guess that's how we fix the problem. I'm not sure,
Mary,
but
Mary,
I want to throw.
Well, I just want to ask Mary real quick. Didn't you say in a podcast or two ago that Caldwell was on that Southern Education Board, also resource board? Also, I wonder if that has any tie in here with why he's the one, running this.
That's a really good point. So the Board of Control for Southern Regional Education, which they call the SREB, there's a number of people from Oklahoma that are appointed to the association, but the two that were appointed to their Legislative Advisory Council, which is where a whole bunch of states, think of it as, we can get rid of US Ed, but there are all these NGOs that are national out there that gather our state representatives and affect our education policy. So this Legislative Advisory Council has Senator Pugh and Representative Caldwell going to all of those meetings representing Oklahoma, where they work out all these policy solutions for the people in all of these states. instead of the process happening as it should, where the people have a say. So that doesn't, I wouldn't be surprised if both the idea for this and the vendor connections that eventually unfold here come from connections to that organization or some others, some similar that our legislators are participating in. And that's been going on for 50 years that they've been going to these legislative. You start to think about, why is Oklahoma education so out of step with the constituency? And it's those kind of organizations and influences from above and outside of Oklahoma that are making the difference. I wouldn't be surprised if if other states aren't fighting this nearly identical legislation.
Actually, they are, because some lady from Kansas that I've known, Lisa Husers from Kansas, who didn't want to call her some lady. Sorry, Lisa. From Kansas, we fought Common Core together, and I went up to speak in Kansas numerous times. Emailed me the other day and said, I really need to make you a time to come speak to our Kansas State School Board, because they're trying to do the state longitudinal database thing again. And apparently they're one of the several that don't have it. So this is clearly a federal push of some kind to get this done. And I believe without question that it's something in the Trump admin. And I'm sorry, I like Trump, but I don't like some of the stuff he does. And it's something inside the Trump administration where they're saying, if we're going to shut down the US DOE, we need to make sure that data is still accessible. And I guarantee you they're going to move it over to the Department of Labor. Watch me. I want to, in closing out, because I know we've got to, it's getting late in the day and we've got to get out of here. But I did want to show something. Can I take yours down just for a second, Mary?
Absolutely. Yep, take it down permanently.
Okay, so here's our website. If you want to go find all of the basic data that we collected beginning in 2010 with the beginning of the state longitudinal database system, go to our Reclaim Oklahoma Parent Empowerment blog spot, and you can find that. And I'm going to scroll down here because this is an article that I wrote in 2013. We had representative then at the time, Jason Nelson, we thought was going to help us write a bill to block the state longitudinal database. And what ended up happening in the end is that we got screwed over because Jason Nelson went and had a meeting with Mark Craman, who was the architect of the state longitudinal database. And they decided instead of stopping it, they would just make a bill that opened up all of the information to parents. And it's funny because I've seen this particular bill used as a reason to forward Caldwell's bill. And the problem is it doesn't protect anybody and it doesn't really open anything. And if you want to look at some of the fields that we know are in the state longitudinal database, it's really important to go back to these things because we've taken screenshots from everything and shows it's like blood type and what are some of the ones that I taught? How much your parents make, what's your blood type. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff. Well, so in the end, then Senator David Brumbaugh, who has passed away, he and Jason Nelson worked on this bill. And at the end, it just basically ended up screwing over parents. It didn't help us at all. So what it says in the bill is, unless included in a student's educational record, student data shall not include, and it gives these 5 things. Student basic biometric information is one thing. And I'm looking down here because I want to get to the bottom. Oh, and it talks about why the bill is bad and all of that if you want to go look at it. But here's the bottom that you really need to know. So here is the SEDS data model. This is the data model that actually, and if you click on it, you can go to it, will actually show you what this data model looks like. And I hope it still goes there. Does it still go there? Oh, it sure does. Yes, it does. This is it. This is the Common Education Data Standards Model, and you can actually go and look to see what all is data that they're actually collecting. So it's super interesting. This is the original grant that we got so this grant was produced under Janet Barisi in, I don't see the date on it, by John Cramen, the executive director of student information, and it will tell you all about this grant. So we got this grant, and where did that money go? Because look what it says: building an Oklahoma P12 state longitudinal data system. So the receipts are here, peeps. It's not like it's not here. It's all here. We documented the stuff from all of this information, if you really want it, it's right there. Go find it. We had one other, this last one that I'll show you is the one that I just wrote not very long ago, and it says why these are unnecessary, because the wave captures student data on education in the workforce. And so I have all of the look, you can go in here and go to all of these places that I've shown you. OSD is a data governance board, a data privacy plan. We have the wave code tables. We're updating our SIF network. I mean, all of this stuff, this is what we're doing right here already.
Correct. And paying
Come
for.
on. And paying for
those vendors. Yep.
And if you want to watch this, in that article is the 2013. This is what we did for the interim study in 2013. It's right there. You can go and find it. It's all there. And here's the crazy thing. All of this information is out there for anybody who wants it, including our legislators.
It is.
Just saying.
Which makes 224 even more ridiculous. So I have to hop off. I want another thing, but I will tell you, I encourage you all to share the article at v1sut.com about these people coming up against 224, so they can read that great letter from these grassroots organizations and come up against it quickly. It's getting ready to pass.
Well, thanks. I'm sorry for kind of hijacking the end of the show there, Mary.
You just showed some great resources, and I wasn't aware of that I can go look at every single data point they're already collecting. That's huge.
Yes, it's disgusting. So thanks for being with us, Mary, and we'll see you again next month.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
All righty. Bye. Well, I feel bad because I kind of did hijack that.
You like it when you hijack.
Do what?
I said we all like it when you hijack and just start going off the rails and pulling up the old data and research and showing us all the work that's already been done and how we need to shine some light on these people.
Dana, it's on the calendar for like 1 o'clock, I think, isn't it? I mean, I think Gracie, I think, has the bottom line. The true ultimate goal is to remove parental rights. I do believe that is what the bottom goal and the bottom goal actually, hold on a second, Gracie. I think the bottom goal is to remove all of our rights. It's not just parental rights. It's to liquefy us into a system that is nothing but zeros and ones, which all of us who are Christians absolutely should not have anything to do with. Because right now, and this is why we need to have a whole show on the Real ID, because what we're doing right now is just making it possible for us all to get the little 666 tattoo on our wrist with all of our data points. That's where all of this is going. And until you Christians, until you people who believe in Jesus Christ and the Bible stand up and say, I ain't doing that, they will continue to railroad us. They will continue to railroad us, thinking that they know better than we do, until we are liquefied into a system of nothing but zeros and ones. And that's exactly where we're going. And Julia says, we've been at this a while, like well over a decade. It's not just a while, well over a decade. And the blood does get putting on boiling. Yes, that's correct. Frey and Biddy would be in committee, which is a will pass with flying colors and then go to the House floor. So they could ask the rep to vote no when it comes to the floor. So that's a good point. So email your rep and say vote no on this. I think if we could just get enough vote no's. They want to homogenize this like we're non-fat and they're the cream. That's correct. I agree with that. Rebel, rebel. Absolutely. Yes. No. Yes. Well, so like I said, I feel bad about hijacking that, but I think that the point is that people are extremely myopic. We only see what's in front of our face. We don't like history. We don't want to go research things and find things out. And for me, this is something I've been doing and been deeply involved in, or was originally. I mean, I got out of it for a while because I'm like, what else am I going to do with it? I mean, how am I going to stop it? You've already done everything. And then honestly, that bill that I just showed you that I wrote about on our other blog spot, that was the beginning of the end. I mean, it was bad enough when Common Core did what Common Core, but that was in 24. So they screwed us over in 2014. This was the pre-screw over in 2013. And so by the time, I mean, I was disillusioned in 2013, but me and Julie were like, and Lynn, we were like, no, we'll just double down. We'll get it done. Well, in 2014, when they basically passed Common Core and then said, oh, no teeth in it. Sorry, I guess do what you want. I was just like, I'm done with this. I mean, so I went away and I focused on my town and, did what I needed to do in the town. And then, slowly got back into this, but it is, we have to wake people up.
Yeah. Well, what do you think the engagement difference between like the grassroots then and now, since you're, you've
in
been
2010, we had way more grassroots engagement. You've got to go back and remember that was when Obama took office. We had the great big, I can't show it to you, but I have my giant photo of the taxpayer march on Washington in 2009. Right. And I mean, there are so many people there, you can't even see green grass. And that thing was shot from behind the Washington Monument or behind on the steps of the Capitol. And you couldn't even see green grass. So in 2009, right before, well, I guess it was right before Obama got elected, all of that happened. And we elected all these people in 2010 to go in and to clean things up. It was the, Tea Party movement, taxed enough already. We were going to get this taken care of. What happened to all the Tea Party people? They went right in, voted for Obamacare, voted for all of this stuff. I mean, no, we don't have the grassroots people that were working on this in 28, 9, 10. But you know what? So many of those people quit. And I'm very, very glad to see a huge grassroots movement coming back right now.
Uh-oh. All right, I guess that's the cue to close out here. Jenni just got booted or kicked, or maybe she got censored. I don't know. One or the other. One or the other. We'll see if she pops back in. But either way, Friday is my brother's going to come back on, talk some more about his experience with, and my camera is doing something funny, talk about his experience when he was a professor at Texas State. And he was a professor during the first term of President Trump, and just all the craziness that he was seeing and going through, and just stuff in and out of their department and everything else. And then I am going to talk on a very special subject of personal property that you probably have never really considered or thought about. something taking or confiscating your personal property in this manner. So we will talk about that with the Uniform Commercial Code and what you think are your assets, like your retirement accounts, your IRAs, your 401ks, all those things. If they're not in your custody, then they're not yours. And I want you just to think about that, because we're going to talk about that in some depth, because those are all assets that you just have the piece of paper at your house that says, hey, here's what my retirement looks like, or this is what my stock portfolio looks like, or these are my bonds, or whatever. All you have is the piece of paper. You're just a beneficial owner at that point. You don't actually own that. You don't have, looks like Jenny may be coming back on. You don't have the actual.
No idea what happened there.
There she is. Well, I was just closing out. I didn't know if you were going to get back on. I was just telling about Friday with my brother and what we're going to talk about. And then you pop back in. So.
Maybe well, it's my Wi-Fi apparently. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, anything else?
All right. Well, thanks for joining us today. No, but we will see everybody on Friday. For you and your brother are going to be on Friday.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
What is going
you're still
on?
You're still going out. We probably just need to close.
I know. See you later. Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
I was just going to leave it like that for a while.
That's fine.
Like I couldn't figure out what I was doing under here. So it's kind of like, well, I'll just leave that there. I have on my political animal shirt this morning, so I'm ready to go.
You're always ready. When are you not ready?
I don't know. I'm starting to feel my age, I guess. So a little more than normal.
I don't know about that.
A little more than normal. So I'm going to be squeezed between the Grande brothers here today.
Yeah, it's double team. And you know what? We should have, after you put that title out on Uniform Commercial Code, we should have titled it just a little bit different, because it's really, yes, Uniform Commercial Code is part of it, but it's really about personal property more than anything.
Okay.
But it's all right. I didn't want to scare people off by just saying Uniform Commercial Code.
You didn't scare Lisa off.
Yeah, she's the best.
He is the best. And I did text the person I told you I was going to
Yeah.
text, and she's unable.
Oh, dang.
I know, but that's okay. She's watching. So that's the important thing. And she can always text me with things,
Yeah.
whether or not she wants me to add her name to it or not. So what's up with you today, Miguel?
It's a lot of work. A lot of work. I just saw where, and this is going to kind of play into what we're going to talk about. I just got a headline here. And
Uh-oh.
let me read it exactly.
Okay.
It says Jay Powell, who's our Fed
Yeah.
president of the private Federal Reserve Bank, who is our owners of the world.
Right.
He says Jay Powell made it clear Fed is not going to rescue the markets.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
So if things start going down here under President Trump, which there's a pretty good chance that they're going to let it, that's going to play right into what my deal is today that we're going to talk about with your personal property.
Okay, well, and we're also going to talk about higher education today.
Yeah, we're going to finish up with my brother, who was professor at Texas State. He came from Kansas State down to Texas State, and he was a professor down there during the first Trump administration.
Yeah.
And he's going to finish talking about the insanity. He lived in Austin, so that just adds to the left insanity. But we'll talk to him about some more higher education issues.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, let them sink. Then they'll know how real farmers and ranchers feel who do not ask for every government handout that comes along. So yeah, if we get started on that today, I'm gonna get so mad. My face is gonna get red. And let's have Mark on first before I absolutely lose my nugget this morning. What if we do that? You want to pull on Mark?
Sure. Want me to get him? You want?
Well, whoops!
Same time.
We canceled you out. Sorry, Mark.
Good morning. I'll try not to get anybody else fired up today. We'll save that for you for later.
Well, hey, go ahead, Jenny.
No, I was just gonna say that's okay. I mean, this show is about getting fired up. It's just
There you go.
Yeah. Well, as a quick update, we had Mark on originally just to talk about the guy that got busted with James. Okay, what was his name, Mark? Travis
Combs. Yeah.
Yeah, Travis. Mm-hmm. Travis has resurfaced, Jenny, on the internet
yeah.
with his new pen name and going back into his craziness. You want to hit that real quick, Mark? Just tell us about Travis.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even want to spend the energy on it, to be honest, in terms of reading his post.
No, you don't have to read it.
So no, I'm not
summarize.
going to. So basically, I was asking a friend about him. I was like, hey, did he just wipe his Facebook and this and that? Well, I guess he just made it he changed like kind of his name, different spellings to where it was, you couldn't like search and find him sort of, but it's still his profile. But anyways, he basically just had a huge long post like, to my friends and family, this is what happened. This was done out of confidence. And he was, it was basically just like he made himself become the victim, and so that it was just what else are you going to expect from that type of individual that can't come to terms with what they did? So yeah, he basically just made himself a victim in the post, and that this was done without me knowing and violated my trust and my rights and all those kinds of things, so, and that basically what was he said in the interview wasn't true, so, or taken out of context. That was kind of his post.
It's him talking, but it's taken out of context.
Yeah, exactly.
Remind everybody what this was about in case they missed the last one.
Yeah, so it was just about them. I mean, the first bit of it was Doge was going in and auditing, the Department of Education, and they were all secretly communicating on Signal, trying to hide whatever it was they were doing. But thinking back to to what James O'Keefe and them put up in that interview. It was of the likes that, you know, they didn't care if people were illegal or not, and they were doing anything they could to, like, you know, get them in the process and take the funding and all the things. And, you know, I take free trips on the taxpayers' dollars and, you know, a bunch of things like that. So it was just corruption, basically.
Corruption in the department. He worked in the Department of Education.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. So you're talking about that there's corruption in education?
No.
Oh, well, I was going to say I was shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked to hear something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about some stuff that happened to you when you were a professor originally, because you quit, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. So I went to graduate school there, and right after graduate school at Texas State, I became a department head in this department that was in the kinesiology division. And I taught there from 2011 to 2016, summer of 2016. And so I saw a pretty big transition in that point in time. And during that time, too, not only was I a teacher, but I hired and trained 14 graduate assistants that helped me teach a lot of these courses and stuff. So it wasn't just teaching. I was trying to mold, you know, other young professionals that were, you know, like me, trying to aspire to better things and stuff with being teachers. But you know, when I first started teaching there was never any type of this thought in the back of my mind or anything about, you know, DEI and all that kind of stuff. It really wasn't until 2015 is where I started to have a trickling effect of students or the GAs that taught for me by, hey, Mark, I don't know what to do in this situation. I got this student sending me an email that just registered for my class that's saying I need to, you know, call them by a specific name or gender or whatever. And you know, all that was new, and that really didn't start happening until about 2015. And yeah, it was just a weird thing to go through culturally for me at that point in time. And it was kind of frustrating. And I was leaning on other professors that I knew that were more conservative and like, dude, you know, what do I do in these situations? And we had to have meetings about it and stuff. And so in my mind, a lot of the culture shift started to happen in about 2015.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When all that, so from your point of view with the transition of that, it wasn't top down. It wasn't coming from the administrators in the college, you know, pushing that type of ethos down. It was literally coming from like primary, secondary education kids from high school coming into college, kind of forcing that aspect into the colleges.
I feel like that's kind of where the genesis of it was, because I can't think back to any type of communication from like the provost or the department head or anybody like that, our chairs, you know, saying, hey, this is what's happening, this is how we need to do things. I feel like the genesis of it, in my perspective, because it's been over 10 years, you know, so recall on it, I'm just trying to do the best I can, but I feel like the genesis was specific students coming up to me and or my teachers via email or in person before class started to discuss like how they wanted to be told and talked to, and basically their expectation. So, you know, did it come from parents that were a little bit more radical, and then that's kind of how they became, or, you know, like you said, was it from a lower education standpoint and then that, you know, trickle up effect? I'm not too sure, but
What about when you were at K-State? I mean, did you see
Nothing,
kind of all
never.
that craziness there at all?
Not once.
What years were you there?
I was at K-State from 2008 to 2010.
Okay, well, this is kind of making some sense actually, because Lisa says they moved here in 2015 and they moved from California. And she said things started to change around there. And, you know, my last years in the 7th grade classroom were 2002. And part of the reason why my mom, because I taught with my mom, she taught English, I taught science. Part of the reason she retired and I left were because we had just seen the standards for behavior, for everything. The parents were coming in and dictating essentially how we were able to teach the kids.
Yeah.
And so that was in 2002. And this whole helicopter parent thing was just taking off then. Do you see
Sure.
what I did there? Helicopter taking off. Anyway,
Perfect.
that's what I like to hear. See, you need to do that, Michael. Your brother's just perfect when I say something. But no, in all seriousness, though, I mean, that seems to be, I know in 2002, we were already starting down that PC, you know, you have to be super careful. You can't touch him. You can't
Sure.
do this. So we were already starting down that road in 2002. So I definitely think this is a bubble up.
Well, and here's the other thing too that I noticed that I think is worth noting too is you know, when I first started teaching there, communication with the students and just interaction in class, because all my classes were pretty small. I mean, I'm talking 20 to 30 people per classroom. And it was always a very interactive classroom because of the subject matter and what we used to do. But I felt like as the years kind of progressed towards 2015, 2016, it became increasingly harder to connect with the patients. I mean, patients. I'm in healthcare now, so it's like I'm a mile there. With the students, it became increasingly hard to connect with the students, especially in the beginning, like first week or two of class. And I really think that's because of the boom in social media and personal devices with cell phones and things. And so communication, like face to face, you know, orally and all those things just became different. And then, you know, could some of the trickle in effect not only parents and lower education coming up, but also what was being pushed in terms of just socially on Instagram, Facebook, you know, those kinds of things, because I think some of it came from there too, of students seeing like, oh, well, this person's identifying as this, that's how I feel like a victim or this or that. And so then they start to adopt that ideology too, because I think a lot of it is like a cult like mentality, and they're seeing it on the Instagrams and I got to live this way in this kind of life. And I think it really affected that generation of students a lot because they grew up kind of with, you know, media and a phone and those things versus like, you know, you talked about O2 and students. That was about when I was in 7th and 8th grade, if I kind of think back to it. And you know, I didn't even use a cell phone until I was late high school, early junior
Well,
college.
they were just coming in.
Exactly.
Then.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think as you kind of progress that with the generation that was maybe just about 5, 6 years before that, they're growing up with this just constant gender ideology and things from social media. So I think that was part of it too.
Well, you know, we've had
a big
TSS
part of
Smith.
it.
Yeah, remember we've had TSS Smith on and Dr. Mather on, and they've all basically talked about that so much of the genesis of at least the sexual orientation stuff and the pronouns and that kind of thing,
Yeah.
you know, came especially, I mean, it just really boomed during COVID, you know, when all they had time to do was just sit there and do this all day.
Sure. And I mean, you hear, gosh, I can't think of, is it Yuri Bezmenov or something like that? Some Russian dude said, you know, if we're going to take out the United States, we got to do it like from within and through these types of things. And so, you know, some of it could be like these things you hear about the bot farms and this and that, and, you know, putting this kind of thing into our culture because they know we're going to consume it and get crazy with it. Right. So the consumption of that type of media, I felt like super boomed from like 2010 to like 2015, 2016, ramping up into Trump's first election. And that's really when I started to saw a huge change then from top down from the university was, you know, mid 2015 during that election cycle. Because then it became a whole fear, like what happens if this racist, misogynistic, you know, rapist president gets into the office, right? Well, what's going to happen with my students that go across campus and they're afraid for their life? You know, that we had meetings like that in late 2015. And so I feel like that was kind of the precipice for a lot of the change that we see.
Well, I was just telling you earlier before we got on. So I've had 2 boys who have been at UCO, and I have a friend who teaches at UCO. And then I was gonna say where, and then I'm like, no, I don't think I will. At UCO.
Yeah.
And she was sending me pictures. I guess this was a few years ago, maybe, that she sent me the picture of, and they had taken one of the buildings and made it just for LGBTQ art.
Mhm. Yeah.
So one building just had nothing but LGBTQ art in it on the UCO campus.
Yeah.
And I mean, you just think these things don't exist in space. They're funded by you and I. I mean, yes, there's tuition that they pay, but we pay for state universities out of our tax dollars, a certain amount of it. So
Mhm.
I don't know why we don't have a say.
Yeah, but I think
Sure.
kind of from that bottom up perspective, Jenny, if you have more and more of these students coming in, just making these massive demands and going, I mean, how worked up the left get, over any kind of any, I
No.
mean, they're so much louder than anybody
No,
else.
they
than
have
the
mostly
conservative.
peaceful protests.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do. They're pretty peaceful with fire bombs and everything
Yeah.
else.
Well, the
But
people who bark the loudest are usually the ones
yeah,
who are,
they're the biggest
guilty.
bullies.
Well, hey,
I mean,
listen to this. This ties in a little bit to education. So I had a professor, a colleague. He was older. He was in his 50s at the time, maybe late 40s, and not that that's old. Okay, I'm not saying that it's old, but just
Whatever.
older than what I was whenever I was teaching at the time. Anyways, so he was like a huge stickler on cheating at the university, papers, things like that. Was ahead of this like cheating council and this and that. He was always trying to nail kids. Like we were always having these meetings, and he was one I was always meeting with all the time because we were all different department heads. And yeah, he's such a stickler of a guy. Well, after I left, he actually had been doing some inappropriate things with several of the other women professors there, and got big lawsuit, got kicked out of the university. So in my mind, again, the people that bark the loudest and do these things, they're the guilty ones. And he was on the left side. I remember him in that election cycle with Trump just being blasting everything on Facebook all the time, like talking crap on Melania and Trump's family. And yeah, so I mean, it is a little bit of a mind disease, and I feel like a lot of that started happening, around that time.
Well, but you go back to, and I think people who don't understand the genesis of public education, I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to them. But if you know the genesis of public education and where it started, and at Columbia, and our favorite guy that I can't think of his name, I can see his face, I can't think of his name, who started basically all the teachers' colleges and started him through Columbia. I mean, this was all, he was a socialist, and he actually had Marxist ideals as a socialist, and he started all of this. So he basically trained up people in the teachers in this system. And if that's the case, and he's a socialist with Marxist ideals, how are you going to get a group of people involved in education that aren't socialists with Marxist ideals?
Yeah.
I mean, Horace
think,
Mann, thank
yeah.
you. Well, actually, and it wasn't even Horace Mann came up with the idea for public schools. It's the other one that I can't think of what his name is, but I wanted to go back because John was also a teacher. How much help did these students get from NGOs such as the rights groups? And did you think, I mean, during that time on your college campus, did you feel like or see actual NGOs getting involved?
I was so back then, I don't know if I was too aware to think about that.
Interesting.
I really I
it was
was just
probably
trying
out of your purview. It's probably
I mean,
just never.
yeah, to be honest, like I was just trying to do my job. I was trying to be a good teacher. I was trying to lead my graduate assistants. and it just was just a weird thing. I was like, what is this thing all of a sudden with these kids? And then we're having a meeting with the provost right before the election to what are we going to do if this happens, with all the professors in my department, and some of the more liberal ones were, we got to have support groups for these kids, and all kinds of stuff. So was something coming in that was maybe influencing them? I'm not too sure. I just wasn't as aware back then to realize, because it was just such a new thing.
Well, see, I think the problem is literally, and it's not past tense. I mean, it was in your case, but I think it's not
Yeah.
past tense. It is. What the problem is that the teaching colleges haven't gotten any better. I mean, if you start out as a socialist program with Marxist ideals,
Yeah.
I mean, are you suddenly just going to become the most conservative? I mean,
No.
it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
The tendency is going to go either straight linearly or down, meaning even more ramped up. And he said later, John said, who runs most of the NGOs, the radical left, and we wonder why they do what they do. And we had Gabe Woolley. Remember when we had Gabe on, and Gabe talked about all of the different NGOs that were involved in the high schools there in Tulsa, remember, and how lefty they were, and they were trying to get all of this LGBTQ, RSTUV stuff in the classroom. Remember that? So, I mean,
Yeah.
I think there, uh-oh. Where'd he go? There he is. You left us for a second there, Mark. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's happening?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
You may have to get out and come back in.
Yeah. Maybe. And then Stephanie said, well, we're waiting on Mark because Doge is a joke. That's true. Dr. Pelham says, I was always shocked having these conversations concerning middle school students. PD is now largely focused on how to navigate these situations rather than effective instruction, even in elementary levels. We need to put that back on for, Amber's on. Good morning from Montana, where it's beautiful and not windy with severe weather. So thanks so much for tuning in, Amber. And it's not Horace Mann, Lisa, help me. It's the other one. It's, good night. Started the teacher colleges at Columbia, was very, very influential in, oh my gosh. Hang on. Okay. Oh no, Amber's in Oklahoma at the moment. Yes, I had a student call the dean to get granted a mental health day to be excused from one of my assignments. So let that sink in for a second. So Dr. Pelham had a student call the dean to get a mental health day to be excused from, and the crazy thing is that they would let them. I mean, how? But it's the same thing. Remember, I told you one time that story about getting called in on the carpet in my principal's office because I put a smiley face. Do you remember that story? Yeah. Over the smiley face, and the parent thought I was smirking at the student by putting a smiley face on because I had said something like, "Well, this test wasn't as good as your last score, so let's bring him up." And so then I was making fun of her or something. And I'm like, that's nuts. Well,
Sorry. My
did your Wi-Fi go bye-bye?
No, my doctor called me. I had a patient that I needed to talk to. Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It was
missed a little
Dewey.
bit.
Thank you, Lisa. It was Dewey. John Dewey is the one that I'm talking about that started all the teachers' colleges, who was a socialist with Marxist ideals, who started all the teachers' colleges. So I don't know, Mark. I think what happened was when you start out with that, that's the way it goes. And because nothing has changed, we are continuing to raise these teachers to do that. And maybe what happened was, until the Trump, that Trump era, his first presidency, I kind of feel like they maybe made a little bit of inroads, but it wasn't like this. But Trump getting in gave them the excuse to just go hog wild.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I tend to think it was already there.
Yeah.
It's just they finally felt like they had an excuse to be able to use all of the garbage they'd been learning previously.
Well, yeah, they definitely became more radicalized after 2016, like you said, because I think they felt like, hey, now we can because we have this terrible person in the White House. Let's go whole hog, if you will. But yeah, I definitely think this is something that has been infiltrated or in the works a long time in terms of just from a higher education standpoint of, because I mean, look at all the funding that these universities get. I mean, look at all the grants and all the money that's on the line. I mean, I'm big into science, exercise science, physiology, things like that. And I know there's a lot of studies and things that get fudged the evidence or outcomes because you can. I mean, who's over there auditing your study the whole step of the way, and you can change a few numbers to make it significant or whatever, right? So there's a lot of stuff on the line, and for them to just boom wipe it out or whatever, they're gonna it's gonna put up a fight because they don't want to lose that. So I think it really just boils down to there being a collective awakening, like there kind of has been the last, especially several years of parents, and thank God for people like Charlie Kirk out there on these college campuses, bringing conservative ideas and thoughts to these places, and look at those huge crowds and things that he gets, so
well, and even more than
huge.
that, Mark, making the liberals explain their perspective.
Yeah, for sure, because they can't. They fall back on every single thing, and then it becomes a personal attack. Well, I hate you or whatever, then they just like exit the conversation, right? There's nothing they can say that truly usually holds up, to be honest, because it defies common sense in most cases. So yeah, I agree.
Well, John says again, yes, for the kids would say, Mommy said, I can be whatever I want. Quit trying to explain to a child that there are only two kinds of of kids, boys and girls, without any mixes. And then Dr. Pelham says, exactly. And Lisa says, like I said, there's nowhere to go but up, but they keep going down. So, I mean.
Well, I think it was definitely a plan from whoever up above, not above the college. I'm not talking college level. I'm talking like intelligence, whoever it may be, to indoctrinate these kids through the internet. They found this tool called the internet to indoctrinate these kids all through junior high and high school. And then by the time they get to college, they're getting pretty radicalized.
Well, sure. Because look at when I was in middle school, high school, the internet was just like not really much in terms of interaction. And I think again, it was that you start getting into 2010s and up beyond. That's when just Facebook exploded, Instagram came out, and that was the tool to which they can influence people, like you're saying, Michael. I mean, it's 100,000%. And when these kids are not by their parents and they're on their phone all night and they're in these echo chambers, I mean, what do you think's going to happen? I mean, yeah, of course they're going to get indoctrinated into this idealism because they think that's the coolest, newest thing, and I got to be in on it. So I think the best thing that parents can do, young parents like myself, my kids are all under 4 years old, is to keep the reins on that and make sure that it doesn't happen.
Well, I'm gonna follow up with that, because we had a bill in Oklahoma. It's gonna pass, and the governor's gonna sign it because all the other states are doing it, and we simply can't be our own state because that would hurt somebody's feelings or something. So we're gonna pass the same crap that's gone around all over the country, thanks to a couple of not NGOs, who are pushing this nonsense, not to have cell phones in classrooms. So every school has to produce a some kind of policy that prevents kids from having cell phones. Well, what's going on in classrooms right now? I mean, all the indoctrination that kids are taking photos of, kids are taking photos of teachers being inappropriate with them, but suddenly all of that's going to go away. What's going to happen if there is something bad that happens in a school? Well, now you can't call. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. And we don't need the school to do that. What we need is the parent to say, I mean, just do what I did, which was, guys, you may not have the phone after 9 o'clock. After 9 p.m., the phone's gone. You are not allowed to have a computer, or they were not allowed to have computers or televisions in their room until they were 18 years old. They had to have the computer out front where everybody was watching it. They couldn't have their phone in the room after 9 o'clock. Dave and I kept them in a drawer next to the bed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way to do it. That's not saying don't let them have it during the day or whatever, but it's at night a lot of the times when they're just on there talking back and forth. And so at least wipe that out and have some control over it. Take them away. Give them a break.
Definitely needs to be boundaries and expectations. And then we know about the neurochemistry aspect of it, of how damaging those things are. I mean, heck, okay. Prime example. We usually don't let the kids have any type of TV, screen time, or whatever before sleep because it messes them up. And the other night, I let my daughter draw on her little tablet. She has a coloring app on there, and she was coloring and drawing for like an hour, and she couldn't go to sleep till like 10 o'clock, which is like way past her bedtime. So, just from a developmental standpoint, like, hey, put it away, like because of the mind, and we need sleep and all the things, right? So, but the indoctrination aspect of it, of course, we need to be off, and they need to be off. There needs to be boundaries.
Yeah, and I want to make comment back on that cell phone deal in the classroom, Jenni. And I've said it on this podcast before, but for anyone that hasn't heard it, my daughter, when she was a junior in her English class, when they were doing the serious, bad book deals, that was the only class when they would go into those book discussions and read the books out loud in classroom. That was the only class in English class where the teacher would take away everybody's phones and put them in a box up at the front of the room so that the teacher would not be recorded as to what was going on in that classroom that day.
That's ridiculous.
Well, and Becky says, that's such a good point, Jenni. Without the recorded calls, there'd be no accountability for what was allowed at Uvalde. And then Amber says banning cell phones have other consequences for students that need them to control hearing aids. Well, they put those in. Amber, they went in, during a committee meeting and added all those things. So now you can't argue about that. Isn't that great?
Last thing before I get off, because my mom is at the park with the kids, and I don't want her to go crazy. She's got all three of them. I brought this up to Michael's. Hey, don't let me forget to talk about this, because it just blew my mind. Like, I didn't know this was happening, because I just had with little kids and things, that's all kind of new to me, like the past 4 or 5 years. So I was at the voting booths this past November, and there were so many people from school board or pushing these, school board people. And it was all the left. I mean, these flyers that were super vague. Vote for this person. This is what they stand for. And it was just the craziest thing. I felt like it was I was at like a job fair, like a sales fair or something, It was because I didn't remember that happening the last 2 elections. And so that was a weird thing. I mean, they're trying real hard to keep that in the school system in terms of, ideology.
Yeah.
And they prayed. They were preying on the people who didn't know. I mean, they would literally go up to people that looked so unassuming, that had no idea, and would just be, oh, you got to vote for this person. But I see you brought that up. So my sister-in-law, my wife's little sister, just finished junior college at this place right here, Montgomery. It's a Lone Star College. It's like a local community college here, all about Houston. And when we look at this, I mean, look, it says, we beat them before, we'll beat them again. And it's a Trump supporter, red hat, MAGA hat, obviously. And then behind is like an SS soldier from the German army, because that's the helmets that the Germans wore in World War II. So what are they trying to insinuate there? That every Trump supporter is a Nazi, obviously, and this is at higher education, right? It's just ridiculous. I don't know how they're allowed to keep that up there.
Because I
Repeat.
think most people don't make a stink, and
Yeah.
I think, think about it. Even in K-12, where parents ostensibly have the ability, they don't take it, but they do have the ability, to make schools go in certain directions. They won't do it at that, in K-12. And so think about what happens when your kid is 18 and they go to college. It's like done with
Yeah,
that. They
they
don't
have
care
no
what
idea.
goes on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
It's sad. Things would
Yeah,
be
it is sad.
different if people would be involved, but
It's sad, but I really do think that the tide is turning a lot. I really point to, because before I I brought him up earlier, but I think Charlie Kirk is making a huge difference with Turning Point Action, his little company, and what he does on these college campuses. And he's got to keep that going. And there's been a huge shift. I mean, you look at some of the poll numbers about kids that are now 18 to 29 switching to more conservative idea, because I think everybody's starting to see through it. So that's a good sign.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm always optimistic. Yeah, but thanks for having me on, man. I mean, I appreciate you guys and what you're doing. Michael, I love you. You've always been such a mentor to me, and you guys keep it up, keep it going. And I gotta get the kids before my mom goes crazy.
Well, thanks for being on, Mark. We sure do
Yeah.
appreciate you. Hang in there.
Okay. All right.
righty.
You guys have a good rest of the day.
All right.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye. Bye.
Let's go through a couple of
Yeah.
So Amber said it's the fallout that will be caused by the cell phone policy. Students will stick out and are now set up to be targeted and pulled because of jealousy by other students. And she says, correction, those IEP students will stick out and now are set up to be targeted and bullied because I lost it. So you mean, Amber, the kids that get to keep their cell phones because they have issues like they're diabetic or whatever, they'll stick out to get bullied, I think is what you're saying. John says it all depends on who posts it, who will get by with it. Yeah, well, I tend to agree with that because, again, it's a big giant echo chamber. And if you put something out there that's in the liberal, hate Trump, he's a bully, Nazi, whatever, then you get it left up for sure, and you're not fired. And Steph says that's the point with Amber. It's correct. Becky says you got to be kidding me. Those are the things that are instigated. The funding being cut. Those are the things that are instigating the funding being cut from universities, but then those funds aren't pulled from the programs doing that. But that's so true. It's crazy. We all know that people's brains aren't fully baked until age 25. Well, isn't it, Michael, isn't it later for men, like 60, 65?
I'm still learning.
Yeah, well, us mature adults had no interaction with our parents the whole school day on the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and we turned out great, right? So what has changed with the schools that kids have to record goings on in the classroom? You know what, Denise, that is a really excellent point.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think. So I graduated in 81. And I think I've told you about the time when my history teacher went kind of nuts and she ended up leaving and she did wacko things in the classroom. But that was so in all of my years in school, that's the only thing I really ever remember that was weird happening. And that was busing years. So, I mean, if that's the only thing that I can remember that was weird happening, then that's kind of saying something. So we didn't just tell Mark that Steph said it was nice to meet her. Oh, Marvin said, "Good morning, Jenny. I'll admonish you again, Marvin. Quit writing so much. I can't get it all read or out there."
Yeah, that's right.
He's doing such a great job. The liberal teachers is what changed the classroom. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Pedos and groomers are there now, sadly. I mean, V1 SUT tells us that all the time. When teachers and students are allowed to do insane things in a class of 30 students, someone needs to record it. That's why and I think Lisa, you said something up here that I missed getting in. But I agreed with that.
But it's tough also, Jenny, I mean, I hated trying.
On state and all the other states are doing it ideas because that's just what we're doing right now. It's just nuts.
Yeah. Well, I hated that my daughter would come home or one of my boys would come home, tell me something. I'm like, well, the second that it happens, call me, text me, record it, whatever. But that, she didn't want to put herself in that situation to be, the one. And I felt bad too. I'm like, well, I was like, she just wanted to do her own deal, make her grades, not be so controversial. And I hate putting kids in the middle of that. I mean, you're going to have some kids with some real kind of.
Well, Amber makes
attitude.
another point that's really good. In Oregon, in some school districts, we had homeroom moms in our elementary school classrooms, volunteers, and we need to go back to that. They kicked the volunteers and parents out of the classroom. How many times have you said that, Michael?
Yeah. Can't even go to lunch. Can't even go to lunch with your kids.
Well, and that's a big one too. We did take God out of public schools in the 70s, and you can actually see but again, I'm a big one on separation of church and state. So, I mean, so long I'm kind of in a quandary about that. Why are teachers doing insane things? Because they're taught to do insane things. Amber, their eyes were on danger. Their eyes were dangerous to the new agenda. And that is what I think, because I think I've told the story how I got involved in this, like in Common Core. And that was, so my kids went to school in 2007, I guess they started it in school. And I remember, I got really super involved. I was with the PTA. I did, I was at the school, a lot. And I just started realizing that their whole agenda was completely opposite of mine. And I wasn't even a homeschool person. I thought people who homeschool were crazy then. I was like, oh my gosh, we have one of those in our neighborhood. That's so weird. I mean, literally. So think about that. Then if I was noticing as a former teacher, but not as a, kind of eyes open to what's going on person, and I noticed that their agenda was off, it was like, let's raise all this money so we can have a computer classroom, get everybody on that. Oh yay, we need to have it. Why do kindergartners need to be on the computer?
Yeah, no reason whatsoever.
And I would ask, and do you know what they would tell me? Because Putnam City has them.
Yeah. Well, I told you about that conversation I had with a guy when I ran for school board who was calling me out on social media, all this stuff. And I invited him to a meeting or a phone call. He chose a phone call. So we had a phone call, and he had real young kids in the district, like kindergarten, first grade, second grade. And we were talking about all the Chromebooks and all the, he didn't understand what was happening at like the high school level with all the books and all that stuff. But to the point at that time, Jenny, was we were talking about the computer interaction. He's like, hey, I want my kids to be learning how to code, when they're in the first grade. And I go, and I just told him, I said, that's nice. I said, if you want to do that, go ahead. I said, but that's not the proper way to teach a child, especially, in primary school like that. And I said, hey, let me just give you a little piece of advice from my field where we look at major investment in technology. I said, no one's going to be coding in 10 years or 15 years. When your kid's graduating senior, it's all going to be done by AI and computers in the first place. There's no one that's going to be coding as a person. outside of maybe someone telling a computer how to code, but your kid's not going to be sitting there writing code the way that you think they are 15 years from now.
Well, I hope so, since I have one that does that for a living. Administration does not like you going to the school to tell them the wrongs of a teacher and their action. And we've talked about that before. That's absolutely so true. You guys. Lisa said we were told in California that kids needed computers to compete with China. They weren't even hiding it. Line upon line, precept upon precept. Oh my goodness, that's so absolutely true. Okay, so before we get down that road, do you want to switch over? Let's switch gears and you talk about
personal property, as it's going to affect you the way that you don't realize it.
Oh, that's true too. Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I tried to condense this down, and I tried to really I don't want to say dumb it down, because I made one presentation and it was like way going into the weeds, and I'm like, no one's even going to understand all these terms and everything I'm even talking about in the first place. So I had to redo it all, and I hope, and even though there's a lot of slides, we're just going to summarize a whole bunch of this stuff, because I just want to get the basic concept of what is going to happen. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, because it is going to happen. This is all by design, just like everything else in the financial world. This has all been planned and by design, and it's all pretty recent. So what we are going to talk about is a book that was written by David Webb, and it's called The Great Taking. And he was a former major finance guy, like big time Wall Street, big time guy. And he saw, and he saw just recently, over the last, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, 10 years, maybe, he saw this major shift in what you consider assets when it comes to finance. So like when I ask you, Jenni, like personal property, what do you instantly think of like as your personal property?
Well, I just always go to my house.
Yeah.
I mean,
your house, maybe your cars, just your possessions that you have.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
that's what your land, your cash, things like that's and that's what most people think of personal property. You don't really think of your financial assets, like your stocks, and I'm just saying in general, most people, like if they had Apple shares, they don't really think of that as their personal property. It's just part of their,
That's true.
I mean, like when I say that, yes, it is your personal property. It should be, but it's not the first thing that comes to your mind. Like if I say personal property, the first thing that comes to your mind is not your stock portfolio, your retirement accounts, your financial assets. That's the last thing that would come to your mind and that's just kind of how things are. So what I'm going to talk about today is the financial side of your personal property. So, and that's all your securities. So as we go into this, and remember, I tried to make this, I'm going to try to make this as easy
You've
as I
dumbed
can.
it down. I know you've told us.
As easy as I can. So in any way, basically all these things are securities, and securities have been around for 400 plus years. Okay. So in the past, your financial assets, your security has been, that's your personal property. And that's just any financial asset, your ownership or debt. It's a securities fungible, which means it's interchangeable. It's tradable. It can be bought and sold in the financial markets. Just some types. There's equities, which is like your stocks. There's debt, which is like your bonds. And then there's derivatives, which are like options and futures and other financial products. That's just kind of making it as easy as we can. So some like other examples. So like you've got mutual funds, which that's like what a lot of people's retirement accounts, they're in mutual funds or ETFs or exchange traded funds from their manager at Morgan Stanley or Edward Jones or, whoever their broker is. So there's a couple of those. So what we're going to talk about is what has happened at the state level with the Uniform Commercial Code. And it is all outlined in Article 8, which if you go try to read Article 8, I mean, it's all legalese, just like always. So,
Okay, but let me ask you, is Article 8 an national thing or a state
yeah, no,
thing?
this is the Federal Uniform Commercial Code.
Okay, federal.
Article
Okay.
8. So they've written these laws, but they've been adopted at the state level to do
Okay.
it so quietly that no one knows. Okay, so you have these massive banking lobbies, and the banking lobbies have basically made themselves the secured creditor. So it's just like if any situation where you have to get a loan or put your money in a bank or whatever it may be, you're an unsecured creditor. Always the lowest person on the totem pole is us. So if something happens, we lose. The secured creditors are the major banks, and not even all the banks qualify. There's only a couple of them, and we'll kind of go through that. But in the too big to fail kind of era, that's where the financial crisis is what really, in my opinion, like 2008 was a test run to put these things into case law, because before 2008 there was no actual case law precedents for what we're getting ready to talk about. But
see, Steph is always ahead of you.
Yeah. So basically, like, and that's one aspect of it. The cash you put in a bank is not your cash; that's the bank's cash. Okay, so if something happens, and that's kind of in the grand scheme of this thing, we're talking about entities much bigger than like our local bank, like a Bank of Oklahoma or MidFirst or whatever. But if a Bank of Oklahoma goes out, even though that's your money, you're an unsecured creditor to that bank, and you don't get that money back. I mean, yeah, there's FDIC insurance to that they put in place to kind of pad the waters of people not wanting to put their money in the bank and to kind of help stop bank runs. So there's ways around all that. But yes, ultimately, we'll just say when you put your cash in a bank, it's not your cash anymore. It's the bank's cash. And it's not even the bank's cash. That's used as collateral against all their other loans and debts and derivatives that goes way up the ladder. And that's what we're going to talk about, is everything that you think you own is actually collateral to a financial product that's tied somewhere else. And just to summarize this, and the UCC code allows the secured creditors to get that collateral paid first to them and not to you. So that's what we're going to talk about. And I'm going to show just a little bit of examples through here, but that's the main thing. Everything that you think you own that's on a piece of paper or digits on a screen, it's not yours. It's not yours in any way. You're just a beneficial owner, or there's another term for it, which we'll get to, but you're the very last in line. And I'm going to show some examples of how that works. So, well, I've already got an example. Okay. So let's say you buy 100 shares of Apple. And let's say, Jenny, let's just use like Edward Jones as your local broker. That's where your retirement account is, or your stockbroker. That way, because there's Edward Jones all over the place. So your local Edward Jones broker, you call them up, say, hey, buy me 100 shares of Apple. All they do is they just record the transaction. Okay. So there's money in your account, you buy the Apple. Local Edward Jones is just recording the transaction. Now you're just entitled to that security. You don't own it because A, did you get a security certificate in the mail? Did you get a physical piece of paper? Did you receive the shares of Apple? No, you didn't. In the past, you would have. Rewind, 20, 30 years ago before they started doing electronic trading, but it's not even electronic trading. But you go back in the past, if you bought a stock, you received the share of the stock and it was serialized.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, that's another key component of this whole thing. You actually owned it. It was in your custody. It was in your possession. Right. Okay. And if you lost those shares too bad. If your house burned down or something happened. But that's another thing is they got rid of all the paper certificates because that would put it into that would actually be your personal property. If you got a paper certificate, that's your personal property now because you own that. So now the thing is, you just have a contract with your broker that says the broker's going to provide these services for you. They're going to handle the transaction. They're going to handle all your assets. You know, they're going to do all that for you.
Can I raise my hand? So does that mean that if I went to Edward Jones and bought 100 shares of Apple, I could say, dude, I need to have my stock certificate?
No, they won't sell. They won't give it to you.
They won't give
All
it
of
to
that's all of that's done away with because of how they've changed the laws of actually who owns, and that's what we're going to get into. Who owns the asset
Wow.
itself? So that's why we've got to change these laws to where we are the secured creditor because it's our money. We bought the item, and we're going to talk about that too. But yes, if you bought it, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just a number on a screen, and that's it. That's as far as it goes. Yes, you could trade it, you could sell it, and as far as the market goes, if everything's okay, then it's still okay. But when we run into a crisis, which we're going to, you're going to see just what's going to happen. But that's just a real easy example of Apple shares. You know, you don't get the paper certificates. They're not serialized. It's not your property. They're not sitting in your safe. They're not even sitting at your local Edward Jones anymore. They're sitting way up higher
somewhere.
Yeah, they're way up higher in a clearinghouse that has all of the assets in a single place, all of them. So in Article 8, it provides protection to those creditors, to the actual secured creditors, which is not us, because they pledge our assets as collateral. So like your local broker, Edward Jones or whoever it may be, they pledge your shares as collateral against all their other debt they put out there. And I'm going to show some examples of that. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you're an unsecured creditor, period. That's just how it is. So if your local Edward Jones, or if not your local, if Edward Jones goes out of business or is insolvent or something happens, I mean, you should get your shares back, right? I mean, they're your Apple shares. Edward Jones doesn't own those shares. You do, correct? So you should get those back. But if something happens to there's 1,000 intermediaries in between you and where your stock actually is. If any of those go out, then the guys at the end, the secured creditors, they get your stock. You don't get them. And I'm going to show some examples that's actually happened in case law. And that was part of the thing on 2008. So I'm actually going to read this because this is from the book, The Great Taking itself. So, and my camera is like right in front of my screen. So if I have trouble reading this, or if I got to move around too much, Jenny, I may have to have you read it. But in the groundbreaking book, The Great Taking, which galvanized many of the questions that inspired the research into the Uniform Commercial Code, David Webb explains, and this is from the author, essentially all securities owned by the public in custodial accounts. So your Edward Jones is your custodian. They're holding your stocks or your bonds or your 401k or your IRAs. They're holding it for you. Pension plans and investment funds are now encumbered as collateral underpinning the derivatives complex. And I'm going to show you some things in the derivatives complex, which I've shown before, which is so large, an order of magnitude greater than the entire global economy, that there is not enough of anything in the world to back it. The illusion of collateral backing is facilitated by a daisy chain of hypothecation and rehypothecation. So that means you've got
Right.
your 100 shares of Apple, okay? Your local broker has that as collateral against some other debt, which is then put into a basket of things that goes into another basket, which goes into another basket. That's rehypothecation. That's where they take it from over here, they put it over here, then they put it back over here. So they can do that as many times as they want. And that's part of the whole problem with this whole deal. So in which the same underlying client collateral is reused many times over by a series of secured creditors. And so these And so it is these creditors who understand the system who have demanded even more access to the client's collateral. So as we go up, let me see. So just to put a couple numbers on what he said right there, the global GDP is $106 trillion. That's global GDP. The top 5 banks, which I'm going to show you the graph of this or the chart, the top 5 banks just in the United States. We're not even talking international. We're not even talking Japan. We're not talking Europe. We're not talking the higher entities in the financial system, like Federal Reserve, all the Federal Reserve banks, the Bank of International Settlements, all those other banks. There's thousands of these other banks. Okay, so if these markets operate normally, there's no issues. If there's some type of 2008 crisis or probably a lot worse, all those assets are going to be swept away, just like they did with gold back in the 30s, where they confiscated all the gold.
Sure
and
did.
then they just issued, they issued you paper certificates
Right.
for the
To
gold.
get it back.
Yeah. So there.
Well, if you don't think that, I mean, that's just the definition of inflation right there, isn't
Yeah.
it? Global GDP, 106 trillion, but the
Yeah, 'cause
top
this-
US banks have 393 trillion in assets.
because
Well,
that-
where
that's
did those assets, how did we get such a huge disparity there?
Well, it's completely fake. That's the whole thing. It's
Right.
that rehypothecation where they take your 100 shares of Apple
Oh my
and then
goodness.
they turn it into 1,000,000 shares, down the road with all these different investment vehicles. But like I said, we can stop this, but I want to show this. I want to show this real quick. Oh, I have to remove this one so I can add this one. Okay. So this is our December 31st.
Oh, you've shown this before.
Yeah. So this is December 31st, 2024. These numbers are in millions. So if we look at this total derivative number here, like JP Morgan, let me highlight this if we can see it. That's $47 trillion in derivatives at JP Morgan. Okay. Then you've got Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo. These are State Street. As you just go down the list, the numbers just continue. This whole list is what is it? 200 something trillion something. It's even more than it's more than that. But anyway, this is numbers right here from the comptroller of the United States overseeing the banking system. Okay. So these numbers are
Wait,
out of
hold on.
they're out
Hold
of your
on.
mind.
You have to see the comment Dr. Pelham made. You're going to die.
Yeah, pretty much.
The only reason why I'm laughing at that is because I don't know how many conversations Michael and I have had off air about that exact same thing. So, Becky, I don't know where you were on the spectrum of reading thoughts today, but it was right up there.
Yeah. Well, so here the first example that I want to give is Lehman Brothers. So, and I want to preface that with our own office here. We had investments in Lehman. Okay. So when Lehman went out in 2008, guess what, Jenny? Did we get our investments back?
No, I'm sure
No,
you didn't.
we didn't. Whose property was that? Was that our personal property that we bought? Those investments were our property. So Lehman was the first literal run of case law where they cemented in here. And what happened in Lehman is, so you had the financial crisis. JP Morgan was the primary lender, and they were also the custodian for Lehman Brothers. So anything we had at Lehman actually was wind up being owned by JP Morgan at the end of this deal, because JP Morgan they were the secure creditor in this whole deal. So they had control right here. JP Morgan had control of Lehman's assets as a lender and had security interest in all of Lehman's assets as a result of the changes of the Uniform Commercial Code, Article 8, as well as the 2006 change in the federal bankruptcy law. JP Morgan was able to take all of Lehman's accounts as collateral for the loans that Lehman could no longer pay. Those are those derivatives that we're talking, part of those derivatives that we're talking about there. So back to the author Webb, he concludes that the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers was used to establish case law precedent that the protected class of secured creditors, which is only a handful of these people, have absolute priority claim to the client's assets, and that potentially and practically they will end up with all the assets. And that is true, unless we change the law, which we can.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing. If you don't follow Oklahoma Farms and Ranches, you should. One of the things that Sandra's been bringing up over and over again are the number of bills in our Oklahoma legislature that are meant to take away responsibility of all kinds of things, from government to private companies, for all kinds of things, for poisoning our water, for poisoning our ground, for poisoning us with vaccines, for poisoning. I mean, literally, they have figured out now, because most of you, we've got a very few people on today. I mean, not our normal, regular, 100 plus audience for live on a Friday morning. And very few of you guys on today. And it's because these people, like the financial elitists, they understand that nobody cares. So long as you get your Thunder tickets, you don't give a crap what's going on. And they'll do all of this stuff underneath the radar because they know you're not paying attention, because what do you need to worry about? You just don't need to care. So if we were paying, thank you, Gloria. I meant to say this earlier. We should have at least a little bit of reverence today because it is Good Friday. I woke up remembering that and then forgot about it because my head was exploding, like Stephanie said. And so I totally forgot. So Gloria, thank you for reminding me of that. I'll have to be more aware of asking forgiveness for but I mean, it is true. We have just, and that's true. People have put trust in the untrustable. That is part of the problem. And I think I would actually even go so far as to say that is the problem. It's what you said earlier, Michael, too big to fail, right? So everybody's like, well, we elect these people to go do what they say that they're going to do on the cards that we get in the mail we're inundated with, and what they say on television, they're going to do what they say. So we'll go night and get our Thunder tickets. Well, and that's how we've gotten into this. This is why we are where we are.
Well, let me give you another, this is not part of what we're talking about, but this is the easiest example to understand about how all this is going to work. Let's say you buy a brand new car, Jenny, you go down, you pay cash, right? You don't want any debt.
I don't do that. Well,
yeah. Well, let's just say you are. You're going to buy a brand new, what are you going to buy? Bentley?
Range Rover.
Range Rover. Okay. You're going to be the moms of Range Rover. So you're going to go buy your brand new Range Rover. You're going to pay cash. So you have no debt. You own it outright. Yeah. All's good in the world. Well, what you don't know is that while that Range Rover was sitting in the inventory of the dealer that you bought it from, it was pledged as collateral against their loans. Okay. So because it was part of that collateral basket, if something happens to one of these intermediaries, clearing places for the loan up the line, okay, then a company like JP, let's say one of these intermediaries crashes or whatever, is insolvent, goes out of business, JP Morgan's going to show up at your house with a tow truck and tow your Range Rover away because it was pledged as collateral on this basket of loans. Now, it's not going to happen with cars. It's going to happen with all the other stuff. But that's just an example of how this whole deal is going to happen. That's exactly how it's going to happen. You think you own it, but you don't, because the asset itself legally is in a basket that's protected going up through Uniform Commercial Code to these secured creditors. That's what's going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, and these were all the footnotes, the references to all that stuff that I was showing right there. So the legal owner is the
Wow.
entity, this according to law, and I'm going to show some of the laws. The legal owner is the entity that controls the security with a secured interest. So you don't have a secured interest, do you? When you own Apple, you don't have a secured interest. You're not, you're unsecured. So there's only one or two places that have the secured interest over whatever that is. So as we go in here, this is the Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code. So we're not going to read all this stuff, but I just want to point out. So when you first go in, it seems like it's on your side because it's saying right here that, except otherwise provided, a person acquires a security entitlement if,
Entitlement, though.
yeah. So when you buy something, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's a financial product that's classified as security, which is literally everything that you're going to buy from a broker or have one of your managers do. If you're on E-Trade or doesn't matter, it's a security. So you get the entitlement. Okay. So that's number one. So as we go in here a little bit, security entitlement means that the rights and property of the interest, property interest of the entitlement holder with respect to the financial asset. Okay, now they say you have the security entitlement, but it's in respect to the financial asset. So they add another definition, another little stipulation in there. Okay, so now the financial asset is tied to that. So now we go in here. The entitlement holder means a person who is identified in the records of the security, in the records of a security intermediary, which that is the intermediaries. That's your higher level clearing houses. Okay, that's like your JP
Morgan
Morgans.
Stanley.
Yeah, that's so. As the person having security entitlement against the security intermediaries. Okay, so that's a whole bunch of legalese, but that's basically saying you have the entitlement against your intermediary. Okay, that's all it's saying. So then we go in here. A claim of a creditor of a security intermediary who has the security interest of the financial asset. So there's that financial asset word tied back in here again. Held by a security intermediary has priority over the claims of the security intermediary's entitlement holders. So there's the first line right there where you get to where now you don't have the claim to your assets. That's just the first one. There's a whole bunch of them. That's the very first one. Okay. And then we get in here some more. The claim of the creditor has priority over the claim of the entitlement holders. Remember, you're just the entitlement holder. That's it. You're just the guy with the piece of paper that says, here's my assets. Here's my 401k. I get this statement in the mail. I can log on and look at how good all my stuff is. Okay. So you're not the creditor. You're not the creditor. So the SEC adopted like a beneficial ownership rules. That's you. Okay, so you're the beneficial owner if everything's okay. Then you get to have your stuff, but only if it's okay. So then this just goes into the rules regarding the beneficial ownership, and that's just kind of recently. So that's just more. We'll just kind of skip that. That just talks more about the beneficial owner. So then in October of 2023, the SEC amends the beneficial ownership reporting rules. So that just the way that they have to tell you what's going on, things like that. All right, then they accelerate their deadlines for beneficial ownership by 5%. So that's just another reporting rule. It doesn't. I didn't even need to put that in here. Okay, this talks about the secured party side, which that's starting to now go up the ladder, and I didn't need to put that one in there. Okay, so here again, this was in another deal where it basically says that the intermediary, which is your higher level people, have priority over claims of securities over the entitlement holders who have the entitlements with respect to their financial assets. So that's just another part of this code that protects them and not us. And what I want to show here is this, and I accidentally cut the top of this off. This was a letter from the New York Federal Reserve. So this guy, Thomas Martin, he was from Belgium. He was an international owner of United States assets. He lost his assets. This was in 2006. Okay, so some intermediary went out. He lost his assets. So he was petitioning the Federal Reserve to give him his assets because he didn't have anything to do. You know, he believed he owned his assets. This is literally the Federal Reserve answering him saying, you know what, this goes to a clearing place in a global clearing place in the world, and there's already been litigation to it. There's nothing you can do about it. So I just put this in there because here's an international guy buying an American asset that goes to a clearing place that's literally global. And it is. There, you know, these things, there's only one or two places in the world that hold all of these things. So here's just another example here. If a secured creditor has control over the financial asset, which that's what we talked about earlier, whoever has control of that asset actually owns it. Over the financial asset, it will always have priority over entitlement holders
Oh my
who
God.
have security entitlements with respect to the financial asset. If the security intermediary is a clearing corporation, which we're going to talk about them, the claims of the creditors have priorities over the claims of the entitlement holders. So even the middleman in there have priority over you. Okay. So, and then this is just another one where they're literally talking about, even if there's fraud, let's say in between the process here, that you had a fraudulent player at your Edward Jones, you know, doing complete fraud. Even if there's fraud, they're still not yours. They still go up to these higher level secured intermediaries. So even they have it all covered. They literally have it all covered. So, and this goes into the bankruptcy with Safe Harbor. And Safe Harbor, it sounds like it should be helping us, but it doesn't. It's literally the other way around. It's the Safe Harbor for the banks. So this is talking about literally in bankruptcy, it's still not yours. Even if one of these financial people go into bankruptcy, it's still not yours. Let's see, the code will have to guard against attempts to grab massive amounts of collateral on the eve of bankruptcy. So that's still the same thing. If it's already been collateralized, it's not yours. So this where I just showed this because the Safe Harbor allows banks to take their clients' assets back. So there was a bankruptcy or something that happened, and I'll show an example here. So this was an actual case where the trustee of whatever one of these accounts were, they gave the assets back, and they literally had to claw the asset. They had to take the assets back from the person, whoever owned them. This was literally a lawsuit right here. All right, so Jenni was out. So here's where everything goes. Everything goes to this one place, which is called the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. So everything that's bought, every financial asset, everything, every security, everything goes into this one place. This is the holder of everything. So you get, so that's where I was talking about paper certificate. So you don't get your paper certificates anymore. Everything goes to this place here. And I want to bring up this other page. Let me bring this down. Let me see what I have on the next screen. Just a second.
So who invented the DTTC?
Well, the initial deal was it was kind of started back in 1973, but it really got going in 1999. And I want to show, even though I don't like Wikipedia, I want to show.
Is this private or governmental or
No.
both?
Yeah, this is pretty much private. So I just want to bring something down so I can show you real quick. So here's the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. It it was a different company back in 1973, but this current iteration was done in 1999. But what I want to show you is through its subsidiaries, they basically handle all information services of equities, corporate municipal bonds, investment trusts, government mortgage-backed securities, money market instruments, over-the-counter derivatives. I mean, all transactions between mutual funds, insurance carriers, and respective investors. They literally handle everything. And if we go down here, I'll just scroll down a little bit. So they have all these other pieces of their own puzzle, which is the DTC, the NSCC, the FICC, Global Trade Repository, the CCP, the DTTC solutions. I mean, it just goes on and on. It's literally insane. So let me get back to our main deal. And we don't have too much more because I don't want to break everybody's brain. But
mine's already busted.
But everything, literally everything, you got pension somewhere, it's not yours. It's owned by this entity right here. They're the ultimate owner. If you have retirement accounts, 401k accounts, anything that stocks, bonds, your portfolios, any loan, any mortgage, any debt, it all goes to this one place right here. So if there's a failure within that DTCC series of lines in any possible way, then they've already said, so this is a statement from the DTCC itself. They literally said that they are not going to fund any failure of anything. They're just going to start a new corporate clearing partnership with just brand new, with some, just create a new one out of thin air. That's literally what they're saying here. They're not going to fund anything that fails. They're just going to let it fail so they can own all the assets, and then they're just going to start a new one. That's literally their law.
Okay, well, so doesn't that go back to exactly what?
Yeah, the whole system is going to crash on purpose because that's the only way that you can have a grab. But like I said, I'll just leave this. This is the last slide I put in there. But we can change this at our local level. This is, all those things have only been adopted in our state. Our state law allows all those things to happen. So we can reverse all that. If you want to, and to me, it's so critical that we get some legislator up to speed so they can bring some legislation to protect, because it doesn't matter if you're right or left or whatever. I mean, you're talking about wipeout of all assets. If it's not in your custody, if it's not at your house, in your safe, or in your possession, it's going to be gone. And that's, that ties into the whole, new financial system, the CBDC, because the dollar is just being wasted, and it's being wasted on purpose. And, I don't want to go down that rabbit trail, but I'm just telling you, this guy, David Webb, has done massive amount of research. And right after he did it, so it was last year, I think, 2 states immediately jumped on top of getting the legislation change, which is South Dakota and Tennessee. Both of them got blocked in the last legislative session because of the banking lobby going in there and just absolutely scaring the ever-living everything out of all those legislators on purpose. But the banking lobby completely lies. They literally go into the legislator's office. They show them, hey, you're the owner of the assets. See, it says right here in Article 8, the very first definition, you're the beneficial owner. So these guys don't understand that just a little bit later down the code, all of that is completely reversed to where now these organizations are the ones that have all of the control of all the assets. But at the end of the day, Jenny, think about it. when you look at like these major banks, they only have one product, and it's debt. Okay. And debt is control, because to have debt, you literally have to have collateral. No bank is going to issue debt without collateral. And at the end of the day, what do they want to do? They want to own it all. They want to own everything, just like the king owned everything. And I'm not talking about your local bank here in Oklahoma, your local branch, or even our local banks. It goes so much higher than that, because just like everything, even if you bought whatever your assets are, they're not actually at your bank. They're way up the chain in these clearing corporations. So
that's not the same for a house, a paid for house without a mortgage, correct?
It depends on how many times your mortgage has been rehypothecated into a series of loans.
No. If you own the property outright.
Yeah, I don't know it. Okay, I can't say for sure, because we haven't had a legal case yet to where the bank has come back, where one of these intermediaries have failed and they've tried to claw back actual real estate assets. Okay, so right now we're talking about securities, and I think that's more or less, I mean, unless somewhere along the line you've pledged your house as collateral into another financial product.
Yeah,
okay?
I would think if you don't have a second mortgage, if you haven't used your house as collateral, I wouldn't see how they could get to it.
Yeah.
Because once it's paid for, the bank has it's paid for. You get a certificate in the mail, saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you should actually have the title to your house.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that it's maybe unencumbered from one of these financial products and I'm probably saying if you used it in as collateral in that system.
Yeah.
Where you put your house up.
Right.
For, whatever, in a loan for, whatever.
Right. Well, let's cut to this, and then let's go back, because we've had like 27,000 comments. So but this is the one I think that everybody's asking right now, not just Lisa.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can tell you, I can't give you financial advice. I can tell you what I do, but I got out of the market 6-7 years ago completely. And that's my job. My job is literally in the market in our office. But me personally and my family, I got out of the market, out of my retirement accounts. I do own a lot of gold. I own a lot of silver. I have a lot of crypto. I have real estate. You want physical things. If you're a farmer, you want to have farming equipment. Just actual things that are going to be tangible in one way or another. And if you're just depending on your 401k or something, I mean, if there's a hiccup, which I believe there's going to be, because you can't sustain these debt levels that we're at. Because remember what I said, 1 million in seconds is 11 days. 1 billion is 32 years. 1 trillion is 32 plus thousand years. That's just 1 trillion. There's 300 trillion in the top 5 banks in derivatives. And to have those derivatives, you have to have collateral. I mean,
so gold and silver.
Yeah.
And cash.
Gold, silver,
and
cash,
and property,
cash, tangible assets. Tangible assets. I like crypto too, certain cryptos, but that's pretty tough for a lot of people to go down that road. But
so this is a concern. So Tosley says, I asked for my deed after I paid off the mortgage, and they said no, it's kept at the county and they keep it as collateral for taxes.
Wow. Yeah. Well, see, there you go. So there may be issue, Jenny, because if they're keeping that as collateral for taxes, that's going to be tied into some type of financial product in one way or another that may be subject to this.
Well, what's the difference between a title and a deed? Because I know I have the title for my mom's house.
Yeah, I don't
So-
know. Maybe the title is just I don't know exactly. Maybe the title is just not maybe it's not the actual document that you maybe that's just a record, just a single record that doesn't actually show the ultimate ownership. I don't know.
I'm gonna go in there and look. I mean, he's giving me somebody to think about. Let's go back to these questions or these comments. Partnerships of NGOs and government are removing personal property rights. For these NGOs, they want the land to do with what they want, to force you to eat what they want you to eat, which is bugs. Staff made a huge comment, and I wanted to throw it up at the time, but I was afraid to derail your thought process. Your data is personal property too, and that's why we fought the state longitudinal database system. That's why I got on that screed yelling at Representative, gosh, I thought I lost his name. Where's the bow tie? Is the chair of the Common Ed Committee. Anyway, why I got so upset at him the other day, because yes, data is personal property. Means what's in the bank isn't yours. It all rolls back to a World Bank, and you just showed, essentially what that was. So staff asked, how solvent even is the FDIC really?
Let me tell you something. The FDIC got wiped out literally when a couple years ago when the two banks out in California what were the banks?
I
The
can't
two
remember, but I know
two
what you're
tech
talking
banks.
about. Mhm.
Yeah. When those two banks got wiped out, they literally wiped out all of the FDIC, and literally the Federal Reserve or one of the big institutions had to come in and just give them a little bit more money. But I'm telling you, the FDIC only has a small percentage of the amount of money that's even out there. And I'll get those numbers and I'll put them up on one of the next podcasts. But I'm telling you, the FDIC is a complete joke. And remember, Jenny, we played that one video from that FDIC meeting where the guy said, "Hey, if everybody knew that we don't have the money." Remember that? Remember that
right.
video we played?
I remember that video. Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody took it at one of the meetings.
Yeah, that was one of the FDIC meetings, which who's going to go back and watch those videos? I mean, come on. But they're laughing. They're literally laughing about not having the money, and everybody just thinks, as long as it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah. Banks use our money to make themselves money, then charge the U.S. money to keep our money in their system.
Yeah.
Amber says, well, goodness. So take any money out of the bank that's left over each month after the bills are paid. And then Steph says, Amber, I just leave in my account what I'll need, and then I cash out most of my deposits. And then Steph says, save your receipts too to prove where your cash comes from. Good idea. Gloria, I think, was referring to what you said, but I don't remember what that was. And then we've only shown this 27,000 times because I think this is probably the most important comment out there. So if they've created this bloat for themselves, right, this inflation in what they have in credit versus what they have in the bank, how do you get rid of that? You push a button that goes, oops.
Yeah.
I lost everything. We'll have to start all over.
Yeah.
And
well,
you said,
well, and like just to dovetail on top of that, like I said with Julianne when she was on and we were talking about cryptocurrency a little bit in one way or another, they create these asset classes and then they move all the bad stuff into the new asset class. That way the old stuff can still stay around. That's how they've done it with derivatives and all these things that have just kind of come out of nowhere, like every 10 or 20, 30 years.
It's just financial gymnastics.
Yeah, 100%.
Watching heads explode. Yes. They're missing Michael flipping the tables at the temple.
Yeah, there we go.
Get on that. People who put their trust in the untrustable. The mind boggle. Thieves.
Yeah,
yes.
100%.
People aren't even asking questions. Don't give me a paper copy. Okay. It's all digital. Okay. It's safe. Is it safe? Okay. We've become complacent, and that's I think that's to what he was responding.
Well, what what I have to do is first I need to get a
Hold on, this is
legislator.
funny though. I like what Amber said.
Yeah.
Just, leverage yourself to the hilt like they are.
Yeah, but the only
Anyway,
thing
go
is
ahead.
that whatever you're buying though is going to be theirs. That's the only thing. What I have to, what we can do. So I said on the screen that the threat can be neutralized because that UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code, is a state law that we've adopted. So state lawmakers, we can change that. So really what I've got to do, Jenny, is I've got to get with a lawmaker and get them up to speed.
Yeah.
And get with these guys that have which let me put this up here. This is really the only thing that I would ask people to go out and read. It's only a couple pages. So you need to just search this up, the Heartland Institute Protecting Private Property Through Uniform Commercial Code.
I'll
That's
add that to our article.
Yeah. That's
today.
going to basically tell us everything we need to know. So I just need to get a legislator up to speed so we can write, get some bill written and start the process. And all we're going to need, Jenny, is in the past, what happened at South Dakota and what happened at Tennessee was the single guy, David Webb, he got a bill written, went through committee. When it went to the floor, literally the thing that happened to him. So the banking lobby came in, but no one showed up. Okay. No.
Yeah.
He said there's less than 5 total people you can count on a single hand that actually showed up as people just to say, yes, protect this thing, change this law. So if I can just get with someone, get a bill written, all we're going to need is just people to show up,
Right.
call, do the work to say, this is highly important. Because
Well, I think what we need to do more than anything is get with the legislator and get them to ask for an interim study on this. Because if we got the right legislator to run an interim study and they ran the interim study, I think we could probably do a pretty good job informing people of that and then going back like Tom Gann did, with the flock camera thing. I think that's kind of what we need to do. Seriously though, that's not 100%, such a nice word, entitlement. Good grief. The setting up for quadrant living is ever more pressing. An entitlement owned by BlackRock. I had a banker tell me the FDIC is bogus to make people feel good about putting their monies in a bank and have the thoughts of not losing their monies. Then he went on to explain how nothing is covered in any one name or account over $100,000, which a lot of people don't understand. And then this was a really, Steph, she's awfully insightful. So they make the changes and then they test it during 9/11, or am I wrong?
No, and actually, in fact, 2 of the major pieces of that UCC code came through under George Bush, under W.
Yeah, I'm not
So
surprised.
the initial deal was literally done right at the end of Clinton, and then George W. put in 2, and then by the time, let's say probably 2003, 2004, kind of around that time. At that point, that's when every single state had adopted that UCC code that was put in.
Yeah. So what about Army retirements? What about government pensions? Same
I
thing.
don't think it matters.
Okay.
I mean, the government pensions are tied to the stock market, so those assets are not. They're not
independent.
Yeah.
Debt is data control. So we talked about that. And we talked about that. Hold it never in safety deposit box. That's not yours either. That's a good point, Steph. Anything the bank has is their asset. So no, I don't have a safety deposit box either. Just don't keep one. I don't want it in there. And what's sad is, I look at my mom who had some significant assets, and she had, some of them in a bank, security box. And if I had told her then, hey mom, if the bank goes under, they can take your stuff and keep it and auction it off for their debts. She would say, no, 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 that would never happen, because that generation, I think is a part of the problem, right? I mean, they were brought up under, World War II, Vietnam, they saw all this stuff happening. They saw government as a helper figure, as a good thing. They were propagandized under that USA, indivisible kind of a thing. And oh, thanks. It was Caldwell. Thank you, Suzanne. You are correct. Caldwell was the one I was raging at the other day. Oh, okay. Silicon Valley Bank and First
Silicon
Republic
Valley and
Bank.
First Republic. That's
Our
it. Thank you,
Californian
Lisa.
right there. She would know. But that button won't eliminate ours. Our data will survive their manufacturing. Oh, that's a really good point too, Becky. That's true. I mean, it's always against, oh, I'll never forget that one actress who was on Disney Plus channel. It was that new Star Wars about the little green guy. And she posted during the Trump administration, she posted something on her Instagram, which was a picture. It was a cartoon that was done in like 1925 or 30. I mean, it wasn't recent by any stretch of the imagination. And it's a bunch of people who are bent over, like, so these are their legs and their backs are bent over like this. And so they're like this. And then a table is on the top of them, a tabletop. And then sitting around them are all the elites. And then the caption was, if you stand up, right? And she was fired over that, and it just kills me, because they don't want you to know that you have the power to make it stop. But if you unplug, or you think to yourself, oh my God, I'm so scared now that Michael just said that, I don't know what to do. I'm just not going to think about it. Right? So you do that, and then nothing changes, and they count on you doing that. They count on you having your head blown and you going, no, that can't be. That's not the United States. I know. Right? I mean, they count on our ignorance and our lack of desire to do anything about what we find out. Right?
Correct.
So, derivatives are 4 quadrillion.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you look at global derivatives, I mean, it is mind blowing.
Oh, he's saying derivatives, global derivatives are 4 quadrillion.
Yeah. I believe
Is that
it.
even actually
A number?
Is that a number, really?
Yeah. I would believe it. Well, I showed. Look.
Oh,
Look at
so
just
that would be 4 trillion. No.
That'd be another. Yeah, on top of a trillion, that's another 3 zeros. That's a quadrillion on top of a trillion.
God alive, that's just crazy. I hear good things about Old Glory Bank. I don't know. There might be a couple out there that are unplugged. Go, Michael, go. The problem is getting other state lawmakers to go along with you wanting change for the people. And that, honestly, Steph, that's the problem. That's what we're dealing with right now during this legislative session, which is just, it is this legislative session. I'll say it again. I'll keep saying it. We are getting screwed by the people that are sitting up there. There are 20 that are in our corner. Everybody else is in the lobbyist corner. It's just kind of like BlackRock, shows up and says, no, you can't. The BlackRock lobbyist, who is also the green agenda lobbyist, Mark Yates, shows up and says, no, we're not going to do this. We can't do that. And then they all go, okay. It doesn't matter. What's their only job, Michael? What is those people? What's their only job?
Protect our liberty.
That's their only job. They can't even do their only job.
Yeah. Hey, I found that FDIC video if you want to play it. It's about 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, hold on one second. State can change the tables with just a simple word change in the law, which needs to get done. Yes, it may be theirs, but I wouldn't have bought it outright and will have lost less when on a loan than buying it outright with the cash. And I hate to say that, but there's some, I mean, it's like, if you're going to screw me, I'll screw you back. I don't know. That's awesome. Forthright. Michael, wishing you lots of luck on that. That doesn't, Becky, that sounds a little, the phrase that I just can't, passive aggressive. Yes, they may on the asset, but on that loan, sorry, I already did that one. Banks own everyone credit, and when they use lies and blackmail, they win. Again, BlackRock, who is looking to invest in the Panama Canal for sure. Everybody needs to search the Great Taking, which is what you brought up.
And on that, not just the Great Taking, but so there's the book, yes, which you can go to thegreattaking.com. You can just download that book. There is a documentary of the Great Taking on YouTube, but there's also the counter part of that, which is called Stop It, the Great Taking. And that's where I haven't watched that yet, but I saw it when I was kind of going through some stuff. So that's where they've got the people and they're talking to the legislators. They're talking about how we stop this deal. So that'll be my next deal. I'm going to dive into that pretty deep so we can kind of get up to speed.
Good. Okay, excellent. Yes, boomer generation has been largely complacent and complicit. And you know, it's sad because my dad, like when I talk to my dad, because my dad's still living, when I talk to my dad, I can only talk to my mom in heaven now. But when I talk to my dad and I tell him about some of this stuff, he just, I mean, he understands it, but I think there's a part of him that can't grasp the fact that this would happen in his country. You know, it's just like, how would this actually happen? I think it's so hard for them to believe that it may not even be complacent. It's just, I don't know. It's not like, it's kind of almost like not believing stuff your parents told you, you know? I mean, it's losing trust in your parents. It's, I guess, kind of. Old Glory Bank is not tied to the World Banks in any way. I don't know anything about that, but I'll look that one up. Legislators need to have backbones for the people, not for lobbyists. And yes, of course, that's true. 4 quadrillion is definitely a number. My vacuum picks up 4 quadrillion here. She must have the same problem I have. And then we've got a couple of loves and the Twilight Zone. Not sure what happened to Michael. He may have had to take a phone call, but I do think that we have to get to where did you go?
I had to get a call real quick.
Okay, I was afraid of that. Okay, so we're at the end of the comments, and you wanted to say something else before we got off of here today. Oh, the FDIC thing. Yes,
yeah,
go.
And we're not going to watch the whole thing. We'll just watch the first minute or so because that's really all you need to see.
Okay.
Okay. So this is our good old boys here, the FDIC.
Accessible when people need to know, but I don't think you have much hope of reaching a public that doesn't have a professional need to know.
I completely agree with that. I almost think you'd scare the public if you put this out. Like, why are they telling me this? Should I be concerned about my bank? Like, my insurance company doesn't tell me what they're doing with my assets. They just assume they're going to pay my claim. Right? I think you've got to think of the unintended consequences of taking a public that has more full faith and confidence in the banking system than maybe people in this room do. That we want them to have full faith and confidence in the banking system. They know the FDIC insurance is there. They know it works. They put their money in, they're going to get their money out. So there's a select crowd of people that are in the institutional side. And if they want to understand this, they're going to find a way to understand this. There's a bunch of law firms represented in this room. There's a bunch of people that charge them by the hour a lot of money to explain this all to them, and it's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And they all have huge staffs. But I would be careful about the unintended consequences of starting to blast too much of this out in the general public.
I wondered whether there are some market tests of whether you're being heard, and I think about TLAC. So TLAC should spread should respond to good and bad news about the institutions. And it's really important. I mean, it's a little bit conflicted, right? I mean, it's important that people understand they can be bailed in, but you don't want a huge run on the institution. But they have, I mean, they're going to be. And it could be an early warning signal to the FDIC and the primary regulators when these things happen. And there may be some other prices. This is similar to what Jay was saying in the market that you can tell whether people understand who's going to be protected, who isn't going to be protected. It would be, I think, an interesting study to look at the evolution of market prices in.
All right. That's
Becky was being sincere. I'm sorry, Becky. I wasn't trying to put you down. It was just the way you said that. And I thought, because we have so little control over, anything right now. Amber said, my folks won't even allow the conversation. They've always tried to make me sit down. No, it did not work. The good old, we can't tell the public, they might panic line. Thanks for the protection, guys.
yeah, I mean, they say it, clear as day in there. You're going to be bailed in. They're not just talking about your cash.
Yeah.
They're talking about all your assets. You're going to be bailed in because there's people that are the secured creditors up there, and it's not us.
Yeah.
An uninformed public. That's what he calls it. You don't want to tell an uninformed public. I'm telling you, if people have any, and we need to get on a legislator, get that interim study, and I'll get a hold of David Webb, bring him to, I'll bring him to Oklahoma so he can go into that.
I thought about the Heartland guy too, the guy who wrote the article in Heartland. I thought, I think we could probably really scare up some good presenters, for that kind of a thing. But yeah, I mean, if we can't get rid of our property taxes and you're not going to allow us to have the investments that we've had, then basically, I don't know how you get around that you'll have nothing and be happy about it and eat bugs like we tell you. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't see that there's any, I don't know. This is interesting. Steph says, I'm in delay mode, 4 minutes, a plug for the boomers. I'm one, and it's hard to break 60 plus years of programming. And I get it. I'm on the tail end of, the boomer generation. But for some reason, God just made me, super independent. And so I started thinking about this, a long time ago. And then just really had it smacked, had it smacked me in the face and during COVID. And I remember thinking during COVID, I was like, oh my gosh, that's like the whole thing. Like, this is it. This is
here's another not scary part, but let's say there is some kind of crash. Let's say at some level, let's say not everything gets wiped out. They don't take everything. Let's say just some stuff from whoever they decide. Maybe you have these big banks that want to just take out the rest of the banks to where there's only 2 or 3 banks and that's it. 3 or 4 banks. There is no more other banks. But if we have any kind of crash, Jenny, where's the majority of everybody else's wealth that they have right now? Probably in their house value. You have any kind of crash, these house values are going to go down to
right down the toilet.
Unbelievable amounts. I mean, the value of your house is so overinflated because of that printing of trillions of dollars on a screen. It's all connected.
Yeah. John says, well, you can't be a boomer if you're going to whine to us about how offended you. Sean. Michael, when are you opening up your t-shirt merch store? We need to make some money to fly in some experts and help us change the laws in Oklahoma. You know what, Michael? We need to, after we get off of here, we need to talk about something like that. So let's do that. Put a pin in it. I think it also makes a difference where boomers were raised to in their life experiences and how quickly they're waking up. My folks grew up in Oregon and they're there to this day. And I would agree with that. We will lose our homes. They're owned by the banks unless, and I still want to see how it is that if my house is paid off, it's leveraged by a bank. I want to know the answer to that question because Tulsley really upset me when he said he tried to get the deed and couldn't get it. And I'm calling the county today. I'm gonna get off of here and go, I want to know where my deed is to my house.
Well, we need to clarify that. Well, I mean, we actually do need to clarify that.
Yeah. It's not funny. A good sense of humor is great. But his financialization of the world has gone too far. And that's, I would agree with that. I mean, it isn't funny. I mean,
well, and here's
none of this. I mean, my argument is none of this is funny. But I also know too, because don't forget, I've been in this a long time when other people have gotten out or quit or whatever. And if you don't give yourself if you stew on this all the time, I don't think God wants you to live a miserable life. I really do not believe that. I don't. I mean, I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm not saying that we aren't supposed to, die for our faith, but I'm saying day in and day out, I don't believe that our God wants us to be miserable. So we have to have some kind of, levity, brevity, whatever you want to call it, to give our brains a chance to recoup and move on, because I know what happens when you get too deep in this and some of the realizations as to how deep it is hit you. And I don't think that's where we need to be either.
Who knows the timing of this deal? It may not be imminent. It may be 5 or 10 years down the road, but also in the meantime, one other aspect to that financialization comment.
Yeah.
Yes, we're massively financialized across the board, but guess what? With the digital age and now the crypto side, everything that was financial and everything that actually is an asset is going to be tokenized also. So that is going to go on overdrive when the new money system in one way or another comes into existence.
Well, but I don't want to, I mean, to me, that sounds fatalistic when it does. I mean, we have the ability to make it stop should we decide to stand up, right?
Well, we can at least stop it
if we stand up.
We can stop it in Oklahoma. We can stop it in Oklahoma.
Okay, this is funny. Jenny's to-do list for today: get deed, start Michael's Merc Shop. Those are way down on the list of my to-dos, but you're correct. We didn't touch Gracie's comment, and that's concerning. Even if your house is paid off, the county still owns it through taxes. And I guess I hadn't, put the two together, because then what Tosley said earlier, and I don't know how you pronounce it, but what he said earlier was when he went to get the deed, he said he couldn't because they have it in as backup or payment or whatever.
It's collateral for the taxes.
Yeah. So when did not getting the deed change? I have an old deed of my great grandparents in Missouri that they paid off, property sold to someone else nowadays. I would imagine it was just kind of the same thing that happened.
Recent. All this stuff with the UCC is very recent. I mean, it's within the last 15 years.
Yeah. And it's when these companies figured out that we're making ourselves ignorant. We're specifically and personally ignorant and wanting to be so, because we don't want to deal with it, or we don't know how to deal with it. So we're just becoming ignorant. And that's exactly what the problem is. They've realized that we're doing this, and we won't show up at these things. We won't show up at the state capitol. We won't do, blah, blah, blah. We won't do these other things. And that's a good question, Becky. Could our land be taken because the mineral rights we don't own are tied to a company's collateral? And that's a scary freaking question.
Those are all things that, like, an interim study has got to evaluate.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Because we have that split of mineral and land. So what if the mineral rights are collateral in a corporation that is going, has a financial product.
Yeah. And Gracie says it's all just stuff. You can't take it with you, but dang it, if you pay for it, you should be able to control it. You should have control of it. And I agree with that. Because some of us want to leave something for a little something for our kids. It's changed so much for worse in the last 50 years. I'm 62. Just stop and think about it. I'm in my 63rd year, but the number is actually 2. And I think about just how bad it's come since the 80s. Because Dave and I actually started getting involved in politics on some level in the early 90s and paying attention. And I know for a fact how bad it is just in the last even 20 years. I mean, it's like the entropy thing that we talked about. Entropy is that force of nature in which once you get to a tipping point, it doesn't just gradually slide, it just, falls off. I mean, entropy is a bad deal, and I think we're suffering it. Companies, possessive, not plural. Government and NGOs removing personal rights and liberties under our noses. It's true. And, the Rockefeller Foundation started that in the 20s and the teens.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Those are the same great-grandparents had money hidden in the walls of the house. The money was found when they died. They understood, and a generation went to sleep on all of this. And and we'll probably need to shut down comments for now because we're at 2 hours. But I do appreciate everybody who's been on and making the comments, because this is depressing. It's concerning. It's frustrating. But one other verb, it's motivating. And I'll chop this thing down so that people can, really see what's going on here. And do believe that Michael and I will be working on something in the background, on this, for sure. But you guys have, again, and I do this every podcast, both you and I do it, Michael. We have to share these things. Even if it's with people that you think aren't going to listen, you've got to share these things. If you don't want to share the video, that's fine. Just talk to them about it. Hey, did you know XYZ? I mean, until we start waking more people up, not enough of us are awakened. So on Monday, we're going to have such a fun interview. Trent Luce is going to be with us. He has his own radio program. He is from the Great West, actually the Great Northwest, not Oregon, Nebraska. And he's going to be actually at the South Tulsa Republicans meeting at 9 a.m. I'll put up the event so that you guys can see it. He's going to be there on Monday, and then we'll have him on the program on Wednesday. He's a very anti-green guy, and we're going to talk about carbon capture and some other stuff that's going on with him. And then on Friday, we have an awesome show because we're going to have legislators with us on Friday. We're going to have Jim Shaw at 9, and we're going to have Gabe Woolley at 1. And we're going to talk to these guys, these good guys, a little bit about what they think. John says Trent is sharp. Yes, Trent is very sharp. And that doesn't mean he has a pointy head. He's very sharp. And so we'll have a great program coming up next week. So just stay tuned, share. Have a great weekend. Stay out of the rain. Anything else, Michael?
It's up to us. We can take our state back. We can take our local school boards back, our local politics, all these, everything. We can do it.
Gotta stand up. Have a great weekend. Have a blessed Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
Remember today, Good Friday, and how Jesus died on the cross for our sins. If you're not a believer, please take some time, go to the Bible, read John 3:16, and then I would read the entire book of John in the New Testament, and I bet you come out a new person. So have a great weekend, remembering Jesus and being with your family, and we'll see you again on Wednesday. God bless. So I haven't even turned down the music.
All right. Nothing wrong with that.
So we just come on and it's just like one thing going on after another this morning. Look what Roberta is dancing.
That's right.
She got up and started to dance. You go, Roberta. You go, girl.
We had that music pumping like we're in a rave or something, so you might as well get going.
I know. What did Richard say about it?
Oh yeah.
He
Yeah,
made
I
some-
can't remember. It's pretty funny. Hey,
Okay,
I need
hold
to
on. We're
correct.
having problems with Trent getting the email.
I need to correct a mistake
Uh-oh.
from that Friday show where I
Uh-oh.
noticed when I was watching on the playback that
Did you lie about something?
no, I didn't lie. I pulled a number off of something else and I put it on my screen for the top 5 banks. So in those top 5 banks, I said we had that there was like 394 trillion in derivative exposure just in the top 5 banks. And that number in the top 5 banks is actually 174 trillion, not 394. So
Oh,
394 was some other
Oh.
number that I was looking at.
Oh my goodness. Well, that you were way off there. How dare you do that? Good morning,
So-
Amber.
So either way, it's still 1.5 times the entire GDP just in those 5 banks. But I want to make that correction.
Hold on. There he is. He was messing with me this morning, that man. He kept telling me I hadn't sent him the link. I'm gonna get him. So
Well,
okay, well, it sounds to me like we just should never trust you anymore now, Michael.
Yeah, that's right. But I did also want to just check in on you and get a farm update now that we've had multiple rains. Is everything kind of getting back to normal? Smell okay? Fire?
The smell went away. The smell went away. Praise the Lord. The smell went away. Yeah. So I don't go out and feel like I'm in the middle of a barbecue.
But everything else on the farm's okay. Just
We're
everything-
all no more falling down trees. We got the one big one that had, I mean, it burned the stump so bad that the whole tree just went over. And we got my boyfriend-in-law. Does that sound accurate? Betty's boyfriend is a fireman and he has a business called Fire Cuts. And he, yes, shameless plug for my daughter's boyfriend's company. And he came over and helped us and got some of the trees down. So that was good. So yes, we are good. I just feel like we need some air conditioning up here. I'm about to die. It's pretty warm this morning. But other than that, how are you this morning, Michael?
Good.
Just good. What do you have
Yeah.
with the shirt today? Because Lisa will get on and go, I need to know what the shirt is.
Just a freedom shirt. It's got a little Bitcoin right there, but
Oh, okay, I got it. Well, because I'm not sure, do we really know what freedom is anymore?
no, I would say no.
I would say no too. But maybe
As long
if
as
we
we're
have-
entertained, as long as we got bread and circus and we're entertained and we can go out and eat and do whatever we want and watch all our NBA teams and our Sooners and everything else, I think that's all that matters.
Yeah, I love my sister, but we are having headbutting over real ID. So
Oh, that
yeah.
reminds me. I found a lady in a foundation that we need to get on who like is major, like one of the leading people against real ID.
I bet
man,
you
was
$10
she good.
I've got her booked for next Friday or 3 Fridays from now. Twyla
Oh yeah, Twyla.
got her booked
Oh, yeah.
for 3 Fridays from now. Don't you
Twyla's
love the way we're
awesome.
always on the same wavelength? What would you say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just shared to bunches of groups, no pressure. Well, that's okay. We never feel any pressure. We're too dumb to feel any pressure, right? I mean, I am anyway. I'm not going to speak for you. You seem like you're a lot smarter than me. I'm too dumb to feel any pressure.
I don't know about that.
So we have Mr. Luce waiting in the wings. So I say, let's bring him on and get going here because he's got some stuff to talk about this morning. So I'm going to pull him on and hope he's ready because he's looking at something else. He's looking down. He's not looking at me.
No, I'm just thinking, I didn't play games with you. I wasn't pulling rope. Your invite went into promotions folder. Am I signed up for a promotion here? What's going on, Jenny?
Absolutely not. How in the world? We don't do anything like that.
I'm just
I didn't
telling you
even
where
know
I
how to
found
do
you.
anything like that.
You were hiding in my promotions folder. And Michael, we just met, but I'm certainly glad. I was looking down at my sleeve and I just noticed that accidentally I'm wearing cowboy orange, which is good if you're going to start, bragging about the Sooners right off the bat. And secondly, is that Bitcoin color more like a cowboy or a Sooner?
I'd say it's exactly OSU orange.
There we go.
How did you manage to? How did you manage to meld those two?
That's what I do.
You do
Yeah.
too.
I
There we
turn
go.
it up and just everything, kind of comes together.
Yep. Well, because everything is in a circle, as we've said 100 times. So you were at the
Yeah.
South Republican Tulsa Women on
And you're
Monday.
admitting to having hot flashes. So it was all about turning the heat up.
Oh,
Right, Michael?
honestly, yeah. Not even going to deny that. I may even lean up here in a second and open the window. Like, I don't know what's going on with me this morning. Not enough coffee, maybe. Oh, oh no. Look at this. We got Jan on here going boomer. So I don't know how that's going to work. So you were at the South Republican Women on, you drove all the way down from Nebraska to
And back.
and back. I know. I just can't even. Don't get it. And
What
you
a fantastic time in Tulsa County, though. I know you didn't have any fun, but it was a blast for me.
I didn't. Well, I
Set
never
of
have
people.
any fun with you.
Yeah.
You're boring.
That's the first time I met you.
We've not done podcasts or anything before, so I
We
guess.
have. Yeah, but in person was the first time this week.
Mhm.
And do you know how significant this week is in Oklahoma history?
Uh-oh. No.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious. I know. I'm not told you. I just am not the brightest bulb in the box.
When, when did the Oklahoma land rush begin?
In 1889.
What week?
I don't know. I just live on the Indian Meridian. I don't know anything about it really.
It's just say it's a significant week in Oklahoma land history. And here I am going to come and talk about the land grab is faster than the land rush was.
Yeah, but you know what I want you to talk about first, though, because I really feel like we're kind of dying here in red country in terms of getting legislation done that's going to benefit farmers and ranchers or people. And I mean, we're kind of dying here. What happened in South Dakota?
Oh, South Dakota yesterday, yet another success story. The Public Utilities Commission had a request from Summit Carbon Solutions to extend their window to construct a CO2 pipeline within the state. And this is just the last chapter in this success story from South Dakota, because in this legislative session 2025, the House and the Senate and the governor signed House Bill 1052, which made it illegal to utilize eminent domain for a CO2 pipeline. That was a major nail in the coffin for the pipeline developers in South Dakota. And then yesterday, Summit Carbon Solutions had requested an extension beyond the calendar year 2025 to construct the pipeline, and it was denied. So if they do not start this project before the end of 2025, it will not be started in South Dakota. And that is not possible because they do not have the voluntary agreements. They can still build a pipeline, but they cannot use eminent domain. So they have to have landowners who are willing to sign their easement. That's not going to happen. So it pretty much killed the project in South Dakota.
just think that that's the best thing I think I've ever heard. So, can you kind of give us an idea of how things went in South Dakota? Was it kind of just the ranchers, the farmers, and you guys who have, big voices who are out there putting this down? How did that happen? We need to know.
Well, first major benefit was we got rid of Christy Nome. That needed to happen because
And where did she go?
she's the director of Homeland Security.
And she's pushing the real ID, Jenny.
Oh, and she's pushing the real ID.
Everything circles back, doesn't it, Michael? So let me give you a longer story than maybe you wanted. Christy Nome has been in the pocket of Summit Carbon Solutions. You don't have to go digging. You can just go look at her last inaugural ball. They were the gold, not gold, platinum. They were the platinum sponsor of her inaugural ball. She's been in their pocket for quite some time. And in the 2024 legislative session, South Dakota passed the elimination of local control when it comes to constructing CO2 pipelines, constructing and permitting CO2 pipelines. She signed this piece of legislation in March of 2024. And when she signed it, she was calling it the landowner's property rights. It's a complete opposite happened. It removed landowner property rights. It removed the county from doing what the Constitution says that we're supposed to do, have local control. But in South Dakota, the first state in the nation to establish the referendum aspect, and it was in 1898, wow. The South Dakota legislators in 1898, long before Oklahoma was a state, 1907, I think, and 1898, they said, if there's a bill passed and signed by the governor and people generate a ballot measure, generate a petition to request a ballot measure and submit the needed signatures before the law goes into effect, which in this case was August 1st of 2024, then that can be put on pause and it'll come to a vote of the people before we actually allow it to go become law. South Dakota got busy and I was very involved with this. Even living in South Dakota is very close to me. I lived in South Dakota for 5 years. And we went to work, had meetings all around the state. And guys, this is probably one of the most rewarding endeavors I've been a part of. We needed to submit 17,500 signatures requesting that Senate Bill 201 come to a vote of the people instead of allowing these elected officials, I use that term loosely, elected officials, and that
just can we say bureaucrats?
Yeah, bureaucrats. I love it. These bureaucrats are trying to force this down our throats without local control. That initiative became RL21, and we submitted, are you ready for this? 38,000 signatures. We needed 17,000.
No joke.
No kidding. And so RL21 was on the ballot. It was on the ballot in the general election last fall. And Ogallala County, which is on the Pine Red Indian Reservation, was the lowest rejection of this law, which went into effect at 51%. 51% of the voters said, we do not want. The high end was 78%. Wow. There's 66 counties in South Dakota. Not one county had a majority say, nope, we want to stick with the law. Every county rejected what the lawmakers had done. So that put momentum in the whole situation. We also, by the way, during the primary of 2024, after this landowner Bill of Rights was submitted by Christy Nome, we primaried 14 rhinos in the Republican primary. That's a big deal.
Wow.
So then we come into legislative session 2025, and House Bill 1052 was generated, obviously, from the House. A friend of mine, Carla Lems, was the main sponsor of that. and that passed, and that eliminated eminent domain from being utilized to build a CO2 pipeline. So those are the progressive steps which led up to yesterday. South Dakota Utilities Commission said, no, we're not going to extend your construction opportunity in any way, shape, or form. Either get your voluntary agreements or you're done. They didn't use those words. That was my interpretation of what they said. But Jenni, since I saw you, which was only 2 days ago, and this happened in Wichita, Mike Andre, who's a landowner, farmer, he happens to own the radio station 107.9 in Wichita, real country. In 2017, Sunflower Electric Co-op is trying to build a transmission line, electric transmission line. They send a letter, big packet, not just a letter, a packet. I saw the primary envelope in 2017 to Mike saying that we're going to build this transmission line and here's your conservation easement. Be a good American and sign it.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's what's happening here, but go ahead.
Well, this is very relevant for every person in Oklahoma who has or has not signed an easement. So Mike wouldn't sign it, and they kept calling him, obviously, as they do. This has been taking place since 2017, and there's a lawsuit, which he has won at every turn, by the way. And so they kept telling him, well, we're probably not going to build on your property. We just want an easement on your property as a safeguard. But he read the easement, and there's some things in there extremely troubling, like domain easement, which means, yes, we're going to control 100% of what you own if you sign this easement for us. Your easement might only be 100 feet, but we now control the entire parcel.
Oh my goodness.
Signing it left and right. But when they kept telling him that we're probably not going to build, but we just want an easement on your property as a safeguard, he's like, that doesn't make any sense. They're not going to pay me to do nothing. There's something behind this, because when you get an easement, you get paid. And people sign easements and say, well, I need the money. My neighbor's going to take the money. I got to have this. So he went to the courthouse and he found a couple of his neighbors that had signed the easements, that he knew had signed it. And you can go pull up your neighbor's property or get there. I've done this in Payne County back when I first was alerted probably 14 years ago to the Chinese buying land in Payne County, Oklahoma. I wanted to find out what was going on. So I'd go pull up property tax information from individual landowners in Payne County, try to figure this out. Well, Mike did this and happened to be Harper County and Sumner County, Kansas. And he found out that the easement company, unbeknownst to the people who signed the easement, had used their property for mortgages. And he determined that in these two counties alone, he found $500 million of loans that had been acquired by the developer, Sunflower Electric, using the easement as collateral.
Wow. Think about what we just talked about, Jenni. Think about what we just talked about on Friday.
That's what I was thinking about. Exactly the same thing.
Then he goes to these two landowners whose property he had pulled up. And he said, did you guys know that they're using your land, your easement, as collateral for their project? They had no idea. Nor did the bank, who has a mortgage on this property, know that the developer for the easement had actually used this, and it happened to be a Missouri bank, so it's out of the trade area, which with computers today, I don't know what's out of the trade area, but still, it caused me to wonder how many people who've actually signed an easement, whether it be for wind or wildlife or swamp or whatever easement you have signed, do you know if your property has been leveraged and used as collateral in somebody's loan? And if that loan goes bad, what happens?
They take your property.
That's exactly right. So let's just do a scenario, because every day I'm banging the drum that we need to end the tax credits, right?
Yes.
The tax credits are the problem. So what I now clearly see is that, they get a tax credit once the project is complete, but they have to finance the project. So how do they finance the project?
On your
They come to
land?
you And they always, when they're signing an easement, they're accelerating. We got to do this now. We got to keep this moving. Well, now I know that they're using these easements to go to a bank, secure lending, to secure the money, using your property to do it, to buy the products, to construct it, and then they use the tax credits to get the windfall. That's what they're really shooting for, is the tax credits. That's when they pull the slot machine, boom, here it all comes. If we stop the tax credits, which is what I try to do every day, what happens to that landowner that has received money, has had their land tied up in a mortgage, and now the developer who signed that, by the way, they also have in every one of those easements a clause that says we reserve the right to sell our easement to whoever we want. Every one of them I've seen has that clause. If this goes south, you see the biggest land grab, bigger than Oklahoma land rush, that you've ever seen. You're going to lose land. You completely lose your property. Because in most cases, these easements are signed for perpetuity. In some cases, you have some state laws that say, well, we better not go over 100 years. So let's make them 99 years. What's 99 years? If you got an easement for 20 years, what's that mean for the next generation? This, to me, is the biggest discovery that I have found in the land grab in my career of 25 years. Thanks for your time. It's been really fun. I see you're out of words. We'll just keep moving. Jenny's out of words, Michael. Has that been
not many people
before?
can make Jenni go speechless. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll have a sip of coffee.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. That can't be legal. Can it be legal, Trent?
Well, there is, at this moment, Mike's next step is he's getting his neighbors and his landowners to formulate a class action lawsuit. What's the time frame on that?
The ones that have already
We need
signed
action
the
now.
easement?
Yeah.
The
yes,
ones that have already signed?
correct.
Oh my goodness. I can't even, because here's Rebecca Bostrom-Perrick, who's in Logan County, Payne County. Sorry, Payne County. They've been dealing with transmission issues because they were on the original NCIS or NCIES corridor that came through. And she's been very big about, getting people together for meetings and pushing back and that kind of thing. Gracie says never seen her speech. And she's reminding me, thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate it. NIETC. Yes. So,
That's pretty funny right there.
that's
call it
probably true,
NITSC.
actually, Sandra.
Everybody knows what you're talking about, Jenny. Say NITSC and move on like you know what you're saying.
Yeah. So then literally that has to be happening here then, I would
It's
assume.
happening everywhere and people don't know it. In fact, I called friends in South Dakota after I learned this yesterday. I mean, this is all just coming out yesterday. It's going to be on my Trent on the Loose TV program today at 3. But I called folks in South Dakota and they said it's in the easement for the CO2 pipeline in South Dakota that they reserve the right to use this easement for a mortgage. But I don't think people read the fine print. Nobody reads the fine print. I don't think they have an attorney. They just see, I'm going to get paid $17,250, whatever the case may be. And they need the money because what else are we doing? We're raising property tax and property evaluations to the point where you got to continue to find money to pay the property taxes because we claim we own it, but yet we pay a mortgage. And then after we pay a mortgage, we pay rent to government to use what we think we own.
Round of applause. Yeah, I mean, it's 100% true, but I think the biggest problem is this, and I maintain this. It's ignorance, but it's ignorance in the sense that people don't want to even know. I mean, they just literally don't want to even know. It's kind of like they go, blah, 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 when you start telling them what's going to happen. What's going to happen with Real ID? I don't want to know because I want to fly in an airplane and they're telling me I have to have it. What's going to happen if you sign this easement? I don't care because I just get the money from it. So how do you help people who literally want to remain ignorant? Because if they remain ignorant, they get to do everything they want without having to worry about it until the end. And then they're not really worried about it. And then until the end. And they're saying, well, guess what? Your property is forfeit because we went broke and your mortgage is gone. I mean, I don't know how to wake people up to get them to understand it.
So this has been the longest challenge I've had, and I'm in my public life 25 years. And I remember the first real speaking engagement I had. I had a lot of little speaking engagements, but I spoke to the Iowa cattlemen, and my message, and this is 2001, and I said, look, I know what's happening to the chicken and the turkey and the pig people in the state of Iowa doesn't seem to matter to the cow-calf producer, but we have to act upon this before our back's against the wall. And that's just the way that we've been until, I mean, there's nothing new. Look at Martin Niemöller's quote from Nazi Germany.
Yes.
You know, first they came for the socialists. I was not a socialist, so I did not act. I'm using probably the wrong terms, but the theme is right. Martin Niemöller did this. And then they came for the capitalists. I was not a capitalist, so I did not speak up. Then they came for the Catholics. I was not a Catholic. I did not speak up. Then they came for me, and there was nobody left to speak up. So this is human nature. Inventing or identifying something new. We're just trying to find every day with new tools like this fantastic R.O.P.E project. Is we need to, you have the ability to know these things and start acting and planning and preparing and build a community. I just renamed your podcast the R.O.P.E project.
I know, and then it scared me because it sounds like UN. I get YOUIN, but it sounds like UN, and we're not affiliated.
What better way to capture the attention of the global public than to say you're going to rope you in and have it UN? That would be perfect marketing. Michael, could you take over the marketing of this thing?
Right.
No. That's why I don't have, I don't know.
I'll make you a nice meme of that, Jenny.
Don't start showing the memes.
Send it to me. Send it to me.
Don't do that. Don't look at his memes, please. In all honesty though, so the whole point here is in South Dakota, you pretty much got them locked down at this point.
Correct.
And so
which is going to lead to the biggest next problem.
Uh-oh. Okay.
You want to guess what that is?
Hold on. No. No, I don't think I do. Wait, hold on. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. I'm going to cheat and look at my email on my phone because I want to read to you. Did you see the White House report yesterday?
Oh, gosh, dang it. Yeah, you need to talk about that. Yes.
Happy Earth Day from the White House. And it says, at least we finally have a president who follows science. And then there's a little bit about Donald Trump backing science and looking at economic growth. First item on Donald Trump's plan for following through on Earth Day. By supporting cutting edge technologies like carbon capture and storage, nuclear energy, and next generation geothermal, the Trump administration plans to move America in an energy production way. No mention of coal. There is natural gas mentioned in this particular document. But what will happen is South Dakota has ended the opportunity for Summit Carbon Solutions to build this pipeline as they planned to go to North Dakota. And why is Doug Burgum, past governor of North Dakota, the current director of Department of Interior? Because he was part of this plan. He's been a champion for burying CO2 a mile and a half deep under all of our Mercer counties, North Dakota, from day one. So as South Dakota has now thrown a monkey in their wrench, period, Trump will federalize it and say that this is a means of national security. We must do it and override, try to override what South Dakota has done at the local level, which is a direct violation, guys, of this document right here.
Well,
Jenni,
and
do not be speechless 2 times in 30 minutes, or this will
honestly,
be my last invitation to ever join you.
No, I'm sure people would rather hear you than me anyway. Oh God. And I think that's the other problem that we're going to have on top of the problem that you just talked about is we have so many, Trump or die, it's rabid supporters of Trump. Trump does everything 100%. And that's the other problem that we have. When we took critical thinking out of public education and, don't think that public education, I mean, what we're seeing in public education right now is the antithesis of what they wanted to have in the very first place when they installed public education. It was a way to propagandize kids and dumb them down so that they'd basically go, okay, anytime the government said anything. Jump 20 feet, okay. Give up all your biometric identity, okay. So that's what we have. And the problem that we have with that has translated into Trump is great. He does nothing wrong. Nobody's critically thinking about what he's saying. And so you're going to say this, we're going to say this. And now all of a sudden we're the baddies because we're calling out Trump for doing something that he has no business doing that is going to override local control. And yet we're the bad guys for bringing it up.
Guys, I was standing next to a gentleman who I won't name. He had Donald Trump Jr.'s cell phone on his possession when I was talking to him about how the Trump administration is not going to do anything to get in the middle of the CO2 boondoggle that we're in the middle of, which is death, by the way. It will kill people because of what's happening with the CO2.
Absolutely it will.
And he said, well, I got Donald Trump Jr.'s phone number. I'll just call him and we'll get this fixed. I said, okay, call him. He called him while I was standing right there. And he could not believe the response he got.
What was the response?
The response he got was, we are not going to change course. We are going to stand by the CO2 plan.
Well, but I think there's an important aspect to that, and that is that we have a very rich man from Oklahoma who owns Continental Resources, Harold Hamm, who is hugely invested in the CO2 stuff that I understand is quite integral in Trump's would you call it a cabinet, or he's just an advisor? Or I don't know. Yeah.
Advisor.
So if you've got this million gazillionaire in his ear whispering, oh, we got to have this, then I that's a problem. And Gloria said he's got bad advisors. True.
I believe it's much bigger than what you just described, but let's just go with what you said.
Are you going to make me speechless again? That'd be like
Lord,
3
I hope not, or else
times.
Michael and I have to take over this show and get rid of you.
3 times you're out, Jenny. 3 times you're out.
Okay. So most people have the false notion that we're putting CO2 in a pipeline, sending it to North Dakota on the edge of the Bakken, which is true. All of our Mercer counties are right on the edge of the Bakken. Ironically, right on top of the largest fault line in the state of North Dakota, but we'll just leave that for another day. We're going to bury these million tons of CO2 under all of our Mercer County, 1.5 miles deep, because we need it for enhanced oil recovery. That's the myth that is out there. But what people don't seem to understand is that in order for the developer to get their $85 per metric ton tax credit, the CO2 has to stay there for 12 years. 12 years. And anybody who understands how CO2 reacts under Earth, which we don't really understand it because we haven't done it. Nobody's really done it. Oh, wait, ADM in Decatur, Illinois has been doing it for 2 years, but they stopped doing it at their location. They didn't put it in a pipeline. They were just putting it under Decatur, Illinois. They had to stop doing it 2 months ago because of seismic activity that was continuing to expand, and they thought maybe Decatur was going to go in a volcano or an earthquake because they're on the new Madrid Vault.
Let's not forget Satartia, Missouri, who they have pipelines running through there. Mississippi, sorry. I knew it was an M word. Mississippi.
It is Satartia. You did really, really well on Satartia. That was fantastic.
I did. I thought so too. But I did screw up the Mississippi part. But remember, I mean, that 45 people went to the hospital. They nearly killed an entire town because there was a rupture in the CO2 pipeline. People don't understand CO2 in a liquid phase, until it becomes gaseous again, and it will in the atmosphere, but until then, it's like a liquid, and it just falls down like this right onto the ground where we are. And obviously, we can't breathe in CO2 if we're expiring CO2. We probably don't want to keep that. If you just don't breathe, you die.
30
So,
seconds. You die in 30
yeah, I mean,
seconds with your asphyxiate.
I don't understand. This all has to be about money. There's nothing else that it can be about. And again, we've got the Biden and Obama people to thank for this, because they're the ones under the green notion. We're going to make the world greener if we remove CO2, which causes the world to green up.
That's not totally true.
Then explain it.
2008, under George W. Bush, the
No.
45Z, 45Q, all of these tax credits that we're talking about were created by George W. Bush. Obama gave them new life.
Oh, yeah, well, go back to 05, Trent. That's when he started pushing all of the biodiesel and all that stuff too. George Bush.
Michael, what else did he do? What else did he do in 05 that's relevant to today's world with diesel and emissions?
What he do?
He mandated low
sulfur from diesel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenny White. He mandated the removal of sulfur, and we went to low sulfur diesel, which anybody who's a diesel mechanic will tell you how hard it's been to have a diesel engine that really works after that. And secondly, we now have farmers putting 15 to 17, 20 pounds of sulfur in their fertilizer mix because we've removed the sulfur from the atmosphere that was assisting in our plant and soil health. That all started with George W. Bush. But Jenny, let me finish my little path here.
Okay.
So these 45Q, 45Z tax credits created in 2008 under George W. Bush. Then you have Obama, who's given them new life, but he didn't really do anything to perpetuate them. He just kind of gave them new life, and they reminded everybody they're there. And then in December of 2020, the Use It Act was signed by a guy named Donald Trump. And what did the Use It Act do? It authorized the utilization of the 45Q and 45Z tax credits for CO2 pipelines. So you want to know why Donald Trump's not part of the solution? He's been part of the problem from day one. Then, to your point, the Inflation Reduction Act moved the 45Q tax credits from $50 per metric ton to $85 per metric ton for burying CO2. Hence, we are here with all four presidents contributing to the problem.
Wow.
I give up. I'm signing off. I can't.
Giving up is the last thing. What forefather? When the British were invading, and this is the week of Paul Revere's Ride too, by the way, where a woman named Sybil Ludington, a 16-year-old girl, actually did more to alert the world than Paul Revere ever did. He didn't even finish the ride. We talk about Paul Revere. We don't talk about that 16-year-old girl. Be like that 16-year-old girl. Make a difference without getting credit.
That's great too. You're right. John says the sulfur made diesel mechanics rich, replacing all the plastics in the injector pumps. John also said even in Oklahoma, the CO2 that's been pumped underground has escaped, yet little to nothing is being done. John, get with me on that and where you found that, and let's get that out, because I haven't read that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. But I do want to take one thing you said a step farther, Jenny, and I didn't mean to go all, gangbusters on you on Bush. But anyway.
Well, I mean, he was the one who signed the Patriot Act.
Yeah, I know. But I have become the largest volunteer voice for the first responders of every community. We have people who drop everything, EMTs, firefighters. When that whistle blows, they don't even blow a whistle anymore. We got a pager that goes off. When that pager goes off or the whistle blows, they drop everything and they go help their community in need. And what you mentioned in Sarsha, Mississippi, what I want to really point out, as these firefighters came up to the scene, they didn't know what they were dealing with. and they drove right into the CO2 because, as you said, CO2 is 1.5 times heavier than oxygen and than air. And so it goes and it seeks low areas and it just follows the valleys and low areas, which is why it's wonderful for killing prairie dogs or people if you happen to be laying down there in that area. But my concern is that zero firefighters in this country have been educated about asphyxiation and how CO2 actually works. They're not properly equipped. They don't have the knowledge. And there will be firefighters who are doing what they've been trained to do, which is completely different than any other substance they've been fighting, that will succumb themselves to death, which almost happened in Sarsia, Mississippi, but we didn't have any firefighters who actually were long-term harmed, but we did have equipment that completely shut
Yes.
off because it asphyxiated the fire trucks as well and the ambulance.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, a combustion engine has to have oxygen to work. And if you deprive
Correct.
it of its oxygen, it just shuts down. So yeah, that's true. I mean, all the cars just stopped and you and I have talked about the fact that we have a carbon CO2 pipeline in Osage County and that we were really the first people to even report that. Found it out by accident because our governor created it, because you know how our governor is. He's great. You know, he wants us to be competitive and have lots of people come here to do business. And I can't even do it. It's not going to happen. He's terrible. I was going to, try. I can't. I mean, I just couldn't even.
I got
It
another
was like,
question for you, Jenny, as you're talking about this. Where in this Constitution does it say the role of government is to incentivize business?
oh, that's on page 2. You just missed it.
Oh, okay. Let me look at
Yeah.
page 2. Go ahead with your
Yeah.
story.
But I think that's the bottom line, though, Trent. Oh, hold on a second. Becky has a good comment. She says, I worked for the Wilkes and Frat Tech during the Obama administration. It was wild how much they drove policy. They then completely funded Ted Cruz to push their mandates. They sold to Chesapeake, are still manufacturing many of these issues. But that's so, I was going to say, I'm going to say ironic. I think that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it's ironic because Saunders on here and she can tell you that we've been told that there are all these green lobbyists are descending on the Capitol right now because they don't want setbacks for wind. They don't want setbacks for solar. They don't want us mucking up their little tax incentive scam hoo-ha thing, whatever it is that they're doing that makes them money and screws us over. They don't want us upsetting any of that. So they're at the Capitol, pounding on legislators, and legislators believe them over us. They care more about what these lobbyists say than what the people who elected them say. And the best thing that we can do is teach people what government was supposed to do, how it's supposed to work, and go wind them up and just let them go get these people, because these people need to be out. We need to primary more than 14 of these jokers come next year and get them out and get people in who actually understand how the Constitution works. Well, no, I'm going to back up. Actually understand that there is a Constitution in the first place. I don't even know that they know that there's most of them are like, well, we're a representative democracy. No, Oh, sorry, I'm going to start shrieking. So today, it's gone from me either being completely unable to speak to shrieking. So you got both of them right today.
I feel like I'm here on a historic moment. Just glad to share it with you.
We'll have to have you back on because you can run the gamut for me from all the way from speechless to shrieking. It works great. But in all seriousness, I don't know how we overcome this until we because one of the socialist Marxist ideals about public school was to make sure that we got civics and any history out of history. That's why we changed it to social studies, right? It's
Right.
not social studies. What does social studies mean? It doesn't even mean anything. We need to have history and civics. That's what we need to have. But they understood if they screwed all of that up, and then you go up to some kid right now and you're like, they might know who the president is, but ask them who the governor is. Oh, no.
Well, I think Trent kind of said it earlier, Jenny. I mean, people are gonna have to really unfortunately, people are gonna have to really be backed into a corner before things really turn around, in my opinion.
I have a
then
saying for
that's-
that too, Michael. They won't pay attention until their belly button's banging their backbone.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, or I hate to agree, but I think that's probably what's gonna happen.
Well, and it's kind of like I talked about with Real ID. People believe the propaganda because we've made life easy. I mean, and if all we do is push the easy button, you get mad if you sit in the McDonald's drive-through for longer than 5 minutes. You're like, what's going on with this? I mean,
Where are we
have
sitting for 5 minutes?
well, I don't, but I'm just saying the people, other people. I haven't
Where-
been
I didn't hear what you said, where we're sitting when you get upset.
in a drive-through, just
Oh,
any
you said
drive-through. I said
drive-through.
McDonald's. Yeah, at McDonald's, but I mean any drive-through. I mean, we're so used to convenience right now that people will believe any propaganda in order to be able to propagate their lives with the least amount of pain. So it's like, I want to fly, so I'm going to get one because they told me I had to. Where's the critical thinking in that? Who doesn't sit here and go, well, wait a minute, this is America, and I'm supposed to be able to travel wherever I want without somebody coming up and go, papers, please. Right? I mean, how do you not get that? What doesn't make you somehow go, well, wait a minute, you can't ask me for my papers to get on a plane. I can go where I want. It's America, right?
My least favorite part of history. And you guys will remember there's a picture, a very prominent picture of Franklin Roosevelt, Joe Stalin, and Winston Churchill sitting on a bench
Yes.
at the
Yeah.
Treaty of, what's it called?
Versailles, I think it was.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Versailles. And they're all so happy. And, the sense is that they've just curtailed the killing of 6 million Jews by Hitler, which we know is part of the story, but that doesn't detract from what my message here is in history and how it's so telling. There's Stalin sitting with FDR and Winston Churchill celebrating, alleviating mankind. And we now know that Stalin killed 40 million Russians. He created famine. He created genocide. He killed 40 million people. And yet we celebrate him helping us alleviate what happened in Germany. That, to me, if you understand that, you understand why we just have to find a way to fix our own community and build things stronger at home. That's the key.
But do you know how many people don't even realize that they have a city council?
No, I don't.
Do you know how many
Probably.
people and this is even in Oklahoma, how many people I talk to who just vote for president because that's the most important thing in the whole world?
That is the wrong thing to do. It's the least important person on that ballot.
How do you get people
You
to
know how many
understand
people
that?
that think the education system has just been fixed because Doge fixed all the problems with the Department of Education?
Well, they got rid of it, right? So that solved all the problems.
How's that going to affect the education program in Woodward, Oklahoma?
But again, if you have no critical thinking skills and our overlords have done everything possible to remove those from kids in school, you just sit there and go, okay. How many of us are on this program today because we have critical thinking skills? We're a fraction of the population, 1/120th or something of the population, even of Oklahoma, going, I don't know, that doesn't sound right to me. I mean, it's a killer. I want to get a couple of comments in, though. Tell me when you have to leave because you've got another program to get on.
I got 8 minutes.
8, okay. It's hard to teach history and civics when the kids can't read.
Yeah. I'm only here because you bought me lunch, and so I felt like I owed you.
No, that was Margie. That's who's on right now. Stitt speaking Wednesday, May 21st.
Perfect timing.
That was actually. That was too funny. That's going to take the people pooling their money together to pay for truth ads. You know, Sherry, I've talked about this 100 times. When you guys come on next in a couple of weeks, we'll have to talk more about that. Unless and until the people make a true investment in their government through civic and monetary engagement, nothing is going to change. Osage County, the locals won't talk to you, or they would not to me. For the company doing this has the poor locals working for them in the Scheidler area. And what we need to do is we need to get John to come with us if we're going to go down to Osage County, I think.
That's a great idea.
That's why we need to educate and take people to meetings, and Kendra Weston would know. How many of us are tired of the garbage being fed to us by government? Most, like 3 of us. Let's go see Still. Kendra Weston, this is why I love you so much. Kendra was fired by Governor Stitt, by the way.
Stitt.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we may have to do that. Maybe we can get you to come up on the 21st and you can come with us. Because the
Are you,
OPEC's
are you
having
talking about
Governor
me
Stitt
coming
on.
up?
Oh, yeah. I think it'd be great to get you to ask him some
I live north
questions that
of you,
he
you know
can't
that, right?
answer. Like, how much money are you getting from Harold Ham? I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. I haven't looked it up. Maybe he's not. Who knows?
I'll go with you, but 21st might not work.
Okay, in the 6 minutes you have left, tell us what we can do.
I'm going to repeat what I already said. I sound like a broken record, but it is the answer. It was the answer in the beginning and still the answer. Strengthen the community. You must know your sheriff. I didn't finish my thought on the Department of Education, and the finish of that thought is that the real issue is in the superintendent and the school board, and you need to be present. Somebody just mentioned, it might have been Kendra, said you must be a dutiful citizen. This document actually says you must be a dutiful citizen, and we're not dutiful citizens enough. So don't talk about what's happening in DC or even Oklahoma City if you're not showing up at that county courthouse, because before you know it, they'll be using eminent domain to widen the road in Jinx, Oklahoma, and maybe we don't need that.
I think they've already done that. That's called OTA. That's our Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. Well, I hope we'll still keep in touch, because it's always wonderful to talk to you, and you're just so daggum knowledgeable about everything. And you've done such great work. And I do want to, before you get off of here, this stuff can be cracked. Look at South Dakota.
Absolutely.
So if that says anything for the end of our time with you, it is, if you really put your head down and you get to work, we can make a difference. And so many of us know, I mean, we got rid of so many bad guys from the legislature last go round, and we just need to put our heads down and keep going and get more done.
I agree 100%. My mother used to make me read this book, The Little Engine That Can. It's all in your head.
Yeah. And again, as we've said before, Michael and I have said on here a million times, you have, if you know, you better tell your neighbor.
That's
better
the best
tell your
advice
neighbor.
anybody's generated all day.
Do what?
That's the best advice anybody's generated all day. Did you really want me? You want me to say it 3 times?
Oh, well, if it's about me, yeah. Trent, I think you're the best. You're just amazing. And thank you so much for all that you do. And you do so much. Bless your heart. Driving back and forth from Nebraska. And one of these days we'll get John and we'll go out to Osage.
Okay. I'm going with or without you, just so you know.
Okay. All right. I believe you.
Okay.
All right. You take care. And thanks for being on today.
Always a pleasure. See you soon. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks.
He is the best. I really just think he's so awesome. And he did literally, I'm so disappointed in what he said. I don't know what to say.
Scary. You know what? You remember that easement video I sent you like 2 or 3 months ago? I don't know if you ever watched it. but I need to find that guy and get him on the show. But he talks about
Yes,
to
no, I
create-
watched the easement. That
Yeah.
was so cool. The guys from Texas.
yeah, how to make an easement on your own property to override all that stuff, and it's your own easement. I got to get a hold of that guy and get him on the show so we can talk about that, because I want to do that on my property.
Well, we've got, yes. And I wish you would get in touch with him, because I think that would be one thing that we could really get people involved in here if we could figure out a way to make that work. But the only thing, do you remember I talked to, was it Jay Siegel after you sent me that? Because Jay came on, we were talking about property taxes and income taxes. And he said that the way it works in Texas isn't the way it works in Oklahoma. And
Well, no,
and
that's a different video.
oh no,
There
then
was
what are we
another
talking
one.
about?
Yeah, there was another one just on the easements, and because I sent you two back to back. So
Uh-oh, I
yes,
may
the
have just
property
watched one.
tax deal was one, and that's the one Jay was commenting on. That's the one you sent to Jay.
Right.
And yeah, he did say it did work different here, but there was another video of a guy, and this was a YouTube, and all this guy does, he's a lawyer. All he does is specialize in easements. And he
Okay.
shows you how to write an easement on your own property to literally override everything.
Now I
No
remember.
matter what
Sorry.
it is.
Okay. Sorry. That's what happens when you get old. You know, hard drive gets full and
Well,
forget
I
these things.
send you too much stuff sometimes.
Well, you are bad because you won't talk to me for like 5 days, and then you'll send me 20 things. And I'm like, how am I going to get through all? So spread them out. That's my advice to you. Spread them out. Hold on a second. Let's get some, the super is not the ruler yet. The school board's let him, and we know that John knows since he's been who is this guy? I'm in. Kendra, we need to get you a Trent. You guys would have a mutual admiration society for sure. Janice, to keep it local, attend the county GOP meetings. We have monthly meetings in Grady, and yes, you do, and they're great, by the way. And thank you for having Trent on. Yes. And Rebecca would love to hear that. They're struggling so much, and I keep meaning to get you on the program, Rebecca. We'll have to, if I don't get with you, get with me on message or text me or whatever. Let's get you on the program, because she's got so much good information from Payne County where they were doing all of this NIETC corridor stuff. And I was trying to get her on several months ago when they were doing this. And then so many things happened, including a fire, which kind of, but I've got to get her on because I think she would be really great to talk about some of the stuff that's going on. And it would be great to get her on after you get the easement guy to come on and talk about that, because we've got to do. I'm so upset. I mean,
Well, we're losing so bad to just the legalese everywhere, because we don't know. I mean, we literally just don't know. And like Trent said, in that fine print, I mean, how about that whole collateral aspect? Your property is involved now as collateral in some mortgage up the road that the bank didn't, or as collateral up the road that the bank didn't even know about. I mean, think about that.
I just guess I don't understand how it's legal to even do something like that. I mean, now here's the thing.
Well,
And
if you sign off, Jenny, if you sign off on a contract, just because you didn't read it or you didn't understand it doesn't mean that the other side can't execute. I mean, that's how it's happening.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to say. And you beat me to it and did a better job at it. But when I was talking to Julia this morning because we were talking about something else and throwing something at her. We'll talk about it when we finally get it fleshed out. But she had said something to me about how, now the train jumped the tracks. I'll have to think about it in a second. I don't think she's on this morning for some reason. If she is, maybe she can help me remember. So they take it under Article 8. Oh, interesting. So they take it under Article 8 and then take it from you by Article 9. Ooh, that's interesting. I can't stress enough, the government is tying up your hands under the FSA, NRCS programs. What is, can you tell me, John, give me the acronym. What is that? Programs, even more so after they changed their contracts to sign 2 years ago. I'm not sure what that means. Rep 11? I don't know, maybe she's voice texting. John, what is that? The FSA NRCS. Do you know what that is, Michael?
No.
I don't know. But I think I know what I was going to say now. We have so many people who have the R by their name that are doing so many bad things, and it's just and people just look at the R part, and they're like, but they're R's. I mean, they can't be doing anything that bad. And it's what we talked about with Trump. I'm not going to say, oh, farm service agencies and natural resource, and it's conservation, not conversation. You just mistyped conservation services through the USDA. Well, I think I told you this, is when we went out to find where carbon capture was, it was under the natural Oklahoma Natural Resources Conservation Services that they have CO2 capture. Can you make that make sense? I'm not really sure. It's Article 9, Rep 11. What does that mean? Yeah. If Trump is better than Biden, and I mean, I'm not going to have that argument with anybody. I just don't have time to, nor the interest. Of course, Trump is better than Biden, and certainly better than Obama. I'm not going to have that argument. But what we lose is when we say, oh, he's so much better, everything's great, he's going to come in and save America. Well, think about the propaganda there. I've got my hat on, Trump save America. Well, Trump can't save America. Trump can't do it. I mean, I don't care if he can hire and fire people on TV, had his own TV show and has $1 gazillion. I don't care. He can't save America. Everybody get out your pointer fingers. Get ready. Who can save America? Come on, Michael, do it with me.
The people.
So when you decide that you're giving up your personal responsibility so that you can go, oh, well, we elected Trump, I get to go to my games now, everything's good, you're done. I don't even want to talk to you. Go away. Shoo. Because you have to be a part of the solution. You can't, and you're not part of you're going into the voting machine and going, isn't part of the solution. That isn't it. What did Benjamin Franklin say? What did he say? We gave you a republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. Okay, so let's break that down. If you can keep it. Whose responsibility is to keep it? Pointer fingers, right? And that doesn't mean I put in a little black oval. That's not what that means. That means going to your school board meetings, going to your city council meetings, speaking out when they're doing the wrong thing. When they're doing the wrong thing and they won't listen to you, you go knock doors and get somebody else who will in that seat to listen to you. That's what you do. That's how you solve the problem. But that has to do with this, not, oh, but I got so-and-so elected. Okay, did we get that? Did I do pretty good on that?
Pretty good. Pretty
Okay.
good. Well, I'll tell you from the finance side, and I know you're going to start hitting a bunch of these comments, but I'll just tell you from the finance side, the biggest problem I have with President Trump, he's just, I will say it, he is a genius at marketing and real estate. I mean, he's a genius. He's probably one of the best in the world. And that the whole Make America Great, I mean, he's played on what people have felt for a long, long time. And I mean, but he's a numbers go up guy. So like when it comes to like right now, he's trying to force these interest rates down. And I'll just tell you, all that's going to do is make the Federal Reserve the private bank, the private Federal Reserve that's not federal and any capacity, it's not our bank, it's going to make them even stronger. It's going to make prices go way up. They're going to put more money into the system. He's literally going 100% against free market when he's trying to force the interest rate down. There's so many things like that I have major issues. Whoever's telling them this stuff, because from a real estate point of view, yes, if you're a real estate investor, you want interest rates to be as low as you can so you can borrow as much money as cheaply as possible. Well, there's a huge swinging, pendulum to all that. And when you lower rates, you're literally just printing mass amounts of debt. That's all that's happening is you're allowing these banks to just print mass amounts of money. And that's one of the major things I have. I mean, it's so anti to just force rates down and not let the market dictate all this stuff. It's so anti-American. It's just complete opposite. But everybody wants to just get their free money. They want, instead of having a 7% house, interest rate, they want a 6% or a 5 or a 4 or 3 or 2, but that just massively destroys the value. The purchasing power of our dollar is being completely destroyed. And I have a major problem with him with that. And there's a couple other things, but that is the major deal.
Well, there's a comment down here. Let's get to a couple of these because these were really good. Conservative and Republican don't actually go.
Yeah, 100%.
One of these things is not like the other. It's true. Better, yes, but not the fix. And that's correct. It kind of all goes back to what Michael shared last week. The bloat just keeps getting bigger. These companies get so many credits and funds, yet they're using these easements as collateral. It's also painful to realize how bad they have been us over. I mean, you couldn't have said it better, I don't think, than Dr. Pelham. This is the comment. This is a big comment. Me and Andrew are like super copacetic here. There's Trump derangement syndrome on the left, and the right is suffering from the Trump idol complex. Andrew, you get a round of applause for that. I completely concur with that. I definitely think that's what's happening. I'm not saying we shouldn't support our president. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not going to get into that discussion with you either. That's not what I'm saying. What do I always go back to on this show? What do I always go back to this show on this show? Critical thinking. Critical thinking. If you look at something, whether it's legislation, whether it's a headline to a news story, and you just buy it, you just go, okay, that's your first reaction. Please go over to the wall and do this really hard, like 5 times, and see if that shakes up any sclerosis in there in your neurons, because you should be at this point in time questioning every single thing. If COVID didn't teach you to question every single thing, what do we tell them to do? Take the slow boat to China? I mean, what do we do, Michael? If they're not going to question every single thing, what do we tell them to do?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, like I said before, I think we're going to have to get completely backed into a corner where people are losing so bad. Prices are so high, you're losing your rights, you're losing, this and that. There's more mandates, there's more whatever. I mean, we're going to have to get to that point to where we're literally almost about to lose before the masses, kind of wake up in this deal. I mean, yeah, we're talking
now,
here
in
an echo chamber.
I don't want to, because I'm awake and I don't want to have to suffer for the morons.
Well, but that's how it is, because look at the weapon that's been put into place through education all these years. People have no idea, because they were never taught civics. They were never taught about the Constitution. They were never taught about liberty and rights and how this country's supposed to operate on purpose. So when you have, I mean, I hate it, because you and I were on the show. We talk in an echo chamber of people that are, just like us.
Yeah.
And I hate that, because, we want to change minds is what we want to do. And we need to get out there more in one way or another so we can do that. And I just it's so common sense to me. I mean, I don't know how people can't think like us, but that's just how it is.
Gracie says Andrew hit it on the head, and then John says critical thinking has been removed from our schools, and that's absolutely the fact, because Kendra and I were talking about this not long ago, and I think as a matter of fact, she and Sherry are going to come on and talk about something similar next month. When you put kids on a computer and a computer program or an app, and this is where all your information is, and you have to just, and I've seen them. I mean, my son has them in classes, and I mean, my other kids, I've seen them, how they work in college now even. So you have the book, it's all online because you can't actually have a book, right? So it's all online. And the way that they know that you've done the chapter or the reading is that they put a little quiz afterwards. And so they just ask you, basic points, what did it say on line 7, page 4, right? I mean, they don't give you any critical thinking questions. There just aren't any, because they want you to get done, and they don't really care that, they know that most people, when they see it on a screen, you're missing. Remember, we talked about this on the show before. You have the seeing part, you have the hearing part, and you have the tactile or the writing part. And when you can't do all 3 of those things together, you suffer. I mean, any student suffers. We're meant to learn tactily, audibly, and visually. That's what we're meant to do, which is why we have schools and people like Bill Gates who want to put everything into zeros and ones, because they know that's the way you dumb us down. It removes, I mean, really, honestly, all you're learning is, all you're getting at that point is visual. Sometimes you don't even get the auditory along with the tactile, just the visual. It's no wonder we're stupid, and we're stupid as a people. It's because we're not learning well enough to make our brains function well enough to even make us come up with these questions that we can critically think through.
Yeah, but Jenny, at the same time, the whole system is designed to reward the best little memorizing automatons.
Correct.
I mean, that's really what it's designed to do. There's no design to make you actually think. It rewards you for being the best little fall in line memorizer. And if you're the best little memorizer and you do exactly what they tell you, then yeah, you get the big jobs, you make the big money because you just fall right into line. And that's another aspect to that. I mean, there's just no part that involves critical thinking unless you're literally some kid that dropped out of high school, got into business for yourself, created, scrapped around, created a very high performing or, a decent business in some way. And you've just picked up, just common sense, how all this works yourself.
I was thinking about, and I was thinking about it this morning too, but I was thinking about it a whole lot yesterday when I knew Trump was going to be on the show and we were going to talk about some of this stuff. I am to the point where I truly have lost patience with people who can't put 2 and 2 together to get 4. And I can get the 30,000 foot view, and I stand back and I think, good Lord, if you ruin the way kids learn, if you take away history, if you take away their ability to think for themselves, I mean, all of the things that are happening now, if you stand back and you look, it's obvious what's going on. I mean, it's completely obvious to me. But I think most people don't see it, again, because they don't have the critical thinking skills. They don't want to, because if you had to actually think about, oh my gosh, I might make a stink. I might have to make a stink to get on an airplane. Nobody wants to do that. No, nobody wants to do that. They're too scared to be put in a situation where they get thrown in jail, or they,
Well, part of that,
found
Jenny,
myself
part of
already.
that too is we live in that instant society with just
Instant
100%
gratification
media
society.
consumption. And I'll tell you a story about my own son. Okay. This was just last week. And I got on to him pretty good when this happened. So we're standing there in the kitchen. I got him some new vitamins. And I said, okay, I said, take these vitamins. I said, there's 2 pills. I said, you're going to take 2 a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. So then he's like, okay. So then I watch him. He goes over to the bottle. He gets 2 pills out and he walks over to the refrigerator, to get a drink or whatever. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm taking these vitamins. And I said, did you even listen to a single word I just said? I said, repeat what I just said to you. And he's like, well, you said take 2 pills. I said, no. I said, you're going to take 2 pills, 1 in the morning and one in the evening, but he's got his phone. He's got his phone right there. He's looking at something on his phone. He's not even paying attention. I mean, let alone read the bottle to see what the bottle says when that's exactly what the bottle says. And I said, you know what? You're going to have a lot of major problems in your life if you can't even pay attention for 3 seconds in a sentence, and I got on pretty good. But that's how everything is. There's so much consumption. There's not enough time to even listen, let alone think, but even listen.
And well, here's the funny part. If you'd have just let him do that and it was vitamins and he'd taken 2 at one time, he would have gotten so nauseous. But then the problem was he would be like, they just made me sick. I'm not taking them anymore. Like, no, buddy. Hold on. Sarah is bringing up an important thing. There is an energy committee meeting Thursday, April 24th at 9:45 in the Senate room 230 at the State Capitol building. And they're hearing a number of bills that need to be passed, but not sure that they're going to. Train the brain, otherwise known as brainwashing or dumbing down. And Senate energy bills being heard tomorrow morning. Yes, setbacks and green scan bills. A lot of critical thinking has been removed by lazy teachers who do not want to put the time in with the kids or are forced not to be able to, doing that they have too much to cover or other subjects. And that's a fact. But I do want to mention something. We've been talking about this bill, SB 224, which is the bill where they wanted to, it had the state longitudinal database name in it, and they were going to track workforce data through kids. And, I've said over and over again that we already do this. I mean, I can go out and prove it to you. I mean, it's out on the web. It's not like you can't find it. We already do all of this kind of stuff. Well, when I was trying to talk to, Jana Zanforth and I were talking yesterday, and I pulled up the information on the web. So basically what we've gone to now is every student has an individual education plan. That's what they want, right? So they're telling us that all of this data that they're collecting are de-identified, which means they're taking the personal identifiers off and they're just keeping what's called aggregate data. But I can show you website after website where there are private companies that we are contracting with through public schools to collect data for kids on an individual basis so that they can have this individual college plan, right? It's called the ICAP. Okay. Now, let's think here just a second. So if you're pushing these ICAP plans, which by the way are very Central European, all you're doing is pigeonholing kids into a slot so that you can have workers for these agencies. It's all about the Chamber of Commerce, which is a bad thing. The Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, the Oklahoma State Chamber of Commerce, they fought us on Common Core. They want this data for your kids because all they're about is creating money through businesses. And then, of course, the more money the businesses make, the more they give to legislators who then turn around and then pat them on the head and give them special dispensation because they're giving them all of this money. So where are the people in that circle? Okay, so let's use some critical thinking. If every student, according to the Chamber of Commerce, has to have an ICAP so that we can make sure we're funneling them into the right businesses that Governor Stitt is bringing here, so that we can have a world-class state or whatever the heck disgusting terminology he uses. So if that's what we're doing, right? How can we be collecting de-identified data? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? You can't be. Not only that, but there's no possible way, once you get personal identification into a spreadsheet, that doesn't go away. And that's just the way data works and the way you write code and all of that kind of stuff. It goes back to that same thing over and over again, because that was the initial data, right? So the idea that we would have any de-identified data would be only if you had an individual spreadsheet that was done at a teacher level on her individual computer, on her individual hard drive, that wasn't being, it's kind of like elections. It just hit me as I was talking. Nobody wants, our machines talking to each other, correct? Right?
Correct.
We all want to just be able to go to the voting booth and go, right? And that's that individual machine. Well, we want that because if it's hooked up to the internet, they can do whatever they want with it. So stop and think. If the teacher is entering data into a state longitudinal database, or the WAVE, right? And they're doing that through the single sign-on through the OSDE website. You can look all of this stuff up. Don't take my word for it. Just go look it up. They're doing that. Where is that data going? Is it staying on the teacher's computer? No, there's no possible way. It's just gone through an internet connection to the OSDE into the single sign-on for the WAVE. They just enter that data. So all of this crap that they're talking about right now is the Chamber of Commerce trying to get legislators who are completely ignorant on these topics to propagandize us into believing that all of this is okay, when it's flat not. Because if you just stop for 4 seconds and think about it, you're like, oh yeah, that can't be the way it works, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, think about it. That data, Jenny, you know as well as anyone else, every single line of that data is unique. I mean, it has to have a unique identifier on every single line in the first place.
Because, so let's play the critical thinking game again, shall we? If all the data was the same, how could you parse the data? If all you have are oranges, how do you make it an apple? You can't. God, it makes me so, I mean, I'm not going to. SB 224 is not good, regardless how good one wants to spin it, for it'll cost the taxpayers big time. I'm going to take a slight bit of exception with you there, John, even though you know I love you, because it's already cost the taxpayers, cost $5 million in federal funds to set up the SLDS. And we took it through Janet Breesy when she was the chief education person and did everything Obama wanted her to do. It's a never ending loop that will lead right back to the original data recipient. Thank you, John. Yeah. You said that better than me. That's exactly right. I wish we were trained well enough at the district level to be able to effectively measure student growth and needs. Okay, I'm going to put this away and I'm going to say one thing, and you know that this is true because I think you probably teach it. Here's the way, and I'm going to say it, this is like the 500th time I've said it. Here's the way you determine student growth. Are you ready? I have a biology class. I have a 7th grade biology class. I look to try to determine what it is that students should know by the end of my 7th grade class. I create a test over all of those topics. The very first week of school, I give the kids the test on the topics. Then we go through the year where I'm teaching the kids on the topics. At the end of the year, I give the students the same exact test I gave them at the beginning of the year. Anybody want to disagree? Does that have to be done on a web server? Did I just do that in my own classroom?
There's not enough money in that, Jenny. I don't see the link where there's any money for that.
Oh, but see, now we're getting somewhere, aren't we, Michael? Now aren't we getting somewhere? So is this about people making money, or is this what's best for the student? Because I guarantee you that what's best for the student is the way I just described. That's the best. Ain't no money making money on that. Okay, so I'm going to finish what she said. If we did that well at the local level, like Trent said our focus should be, then we wouldn't need the state to gather all this information to help identify the struggles and abilities of the students. Amen, Dr. Pelham. I know they're collecting more than those factors, but that's the foundational claim of the need for all of this mess. I agree. We're from the government and we're here to help. But here's the problem, Gracie. How many people are like, yeah, I can go to the government and get my blah, my fill in the blank, right? I get my tax credit to send my kids to private school. I get my. We don't care. We don't care. It's all about me, what I'm going to get, what's easiest for me. No, that's why Trent says, and Michael, you've said it 100 times. I just try not to because it makes me want to cry, that we're going to end up being crushed by all of this stuff. And that's when people are going to start pushing back. I don't want to push back now. I won't be able to make it to the kids' soccer game on Saturday. I don't want to push back now because I'm not going to be able to make it to my coffee with my girlfriends on Tuesday morning. I don't want to push back now. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're trying to suck your shoe leather off to have something to eat, please do not come talk to Michael and I, please. Jenni, that takes effort. As my wife said over and over again, those who put in the effort cast by the majority, and the other teachers, you just want the easy way out. And I know that because I've been there. You're right, 100%. So, at this point in time, and I've said it before, I'll keep saying it because everybody already knows, I just don't care. My give a heck is broken. See, I was nice about it. My give a heck is broken. If you really want your kids to know something, they wouldn't be in a private school. If you really have learned something from COVID, your kids wouldn't be in a public school. If you really understand what public schools are doing, your kids wouldn't be in a public school. We're already being, Gracie, I can't argue that point because it's weird. I was just
Crusher.
thinking that
I'll say we're in the crusher. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it's funny, not funny. I was just thinking about that very same thing the other day. I was going, because I'm so pissed about Real ID and I want to fly out to see my sister in September. And, she's all panicked about it. And I'm like, I'm going to get on the damn plane. You watch me. Does everybody know that our state license plate really is a biometric ID? Because I told everybody that because when I came back from Las Vegas, they scanned the little thing on the back of my driver's license, went, you can go on through. I'm like standing there like an idiot with my boarding pass going, but you didn't look at my boarding pass. But you didn't look at my boarding pass. I didn't even know it was a biometric ID. How stupid am I? It's so bad, y'all. It's so bad. They have so much information on us. We've gladly given it up. I mean, I want to I don't know what I want to do. I want to water the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants.
And patriots. That's the full quote. Got some patriots in there too.
Okay, so give me the full quote then. What part am I missing?
Well, you got to water the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants and patriots.
And patriots. Why would
some
we want?
Some of the people are going to go down too.
Well, if you have a passport, you do not need a Real ID. Okay, but here's the problem, John, and I'm not getting on to you, but I am getting on to you. A passport has a biometric facial recognition photo. Okay? So we can all say, well, just have to do my passport. But the problem is you've already been stuck in the system through your biometric facial recognition ID photo that they take to get your passport. No, you haven't put your thumbprint on that like you have to do on your driver's license. And when they did that to me, I was like, I'm not doing that. And she goes, well, you're going to have to do that. So I try to smudge it, but what if I really wanted to be the person I gripe about, I would have gone, I'm just going to drive without a damn driver's license then, up yours. And see, it's my husband and I were talking about this very same thing the other day. He said, he's like, there was a movement, and I think it was back, it may have been the late 70s or early 80s. Anybody who's older on here who knows, please let me know. I think so. It was like the end of the 70s, early 80s, and there was a movement to get people to stop paying their income tax, right? Do you remember that by any chance? Miguel, do you remember that?
No, I was
Okay,
still in school.
There was one, and Dave goes, so why doesn't that work? Why can't we just do that now? Why doesn't that work? And he's like, because everybody's too scared. It's like, well, I don't pay mine. It only works if you get, 1 million people to not do it, right? Or 500,000 people to not do it. But if you're the one out there going, I'm not going to file, are we sure that that's going to work, right? Then everybody's like, well, I'm just going to file because I don't want to be the one going to jail, right? John said that, and then he said, but don't do both well. Passport is the same personal info. That's correct. Oh, when was it, Gracie? When was it? Tell me when it was. I did it for 3 years. I had refunds coming and lost them. Oh man, John, bless your heart. He actually did it. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Well, I guess, yeah, because patriots are out fighting the tyrants. That makes sense now. But yes, I had completely forgotten about that part of the quote. So I'm glad you mentioned that to me. All right, well, coming up on 133, and we're going to end up just talking about the same thing over and over and over again, which is people being stupid and allowing the governments at every level to shoo us out. Somebody said something on Facebook the other day, and they were like, I don't even know why this is happening. And I'm like, how many school board meetings have you been to? How many city councils have you been to? Have you even read the agendas for your city councils? Have you because I don't go to my city council meetings anymore. I was the mayor. I've been there, done that. But what I do is I'm on the mailing list. So I get the agenda sent out to me every time, and I go through and read the agenda very carefully. And if I find something on there I don't like, I, by God, show up at that meeting, or I phone call people, or I send emails, or I do all of those things together. So I don't have to go to every single meeting, but I'm informed about every single meeting. Right?
Correct.
I can only say the same time frame as you said. Yeah, I think it was about then. I do. So, I don't know. You're on your phone.
Well, I have to check something
Okay.
real fast.
I keep forgetting. But it's seriously, I mean, we're at 1 hour 30. We probably need to get off because we're going to end up talking about the same stuff over and over again. But I just say, and I'm going to say it again. I don't want us to get our head squished in a vice and then wake up. I want us to wake up before our head gets squished in the vice. And our head, and we're already stuck in the vice so that our head can't move.
Yeah, but habit is so hard. Habit is so hard to change, Jenny. And people, I mean, we've been conditioned to literally, just be consumers, consume, products, consume media, consume. I mean, it's going to be tough. That's why I think ultimately we're going to have major loss in order to really wake people up and say, hey, I don't think it's supposed to be like this. I don't know. People are going to be like, I don't really know that, what's supposed to happen, but I don't think it's supposed to be like this. I mean, I think that's what's going to happen.
Well, you look at the number of people who woke up during COVID.
A lot.
Right? I mean, a whole bunch of people woke up during COVID.
But look at the tyranny that they tried to roll out. Look how blatant that was. the forced masking, the forced business closures, the forced, 6-foot BS, all the stuff they did with schools. And to me, that was the biggest deal, was trying to force my kids to wear a mask. I mean, all the hatred that was spewed towards myself, my family, and my kids. I mean, my boys would literally come home crying because of how teachers would talk to them. And I would call up there, I'd call superintendent. They're like, okay, who's saying it? Who's doing it? Nothing ever happened. I mean, I hated putting my kids in the line of fire. And, who knows? I mean, I'd probably send them in there with no mask. And then by the time they got to class, they were forced to put a mask on. They're not going to stand up for themselves. And they're sure not going to tell me because they're so embarrassed in the first place. But that's what just set me off to no end. And that's why we started that lawsuit and the whole 9 yards. I ran for school board. I joined R.O.P.E with you. We're on the show now, because if I don't do something, then it is my fault that we're going down the tank.
Get out the pointer fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember what Julie was going to say. Apparently she wasn't on this morning. What we were talking about was a title for something that we're going to do. And, I said, we the people. And she said, no, that's socialist, because it's we. What we really need is something with personal responsibility in the topic. And I was like, it's true. All right. Well, on Friday, we are going to have a really, 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 really awesome show, because we are going to have 2 freshmen from the House of Representatives on, one at 9 a.m. and one at 1 p.m. So we're going to have we haven't done it in a while, but we're going to have a twofer on Friday. So we're going to have our friend Jim Shaw on at 9 o'clock on Friday. And then we're going to have our friend Gabe Woolley on at 1 p.m. on Friday. And they're going to talk to us a little bit about some of the stuff that's been going on this session in the House of Reps. And I talked to our friend Kendall Sacchieri this morning, and we're going to have her on at some point too, and have her kind of download about the Senate. I'm just going to say it again, and I'll be interested to see what the guys have to say on Friday. But this is the worst. This is just the worst session I've ever seen. I've never seen the lack. I mean, we've always had kind of a group of legislators who are, well, I'm the elected official and I know what's best now that I'm the elected official. We've always had these. I've never seen a level of it like it has been this session. I just haven't seen it. It's unconscionable. It's horrifying. I mean, I was talking to our friend Whitney yesterday, and Whitney was saying the same thing. Whitney's like, have you even been up there? And I'm like, what's the point? Is there a point in that at this point? I mean, I really honestly think that the whole point is going to be next year and getting these people out and doing everything we possibly can to get these people out. Because if we can't get these people out, oh, well, I mean,
Yeah. Well, it seems like all you need is 3 magic words to, make it into office here. Like, I'm a Republican, Christian, and Trump. I mean, that's literally just put a couple of those words on a postcard, send them out. Oh yeah, that's who we're voting for.
yeah. So have you noticed Drummond sending out cards now? Drummond is already sending out. Grant Green, who is my senator, has been sending out push cards in the mail to say he's doing things that frankly he's not doing, but to couch it in terms so that it sounds like he's doing something that he's not really doing. It's the craziest thing. These people know that we're on the warpath. They know, they've seen what we can do when we get our pants in a wad about things. They know what we can do. So they're out there propagandizing these people right now who won't pay attention. Drummond, well, I'm out there supporting President Trump. Are you kidding? You gave to Biden. But he doesn't put that on his push card conveniently. But everybody else who reads it goes, oh yeah, he's in the Trump camp. This is great. Okay, we got to get off of here. John says lack of concern for the people as a whole. They're just too worried about the monies, and that's absolutely it. We've allowed it to go too far. Now we have a hard fight to get things back in line, but we don't have any choice. I'm with you. I mean, I'm with you, Gracie, 150%. We've let it get too far. We've let it get way too far. But I mean, what are we going to
Word
do?
is-
This
Yeah, that key word, Jenny, is you said it, we've. And that's
We.
100%. We have let it get too far. We as the people, we as the public, we've let it get too far.
Well, and the only thing we can do is to take it back. But we're gonna we are going to have to take it back. And we started last session. I mean, we started last election series trying to get it back, but we can't stop now. There's no possible way. So I'm going to make some clips about what the points in time that Trump made me completely speechless, especially about that easement stuff. I'm totally going to make a clip about that and get that out like immediately. So guys who are on here, please share that when it comes out and make sure people understand that. It's like the UCC thing we talked, the Universal Commercial Code that we talked about the other day. You know, that's got to stop. I mean, we've got to come to the end of that. We, the people, that's right. All right. Good to see you, Michael, as usual. Great to have Trent on this morning. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We so love you and love all your comments. And we had some nice viewership on Rumble today, and would have loved to have seen your comments. Don't forget, you can put comments on there. We're happy to have them on Rumble too. So thanks everybody for joining us, and we will see you again on Friday twice, once at 9, once at 1, and I'll put out information on that tomorrow morning so everybody can be, you know, pushing that out to friends and family so you can watch. And we'll see you again on Friday at 9 and 1. Anything else, Michael?
That we've got to take responsibility. It's up to us. Trump is not going to save us. I can tell you that.
Nope. All right. Thanks for being with us. We think you're the best, and we'll see you again on Friday. Bye-bye. Is it not live? I just said go live. Oh my gosh. So this is a new thing going live, and it's a little interesting trying to get this to happen. Hey, everybody. So we're going live. It's not something we've done before, but we're going to do it today because something happened that we really need to chat about. And so I'm going to bring in our friends, our favorite donkey milk lady, Sandra Trawick, and our other friend, Robbie McComas, who are going to talk to us a little bit about something that happened today at the Capitol that is just very interesting. So Sandra, I'm going to kick it off with you. Just tell everybody what happened.
Well, we went up to the Capitol to watch the Senate Energy Committee meeting, which I believe was supposed to start at about 9:30. So we waited hours for that meeting to start. Hours. I think it didn't start until 12:30, and people had driven to go specifically to see this, had to make other arrangements for our kids to be picked up and whatnot, because we really wanted to be there to hear that bill and also to do a live stream on my Facebook page for other people who couldn't be there to be able to watch it. So the first thing that happens, kick off the meeting, not a welcome to the meeting, any of that. Senator Grant Green says,
Okay, so let me stop. So the Senate Energy Committee is
Yes.
chaired by Senator Grant Green.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And Robbie was there, so please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. He started out by saying, and this is videoed on the Capitol website, so you can watch it there. There'll be no videoing of this meeting. It's online. You all can watch it online. Well, it's very difficult for people to navigate their website and find the live stream online. And then once it's no longer live, it's even harder for people to actually go find the video later. So that was extremely frustrating, but respected that. So I did not video. However, later, Senator Murdoch was presenting a debate on the question at hand about the wind turbine setbacks. And I thought, well, I'd like to take a photo that I can post. So I took a picture. At that point, Senator Green interrupts the meeting to call me out and say, you can't video. And I said, I'm not videoing. I took a photo. And he said, well, you can't take a photo either. And like I said, I wasn't videoing, so I don't have exact verbatim what he said, but that was the gist of it. Now, at that point, I'm very irate because this is an open meeting and I can't even take a photo. So he repeated it. No, you can't take a photo. A little while later, yes, I had someone instructing me, no, you can take photos. So I took another photo quietly of the presenter of the bill, Senator Seifert. And no one saw me take that photo, but I posted it to Facebook. So at that point, no one says a word to me. The bill is voted on. It's a ridiculous sham, in my opinion. And most of the people that were there against this or for this legislation on our side left. I wait a few minutes.
They left after this particular bill on
Yes.
wind turbine setbacks had been presented. They
Yes.
went ahead and exited, which I will say for those of you who are watching and maybe you don't know, it's whoops, hold on a second. We're just being told that we can't broadcast from Facebook. So hang on just a second and let me get that taken care of. Or not. Hold on one second. So my point was, and the point that I was going to make was, it is absolutely fine if you attend a meeting and then you're there to witness a bill or two bills or whatever. It's just fine if you get up if so long as you're quiet. You don't want to be disruptive, and most people are not disruptive, but it happens all the time. People come in and out of these meetings, especially lobbyists come in and out of these meetings all the time. That's not unheard of, and it's not discouraged. There is a sergeant at arms at the door who will let you in or out if the meeting is in session. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And actually, I forgot that. I did already leave that meeting. I was standing right by the door. I had already left at one point to go speak to someone, and I had come back in, and the sergeant at arms had opened the door and let me go back in. So I took another photo, posted it to my Facebook story, just didn't even have Grant Green in the photo.
Okay.
And then we watched the rest of this bill, and most of them left. And I wait a few seconds, and then I turned around to go out as well. And a minute after that, a friend of ours comes out, and she said that after I left, and again, I don't have a video of this, but she said that after I left, Grant Green said, don't let her back in. She took another photo. So at that point, I turned around and walked back in to try to enter the meeting again. And they stopped me at the door, and they know me. They know I'm always respectful. I'm not causing any problems. And they stopped me at the door and they said, "You can't go back in. You took a photo. The chair has said you cannot come back." And I believe the words he used were, "You cannot attend his meetings anymore." Not just that one, but the way I understood it was, I'm not permitted to attend his energy meetings anymore.
Okay, but let me stop, and I want to make this, I want to make it clear. I have not contacted Grant Green to get his take on that. So we're just hearing one side right now, but it's, I think it's important. Go ahead.
Right. So at that point, I said, "Please show me in the rules where it says that I cannot take a photo in a public meeting." And so then they're doing their job, and I do not fault them for it. They started looking through the rules, looking, and Robbie was there. He cannot find anything in the rules that states this. So at this point,
States that you cannot be removed from the meeting simply for videotaping or taking a photo.
Right.
Okay.
Quietly,
Yeah,
not being disruptive.
he looked through his book a long time,
Mhm.
and he could not find anything in there about taking a photo or a video. So he concluded that it was up to the chair of the room.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's something called Morris's rules. I called after I spoke with Sandra. I called Jason Murphy, who was a representative in the Oklahoma House of Representatives for 12 years and is very well versed on these issues. And I called him, and he said that it was they were probably referring to something called Morris's rules, and that does allow the chair to make decisions in the meeting. However, it is only done in cases where people are disrupting the meeting. So it doesn't make any sense to use Morris's rules if the meeting is not being disrupted, and you are not disrupting the meeting.
No, not at all.
No, she
No.
was not. I did take a photo of his rule book. It's in a video, so I went to try to find it, but it's in a video.
Right.
So it sounded right though. It was a
Yeah.
little green book that he
I
had in
think
his hand.
they actually came down, another one came down and said it was, I thought he said Mason's rules, but you know,
I'm sorry,
maybe he had it
Masons.
wrong.
You're right. You're right. I am
Masons.
wrong.
Okay.
Mason's rules, not Morris's. I got
Right.
the end part right. Yes,
Right.
Mason's rules.
And I thanked them for doing their job, and that I appreciate them. And, you know, they said, "You've always been very nice." They were somewhat apologetic for having to uphold this, because they know me. They know I've been to meetings. I'm not disruptive. I am not causing problems for anyone. And I've recorded meetings on the House as well. And so at that point, I said, "I understand. Thank you. And I would like to file a complaint against Senator Green." And he looked a little bit shocked and said, "Well, no one has ever filed a complaint against a legislator." And I said, "Well, I think it's time that they did." So they then went and tried to figure out how I could file a complaint against a legislator. Oh, and I need to add too that he said, "Well, it is recorded." You know, I said, "This is Open Meetings Act." And he said, "Well, it is recorded and it's online, so it's still out there." And I said, "No, what is not out there," and we can go once they post this video, did it just pick up Senator Green saying no videoing and you can't take a photo? Or did it pick up that I did nothing disruptive, that I was not causing a scene, that I very respectfully asked, "Are you saying I cannot take a photo?" Because I didn't have a microphone and no one else was allowed to take a picture of me. So I have no proof because no one else was taking any photos or videos. It also didn't pick up the 11 or so wind turbine lobbyists that were sitting dispersed around that room. So what that video picks up that is at the Capitol is not an accurate portrayal of everything happening in that room. And that's the reason that a citizen who goes down there should have every right to take a video or a photo of that open meeting of legislators that we elected.
I would second that, because before it started, I did a video around the room. Grant Green was in his chair because he's in the video. So before it started, and the reason I did it is so that people in No Wind Turbines Lincoln County can get a feel of what is in the room, because there's a lot of lobbyists sitting in those chairs. So it makes a difference on whose voice is being heard in that room. And if the people only watch the video that came from the Capitol, they can't see all that intimidation in the room that Sandra's speaking about. And it was full of intimidation. And the only way to capture that for the rest of the state of Oklahoma to understand that is to take our own photo.
Well, let me ask you a question. Were you detained by the sergeant at arms, Sandra?
I was stopped outside and not allowed back in the meeting.
Okay. They did not detain you. They did not eject you from the Capitol.
No, they did not remove me.
I do not know what their law books say or their little code books, but it would seem to me that if you were creating a scene, you would have been removed from the Capitol.
Right.
So I think we can figure that you're not making a scene right there. And I was looking in my open records book, but my open records book is an older version. And so our friend Neanne Clinton, who has been going to the open records meetings, sent me a screenshot of the page on which it says, and this is C, I don't see the whole, I don't know, I can't see the entire page, just the section she's referring to, but it says C, any person attending a public meeting may record the proceedings of said meeting by videotape, audio tape, or by any other method, provided, however, such recording shall not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. Were you in danger of interfering with the conduct of the meeting?
No, absolutely not.
What do you suspect that a interference of the conduct of the meeting would entail?
I imagine if I was causing a ruckus, but also I suspect that they didn't want us to see certain things, like perhaps a legislator checking to make sure the vote was going one way before he placed his vote another way. Things that don't get picked up on that recording that's put out by the Capitol that we see when we're there.
Exactly.
And that's the interference they don't want. They don't want a citizen to interfere by getting this published, by letting people know in a manner that is accessible to them. So they don't want anyone to actually be involved in what's happening up at the Capitol.
Well, I think you guys have stated your case very clearly, but we're going to go over it one more time just for the people who have gotten on here recently. Sandra, you and Robbie attended the regularly scheduled Senate Energy Committee meeting this afternoon. It was supposed to be at what time?
9:30 or 9:40, is that right, Robbie?
9:30.
Yeah.
Okay, so the agenda then was written and produced for a 9:30 meeting.
Yes.
The meeting, now, it is unlawful for them to begin a meeting prior to an agendaed time.
Mm-hmm.
It is not unlawful for them to begin after the meeting time that's scheduled via the agenda. However, as I was speaking with Jason Murphy, it is in very bad form, and there should be some, like, for example, if you got off the floor late, if not enough people could come because they were still on the floor debating a bill, that's a perfectly reasonable explanation for why a meeting would be late, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But if there isn't a a realistic, legitimate reason for why the meeting would be past the agenda time, it's very bad form, according to our friend Representative Murphy, that's not the way a meeting should be handled. So obviously, unless there was a, well, Steph says it sounds like an intentional late to start, and we can't say that because we simply don't know that. But all we, and it does, Kim says, was never able to explain why we made to leave the room and wait for the regular session to be over before we could get back in the room. That's interesting too.
Right. They also did make all of us who had chairs and it was a packed house get up and leave and then wait outside and go back in later. And I went at that time. Go ahead, Robbie.
Wait, what, Robbie?
Okay, so we were the first in the room at 9 o'clock, and so I sat the first chair to the door, and so when we were forced to go out after we had been in there for over an hour and a half. When we came back in, we didn't have our same chairs anymore, so someone else took our chairs. Go ahead.
Yeah. I actually went up to the Senate because then they said, now we're going to have to wait for the Senate session. I said, well, how long is that going to take? And they said, oh, it'll probably just take about 15 minutes. So at this point, the meeting should have already happened and been over, but now they're going to have a Senate session. And the Senate session, from what I could tell, was pretty much every legislator getting the mic and saying, I need to introduce so-and-so up in the gallery. I need to introduce so-and-so. I need to introduce my wife.
Okay, it was an introduction day. They do, they can do that.
So they did, and went on and on and on while the people that are there to hear this meeting continued downstairs. But at that point, the meeting should have already been over and done. So now we're waiting on Senate to be done, and then we go down and wait for the meeting to start. So yes, it was, for those of us, I mean, at that point, I almost had to leave. And thankfully, I did get to stay. But for what? Because I did not get to do a video. I did not get to share what I wanted to share. And I got publicly shamed and embarrassed in front of the legislators that were in the room, as well as the lobbyists. It was a power play.
Okay, well, let me show this comment from Marvin Goodman, because if you will recall, Marvin writes a column, a Substack, the Sooner Sentinel. But not only that, he's been a county commissioner. We served together when I was mayor on ACOG, so I know that he knows many things about public meetings. He says, I don't think the Open Meeting Act applies to legislative sessions. They make their own rules. Well, and if that's the case, to me, that would be troubling in itself, especially if you went to the Sergeant at Arms and asked them for the rule and he was unable to give it to you.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
At which point they referred to this Morrison's rules, which they basically state the chair gets to do what he wants. And if the chair does not want you in his meeting, then they get to just dictate what happens, apparently.
Well, but again, and I'm going to revert to what I said when I called former Representative Jason Murphy. He said that he said, and he's not heard Grant Green's side of this story. So he's not trying to, pile on anybody. He's just trying to explain to me the rules that were enforced when he was there and what he believes is the case. That he's never heard of anybody, and he wanted me to stress it, he's never heard of anybody being removed from a committee meeting for taking pictures or videoing. And you made a very good point that I want to make the point again. For so many years, for example, I have gone out and gotten legislative video and taken the link and put it in something, and it's not broken down. Anybody who wants to see a bill has to know how to fast forward and use all of the equipment that they have on the state website to be able to do that. But you also have to even know where to go to get the video in the first place. And if you talk to most citizens, they don't even know that they're recorded, that they could actually go find a recording of them, or that they can watch them online. So that's a problem in the first place. However, most people who follow Sandra or Robbie or Leanne are going to know, or R.O.P.E report, are going to know to go to a Facebook page, right? Or to go to whatever. So that's an easy thing for people to follow.
Right.
So if the objective is to create a situation in which we have an open process, then anybody should be able to quietly, without interference, record from their phone. And think about it. If there was a rule, and I mentioned this to Jason, I said, if there was a rule that said that you can't videotape or take pictures in an open legislative meeting, how could the state be videotaping it? Because wouldn't they have to, do you make exceptions then for legislative video? How does that work then?
Well, they also made exceptions for news media. They had the allowance to have video going on.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
I think it's important to note that lobbyists can be in the room and citizens can be kicked out for taking a photo. Not kicked out, excuse me, denied reentry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, words are important. You weren't forcibly removed or removed. You just were not allowed back in. So I do want to flesh out one more little issue here. You went and said you would like to file a complaint against this legislator, Grant Green, who was the chairman of the committee, for preventing you from being in an open meeting. And what did they say when you asked if you could file a complaint?
They looked slightly shocked and they said, well, no one has ever filed a complaint against a legislator before. And I said something along the lines of, well, it's about time they did.
So what ended up happening after that interchange?
They did not know what to do initially, and I don't fault them for that. He said, let me go and process this. It'll be a couple of minutes. I think we waited, how long, Robbie? 15 to 20 minutes for him to return?
Probably, yeah, a while, yes.
Right. So we waited patiently for him to return, and he handed me the card of someone at the Capitol that I was to send an email to with my complaint. I said, is she here right now? Because I want to go see her now. And he said, no, she is not here at the moment.
Okay. Do you have the name? Do you have the card, the name of the person?
I do, but not with me. So
okay.
It's on my
well,
phone. I'm not that tech savvy.
I do have a video of, I have a video from within the committee meeting right before it started, and the video includes Sandra with her phone as if she's videoing. So I have a video of her videoing to see that she is, in fact, she is not sitting down in a chair. So she would be that step back against the wall, against the door, videoing like non-disruptive. So, you know, it's not like she was out here like this, you know, with her phone, because she wasn't even sitting, she was standing, so she was back. I mean, in my video shows what she was doing. It was nonchalant, you know.
Right. And I was standing there texting someone, but I was not in anyone's way. I was not impeding anyone's view. I was standing back by the door. All the chairs were full. There were other people as well standing in the room because it was standing room only. So, yeah, it's frustrating.
I did want to point out that one of our viewers has said, you know, you can get proof. I mean, you could get affidavits from the people who were there with you. And then I wanted to go back to one other comment. Kim McMillan, who was also there, I assume, says, was Was anyone ever able to explain why we were made to leave the room and wait for the regular session to be over before we could go back into the room? So was this prior to the meeting that you had been told to exit the committee room?
Correct. Yes.
So you were there for the meeting, you had seats, then you were told to leave,
Yes.
Yeah.
and then another meeting took place?
No, the room was just cleared. Everyone had to leave the room. Everyone that had seats had to leave. And then later, everyone was allowed back into the room.
Later meaning when in relation to the start of the meeting?
Maybe an hour? How long? I don't know. Because I went up to the Senate and they had probably at least 30 to 40 minutes.
45 minutes or so that we stood in the hall right outside the door.
Well, I know that the people who are watching right now, I'm sure of it. I mean, I hate to say this for you, but I would doubtless think that you would want to know. We would like you to follow back up when you touch base with the lady that you had the card for to make the complaint, because I think it would be a good rest of the story to find out what happened when you made your complaint.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been going to both of you ladies have been going to the Capitol quite frequently lately, and this has never happened before.
No, I will say that in Senator Murdoch's meeting, an ag meeting I attended a few months ago, which he also stated, no, he didn't state. Someone came up to me when I was videoing one of the sergeant at arms and said, "You cannot video in this meeting." And I said, why? And he said, the chair gets to decide. And so at that meeting, I was also shut down and not allowed to video. And that was in Senator Murdoch's. He did not make a statement, but he had the sergeant at arms come and tell me that I couldn't video. And I said, what about them? Meaning all these news people. And they said, they're journalists, they're news, and they have the right to video, but not me, a citizen.
I know I'm supposed to be.
Let's think about that.
Okay, wait.
And I have videoed house side, and it's always fine.
Are you not a media person for
the public?
State, yeah, for the public, for State Oklahoma Farms and Ranches, and so am I for No Wind Turbines Lincoln County, and that's what I was doing it for, because there's a lot of followers that cannot take off work,
right,
and get in the room and to experience what is in the room,
right,
and
hearing this story, who would want to? Because we just wasted an entire day. They made us wait and wait and wait, and then they didn't even let us take a photo of being there. So what citizen is going to spend their time and get engaged in the process when they know what they did to us?
It's like it feels like a power play.
Yeah.
You know, the media, I mean, let's just get this out there. There's obvious media in the room with large cameras on tripod.
Yeah.
So they're videoing, but Grant Green states immediately when he sees that Saunders got her phone that there'll be no videoing. And so I'm like, well, okay, but I'm going to still take photos because I had my live ready. And I'm like, okay, I'll still take photos. And then later, it was much later toward the end that he said, no photos. So it's like he must rule, and I don't get that.
Right.
Well, I'm just putting in some comments while you guys were talking from the people who are watching right now, and it is it appears unconscionable that 45925. I mean, anybody who has an actual cell tower, media tower, are the only people that are allowed to videotape outside of the regular Senate video that's always done during a meeting. So I guess I'm inclined to wonder what the term citizen journalist means then, because I don't understand how I'm not a citizen journalist. How are you guys not citizen journalists? So basically, that appears to me, anyway, that you're being bullied out of a position as a citizen in deference to people who sell airtime and have big antennas.
Correct. Even
Who,
though-
by the way, are more than likely not going to put a reel on Instagram that will show what's actually happening in the committee room, or put a reel on Facebook that's going to show what is what the facial expressions or whatever that's going on in the room. So it seems to me that what Valerie said is correct. This is an infringement of our First Amendment rights. There should never be anything in any rule book that says some citizen cannot come and videotape or otherwise record an open meeting, especially if there are media people in the room.
Absolutely.
Sounds like they were making it up as they go. We're watching, and I'm going to share this with my circle. 100%. It's personal. Sending Green a letter now. I do think it's important to go back to what former Representative Murphy said when I contacted him, and that none of this sounded correct to him, and it sounded in very, very bad form. And there were some other really great words he used, and I said, "Well, text them because I'm not going to remember them."
Now, before my phone is dying, but I want to make one point. There was
Okay.
one legislator who was on our side who other legislators knew had to catch a flight this afternoon. Senator Shane Jett had to get on a flight later this afternoon. He would have voted our way in that meeting if it had been held at 9:30. It was delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed until he had to be gone, and we lost his vote. Coincidence? Maybe.
Julie and I can talk to you about how that works in a delaying tactic in getting votes as well. So you ladies are my local news. There have been First Amendment auditors going to government buildings with their cameras just to prove this point. So with that, we're going to sign off for today. But thank you so much for being with us. Please share this video. This is if we are going to be citizen journalists, we have to expect that our government is going to protect our First Amendment right, which is given to us by the Constitution of the United States and also the Constitution of Oklahoma. We have the same thing in our Oklahoma Constitution. So we have that right. And if someone takes that away, we need to make sure everybody knows that. So thank you very much for being with us today. We are going to keep track of this with Sandra and let her and find out how what happens when she complains about what has happened today. So thank you, Robbie, for being with us. Thank you, Sandra, for being with us. Thank you, everybody, for being with us, and please share. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So I'm beyond annoyed this morning already.
That didn't take long. What, 4 seconds into the podcast?
Oh, okay.
You're already annoyed?
Oh, no, now it's working. You know, my fight with Rumble over if you schedule more than one podcast on Rumble at a time, whether or not you put in the times or not, it decides whether or not it's going to play the right one. So I had to literally go in and delete the one that I had set up for Gabe Woolley for this afternoon because it did not want to function.
So basically, Jenny, what you're telling us is a multi-million-dollar media company cannot multitask at the level of Jenny White. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Just want to clear that, get that clear.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, that.
Hey, I liked your breaking news with Sandra and Robbie.
So shall we play a little bit from the breaking news yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second to find it because I was too busy grousing about Rumble to get it done. So, all right, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, here it comes. Hold on 1 second. All right.
The chair sees a quorum. The Energy Committee will come to order. Little housekeeping, unless you got press credentials, there'll be no videoing. This is online, so you can get your video there.
Wow.
And welcome to Tyranny, Oklahoma. Step
Press
right up.
credentials.
Okay, so it gets worse. Are you ready? Okay, so I actually have a friend who works in the legislature who will remain unnamed.
Anonymous.
Who told me how to get press credentials. So I emailed this. It is credentials@oklegislature.gov. So I emailed, and here's what I said. So I'm just going to read these all to us today. I'm interested in applying for press credentials. May I please have an application? Thank you, Jenny White, Rope Report, R.O.P.E.org. Thane Conriot. Good morning, Jenny. Thank you for your interest, but I regret to inform you that your request for press credentials has been declined by the legislature. Sincerely, Thane.
Wow. So the legislature gets to decide who gets press credentials. Wow.
So you picked up on exactly the same thing that I did, which was, okay, so hold on 1 second. So you know me. Thank you for letting me know. Could you please explain why so that I may correct the issue? Jenny, all requests for press credentials go through the communication departments of both the House and Senate. If an organization, individual appears through initial discovery to be an established reporter and or news organization, the process continues. The response I received from the legislature is that they did not believe that you meet the requirements for press credentials. I will include the referenced segment below, so I shall read the reference segment. Quote, journalists eligible to apply for a media credential must be a bona fide resident correspondent of reputable standing, giving their chief attention to the gathering and reporting of news. Applicants must be employed by newspapers, periodicals, online, television, radio, or other news services, hereinafter news organizations that regularly publish in any medium news concerning Oklahoma state government. The news organization, maybe I should change the voice. The news organization must engage in coverage of Oklahoma state government on a continuing basis. Credentialed news organizations must be owned and operated independently of any industry institution, association, or lobbying organization. Credentialed organizations shall not engage in legislative or executive lobbying as defined by the Oklahoma Ethics Commission, with the exception of activities through the Oklahoma Press Association or Oklahoma Association of Broadcasters. Thank you for your interest, though, and have a good weekend. Thane. My follow-up email. I truly appreciate your response. It was very helpful in understanding the process. So, if I went through the Oklahoma Press Association's process to obtain a press credential, would that still not be sufficient? Also, when you say legislature, that's a body of individuals. Are all the seated elected membership polled to make that determination? Honestly, I'm not trying to be argumentative, just seeking clarification. Thank you again.
Wow. Well, it sounds like you're not in favor with the Good Old Boys Club. That's what it sounds like to
Larry
me.
says freedom from okay. And then Lisa says they're literally just describing rope. Gracie said, I noticed they rejected you quickly. Oh, Gracie, within moments. How often does the government move on anything?
My God, don't let Jenny White in this room, no matter what you do.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's just all kinds of good morning, Terry. Just so many. I don't want to keep Jim out there waiting in the wings. So I'm sorry. I'm going to say Representative Shaw because he's an elected official.
Now, you got to get that NPR voice in there. That's always the
I know,
most
I do. Well, we have to be
authoritative.
We have to be a credentialed news organization in order to be accepted by the Oklahoma legislature. So maybe we should all start talking in our NPR voice.
Jenny, you just don't have the Good Old Boys certification behind your name.
So maybe what I should have done is what Grant Green said and just said, y'all had no reason to be in here. Wasn't that basically what he said? Okay, so I'm going to bring in Representative Shaw. Good morning to you. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Jenny and Michael. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I tried really hard to do an NPR voice and it was terrible. So well done.
Pretty good.
I've just been sitting here laughing the whole intro. So thank you for that. And we're just starting.
So, but here's the problem. I mean, we're all kind of laughing, but is it because it's funny or is it because we're so absolutely freaked out that we're now under a tyrannical regime that we can't figure out what else to say?
That's probably more accurate. I mean, it honestly would be kind of fun and funny if the decisions that are being made in that building and like what we saw yesterday didn't have significant impact on the way we live our lives every single day. That's the harsh reality of it, and it's infuriating.
Well, I'm pretty sure, but you were elected to serve in what colloquially is called, now correct me if I'm wrong, somebody out there, we've got a ton of people on this morning, correct me if I'm wrong, the People's House. I mean, isn't that what it's called?
Sounds accurate. Although, go ahead.
So now we get to pick and choose who's people?
Apparently so.
So I don't like you people, but I like you people?
They should have charged admission to that committee hearing yesterday, honestly. I mean, the theater in there was pretty solid. So that was worth admission.
So I don't want to take up the whole time talking about this because the main really the main story. And the reason why we wanted to talk to you is because nobody's going to cover your story. There is no news outlet that is going to cover your story. None of the people.
Credential news outlet, Jenny.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Reputable and in good standing.
Yeah.
So, and Dakota says the people's house only if you, the people, the people's house, it just changed with people, definitely not we, the people. So really, in all honesty, I mean, the reason why we wanted to have you on is because no credentialed press organization or whatever they're trying to say is going to tell your story. So I would just like you to briefly tell us your story about. I'm not getting this to work, Michael. Can you make this work? There, I did it. So all I had to do was ask you and it was magic.
Yeah.
So tell us the story of your legislative session so far.
How much time do we have? I mean, you got Gabe coming on at 1, right? So are we good from now until then?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm always up for a marathon news session. Because I'm not credentialed media.
Right. Yeah. So you're not bound by the regulations of credentialed media. So that's a good thing, right?
So we're with you.
Okay.
Just...
this session started off with some fireworks and really just kind of continued to devolve maybe into levels that everybody always kind of talks about. And there's, the stigma that comes with politics and politicians in the building. And I mean, most of what everybody thinks is true is pretty spot on and probably quite a bit worse than what most people want to believe. I mean, what we're seeing, like what we saw yesterday, and we've talked about this before, the way that building operates, and like any business, I mean, you guys have owned businesses. Michael, you got a business, like you live and die by rules and process and procedure within your business, right? And it's in a way not so much different inside the Capitol. I mean, they live and die by the process and procedure that they put in place, right? And so there's an appearance that rules are there to protect the minority, right? Because without rules, it would be just flat out tyranny
of the majority,
right? But at the same time, there's enough escape valves and contingency planning within those rules where you can pull strings at any point in time to get whatever you want accomplished. And so we've seen that repeated throughout this legislative session. And we talked about legislation that's not being heard. We've talked about legislation that is being heard. I've preached about how there are bills that will fly through committee and fly through the floor and don't get questioned and pass, with a couple of seconds of the gavel, and it's good to go.
Do pass.
Yeah, exactly. Do pass, second, done, and we're on to the next one. But yet we'll spend an hour and 15 minutes debating about shopping carts on the floor, or something else, just complete insanity. And it's that's honestly been interesting and somewhat entertaining to watch. But no, this session, obviously being my first session, I don't have anything personally to relate it to in the past, but it is quite an interesting place.
So for those of you who are on this morning that do not know, the very first thing that happened to our honorable representative was that on organizational day, he attempted to make an adjustment to the House rules that were going to be voted on to run the House for the session. And instead of anybody attempting to give forbearance to our good representative as a new representative, incoming representative elected by the people. He was summarily dismissed and treated and literally bullied by Representative Kennedy on the floor. And this is Representative Kennedy, who was happy to tell people in 2016 that he got money together to help oust the conservatives that were in the House at that time because they were mucking up the works for the rest of them. I'm just paraphrasing. You can go look it up. It's all out there on the web. So I'm not inventing anything. And he was just, and Representative Kennedy has been made, this is a new role that was just created by the youngest Speaker of the House, Kyle Hilbert, this session. So Representative Kennedy, who is also an attorney, has now been made the personal attorney of the Speaker, not of Kyle Hilbert himself, but of the Speaker. And so I assume it was in that context that the good representative treated you so responded to you so vociferously, let's say, during the beginning of the opening session. And for those who don't know, Representative Shaw's district elected Representative Shaw over the man who was Kevin Wallace, who was the seated chair of the Appropriations Committee in the House. So that's just some background on it. Now, how many bills have you gotten heard this session?
0. Yeah. No, not even one of them were heard in committee. And this kind of transitions into another item. Like, I mean, I went to every committee chair, tried to talk to them about the bill. They said they wouldn't hear it. I offered to be receptive of feedback. Is there anything that you would change in the bill? Any language that you would change, an amendment that would cause you to hear it? Absolutely. No, none of them were willing to compromise at all on the decision. And we're talking about committee chairs and those in leadership or what have you are in positions of authority on topics that they're sometimes not necessarily the subject matter expert on, right? So we've got folks that are leading the processing of bills in a particular sector, industry, or what have you, that don't really have a lot of background in that area. You can make the argument that there's good debate there if you've got subject matter experts and then third parties that aren't as familiar with it, so you get some both sides of the same story, what have you. But anyways, it is interesting to see where they put people and in what places they put them.
So I think what we're both saying, and I'm not going to put the onus on you, I think what we're both saying is there's very little interest in debate in the people's house.
Only when it's convenient for a specific purpose. But yes, you're right. Or
I don't want to get to the point where I'm so, and none of us can. I mean, we've got a huge audience on this morning. None of us can be so angry that we decide that we're going to check out. And this isn't something I mean, what's happened is that over time, we've neglected to keep the republic. I mean, we've done exactly what Franklin admonished the woman on the street to do. We have neglected to keep the republic. We've had other things to do. We have been too busy to do something like that. Now, this is what we've got, because tyrants will always tyrant. That's who they are. The only reason tyrants don't tyrant is because the people rise up and water the tree of liberty. We haven't been doing that. And I mean, watering the tree of liberty is doing what Sandra Trawick did yesterday which is just being present in the committee room, taking a photo, right? That's all she was doing. And yet she wasn't kicked out, and I want to make that clear. She was not kicked out. She was just denied re-entry when she left. So weren't you in that committee meeting? Did you?
I was in there to hear House Bill 2751 get presented and debated and voted on. So I was in the room. There were, half a dozen of we the people in the room, but by the last count that I saw, there were at least 12 wind lobbyists in the room, more out in the hall, and some of those in the room had never once attended a Senate Energy Committee meeting at all. The amount of effort and the increase in intensity that wind lobby initiated in the last few weeks leading into this vote was astronomical. So it showed in a big way in that room yesterday.
That I don't remember Chairman Green saying anything specifically about lobbyists. We were just all told that we could find this online. Hold on one second. Marvin Goodman has something to say, and I want to throw and everybody, I will get to all of your comments. I do. Just give us a second to flesh some of this out. But I want to read what Marvin said. Oklahoma's HB 1453, a conservative vision halted by pragmatic gatekeeping. Hal Collin-Dewell's committee stymied Jim Shaw's land protection plan. This is probably Marvin's Substack for today. He will be on next month, so don't worry. We will get him to do that. But so I believe, Marvin, what you're telling us is that what we're talking about today, this morning, with the good representative is not abnormal, is what I believe that you're trying to say to me.
I was going to mention real quick, Jenny. Marvin just wrote an article literally about what was it? Herbert's the guy that wrote Dune about
Frank Herbert.
Yeah, about Frank Herbert's his prediction about how power attracts these kind of psychopathic people. Really and that's what we see. But that article is fantastic.
So I was correct. That was what Marvin was trying to tell us. So you were in, and you and there were all these lobbyists in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do want to point out something because Sandra pointed this out. I watched the entire video yesterday as I was preparing the clips that I've made, and I want to make a point. I made so many notes that I'm having trouble seeing which note I made. I believe it was at 11:49:32. You can hear Senator Green from the chair admonish a private citizen for videotape. He thought she was videotaping after he asked her not to do so. And you can hear an elected representative, the chair of that committee, on the video. You can hear him admonish and basically threaten her. I said not to take video, which sounds like a threat to me. I mean, so I do believe, and we've been told numerous times, the Senate, and you just alluded to this, the Senate makes their own rules. So when Mrs. Trawick was not allowed back in the room, she asked the sergeant at arms, why can't I come back in? And the sergeant of arms looked through his rule book, at which point he couldn't find a rule saying why she couldn't come back in, because she was not making a disturbance. She was just doing this. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I could pause real quick, compare and contrast what happened yesterday and how Senator Green approached from the very beginning of that meeting to the Government Oversight Committee that I'm on in the House. We heard a very hot topic bill a week or two ago about the initiative referendum process. That committee room was packed. I mean, standing room only, just like the Senate one yesterday. Now, compare and contrast this with Representative Kevin West, who chairs that committee. He gavels in, says we're going to come to order. And he also, I don't know if he called it housekeeping rules, but he just advised everybody that there would be a certain level of decorum or order throughout the meeting. If there were any outbursts or anything that disrupted the proceedings, he would respectfully request people to go out, take the conversation outside. Which there's a big difference between just trying to maintain decorum and order and process during a meeting and telling somebody you can't take a picture. And so there were a couple of times in that meeting, in our meeting, that he had to gavel a couple of times and ask people to either be a little bit more quiet or zip it or take it outside. And that was respected. And that was a much different environment and room than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, there was absolutely no reason to even start off that way, let alone have it proceed the way that it did.
Well,
I think
Jim, how many meetings have you been a part of where they just come right out in the very beginning and say no videotaping, just anything like that specifically?
I've never been in a committee meeting where the chair said no videotaping or no pictures, but the only time that I've been in a meeting where there was kind of this advanced warning of, hey, we're going to keep it under control was that one time that I just referenced in the government oversight meeting with Representative West.
Well, and having been a mayor, I mean, because I presided over a couple of meetings that were pretty contentious when we had to raise the water rates, when we banned humanure. I mean, you can't, as a chair, your job for the people. Now that's for the people, not for me. My job for the people is to accomplish the meeting. And if I can't accomplish the meeting because of outbursts, then I absolutely have to say, no, we're not doing this. If you can't be nice, you're going to have to leave. My job for the people is to complete this meeting. Right? Anybody can understand that. I think I would hope that makes complete sense.
Well, and let's be honest.
This, however, is not an outburst.
Yeah, it's not. And let's be honest, that room was full of people. And 99% of the time when you're in those meetings, people are on their phones anyways, right? Everybody was on their phone. I've seen other pictures circulated of other people taking pictures in that meeting, right? And yet there was one individual / a group of people that were being targeted and accused of causing a disruption somehow.
So let me, if you don't mind, can we get some of these comments in? Because I think you're going to be interested in seeing what they are too. This is infuriating. They literally just described R.O.P.E, but then decided to reject you anyway instantly. It's disturbing and a warning to us all. Okay, I was going to go there, but let's not. Lobbyist's house. Draining the swamp will make the swamp creatures mad. This case at hand is the perfect example. Representative Shaw, do you have siblings that would be willing to run for office?
I am an only child, unfortunately, or maybe
Oh,
fortunately, I don't
they
know.
broke the mold with you?
That is, yes, that is very sweet.
Yes, they put people on committee who know nothing about the topic at hand, so they're easily controlled and manipulated by lobbyists and industry. I've not heard many at our house that could out-debate my 14-year-old nephew. Although I will say that Ali Seyfried, I thought, did an exemplary job on that bill, especially when you had Representative Casey Murdoch at 11:53:42, waxing eloquently on freedom. Representative Shaw, I'm not sure if you saw what I saw, but what I saw was Representative Casey Murdoch waxing eloquently about the freedom of business to screw over the people. It was all about the business. Well, I'm not in the business of telling businesses they can't come here and do business. It's their right to do business. It's business, business. I never one time heard him say the two words together, the people. Never heard that. So freedom for Representative Casey Murdoch is, and I believe this is probably the case for many, many in the people's house today, is about, because as you said, there were more lobbyists than there were citizens in the meeting the other day. It's not about the freedom of the people. It's about the freedom of business. My goodness, if we don't understand that your children will never get gainful employment if we do not bring business to this state. And if we can't bring business to this state by giving them tax credits and taking the money out of your pocket and giving it to them, your children will suffer and die impoverished in a ditch by the side of the road that we can't do anything to fix the roads because we don't have the money, because we don't have business.
And let's be clear, it's not small business.
No.
It's big foreignly owned corporations that we're mostly worried about. And the hysterical thing about yesterday too, after he got off of his soapbox or whatever you want to call it, he
The freedom
immediately
soapbox.
Yes, the quote unquote freedom soapbox and don't discriminate on my cows as opposed to a 700-foot industrial wind turbine. He turned right around and was the co-author on a solar and battery storage setback bill and voted for setbacks on solar, but yet spent half an hour debating about why setbacks are bad for wind.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that was a huge issue. And I don't remember which legislator it was in the meeting, but somebody said, so Representative Murdoch, I just heard you argue against setbacks, but now they're okay. And he said,
I think it was Kern that asked him that.
What was it? And he said, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for letting us know.
And to be fair, the setbacks on 2751 for wind were incredibly better than the largely minuscule setbacks that are in place for solar with 2156 that they voted on right afterwards. So really it's the strength of the bill that causes the hypocrisy a little bit.
Well, and we need to have a discussion about land. Very informative meeting yesterday, and not because of the vote on the bill, really eye-opening to see how it's set up, who was in attendance, attitudes, much different than watching it on your computer screen. I was fully aware of backdoor deals, but the higher level was on full display. What a theater performance was in motion. And I do want to point that out. You alluded to this as well, but I want to bring it back up again. So many people have told me, they've been on my Facebook page, they've been on the R.O.P.E Facebook page. Well, the Senate sets the rules and that they get to decide. And the rules say that the chair gets to decide. Okay. All right, I can see that. But why would you, as you just pointed out with Rick West in the government committee the other day, why would you not want people in the people's house listening to anything? I mean, it just doesn't, it defies common sense, frankly. Yes, and she was publicly called out for taking a photo, but many people don't want the people there to hold them accountable, so they have to bully the people in an effort to keep them out, except they're in the people's house, which seems to be forgotten. And that's just one of the reasons they don't want anyone taking photos or videos. They don't want the people to know who and what is happening in the room. And so I wanted to stop here and say, during the solar setback bill, which happened right after the wind turbine bill, there was a kerfuffle in the room. Can you describe that since you were there?
So they presented House Bill 2156, the solar setback bill. It was presented. There was an amendment filed by Senator Jett, who wasn't in attendance. He had to leave early for a flight that he had to catch. So somebody, I think it was Senator Thompson, asked the question of what do we do with this amendment when the author's not here? To which the answer was provided, well, anybody else on the committee can take that amendment up if they would like. So Senator McIntosh said, I would like to, move the amendment. And then within a second after she did that, Senator Thompson said, move the table. I think Rader seconded, and immediately after that second, McIntosh said, roll call vote. So literally in the span of about 4.5 seconds, you had an amendment moved, you had it tabled and seconded, and then a request for a roll call vote or a recorded vote on that amendment, on the tabling motion. So then there was this argument of you can't do a recorded vote because the tabling in the second happened beforehand, which how does that even make any sense? You can't ask for a recorded vote on something that hasn't happened yet. So there was this confusion of the rules and how that was supposed to play out. And at that point, after they were trying to figure out which way was up and down and left and right, I decided to exit the room. My wife was there too. We were exiting the room at that point because I didn't know how long it was going to take them to figure out what they were doing wrong or right or what have you.
Okay. So I want to point out, would you like to know what happened to those of us who are watching the video? All audio was removed.
That's why they don't want you video recording in the room.
What?
So as soon as they push the button on those microphones and turn those microphones off, if you're watching the live stream online, yeah, you can't hear anything that's going on.
It wasn't just that one point. It was not even just that one point. But let me ask you, how important do you feel that deliberation on process, just deliberation on Senate committee process? How important would have that been for the people to hear? Yet we're told we can't videotape or take pictures in there because it's online. No, it was not online. No, it was not online. The audio was removed. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. I mean, I'm always saying, and Michael, you say the same thing too. Don't believe us. Go look this stuff up on your own. The only reason we do what we do is because most people don't want to look the stuff up on their own. So we look it up and then regurgitate it. But don't ever take my word for something because, oh my gosh, I was just wrong the other day on a podcast and somebody had to say, no, Jenny, that's not right. And I'm happy to accept that because I don't want to put out wrong information. I want to put out proper information. And if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. I don't know how you can catch me on this, however, unless they change the video, which you can't recapture audio that isn't there. You can't just make it up. But the audio was missing for substantial parts of that particular committee meeting. So I don't see how you can possibly make the argument to me, well, it's online, as Senator Green did at the outset of that meeting. No videotaping or audio taping. I don't even remember the colloquialisms that he used, but he said you can do that because it was online. But what if it's not all online?
Because there's a big difference between, hey, I need a quick pause. I need to consult with staff. What do I say next? Or what's the next step, right? Like there's a big difference in that. And hey, we're going to spend the next 12.5 minutes of debating on whether the rule is right or wrong or what we're doing. That there's a very, very big difference there.
So this is a really good comment. And Laura, welcome to the program. I hope you stick with us and come back over and over again. We can't fight what we're not aware of. We can't fight what we're not aware of. I mean, I don't know how you can say anything better than that. She goes on to say McIntosh County hid the wind turbine projects from us and then denied knowing much about it. When it came to light, the people rose up. The people we elect are either corrupt, blackmailed, or just ignore it. Jim Shaw is a good guy, one of the very few. God bless you, Jim. But her point is 100%. And so I'm going to go back to you and ask Jim, to Laura's point, we can't fight what we're aware of. So if they turn off the audio, and then we're told we can't videotape inside the meeting.
And herein lies some arguments that have been made against me throughout session, because I am pretty active on social media, going to various events and speaking and what have you. And I've been criticized as, well, just a keyboard warrior. All he wants is the clicks and the likes and the shares and all the things. And quite frankly, the ultimate reason why I'm doing that is to be as fully transparent as I possibly can to the people that I represent and anybody else who would care to observe as well. But that's what I promised the people that elected me throughout the campaign process, was honest, genuine, true representation. And when I drive the almost hour from home to the Capitol each morning, it's a black box in that building if you're not there, which, by the way, I would really, really encourage people. We are in the final stretch here, but the next 2 weeks are going to be nothing but floor time for the House and the Senate. And these bills, the final movement of those is going to happen. So please do what you can to be in that building over the next couple of weeks. But that building acts as a vacuum, and it's a silo, and it's designed and it's operating under a way that's meant to put up this wall where the people have no idea what's going on. And so, however I'm being criticized, honestly, it's really just to try to feed as much information and everything that's going on back home, so people fully understand when I come back to them and tell them, hey, this is what happened or didn't happen. It's not this huge surprise. They've seen it playing out, every day or every week throughout session.
Trent Loose was on the other day, made me speechless like 3 times.
So I was actually going to bring that up. I listened to part of that, and my goal this morning was to make you speechless 4 times. So I'm struggling a little bit because now we're only one in so far, and we're
Yeah. Well, Jenni, a quick question for you, Jenni. Like, you've watched a ton of these meetings online. I mean, do they always cut the audio every single time, or is this more deliberate, do you think, in this particular meeting?
No, I've watched it where, like, during a deliberation for a vote or something on the floor, they'll cut the microphone because it's just people walking around, chatting with each other. I mean, I've seen no, and that's a good question. And no, as many hours as I've watched online, it's not unheard of for them to remove the audio for some reason. Like, for example, if like what Representative Shaw just said about, if they have to confer with a member of staff about something, usually they do it without a microphone on because, But that wasn't what happened. It was, I don't think it was 12 minutes, Jim, but it was something like 6 or 8 minutes with the audio off.
Yeah,
when they did all of this stuff, which was about procedure. So procedure is important, right? So that's a good question, and I appreciate that. No, it's not unheard of for them to do that. But again, that begs the question, if it's not unheard of them to do that, why can't I be sitting there videotaping it so other people can hear what's going on too? If Senator Green was actually against wind turbines, as his flyers now claim. Yeah, we've already got 2 in the mail. He's running a close second to Gettner Drummond. I've already gotten 3. Why would he start off his meeting with shutting down a no wind turbines Lincoln County, Oklahoma official video and save Oklahoma farms and ranches, the herd, who are staunchly against wind turbines? Why would you not want the people to see him champion this? Gosh, that's a good question. I'm not sure how we could answer that question. It's an important distinction that others were allowed. Oh, that's a good point, Lisa. Others were allowed back into the room. Only Sandra was denied entry. Brooke, so good to see you on this morning. Getting more and more sick of representation who forgets that they work for us. This is absolutely across the country. It is absolutely across the country. And I'm going to stop, and I want to get your comments in. But one of the things that struck me as I was thinking about our conversation today. I think what happens, and you can see it in children will do this. If children get away with lying about something one time, they'll do it again. And if they get away with lying a second time, they'll do it again. By the third time, everything they say almost is a lie because nobody's ever stopped them, and a lie will get them what they want, right? A lie can produce the cookie, can get out of taking the swats for busting the lamp, right? We have allowed these people to get into a position of habitual belief that they are above us once they get into that building. And I was speaking with somebody just recently who was talking about caucus. Well, I really need to go with what caucus says. I was just upbraided, or we were all upbraided on social media by Representative Chris Banning for basically saying that, and what was his argument? Does anybody remember what his argument was? That you guys need to work together, right? You need to work together. And Jim, it's all your fault that your bills weren't heard because you were not going out there and glad handing and schmoozing with your representatives to make them like your bills. So, I don't know. I think we're going to have to get off of here because in retrospect, I think you're just doing a terrible job because you've not been schmoozing it up with these people and genuflecting and kissing their rings and asking for them to help with your legislation. So I guess since you're not playing the game, who did you go up to represent? Did you go up to represent the caucus?
Yeah. Well, and on top of that, Jenny, on top of everything you just said, not only do they go into that building, but they also create their own administrative state that overrules all of our regular, God-given rights. So they can literally do whatever they want.
They exempt themselves from all of the rules that we have to follow. In the Open Meetings, Open Records Act, it says right here, any person attending a public meeting may record the proceedings of said meeting by videotape or audio tape. I'm not making it up. Right here on page 17. Or by any other method, provided, however, such recording shall not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. So this is what Oklahoma open meetings law says. But the legislature gets to exempt themselves from that. Really? So there's an old saying, but for me, but not for thee.
And that's where you really see the heels getting dug in the vitriol and everything else. If you start messing with that part of the system, that's where the gloves really come off. And that's what we saw at the beginning of session.
So I think that's one thing, back to the caucus idea and, Chris Banning's comment about, well, I'm willing to help anybody, with their bills. Well, the thing is a caucus is antithetical to the entire process that we, the people, instituted for self-government, right? We don't go up there to hang out with our buddies. Good job, bud. Happy to help you with your bill. We're not interested in that. The people that are elected by the people in their district. They answer to the district. They don't answer to lobbyists. They don't answer to their other buddies in the legislature. So this whole notion of caucus is antithetical to freedom and tyrannical at the same time. I mean, would you agree, or am I just off on the soapbox?
I mean, that's where I've tried to tell people, when I go to that building every day, I'm going to work, and I can work with anybody. I mean, I've had colleagues, I've had clients, I've had, what have you in the past in my business that I may not agree with personally or personality wise or anything like that, but I can still conduct business with people and work with somebody. And I feel like I've proven that throughout session and even more so recently with some of the conversations that I've been a part of at the Capitol with some of these bills. And so I am absolutely willing to work with any other legislator in that building. But the trading and the demands of give me this and I'll give you that and all of that, completely backwards and off the table for me. That's not why I'm there. 1000%. I totally agree.
And like you said, and I think you did it very eloquently, we're not there to stiff arm everybody either,
No.
and say, I'm not working with you. You're not. We need to be polite and civil. There's no problem with that, but you can be polite and civil and stand your own ground. And I think of all of the people that I know, well, you and Gabe, I think Tom Gann is another excellent example of that. I think Kendall Sacchieri is. I think we've got a number of them up there that are really great examples of that. But I think what ends up happening is you get so bogged down in the I don't want to be the hammer and see everything as a nail, that then all of a sudden it becomes chummy. And then once it's chummy, it's, oh, well, I helped you with your bill. You get to help me with mine. I mean, and then all of a sudden we're in a place that is not we the people, it's we the group. And that's not it. So, Sandra, we all stand behind you wearing that new badge of honor that you never wanted. And that's true, light shone in the darkness. And that's what and God's the best bringer of light and disinfectancy. Lobbyists are allowed to take photos, not citizens. How dare you take a picture of the government? The lobbyists were there to ensure that their bought and paid for minions did what the lobbyists had told them to do, and they did just that, and that's true. Where are business rights? Nan Clinton, can you find that for me? When you find that for me, will you come on and bring it so that everybody has a copy of that so we can all shut up and sit down and be told what to do by our government? Freedom of the Chamber of Commerce. Amen. I think I'm going to get a flag. Exactly what I've been saying. Business over individuals. What they did to me yesterday was nothing compared to what they've done to Jim Shaw. Absolutely. You can't make this up if you wanted to. Disgusting. Can we do a bill requiring?
Well, I'm going to take credit for that because that's now the second time that you've been speechless on the show, and only because I can speak and she can't right now. But
I just can't. Okay, you can have that. That's two, but you're still one down.
I'm still one down. I'm working on it.
Actually, Becky, Murdoch is up, so he will not darken our doors except for next session, and then he's finished. These bills rarely show the dysfunction and the lack of any research. Oh, that is such a good point. But again, that goes back to what you were saying earlier too, though. And I hate to keep calling you Jim. I want to call you Representative Shaw just to keep pinching them with it.
Yeah.
Representative Shaw. You alluded to that earlier, the fact that we get these chairmen for these committees that don't really know their committee, right? I mean, I guess Grant Green was put as chairman over energy because he had a business that was a propane business.
Perhaps.
I know. We need a law requiring meetings of committee, Senate, House be recorded and available to the public with no edits, our own C-SPAN. I agree. I'm just not sure how that's going to happen. Wow, censorship at its best. And this is why we need to make our own recordings, which goes back to what we were talking about. I was going to say that they shut the sound off on the live stream all the time. I've always wondered what we're missing during those times. It would seem that the majority of our legislators are most concerned with greater good of their lobbyists. They do it all the time. Online version, much different than sitting in the room. I think that's and again, we're going to go back to the point that there were more lobbyists in the room than there were citizens during the time of that bill. Not only did Green stage that, he had to speak in a condescending tone and use the word housekeeping as though people were doing something wrong. Some other students and I had similar experiences at the Capitol last week as well. Oh, Trenton, are you a student? Oh, thank you for tuning in.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. We're all giving you, well, I don't want to do that. High fives. Nothing real masculine. Good job. Some other students and I had similar experience at the Capitol last week as well. There's a serious problem with leadership and the refusal to go on the record on the issues that mattered most to us. Thank you so much. Not only aware of, lied to. We can't fight what we're not aware of, and they're deliberately keeping information from us. If you are all aren't following Jim Shaw for state representative, you need to go do that now. Thank you, Jim Shaw, for warrioring. That's a tough one. Say that one.
Warrioring. I like it.
Warrioring. That's right, Denise. He is. No one knows you. No one knows who knows you believes that you're a keyboard warrior. Oklahoma became complacent, created a vacuum. Most politicians saw this and decided that they could get more power. It's working because most Oklahomans are still sleeping. Well, wake up. By the time they wake up, it's too late to walk things back. So Senator Pugh has just filed an SJR to prevent the new social studies standards being passed by, and don't forget, he's probably going to run for state superintendent. So let's put that in our packet of knowledge, shall we? Make it illegal to turn off the microphone. It's an open meeting. They are deciding procedure on the fly with the mics off. Don't our elected reps have their act together to do their jobs and represent their voters? Sandra, it's simply a person having two faces with a forked tongue. Catherine says, yes, yes, yes. You can lie to some people some of the time, but you can't lie to all of the people all the time. And I think that's why, but you know what? That's a good point, John. And I think part of the reason why they cut this off is because they know if they say one thing once, but then they can't remember what they said, but then they say something else and it's recorded and you can say, that's not what you said the last time. I do think there's part of the reason why we have to do that. The way they treat us and speak to us like children is maddening. Absolutely. They make administrative rules in violation of direct law and Amber. And I know this partly because of the lawsuit I have against the state election board. They make these rules, but then they don't follow their own rules. So this is a problem. For too long, we've been too focused on the corruption. Thank you for saying that, Mr. Kester. I'm going to read it in my NPR voice. For too long, we've been too focused on the corruption in national politics to see that there is just as much corruption at the state and local levels. You are right. Now, focus here. Focus in your backyard. Now that we know this.
That's right.
And isn't it just Democrats? You know what? I don't know that that's necessarily true because you know this, Representative Shaw, that according to our friend Jason Murphy at Oklahoma State Capitol, who did the stats, more Democrat bills have been passed in the House under this new two-tiered legislative scheme than have been in the past. Has that been your experience?
I don't have anything to compare it to, but there were a surprisingly large number of Democrat bills that were getting passed and heard on the floor and passed on the floor.
And I don't have a problem. I mean, Democrats, honestly, I get really exhausted with this. Well, we're Republican. I get exhausted this. Government is for all of the people. I may not agree with you, but I am not going to get in your way of having access to your government. It's your
Right.
government too.
Right.
That's why we end up having government and why we should be debating in these committee meetings, because eventually once we debate it, the best idea or argument comes out on top. You can never be afraid or say, well, we're in the majority, we don't need to have the Democrats having. That's a lie. Government is for everybody. It's for everybody. But it doesn't seem right that with a majority, so all 77 counties voted for Trump, so a super majority, that we would have more Democrat bills passed than Republican bills.
And I mean, to be fair, to be clear, there weren't more Democrat bills passed than Republican bills.
Okay, good.
That's inaccurate.
Okay,
But
thank you.
there was a large number of Democrat bills heard. And if you put that in contrast of some of the other really strong conservative bills that did not get the same treatment, then you've got a little bit of an imbalance. But total numbers, not so much.
Okay, I'm glad you corrected me on that. Unlike many states, Oklahoma's legislature is exempt from this is good information, Marvin. Thank you for sharing this. Granting the House of Representatives and Senate the authority to set their own rules for public attendance. This exemption, rooted in the state's constitution, allows each chamber to tailor access policies, resulting in a system that prioritizes legislative function while offering limited degrees of public participation. Marvin, in the Constitution?
In the Constitution, it says that the House and Senate have the ability to create their own rules by which they operate by. And then beyond that, that's where the rules go however they need to go. But yes, it is constitutionally protected for the House and Senate to create the rules by which they govern themselves by every day.
Okay, you can do
Number 3. I'll count it. Number 3.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
In the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, what do you say to that? I mean, I know we're all shocked and I'm speechless, but I mean, literally, what do we say to that? And why hasn't somebody before us said, oh, we got to fix this now? I mean, do you follow what I'm saying?
And I mean, I believe the rule books for both the House and Senate are on the respective websites. Like, I know I can get to a link that you can view and download them. So I think anybody can get on there, peruse those. I mean, like, skim through those and just take a look at how some of this stuff is worded and the different provisions. I mean, it's a lot, and that's also by design. But.
Well, yeah, that's where we are right now. The more laws that you have pressing down on top of your head, the more likely you are to break the rules, which gives the government then the opportunity to remove you from the freedom population.
Which is why I tried to amend one rule at the beginning of session. It was just one.
Yeah.
And it was to make so every final passage of a bill, when you vote on it on the floor, is recorded for everybody to go back and look in the journal and see it. But amendments and other things that get proposed and voted on are not by default recorded in the journal for people to see. And today, you've got to get 6 or 7 people to stand with you and say, I want to record a vote in order for that to happen. So my rule amendment was, I don't care about 6 or 7 other people. If I want to vote recorded, I should have the ability. I represent 40,000 people back home. However many thousands voted me into this place. I don't need affirmation from somebody else in the chamber here to get something recorded. That, obviously, we saw the outcome of that and how that didn't go over very well at all.
But it makes the point that it makes the point, I think, probably 100%, that we just literally have been disengaging from this thing that we call politics, as though politics. But Michael, that's what we were talking about that one time, about the propaganda about politics and religion. Remember?
Yeah. Well, and also all our politics are geared towards the president and all this fiasco, whatever distractions up in Washington. So, if we're so busy and look how worked up people get over a single tweet, from someone in Washington, rather than getting a video cut on a bill, here in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1,000%.
So, Representative Shaw, I'm trying to figure out how to answer this question because I know you know the answer to this question, which is why you're doing what you're doing. Do you think that the people have forgotten what it means to be free?
I think everybody has gotten comfortable with turning the cheek a couple of times and then finally just saying forget it, because it is, politics is meant to be somewhat hard, right? I mean, especially if we're talking about passing law, like, yeah, that shouldn't be an easy process, but people have gotten comfortable and complacent with this notion that they don't have any power in the process, that it doesn't matter what they say and what they do, that building is going to operate however they want to. And the fact is, this session proved a very, very strong argument against that narrative, that the people in my district and elsewhere have been applying pressure and showing up and making phone calls and sending emails and getting into the committee rooms and getting on the floor or in the chamber gallery. That has happened. And again, I can't compare it to previous years, but from what I've been told with people that have been in their seats for longer than I have, they have not witnessed this kind of involvement and pressure in a long time or ever since they've been in the legislature. And it's made a difference. I mean, the fact that we even have gotten some of these bills to the point that they are today, this late in the game, in the session, and I call it a game, it is largely a game, and it's stupid, but that would not have happened in years past. It wouldn't happen. It's only because people actually say, you know what, I'm fed up with it, and I'm going to do everything that I can to do something about it. And it's been working. Now take that and magnify it and multiply it, and let's see what happens, right? It'll be incredible if we can maintain this momentum going into next session as well, and to continue to grow the number of people that are getting involved. I think you'll see a much different legislature in the next year or 2 or 3.
I'm going to play this one more time. I'm going to add this to the stage and play this one more time.
The chair sees a quorum. The Energy Committee will come to order. Little housekeeping, unless you got press credentials, there'll be no video on. This is online, so you can get your video there.
I wanted to put that.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go, Michael.
I was just gonna say, maybe this offends somebody or not. I don't really care. Maybe he's the committee of that energy chair because such a blowhard. Maybe that's why.
I do. Part of the reason why I did want to do that again is because of the fact that I think when people see that, I think people hopefully, I mean, that's why I just kept this one little section. If you don't have time to watch 5 seconds, I'm not sure what to do with you. And if you don't have time to share 5 seconds, I'm not sure what to say to you. But if that would get out and go viral, and I think it's starting to, if that would get out and go viral, I think people, even people who hadn't been involved, would say, wait a minute, what?
Well, and keep in mind too, in the past, people that actually do stand up and stick their neck out, they're attacked and ridiculed and intimidated, and they don't feel like there's a lot of additional people behind them or standing shoulder to shoulder with them. So they're just like, well, forget it, right? But there are, I mean, I don't know how many people are watching this morning, but take that and multiply it by a lot more. There is more people that are ready and willing and are standing in the gap and standing shoulder to shoulder with people right now than ever before, I think, at least in recent memory. And so that's what people need to be comfortable with, is there are other people that are willing to stick their neck out, and I mean, just get after it.
Yeah. What was it? Was it Adams who said you can't hang us all or something like that?
Yeah.
What was that quote? Hopefully somebody will come up with it. I just want to Oh, this is a good question. So we need to get the Constitution changed. I mean, Shelley's right. How do we start?
It's a great question. I mean, there's obviously a couple of ways to go about that, but yeah.
Yeah, so we talked to Representative Stiegel about it one time because we have to change the Constitution to remove the county's ability to tax our property. So because we've been, I don't think this is the right verbiage. I don't think this is correct, but we have banged. That doesn't sound right. We have sounded the alarm over and over and over again, Michael and I have, about the fact that we don't own our own property and the government will just come take it whenever they feel like it if we decide we don't want to pay for the crap that they're forcing us to pay for, right? And we would have to have a legislator to run a bill that would change the Constitution to prevent the county from levying that property tax, because we don't have a state property tax. We have a state income tax, but we don't have a state property tax. The Constitution allows counties to burden the citizens with removal of their property. So that has to be changed. So that's an excellent question. We've got to figure out how to make that happen. We need a voting system where everyone votes silently and then the vote is published, so they can't wait and watch how their buddies vote and then vote. And that's a really interesting comment, frankly, don't you think, Representative Shaw? Because I know when I was mayor, and I was just mayor of a teeny tiny town, I wasn't sitting in a well with a bunch of people standing over me, right? You better have your big boy panties pulled up, big girl panties, because it's tough to go no, or yes on those bills that people don't want, that you've got lobbyists out there going. I mean, the one time that we tried to get a bill with Shane Jett that would have pulled back the ability for OSSBA to train upcoming teachers in their woke nonsense, we had, I think, 8 or 12 OSSBA people standing literally in the gallery above the Senate floor, standing there like this. I mean, so you better have that rod in the backbone to go, nope, right? So it's hard, and it does affect. So yesterday on this wind turbine setback bill, Chairman Green voted was the last person. They didn't go alphabetically. Chairman Green was the last person to vote. Well, what an easy vote. I mean, if you can see how everybody else voted, you just vote however it makes sense to vote.
And there's obviously fewer of them, so they do those voice votes. On our side, we log into a committee site and push the button on our computer, or we raise our hand or what have you. But yeah, I mean, if we were all voting with kind of blind votes, if you will, you would see probably a dramatically different outcome in some of these votes, for sure. And that goes for the floor too. I mean, the floor tallies them up, before they close the vote on the board up there. So
why are we supposed to have a private vote when we go into the voting booth?
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know why they make you do all that, because they can publish. What Sandra said was correct. They can publish the votes after you voted. They don't have to put it up on the big giant billboard.
True.
I think that's pretty interesting. I don't know much about how everything works. What Jim was saying about needing to be at the Capitol, like sitting upstairs in those chairs. And hey, Catherine's got a question for you. Answer away.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. Being in the chamber, in the gallery during floor session, so you can see real time how people are voting and what's being discussed. And maybe even more importantly than that is if you're still tracking certain bills that are important to you, in your family or your neighbors or your community, be in the building before those legislators go on the floor that day to vote for it, and go visit them and or set up appointments or what have you. I mean, I will tell you, in-person visits are always better than phone or email. It's a lot harder to ignore. I mean, it's a lot easier to ignore a phone call or an email than it is somebody standing in your office and asking for time. And you, I mean, that's just a fact. So I would just really encourage that. And I know how difficult that can be with people with jobs and everything else, but to the extent that you can make that happen, I would really, really encourage it. I mean, I had 7 people with this Hands Off My Land group that descended upon the Capitol a couple of days ago in my office for almost 30 minutes, and they wrapped the meeting on their own. I didn't cut them short or push them out or what have you, but we stood there and talked for almost half an hour. Obviously on way different sides of the argument when it comes to property rights and wind turbines and what have you. So very, very much encourage people to be there in person whenever possible.
Thank you for the question, Catherine. That was a great question. Thank you so much. Okay, now I'm feeling like I better get through these in case we have some other ones. Julia says, has anyone mentioned the public-private money in the green industry? Does Oklahoma no longer believe in free market at all? Stop that and you stop all the problems. Well, shall we go back to Senator Murdoch's waxing eloquently on the freedoms of business to screw over the public?
Yep.
Different opinions is what causes good debate. See, this is one of the reasons I love John. I mean, he was a teacher, and so, I kind of gravitate to that anyway. But I mean, I can't imagine this happening, Representative Shaw, but at some point in time, you and I may be on an opposite side of a discussion.
Sure.
I would guarantee you that if you and I suss that out, one of us is going to have a change. One of us might possibly have a change, right? But I can virtually guarantee you for a fact that if we don't have that discussion, neither one of us are going to have the incentive to make a change.
And that's what I've reinforced with people multiple times over. I mean, there could be 15, 20 issues, and if we align on all 15 and 20 like exclusively, and I mean, that's a little crazy to think that we would. There's going to be an issue or two here or there in varying levels of significance or of importance to one person or the other. And yeah, I mean, after we discuss and debate that other person may come around and share a similar opinion afterwards, or we may not, but we can at least admit that we had the conversation and debate and we're firm in our convictions and in our stance on that issue. And so, that's where, there's been this concern that people, legislators are being attacked over a certain issue or what have you. And it's like, let's look at it by issue. I mean, we should never paint somebody as being just a terrible representative or senator, across the board. Let's look at it by issue and celebrate the times that they align with us on certain issues, and indiscriminately call balls and strikes on everything else. That's what it's balls and strikes every day. I don't care what the topic is, whether it's procedure or rule or law and bill language. It's just balls and strikes.
Well, I think, yeah, if a bill passes the floor and goes to the opposite side committee, all those committee members voting it down should be required to speak and give a reason why. Ew. I don't see why that's a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know what they're going to say, Representative Shaw? We don't have time for that kind of thing. Do you understand how many bills we have to get through this committee?
Yeah.
We're out in May. And by the way, praise the Lord.
Agreed.
That's all. I mean, because, I'm trying not to, get my blood pressure up because somebody will comment on it. The point of the matter is that you can't. Was it It was Gann's bill. Marvin will tell me I think it was Gann's bill that said basically everybody should get at least 3 bills from their constituency heard. Was that what it?
2 bills, and it was
Two.
Gann's rules package. Yeah.
Okay. Gosh, that sounds like a horrible thing. That's just horrible. What?
Mhm.
And if you say 2 bills, that's still even less than the 75 million that they've gone through right now.
Mhm.
So it's not about the number of bills then, Representative Shaw, is it?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. So we have to take this federal if our state. No, I'm still gonna say NIMBY. What does NIMBY mean? Not in my backyard. So we start in our backyard and we tell them NIMBY, right? Do they get to create those rules at the time and only towards certain people? How is this not discrimination? You're gonna have to call out Marvin because now he's taking credit for you.
I guess I did get the third one there. I don't. Yeah, I think Sandra gave me an assist on number 2. Dorn almost got an assist on number 4.
So the good old club, yeah, that's probably a truth. Okay, so they may be able to make rules. That doesn't give them the authority to violate the laws that have been codified. But you were making that point. Make the point again that you made earlier. About the fact that they make the laws so that they can say.
Yeah, I mean, if it's ingrained in the Constitution that we as a legislature had the ability to make the rules by which we govern ourselves day to day, which is part of the lawmaking process, I mean, that's just ripe for issues and deception and corruption and everything else that you want to call it.
Okay, I don't know who this person is. Do you know who that person is?
No, she's not reputable
like
or
too much troublemaker.
Yeah.
You hang me now, but I'm not alone. There are 200 million of us. You can't hang us all.
I guess she found the quote that you were looking for earlier.
She did. Thank you. We love you for that. Thank you very much. And it sounds like Russian, something that the Russian would say. Okay, we have so many. We have so many comments. I mean, and they're great comments, but we're already at 1:30 and I don't know if we're going to get them all in here, which stinks because we've got so many good comments. The goal is to overwhelm the everyday American to the point that they can't participate. I had to put that on because and that's the other thing too. They make us sick. So then we get sick and we can't, it's all a big circle that I used to think to myself. And part of it was before I met Michael. I used to think that some of this stuff was conspiracy theory. And then stupid Michael kept sending me this stuff and then going, look at this, look at this. And I was like, dang it, stop screwing up my worldview.
Your book. Don't forget your book.
Which book? Oh, your book that you're the worst thing you ever did to me. Yeah.
The Killing of Uncle Sam.
So
Howard Brown.
So really Michael is to blame for Jenni's overall disposition.
Yes.
Only recently. Only very, very recently.
Only recently. Okay, that's fair.
Oh gosh, this is when a governmental license is required to hunt, own a pet, have a yard sale, run a lemonade stand, the people have indeed forgotten how to be free. I don't think that people understand that if they're going to make you get a license to cut someone's hair, they're out of control because they're monkeying with your ability to make a livelihood. What is your property? Your livelihood, the money that you make off of your own back. Excellent point.
And not to chase the rabbit too much, but real quick, every single state agency is run like a for-profit business. Now there's some fiscal discipline and responsibility and in what have you that should be inherent in every state agency, but their overall approach to their service to the people of Oklahoma is to grow their organization as much as possible, which means asking for more money every single time, hiring more people into the organization, and wasting money on people and programs within their agency that actually don't deserve government taxpayer dollars whatsoever.
Or raising fees.
In raising fees. And so just on the livelihood piece of how that impacts our day to day, that is killing our state with our taxpayer dollars, because they are operating every single agency like a business, and all they're trying to do is grow and increase value in the business.
I was just talking to somebody who's been in government a long time this morning, and she was telling me that just since we had the last speaker, that so many things have come built into the legislature that she's just seen that are control issues, that are control switches. Not being able to file your own bills. I mean, she had a list. And I think that it's important to understand, and I think Catherine Ann, who had commented before, would agree with this. If we don't stop it when we see it starting, it's not going to stop. Or if it does stop, there's going to be a lot of bloodletting to get it to stop.
I just had that same conversation with 2 other new members yesterday. I mean, when you open that spigot and you create this new agency, new funding vehicle for whatever program, the ability to turn that off is incredibly difficult.
Which is why we say you don't let government grow in the first place, because and I don't think people understand this concept. But I'm sure you do. So what happens if you fall on hard times and I come over and I give you chicken dinner? And then the next night I come over and give you chicken dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next night I give you chicken dinner, but then I can't the next night. Where's my chicken dinner? I didn't make anything tonight because she was going to bring me chicken dinner.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to believe that human beings can change, and individually they can change. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ can change anybody.
Amen.
Right? However, without Jesus Christ, human nature is immutable. Human nature is immutable. Human nature will go back to the Bible and how many people we killed, just killing each other. I mean, it's all about power, and money is what brings power. So usually we default to the money end, but somehow people have this idea, and I think liberals are especially bad about this. But people are good. They're just good, and if they say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. So that's not the way it works. If you don't have Jesus, the chances of you being a quote unquote good person, that's tough. I mean, that's like a 1 in 10, I mean, and if you don't have good people around you helping you to like you just correcting me a minute ago, all these people who correct me when I need to be corrected, that's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we should desire, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay.
I'll say, Jenni, I think, between you and I and our show, I mean, we probably err a little bit to the side of doom and gloom, more than happy roses and everything else. But at the same time, pre-COVID, could a guy like Jim unseat a Wallace?
Oh,
pre-COVID. I think things, and Jim kind of mentioned it before, I think, it takes longer for us to really get our feet under us, to really get going. I mean, that's just how the grassroots is. I mean, it's hard to be grassroots, but we are. I mean, Jim is in there. Jim, even though he's being shot down, in every single direction, he's showing just how bad that swamp really is. And I think, we are going to make a change, like you said, Jim, in the next 2-3 years. I mean, we could literally have a pretty different looking place down there at the Capitol. I truly believe that. I think people are getting activated. And just like we've talked about before, Jenny, on this, could we have had this show, maybe pre-COVID, maybe not. But times are changing. People are there. There's more of us that are really starting to realize, hey, we live in just literal tyranny. And I think, a lot of people are starting to realize that they're kind of getting out of their comfort zone of that every day. Just, give me my bread and circus. They actually want to do something. So I think we have some forward momentum here.
So why do you think we can't get press credentials? Because I've been looking, and Julia, thank you so much for going to bat for R.O.P.E in the comments, because I've been just having to scan. Yes, R.O.P.E almost got press credential years ago. I don't remember why we didn't. I don't remember why we didn't either. But I mean, we would qualify because we've been talking about. I mean, compared to.
Here's my opinion of that. Okay. Why do we have to have press credentials in the first place? It's the people's house. We're the people. We should be able to see, watch, do whatever we want. If it's contained in the open meetings, whatever, however, they should play by the same rules. But if we get enough people like Jim in there, there will be no more press credential administrative state rules. It'll just be, you're here, you do whatever you want. I mean, that we got to get new people in there to take that administrative state down and change if we can change the Constitution on top of it, that would be even better.
I saw a guy from Vote News, I'm not sure who that is, be followed around the Capitol for asking questions about SB 430. He filed a complaint against the head of Capitol Police. They try to intimidate us. And Sandra did file or is going to. Did you file yet? A complaint against Senator Green. And so I don't know how that's going to turn out, but we're going to, and that same Dana Joe girl said Soviet partisans were members of resistance movements that fought a guerrilla war against Axis forces during World War II in the Soviet Union. The previously Soviet occupied territories of interwar Poland in 1941, 1945, and Eastern Finland. I thought that might have been kind of where that was going. People have so little time to be active in politics. That's why we elect representatives. If there are structural problems, then we need a ballot petition to change the state constitution. But here's the thing, though. I don't care if you have time or not. I mean, I don't have time. I'm sorry, Representative Shaw. Do you have time? Don't you have like a ranch or something?
Something, yes.
Wait, I just thought you watched television, kind of.
Oh, that's that. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So it's not as though any of us have time to do this. But again, and I will return to Ben Franklin. If you can keep it, you can't keep it because you're too busy to.
Well, it's really, I'll rephrase that, Jenny. It's not even busy because we're all busy. It doesn't matter who you are. We're all majorly busy. It's priority management. Where are our priorities? That's really, where do we spend our time? Because our priorities are kind of not in alignment. We need to rearrange those priorities because, I mean, like anybody, I mean, I've got 5 kids. I'm the sole earner of my family. I run multiple businesses. I mean, sometimes I don't even get home till 9 or 10 o'clock at night. I mean, but we have to do it. I mean, you just have to make it a priority to make a change in this government.
Well, and I do believe, I mean, we have over 100 people on here today, live on a Friday morning at 9 a.m. And I think part of the reason why is because people aren't getting this from the legacy media. And this, they're not under. Who explains any of this? Jim, how many times, I'm sorry, Representative Shaw, how many times have you been, I'm going to bang that drum till it breaks. How many times have you been interviewed by legacy media?
Press credentialed media.
Actual reputable press credentialed media. I mean, honestly, multiple times. Some of them, the interviews never saw the light of day, or out of a 3 to 5 minute recording, they took 10 seconds out of context, right? So, you know, in totality, hardly anything.
So where are you getting any airtime?
Right here. And I have received more airtime obviously with you guys, but if we're contrasting with the legacy media here in Oklahoma, I've had more national airtime than I have with the people locally.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
I hope people are understanding it's outrageous, because we've had, I mean, lots of people on this morning. Tammy says First Amendment, we're all journalists. This is good. This is going to be my favorite. Are you looking at this, Michael? Remember what we talked about, the t-shirt shop?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
We need to use the meme that's out there. I don't know if I can find the meme, but we need to use the meme that's out there right now and then put communism isn't fun anymore under it. I'm sorry, I'm having to scroll through. It's a Senate leadership. It's a Senate leadership that needs to be changed. The House does not have the same rule on videoing. The House has the same ability, but it's not using that ability to be tyrannical yet, because I think their whole process, and correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Shaw, I think their whole process of instituting a second committee is tyrannical in and of itself. In the House.
That's been, yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of argument about that, and those that have been there for a long time say that it's a good thing, and we're able to filter better on the bills, and you're compressing two different sets of meetings and votes on the same bill in the same amount of time that otherwise was just one committee before. I mean, it's designed to shove bills through the process as quickly as possible, or to set bills aside and not let them see the light of day more easily, because you've now got two layers of vagueness to filter through to figure out what happened.
Didn't we talk about, I'm not sure if it was you and I that talked about this, finding the agenda and the schedule for the oversight committee meeting?
We did talk about that, getting the alerts on the email notifications for that. Yeah.
I haven't been getting them. I still haven't, and I'm signed up.
You're not reputable enough. I'm going to keep saying it.
You're blacklisted, Jenny. You're blacklisted.
I like that. I'm not reputable.
You need to change your name to Jenny Blacklist.
I like this though, Jenny. If Jim represents us and is our equal, we can call him Jim. I just like to make sure people understand. It's more aimed at the legislators, at the legislature. I'm sorry, they're all a body. I should be calling them the legislature. Yes, citizen journalists are us. Okay. Oh gosh, there's so many. You guys have got great comments. It's just hard to get them all on. I'm sounding like a committee chair. Now I'm going to go back and put every comment in.
One question, one follow-up, and then to the next one. Is that what you're doing now?
That's right. Now I'm going to have to, just to make sure we get them all in.
You better check. You better check Rumble too. Make sure don't miss any comments over there.
No, we haven't had any comments. I mean, we have some people on there, but again, when you start out screwed up, Rumble screwing you up, it's kind of hard. Oh, Lisa, we want merch. Cindy says Christopher Stephanie Davis probably missing when certain ones talk out of both sides of their mouths and they don't want to be seen or heard by the public. If they silence the mic and then it's repeated from anybody in the room, they can, that's so true. That's so true. I mean, they can just say, well, that's hearsay, you know. If someone was coming to our porch and robbing us regularly, we would stop them. But we let the mobsters at 2300 North Lincoln rob us for anything they can come up with. It's not robbing, according to Senator Murdoch. It's freedom.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
it's not robbing because it's codified in law for them to be able to do it.
Oh,
No.
that's right. And we
Well,
follow the law.
I want to make a comment on that mic situation. Even as hard as I am on school boards all the time, Jenny, the school boards do not turn the mic off at any point, and they don't even turn the video off. Even when they go back into executive session for an hour, they still let the video run in the room with the mic on the whole time.
Well, that's interesting. But
Yeah.
but then if you want to get something off of that video, you literally have to just
Well, yeah, you got to scrub through it. You have to go through it. But I actually addressed the Edmond School Board on that, and they said they're not going to turn it off when they go into executive session. They're going to leave it on, and the whole thing just stays on. They think it's better for transparency. I mean, that's literally what they told me.
But transparency would not be having executive session.
Well, yeah,
meeting.
obviously, but I'm just saying the point is, even at the local school board level, they're not cutting the mic and stopping the videos or anything like
Well,
that.
I see your point. Tammy says, and this is a good question because I know that they say silence your phones, but I don't remember seeing it posted anywhere where it says you can't record.
In the room, like physically in the room.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there is signage outside the door or inside the room that says that.
Yeah, 'cause I'm trying to look at the big, the fourth floor Senate committee room, hearing room. I don't remember seeing it. Now I do know that on the floor. So
Yeah,
in the gallery
gallery.
for the House floor and on the gallery for the Senate side, it says you must silence cell phones.
Yeah. They do have some protocol up there in the gallery for sure. I don't know the ins and outs of that, quite honestly, but
Oh, well, Catherine said when I was in those green chairs up above listening years ago, I was told no video. Julie says, I agree with Michael. We shouldn't need press credentials, but I'm tempted to make some kind of organization together that would qualify all of us. Maybe. That wasn't speechless. That was just me giggling. And then, of course, you do it. Okay, well, we're running up on 144. Might read that out loud. I'll just leave that up there. We're running up on 144. Kind of closes out here. I mean, your thoughts, your exhortations, your learned lessons, whatever you want to throw at us. Floor's open.
the floor is open. Are we gaveling in? No, I first of all, I love the dialogue with you guys, and really appreciate what you all do with R.O.P.E. I mean, it's a big deal. And to your point earlier, I mean, people are not getting the honest truth about what's happening down there and all around because the legacy media is not covering it in that way. Now I want to reinforce, like, yeah, there's been frustrating parts throughout session and how this process has worked. And, obviously it is dramatically different from my former life of co-owning a business and having certain disciplines and things like that and running a business that most of us have that are not mimicked inside that building. But I want to reiterate how encouraging it is to see all of these people engaging today with the comments and getting involved and again, the number of people that have stayed involved throughout session. I mean, everybody always spikes during campaign season and everybody's super involved and super engaged. And then a lot of it, trails off after that. For me personally, it's been such a blessing and an encouragement to have so many people continue to stay involved through session, because that's where the rubber really meets the road. And so I just can't thank everybody enough for that. And really, really just want to encourage people. I know it's been a long session for a lot of us, but we're coming up on just the last couple of weeks here. And then really the thing that impacts us probably the most, which is the budget, will just kind of slide in in the last, 3 to 4 weeks before we gavel out at the end of May. So there maybe we'll focus more on that in the future too, and see where the dollars are actually going. But no, just thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it.
Well, and I do want to, you make a really good point there. And so we could probably close out with this, because I think part of the reason why people neglect to get involved is they don't feel the compression of tyranny. It hasn't happened to them. They haven't been told they can't get their license renewed, or they can't video in a public space, or so they don't feel the compression of tyranny. And so they just kind of become, they see, and it's the frog in the boiling pot scenario.
Yep.
You feel it so little and so incrementally at a time that you get to a steady state where well, it can't get worse than this. And then you don't notice it getting worse until all of a sudden now we don't have an ability to speak out in a public meeting. So I think what we need to do is make sure people understand where tyranny is coming in. Number one, tyranny is you can't video in a public meeting. And I'm going to tell you that as a housekeeping measure at the beginning of my committee meeting. So that's one. But you just touched on the budget. And what they're going to tell you is, we've already got the website up and running. It's the most transparent process ever. Right? Tell me how those things get in the budget. Does anybody know? Sometimes budget committee hearings are held, and they will hear budget committee for certain things, right? And they'll say, like the OSDE, Walters has to show up for the meeting. We need to have X number of dollars. Here's my PowerPoint showing what we spent. Here's what we have. Some of those things happen. What about tax credits? What hearing do we get on tax credits? Any that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, what about individual line items for education, whether it's higher ed or K-12? So when they tell you that we have the most transparent budget process ever, all you have to do is log on and see that we're putting these things in there. If you don't stop and say to yourself, well, but I don't know where this number came from. So where did this number come from? Then they've got you. Then you've gotten propagandized. You're the frog in the boiling water. To believe their nonsense, which is this is all a transparent process. Why are the most powerful people in the House and Senate the appropriation chairs? A good question, isn't it? So I think you make a really excellent point. You just described the downfall of California bit by bit, degree by degree, and then suddenly it was too late. I believe she's doing. Oh, yes, we are doing another one today. Thanks for bringing that up. Yes, we are having Gabe Woolley on here at 1:00 this afternoon. I like the way Jim Shaw thinks. I wish we had 100 more like him. Wednesday and Fridays at 9 a.m. right here live. Please be with us. And we've got so far saying, thank you and thank you all. So if you have not thanked Jim, please send him a card or a note.
Representative Shaw, Jenny.
I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you for correcting me, Representative Shaw. Yeah, but in all honesty, I mean, thank you for what you're doing. And you know, and you said something a minute ago. And you said, well, thank you for having me on, and thank you for having I think I think you missed the whole point. Thank you for being on here. How many people are going to do that? How many of our legislators would ask, hey, can I come on your program? How many people, and I don't even ask some of them because I can't imagine they would come on. But here is your open-ended invitation. If you're a legislator and you would like to be featured on our program, give me a shout out. We're happy to have you on. We'll give you airtime. Great Green, you want to come on? Explain yourself? Give me a buzz. We're not like the legislature and going to keep people off. It's whether or not you want to be on.
Well,
and you want to be here. And that's,
I do, because you're allowing me to procrastinate and not, until I have to read bills the rest of the day. So you guys are much more entertaining.
Well, thank you again. We can't thank you enough. Thank you just for taking the call, being up there. I know it's been a rough session.
Well, taking all the arrows also, Jenny.
All good.
Yeah. I mean, we just can't appreciate you enough. So thank you so very much. And thank you for being on with us. Now go get to reading those bills.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. We do appreciate you, and have a blessed weekend.
You too. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I really like that man so much.
Yeah. Hey, I think I got your quote.
Okay. Which one?
I gotta find it in a second.
John says, I wouldn't watch some of them.
Oh yeah, you would. You want to maybe see some accountability pointed towards them.
Boy.
There you go. Benjamin Franklin, Jenny. Maybe you're thinking of the Benjamin Franklin.
I think it was the Benjamin Franklin. I like the other one that Dan has shared too. I like that one too because it's very important. But yes.
We must all hang together, or assuredly we'll hang separately.
That's correct. That's correct. It's like
that
we were talking about.
That may be. I'm sure there's a ton of those. That may be the one you were thinking of.
No, I think that's exactly which one I was thinking of. But again, I appreciate Dana, giving us that quote because that one was very good. Okay, so we will be having Gabe Woolley, Representative Gabe Woolley, on at 1:00 this afternoon. I really suggest that you try to make it so that you can see him. Next Wednesday, the 30th, we're going to have nationally known business owner and speaker Robert Bortons with us on again. We've had him on before, but he's done what I always had hoped to do, and I'm so glad that he's doing this. Get a national forum for the pushback of this nonsense that we need the government to send our kids to private school. And he's a homeschooler. He runs Classical Conversations. His mom started that years and years ago. He's a graduate of that program. My kids are not quite graduates, but they all went through it at one point in time. It's an excellent program. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. If I had kids to start over, I would do the same exact thing I did with them again and start them at the bottom and get them going because it's a phenomenal program. And certainly cheaper than any private school than you can imagine. And you get to go be on a campus with other kids who are doing the same program. So it's not like you're doing it from your computer. It's not happening. So he's going to be on to give us his arguments as to why the government needs to quit giving money to people to put their kids in private schools because public schools are so bad. So if you want to have that argument, and you want to hear that argument, come on, bring it. If you don't like that idea and you think we're all full of it, get in the comments. I'll put you on. So, and if I won't, Michael will. So come on. So that'll be 9 o'clock on Wednesday. And then we're going to have our friend Spino come on Friday. And you guys will remember he talked to us about Lincoln and gave us some really unsavory, interesting information about Lincoln that only Michael was aware of.
And I have a special shirt. I have a special Lincoln shirt just for Spino when he comes on.
I'm telling you, get with Lisa and get our t-shirt shop going. He's going to be on to talk about Helen Keller. So if you'd like to learn a little bit about our favorite Marxist socialist, Helen Keller, join us next Friday at 9 a.m. Because Andrew Spino will be on to talk about that. And then, yes, thank you, Marvin. I like that. What social media platforms are we on? We are on X. We've got a bunch of people on X this morning. So hi, wow, lots of people on X. So hi, all of you people on X. We appreciate you tuning in. We are also on LinkedIn Live. We're also on Rumble Live. We're on YouTube Live. We're on Facebook on the R.O.P.E page, and we're also on Facebook on my personal page. So we have plenty of social media outlets. So if you can't find us on one, you can find us on another. I've made sure they're all changed over. If you just go to X and search R.O.P.E Report, we'll come up. Same thing with Facebook, same thing with LinkedIn, all of that stuff. So please
They're all
make
linked
sure.
on the website. Aren't they all linked on the website too? Just at
Yes,
rope.org?
they're all linked on the website. Yes, and you have that right.
rope2.org.
Yep, right there. Michael and I both have it in our I know all the stuff about Lincoln and other founding bank. And yes, oh yes, the bankers. Again, what do we need to read, Michael?
The Killing of Uncle Sam by Rodney Howard Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I may be able to just bring it up real quick just so everybody can see the cover.
Yes, and go to rope2.org and you can find all of that stuff. And if you're on rope2.org, by the way, once you scroll a certain amount of time, it will come up and ask you to put in your email. And if you want to receive the articles as I or our partner, our writer, Shane Smith, as he gets them up and I get them up, they'll come to you directly if you sign up for it. So this is the one that you need.
If you want to know anything about the history of the money system and the banking system and the dollar and the hegemony of just massive crony capitalism and the effect that it's had on this country, this book will just blow you away.
It will. It will. And you really need to, I think if you would read it, I listened to it while I was doing chores. So if you say, I don't have time to sit down and read it, because I think the book is that, maybe. It's not small.
Well, it's 500 pages. It's 528 pages. The book is. Yeah.
And I think
I have the book and the audio book.
Yeah, and I think it took 22 or 24 hours of listening to get it finished. But as I said before, I listen and then I buy the book and I make notes in my Audible account for different things that I'm reading. Like the narrator will say something and I'll make a note in it, and then I take that note and I go back in the actual book that I bought, and then I underline it so that I can keep it. I did that with Bonhoeffer.
Yeah.
This is another one. You can see all the tabs in there. So yeah, and I listened to that, but then read it. I mean, went to the book and found all of the places, so that I'd have them.
Yeah.
And
Julia, you know what was so surprising to me in that book was all that involvement with Cecil Rhodes. And then, now how we celebrate all in academics, all the Rhodes scholars. I mean, if you really know the history of that guy, I mean, you wouldn't want to be associated with anything that has to do with him.
No, him and all his little boys. Yes.
Yeah,
nasty
pretty
individual.
wild.
Yes. Okay, so I think Julie's going to get us out of here.
Right.
It's your next t-shirt, Michael. It's your next one. Thank you so much. You guys have been a outstanding, wonderful audience. Don't you love our audience, Michael?
Yeah, fantastic.
We just have a fantastic audience. We thank you so much for tuning in. Please spread the word about the podcast, but spread the word about what's going on. You guys, we are now really, I think, full force into tyranny mode in our own red state legislature. And if you don't understand that and don't wake other people up to that fact, we're not going to get enough people to be able to push back. And we can do it. Representative Jim Shaw is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
We can do it, but you got to participate.
And I think it's kind of important to note, Jenny, you've been kind of a watchdog over the legislature for a long time. You know, probably what, 20 years?
Not enough to get press credentials.
Well, but either way, in your own opinion, you've said this multiple times. This is probably the worst group of them that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
So we're only,
and I'm not
going to
say
be going downhill.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say group of them because we have some really good ones that are in there. But I think overall, the majority is the worst that I've seen.
Now, as far as just a quick definition of them pushing tyranny, taking our rights, wasting our money, all of the above, like what would be the criteria for that, you think?
D, all of the above.
Yeah.
I don't even think they know. Most of them don't even know why they're there. They literally believe that they're a Chamber of Commerce tool, that all of this is about business.
Yeah.
And if your kid can't if we can't put your kid into a job, then there's no reason for us to be here, because, you know, we can't have people leaving the state. I mean, it's the most degenerative, backward, unfreedom like thought process that these people have. And if you don't believe me, get on and look at that video from the other day. Well, you can't see it. You'll have to take our word for it. Certainly Representative Shaw and Sandra and Robbie and all of those people who were there yesterday, there were more lobbyists in the room than citizens.
Yeah.
That's not the way government should be run. And that is probably the biggest indicator of a tyrannical government. Yeah. It's not working for the people. It's working for the people who have the dollars.
Well, and
I will reiterate Senator Casey Murdoch's big speech about freedom and how we have to have freedom I'll put it up on the website at some point today so you can see it. Was, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes, and it was all about the freedom of business to put the little guy in their place, essentially. So there you have it.
Well, just as an example of that administrative state, you should link that video, that prior podcast we did, where you went down to the session where they were literally blackballing Jim, and you just happened to be you were videotaping that. And there was no other legacy media, no one else reporting on that, no one else doing that. I mean, that's just another perfect example of how they operate down there independently from what we think they do.
Well, and you know, you've made a good point with that too, because I forgot about that. Because if you'll remember in the video that I did, the live video where I basically broke all of that, if I took the video feed from the Capitol and interspersed it with my live video from there, and you can tell you could not see on the live video what I was showing you on my video from inside there. So any argument that, well, we already have it recorded or it's already being put out live is completely a bold-faced untruth, because of and I won't say lie, because it's not a lie, but it's an untruth in the sense that no, we're not being shown everything that's happening. The only way you can see that is if you're there live.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, we probably better get off of here because I got to get ready to entertain Representative Gabe Woolley here at 1:00. So be sure to come back with us for that.
I will try to make it if I can. I'm not sure if I can make that 1 o'clock.
I know. Hope so. All right. Thanks again, everybody, for being with us. We sure do appreciate you. If you're not back with us at 1, shame on you, but still have a great weekend. And we'll see you again next Wednesday. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? So our friend Michael may or may not be on. We're going to wait and see how how this shakes out, since he's the only one of us between he and I that works for an actual living. So I am not quite sure if he'll be on or not, but we're gonna wait and kind of play it by ear. But we do have our guest for today, who is Representative Gabe Woolley. And we're going to bring him on here and have a visit with him about what's going on at the Capitol, kind of like we did with Representative Jim Shaw this morning. We're just kind of checking in with our new people to see what they think about what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in our friend, Representative Woolley. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine. It's very nice right now, but I hear we're going to get more rain tonight. So who knows what'll happen to the farm after more rain. But for right now, we're all stable here.
All's well, yeah.
So what's going on with you?
Well,
how are you doing?
We are making those adjustments as freshmen, kind of getting used to the process of the legislature here in the state. I would say, some things are what we anticipated and several things are not, as we necessarily anticipated. It's an interesting perspective when what it kind of is from the outside versus when you get on the inside and realize, oh, okay, these processes are a little different. It's not like Washington, D.C., where it's Democrat versus Republican. Here on the state level, it's more Republican versus Republican, and the Democrats are kind of just on the sidebar over there, screaming once in a while about something and kind of running out the clock, and then we just let them say their piece and move on because there's only like 7, maybe I think 15 of them in the House of Representatives out of 101 of us, as far as the Democrats. So a lot of it really comes down to Republican versus Republican, which is interesting. I certainly knew that for the state of Oklahoma that it looks that way too. But I think the average person that doesn't follow politics too closely probably thinks that we're up in DC right now, actually.
Well, and I do think there is some of that. I mean, I do find that to be a little frustrating, is that people don't even know who their state reps are. They're like, you mean Stephanie Bice? You're like,
yeah.
No, that's not who we're talking about. She's actually not here in the state.
Right. Yeah, it is. There's been kind of a lack of engagement. I do think there is an increase in engagement lately as we've gone through these past few years from the national level trickling down. We have seen it, but that's kind of a slow process. There still certainly is majority that I would say feel like don't get out to vote, especially if you're on a special election.
Yeah. So just in your particular area, and then I want to back up on some other things, but because we're on this topic, in your particular, well, and like Dorn says, Republicans versus rhinos, which is, I think, almost, but I'm not sure. Am I a rhino? Do you see what I'm saying? Because there's a platform for Republicans, right?
Right.
So if I'm if I'm the one following the platform, am I the rhino then? I mean, how do we, I mean, it seems to me like all of these nameplates are getting confusing.
It does get complex. I guess it depends what your definition of maybe a conservative is. I mean, I've heard people say it before. My kind of position on conservatism is what is it you're trying to conserve? Me as a conservative, what I think I'm trying to conserve family principles, that the family unit is the most important form of government established by God on earth, and that our systems are made to revolve around the family unit, the family structure, around life, around community, and that structure that God had set up, and that we build a society from there. But that's my argument of what's conservative. So if I feel, maybe it doesn't revolve around those conservative principles of the nuclear family, of priority, which is an aspect of that I would argue is prioritizing the well-being of your home, whether that's your physical home, your state, your county, or your nation first, above others. Like sort of this America First principle. I mean, that's a family conservative principle, in my opinion. Take care of get your own home in order first, before you're pointing fingers elsewhere, trying to save the world. So it depends what your definition of conservative is. When we get into those topics of, I guess, rhino, not rhino.
That's so interesting that you say that, because every time I think conservatism is, immediately my thought is conserving power to the people, which means, limited government. So you can't do what we are doing right now, which is it's government tyranny, over the individual. We need to flip that on its head. But it is interesting because I like what you said. I honestly, I mean, it's not that I didn't understand that principle kind of innately, but I've never thought about it like that. I kind of appreciate that. That's excellent.
Yeah, well, I mean, the example you give doesn't really differ from that anyways. I think that's rooted in sort of that family structure.
No, but it doesn't stress the family as much, and I like your stress there.
Yeah. I mean, rooted in the people, like God has established you as the government of your home, as the parents, right? You're a member of your community, and your children and yourself go out and learn from that community and soak up everything around you. So what type of community do you want to be in? Do you want to have your children exposed to? So it is, sort of this power to the people. And it is supposed to be this representative form of government, a constitutional republic where we elect our officials. We have aspects of the, but we're not. And so I think it goes hand in hand with the idea of conservative family government, going in with power to the people hopefully being the families of Oklahoma.
I love that. Terry wants to make sure he knows that he said hi.
Hello.
And Tammy, I think she's trying to say, and I'm not sure, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Tammy, but I mean, Oklahoma. And I think that's another frustration that I have, but I'm getting away from the topic I wanted to start with, which is kind of your background. But let me just say this, or let's kind of bounce this off. The federal government is supposed to have a small, limited role in our lives. It's supposed to be the state government that has that's it. I was gonna say it one way, I'm gonna say it like this. The state government is there to protect our liberty from federal overreach for sure. And just on, on state overreach as well. So what you said a second ago, about what people think, I think we've got to retrain them to understand that where we're sitting right now in the state of Oklahoma is more important to Gabe and Jenni than it is to anything else, right?
Yeah, I think a huge strategy to it, whether you could say this is on a spiritual level, or maybe people are aware of it and they're intentionally doing it. But one way or the other, there's an enemy out there that's trying to make us complacent, and give out so many free handouts, and that the government will solve your problems for you. So you just sit back and shut up and reelect, and the government does everything for you. And then those strings that are attached get tugged on, and you owe the government something at some point. We've just become very comfortable with that. I mean, even Republicans, that's not even a party line thing anymore. Just being so comfortable with things, and therefore being complacent with how things are. If we truly started to actually strip away a lot of the services and things that the government is offering that have come so far from how it was originated, everybody, regardless of Democrat or Republican, would be very uncomfortable and probably start protesting, because we've come so far, we've become so reliant on it, we wouldn't know what to do without it.
Well, that's one reason why I like you right there. Okay, so one of the things that I kind of wanted to talk to you about, because I knew you before you ran, because we've had you on the show before as a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I was quite impressed by the the stuff you were telling us at the time. I think you were probably one of the first ones that made me speechless. Because if you missed our video with our interview with, let's see, it was Trent Luce on Wednesday, and then this morning it was Representative Shaw. And I think the goal now is to see how shocking of a truth you can come up to make me speechless.
Not that challenge accepted.
Yeah. So we were up to 4, I think, with Trent. So I'm just letting you know. But you, I think, were one of the first ones to make me speechless because of some of the stuff that you were telling me about that was going on in Tulsa Public Schools. But even before we get to that point, I want you to go back and talk about kind of a bit about your background, because I don't know that all the people that are on here today really kind of know that much about Gabe Woolley. So talk a little bit about your background.
Yeah, no, that's a good place to start. It's interesting because I used to talk so much about my background before I was in office, and everyone would talk about it too as they were digging into things. And then I got into office, and I kind of stopped getting invited onto podcasts and to speak at events all of a sudden.
You're always invited here.
Yes, that's true. I used to do types of interviews all the time on certain things. They kind of stopped. I don't know. Maybe God just told me to focus on certain areas, and it will pick up at some point when it's the right time. So, but yeah, I'm a teacher. I was an educator for 9 years, a combination of being a full-time teacher's aide and a teacher. I struggled very much in my own school, almost dropped out of high school, was heavily bullied, 5th grade all the way to senior year. Was going to drop out, but had an opportunity to actually transfer to a quick online school and test out, and just started working and didn't like school. And I did end up finishing high school, went to Broken Arrow High School, and I kind of floundered for a little bit, wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And about 4 years later, I did decide to go to college, but I went on a mission trip to Haiti, and we worked with some orphans. And I realized I like working with youth and with families and with people in the community, and try to bring that sense of family community, rather, because these were orphans. But then I continued to work with children at a summer camp, and then I decided to get into this program for education. Now, granted, that program was more left-leaning, and I was more of an ignorant 19-year-old. I didn't know anything about it politically. I just thought it was an education program that you do. Now I've actually put in some work to try to kind of get that organization out of Tulsa because I've realized as I've become more politically aware, it's not a great program as far as its politics that they try to bring in along with their tutoring services.
Yeah.
And so did education for 9 years. The last 2 years, I really kind of felt like the grace that God gave me to be an educator was kind of starting to wear off, and meaning I was trying to maybe time to transition to something else.
Yeah.
So I kind of kept my prayers open and eyes out for something new as I continued my last 2 years in school and working in schools in Tulsa, and started getting more involved politically. I did move away just for 2 years, 1 year to Florida, 1 year to Phoenix, because I wasn't sure. I was kind of figuring out what I wanted to do at that point. Other than that, it's been Oklahoma, except for after I was 5 years old. So I've been in Oklahoma for 18 years, I guess, if you subtract those 2 that I wasn't here. I got fired in Florida for not being vaccinated for COVID-19. Went to Phoenix, taught for a year, came back to Oklahoma, realized I really love Oklahoma, kind of figured out how much you like something once you don't have it. And so came back, started teaching again, got more involved, started going to school board meetings, started getting involved in my GOP city council meetings. Then people started asking me if I ever considered running for office.
Well, let me back up though. What made you decide that you wanted to get involved in the GOP or going to school board? Or what was kind of the impetus for that?
Well, I didn't necessarily come knocking on the government's door saying, let me in, let me be a part of this. The government came knocking on our door, unexpectedly in 2018. My parents had legal guardianship of their 2 grandchildren, Clayton and Elijah, while my sister was in a Christian drug rehab program. She abused drugs while she was pregnant with the boys, so they had some health problems. But Elijah, at 14 months old, died in the middle of the night in his crib. And my parents were falsely accused of murder and child abuse because of that by the Wagner County Sheriff and District Attorney, who are still the Sheriff and District Attorney at this time, Sheriff by a slim margin. We almost flipped that seat. But so they went to jail for about 6 months, for crimes they didn't commit. They were released. All charges were dropped in 2021. But Child Protective Services, Oklahoma DHS, never gave Clayton back, and still to this day hasn't. We just surpassed 7 years. We entered the 8th year of Clayton being gone. So.
And he was taken when he was 6 or 5?
5, and so he's 12, or well, almost 13, about 13.
God.
So that's been a rude awakening. Again, that was the government kind of banging on our door and exposing their corruption right to our faces. And I think a wake-up call for God to kind of get off the couch and get involved a little more than just voting. So, by the time I ran for office for the House of Representatives, our name was kind of out there because there was a documentary that was made by Red River Creative Media by Janelle Batts and Kevin Batts. The documentary is called Saving Clayton. It's free on YouTube if you want to watch it. There's also rescueclayton.com for the website and the podcast, the Rescue Clayton podcast. And that kind of got our name out there. That circulated, text messages, billboard signs. It was all an effort to get the word out there. Hey, we've got a problem. We're trying to get my nephew back, my parents' grandson. It wasn't really until we started being louder and talking to the media that charges were dropped and my parents were released from jail and things like this. So we kind of had to start finding a platform to scream things a little louder, because if no one else is aware, the government's doing plenty of things under the table that they would just like to keep under the table that people simply aren't aware of. All the elected officials up and down, local, all the way up to the state out of Wagner County are all Republican, so all is well is sort of the attitude. But we at the end of the day, I hope people remember to measure someone by their character and by their heart, not simply by the R or the D, by their name, by their voter registration. It goes deeper than just political party. So I ran for the House of Representatives. We had probably somewhere close to 10 senators and representatives over the course of the years help us to some degree with our case. And so I decided to get in that fight and be involved and try to make sure that I could do everything I can to make sure we better the system and that this doesn't happen to other families. So I ran a few bills. They didn't have any retroactive language to them to benefit Clayton or my own family. They were more of, here's a problem I experienced, let's make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. Those bills weren't allowed into committee. I did get 2 big ones to reform DHS laid over, so they're not dead, but they weren't voted on. So we can run them again next year and work on them. My hope.
Wait. So you didn't really get any hearings on your bills either?
No, they only allowed one bill into committee. I had ran a bill that would require the history and the reality of communism be taught in 6th through 12th grade. They let that one in and killed it in about 5 minutes. The other 7 bills they never let into committee. So 2 of them being the DHS reform bills. Those did get laid over though, so they were never voted on. I guess I technically stepped into the committee to ask the chair to lay them over, which was strategized ahead of time. So, but they were not allowed through. They didn't make it to the floor, any of that.
I wanted to make a point here. So far says, sadly, when the government comes knocking on our doors, we realize minding our own business doesn't cut it anymore. And Sandra's had many a run-in with the government with her particular business. So I know that she understands that. And it's sad because I don't think, well, neither you nor I want it to get that far. I mean, right? We don't want the government parking itself on people's porches and then them saying, oh my gosh, now I got to do something about it. I mean, we need them to get involved now.
Yeah. It's be proactive about it before it happens to you. So I hope people learn from our story. Don't wait till it happens to them.
So we're almost, fortunately, honestly, I have never been so glad when the legislature starts to see the end of it in May, because it's like if you gave them even like 6 or 8 hours, God only knows what would happen. So I'm so glad that we sine die here in a small number of days, really. The 24th, isn't it? That the last day, or the 25th?
The last Thursday in May, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So this has been your first year, your first session. Do you have thought, I mean, because you did talk a little bit about, you think it's going to be one thing and then you find out it's something else. I think so many people who are watching this morning would like to know kind of your thoughts. We talked a little bit about that with Representative Shaw this morning too. What did you think versus what has actually happened?
Well, I didn't fully realize the process of some things, and perhaps I watched a lot of podcasts, and I got more involved, and I did interviews on podcasts, and learned a little more about politics as I went. But then when you see it in front of you, you're like, oh, I kind of felt like I had that in the back of my head, but I didn't realize it was a thing. How much power and authority that the Speaker of the House has, or the Pro Tem of the Senate, and that they can appoint chairs of every committee, and that committee chair on their own authority for whatever reason they want can just hear a bill or not hear a bill, I think is ridiculous. I think that's totalitarianism rather than a constitutional republic or any aspects of democracy.
Wait, you mean we don't have a democracy?
Right. Yeah, we are not a democracy. We have
See, you giggle. But the problem is we keep getting, I have actually heard Republicans even say that, well, it's bad for our democracy. And you're like, where are you living?
Right.
Maybe we ought to talk about that country since we're not a democracy.
Yeah, no, you're correct. You should have seen the Democrats when we were on the floor. I think it was with Christ is King resolution where they twice said we are a democracy, and they twice said that the separation of church and state is in the United States Constitution, and I was just like, oh, okay.
Well, in the Constitution.
Yeah, they said it was in the United States Constitution. I was like, please show me where in the United States Constitution it says the separation of church and state.
Well, I would actually, when we can get into a discussion on that, which might be an interesting discussion, but we'll do that in a little bit. But yeah, no, there's nothing in the Constitution about that. And as a matter of fact, if you knew anything about basic American history, you wouldn't, that would be the last thing you would think would be in the Constitution, would be that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, given our foundation.
So did you teach history?
I did English and history for most of the 9 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was, you were elementary, correct?
Yeah, I taught sixth grade 1 year, but for the most part, elementary school. Most recently was fifth grade English and history.
Okay, so let's talk about, the committee chairs and the power that they have over committees was something you weren't quite prepared for. What else?
Well, I also didn't know that there were other processes that you could try to maybe revive a bill. I thought once our bills were dead, that was it. You could put language into another bill. You could convince an author to give you their bill and with the same title, meaning it's a certain topic or category, sort of. There are other strategies that I've had to learn, and unfortunately learning them a little late as we're approaching the end of session, but I'll be able to have that in my toolbox for next year. So we have 2-year terms. So the first one coming as a freshman is going to be a lot of trial and error. We're trying to figure out and strategize ahead of time for what to do next year, what not to do, how things worked, how they didn't work. And so at this point, I'm to a place where I'm probably going to have my bills, at least some pre-version of them typed up, and pretty much go to the speaker and just tell me now what's going to be let through and what's not going to be let through, so I don't waste my time trying to represent my constituents.
Oh, well, now that's a good point, because that's another point we discussed with Representative Shaw this morning. So is it your contention that you work for the caucus, or you work for the people who elected you?
No, I work for the people of District 98 and for Oklahomans that voted and sent me to Oklahoma City to represent their interests, so long as it's in line with our Constitution, U.S. Constitution.
So you mean that when the caucus says, hey, we need to get together on this, and it doesn't necessarily represent your constituency, and you're bullied to go along with that, that's kind of a stinky deal, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there was some data that had come out not too long ago kind of showing the trends of yes votes and no votes, and how things worked like that. I do the best that I can to represent what aligns with our conservative values, our Constitution, and what constituents are asking for in Oklahoma. There's certainly louder voices, but I bet you if you really surveyed every Oklahoman, it would look very different than what's coming out of the Capitol on most days. So.
Yeah, well, let's not get me started on that, because I really don't want to take up too much of your time for you. Because boy, yesterday was an interesting day. We've never done breaking news before on R.O.P.E Report, but we sure did yesterday after, we had a chairman of a committee say you can't videotape in his committee. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. As well as the other bill, what is it, 2751, not making it through wind turbine setbacks?
Yeah. Yes. Correct. So, and now this is just from my perspective. So I'm not pushing this on you. I'm asking your opinion just from my perspective. I've not been able to read all of the bills, but there is one lady, Nancy McDaniel. Oh my goodness, that woman. I've never met a person who can read that much legislation in my whole life. And we're in a little group text where she'll run down, just like put a little synopsis about the bills, and I'm reading these things thinking to myself, I'm not really sure that we're covering the aspect of protecting personal liberty. It seems like we're protecting big business.
Yeah, a lot of the legislature is focused on two economic things and businesses, and of course we want to see Oklahoma thrive, and we want to be successful in many areas, and there is the aspect of that, so we can have the revenue with tax dollars. And but we've come a long way from what it was originally for, both on the national level and on the state level. We've seen a lot of pieces of legislation that are legislating more local control issues. We've seen a lot of legislation that is kind of just a sunset bill, just extending further something that was supposed to expire. I feel like without taking a close enough look as to did it really work or not work before we extend this thing. But
okay, well, let me stop you right there, because this is a weird thing that you bring up, because most legislators don't bring that up. So God love you for bringing that up. I saw all those sunset bills, and they're on a cycle, right? So part of the reason why they would come up is because I think it's a 3-year cycle or something. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember. Anyway, there were a bunch of them that came up. And I got to thinking about it, and I thought, what? And the one that got my attention was the OERB, the Oklahoma Energy Resources Board. And that functions so much like a private organization that I keep wondering why it's a governmental ancillary at all. And so I started looking into that, and did you know that there is a whole section of Oklahoma law on what you must do to continue, not sunset. Sunset, you just go, we're done. Do you know that there's a whole section of law with a full prescriptive, like 12 prescriptions for what you have to do to continue an organization instead of sunsetting it?
I'm not super familiar with that, no.
Yeah, see, I don't think anybody else was either. And I started making comments about that, and I got a couple of legislators to go, oh, well, this is a problem. So,
Yeah.
how is it that we do things there? The whole idea of the legislature is, well, it's to protect our liberty. That's the whole job. There is no other job. It's just you protecting the liberty of the people that elect you. So how is it that it has become more about, I have to write legislation? If I write legislation, that's what makes me an important person, is writing this legislation, but then they don't even follow the legislation that they write. It's like they're writing their own, but don't realize that there's already a whole body of law out there that they don't seem to want to contend with.
Right. Well, that's kind of the mindset that's been cultivated, that you're kind of a failure if you don't get a bill across. I've had to find other strategies as I didn't get any bills let in. There are other things you can do. I've spent a lot of my time debating against bad bills and signing on and debating in favor of good bills and questioning what we're even doing with our time. Like, there are other things that we can be done. I mean, and on the topic of sunset bills, one thing I'm starting to notice just at this point right now, we did sunset bill here, sunset bill there, but it just dawned on me maybe yesterday, the day before, with SB 460. Well, we're approving all these sunset bills, meaning you're just stamping the bill saying extend this. And the bills, nothing in the bill is amended. Like, as we have moved further in time, we probably should look, do we need to change something with this bill before we just push it through? We had Senate Bill 460, which
what is that?
It was certainly labeled as something that we want to hear. It was saying that natural gas is a priority in Oklahoma. But I was almost like, why isn't that just a House resolution? You're just making a statement, right? Like, where's the practical pieces of this legislation that shows it's a priority? There's no percentages in this bill. How much needs to be natural gas, and how far back should solar and wind be, and how much solar and wind can we have? Like, there are no SMART goals, which is what a SMART goal is. Specific, measurable, obtainable, forget the R and the T. But it has to have numbers. It has to, like, actually mean something. So I voted no on SB 460 because it had language in there that it was going to move the sunset on, meaning it's going to become active again because it expired in 2020. It was going to bring it back up, and all it did was it just said that we're kind of like prioritizing natural gas. It was changing the language. One thing I kind of understood, it had the term fossil fuels, which they wrote back in the day because we used to have a lot of coal, but that's kind of more not the predominant source of energy. So it struck fossil fuels and changed it to natural gas, and that's fine. But line 17 on page 1, it says that we prioritize natural gas, but it also then says that we give way to wind energy and green energy, and this will be brought back because this language will be now extended. It was kind of dead in 2020, but they're extending the sunset. So my question was, if we're going to extend the sunset on this language and prioritize natural gas, why didn't you strike the term wind energy while you were at it, while you are in the process of bringing this forward and changing this law? Why didn't we strike that? I would have voted yes if they would have done that. But my other concerns with SB 460, what restrictions does this put on green energy? There were none in the. All it said was we prioritize. So I was like, okay. So according to the language of this bill, our state can be, as long as we're just 50.1% natural gas, we can be 49% wind turbines, and we're still prioritizing natural gas.
Fair.
There were
fair
no
enough.
measurements.
Yeah.
There were no measurements in the bill. So I voted no on it because I don't want us to become 49% wind turbine and green energy, and that we're still within the parameters of this bill. I just don't think that it was. I don't know what the point of it was. So other than that, it was allowing another gateway for the green energy to come through, because that language is literally put in there. It either doesn't need to be put in there, or it needs to say no or a restriction towards wind turbines. I just don't know. And then page 2, line 10 of the same bill allows for groups to, my understanding is it would allow for groups to plead their case to county commissioners. So if green energy wanted to get more of our land or wanted to have more of a priority, all they have to do is go lobby to the county commissioners. So it kind of left another gateway for them to do more with the green energy and less with natural gas, as long as they keep natural gas at that 50.1%. Like, it's just too vague. So things like this, like we're extending the sunset on this bill, and there's not any teeth or consequences or specifics. Like I said, I try to look at things with the SMART goal, which is an acronym. It needs to be specific, measurable, obtainable, and I forget again what the R and the T means off the top of my head. But as a teacher, I'm just like, if this were a lesson plan and I give this to my students, they wouldn't know what to do with it. Like, it's just a statement that prioritizes natural gas. Well, that's great. Yes, we want to prioritize natural gas. I don't want to leave room for up to 49% of green energy. And it just simply could possibly allow for that to happen.
Well, it's funny that you say that. Well, I'm going to show this. John says green energy lobbyist was pushing it to gain more abilities to force the green energy scam. And I think that I would imagine that's probably true, especially after yesterday. But I don't know if you remember Sally Kern, but Sally Kern was a legislator during the time that we were doing Common Core, and she had a kind of the same similar thing that you do. She had a metric by which she would examine every bill, and one of them was, does it follow the Constitution? Does it provide personal liberty and freedom? Does it, and she just had this list, and she would examine every bill, versus that list. And it was like, and it made so much sense. And then Dorn says, relevant and time bound.
There it is. Relevance and time bound.
Becky, good for you.
I guess if it's a sunset bill, it'd be time bound by its nature. So there's that. It had that. Yeah. It had the T.
Very good. Legislation needs metrics to measure and establish baseline data. And so that goes back to the other comment I was going to make, which was during the Common Core, when we were trying to fight Common Core, all of Obama's 4 changes for education that were all pushed by the Republican legislature and a Republican governor and a Republican state superintendent, all of those pushed the Obama 4 pillars because there was so much money attached to it, right? And it was all forced into an omnibus bill. Would you like to know what the title of the omnibus bill was?
Sure.
Teacher incentive pay.
Okay.
So if you title it teacher incentive pay, and then people are like, oh yeah, teacher incentive pay. And then they're not really paying that much attention to, they're picking things out. But yes, it was a one line, I think it was line 33 on page 6 or something, that instituted Common Core into state law in a teacher. I mean, which is why, and I say that to point out why what you're saying is so true and so, in my personal opinion, correct.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Don Spencer's giving you the thumbs up, by the way.
Hello, Don. Good to see you. But yeah,
And
this is just one example of a bill that I was like, what is this even doing? Like, there's nothing obtainable here other than like, opening the gateway to potential problems. You have to put some specifics into this bill. Otherwise, it's just kind of free game and does nothing. We postured and made a statement. Great. Who cares?
Okay, so I'm going to go into a little more interesting topic. So this was your first legislative session. What has been your first thought about this two-tiered house system?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out what to think about it, because there is the argument that the reason this is done is so we're more careful looking at legislation, making sure not as many bills get passed, not over-regulating, and I could see that too. But then once we started the process and I saw what was happening, at least in the committees I was sitting in two of the committees, the DHS committee and one time and a couple times in the education committee that I sit on, is someone in the committee would always say, well, we'll deal with that problem later because it's going to move on, and let's pass it because there's another committee has to go through anyways, and they'll just deal with it. So they're passing the buck. So I was like, no, I'm in this committee right now, like the bill's in front of me right now, and it's my responsibility to represent my district. I'm not in that other committee. So we need to deal with the problem now and not pass the buck. Otherwise, I'm voting no on this bill because I have no guarantee that other committee is going to take care of the problem that's in the bill. But that excuse was used several times. So I kind of saw that two-tiered system that was potentially supposed to be for us to be more careful. When I would try to be more careful in committee, often the excuse would come up that we'll let the oversight committee just deal with it when it goes on to them.
And did you check to see if it had on any of the bills that went through your committee?
I'm not aware of on a couple of the bills that we looked at that anything. No, because a couple of them made it to the floor without what I was hoping to see. There was one that I really spoke up about too that did not make it to the floor. So I don't know if, of course, the floor leader and the floor team decides that too. So who knows why they ended up stopping that. There was a bill coming through, I think it was from a Democrat in education committee that was going to require teachers teach students about what's real news and what's fake news. And I said, no. Why is that appropriate based off of the teacher's perspective or political agenda or God knows what? We teach children what's fake news and what's real news. And I spoke up in committee about that. And I was very concerned about this bill. And Republicans and Democrats alike passed it. And occasionally I will speak up about one on social media in an effort to warn the people about, look, I gave this everything I had and it still passed, and just so here's my opinion and my perspective on it. And so I did that about this bill, and I laid out some details and some scenarios of how we just came out of COVID and how we were just censored on social media for what's truth and not truth, and now we're literally by law going to give way to this to happen in the classroom legally, so it can now be done. And I felt the need to speak up about that. I did receive some pushback on that because some people didn't like that I shared those details about what happened in committee. But I was just speaking for myself. Here's why I voted on this and why I vote no and why I'm concerned about this bill. So that's one example. I did not see that bill end up making it to the floor, so that's good.
So, but that's interesting that you tell me, because one of the things, well, let me say this really fast. Dawn says one committee is fine, two is a waste of time. It's either a waste of time or it's a specific way to kill the good things that are coming out of the first committee. And I'm going to assert that that's possibly a principle simply because of who all were on the second committees. Nothing but a way for one committee to blame the other. I think that's true, and another hoop to jump through, and more people be able to say it was their fault and not mine.
if you have this system, right, if you have point one, which is where a bill starts, point two is the committee structure, that two-tier committee, and point three is the floor, and you say that the reason we have this two-tier committee structure is to be extra careful, well, therefore, you should not question any bill that comes to the floor because it went through our trusted system. That's kind of my concern. It is like, well, we built up and praised this system that we have, and I'm not saying that, who knows, I'm not in every committee. Maybe it probably was used as a great chance to stop some bad bills. I don't know. Like I said, I spoke up about some bad bills and I didn't see them make it to the floor, so I'm grateful for that. However, I am a little concerned about the sort of attitude that, well, we have this two-tier committee structure and we're being so careful, so therefore we should stop challenging things so much because it's been vetted through the system. I'm worried that bills are, it feels like, I can't prove this, it kind of feels like it's predetermined ahead of time what bills are going to make it through and what aren't, and we're just kind of doing the show until we get to that point, to an extent. I brought my bill to committee and it was very clear that it was strategized to kill this bill in committee. I mean, this person had this question ready to go. This person had a stack of papers and wanted to bring out this, like they were ready to kill my bill on teaching communism, to the history of communism, to 6th through 12th grade. Overall, I think the major argument where they got that killed is that we just need to put this into the rules for the State Department of Education and vote on those and not run legislation that manages the State Department of Education. And then immediately after they killed my bill, they passed the Democrat bill on teaching about fake news in education, which they could have also put in the State Department rules and done. Like their excuse for killing mine, they just went ahead and used it for the very next bill.
Well,
So
we could even talk about the cell phone bill.
oh yeah, I voted no on that. Yeah.
Well, I know you did. I watched who voted on that because you can't tell me you're for local control and vote for that stupid bill. There's no reason to have that stupid bill. That's why we have school boards. And I'm not going to get into it, but yes. Dorn says, and this was what I was going to ask you. So this is one of the reasons I wanted to stick this in, that the details of all committee meetings need to be 100% public. Were the committee meetings that you were in not on the legislative video system?
As far as I know, they all were. The only thing that's not more broadcasted is caucus meetings that I know of. Or if someone, they have their own meetings that they just plan and do with their groups, that stuff. But all official meetings on the record are reported to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. And Becky says, thank you for speaking up on that. What a waste of time, money, and effort. We already teach authors purpose across media and rhetoric as a whole. We have more bills moved through the one committee system, and I think there's something to think of then or look at there. It sounds like the legislature needs to learn about the history of communism. Keep doing what you're doing, Gabe. I wish many more at the Capitol would follow suit. And I that is one of the reasons why I keep following you. You are really putting their underwear in a bind because they have been on you for the amount of time that you speak out about bills and that you post things about bills. And it frustrated me when we talked about that briefly. We ran into each other and we talked about that briefly. Why? And this is kind of a rhetorical question, especially after what happened yesterday with Chairman Grant Green, putting the kibosh on videoing in his committee. Why would anybody, any elected official at the Capitol, do you suppose, want to make you feel some bad about the fact that you're going out and exposing to the people who elected you what's going on in the Capitol?
Well, I would wonder if maybe some were worried about interpretation, like why one legislator did something is maybe a different legislator voted differently for a different reason. And so there's that aspect of it, and that's not necessarily wrong, but it could make, maybe legislators look bad. If you give a really good reason that catches people's attention that they agree with, and then you pull that vote and you question, well, I agree with this representative's reasoning why they voted no, and then they look at all who voted yes. But then there's that aspect of, well, they must have voted yes because they're anti what I'm thinking, why I would have voted no on this. And that's not necessarily true. There are different reasons why people vote yes or no on something. There really needs to be more discussion around before we cast our vote, but they vote very quickly. I mean,
Do pass.
They were so quick on the floor with a vote once that I couldn't make it to my button in time before they closed it. And then another bill, they drug it out for 10 minutes until they got the votes they wanted to get it passed. And they got like 51, like they barely got it, but they drug it out. It was clear that that bill was predetermined. We're going to make sure this bill passes. This other one, we're going to give the amount of time we're required to get, bare minimum we're allowed to give, and hope it doesn't pass. If you're going to leave the window open for voting, they need to decide as a house rule that there's a certain amount of time we leave the window open for everyone to cast their vote. I was frustrated that I had 10 seconds to vote on this bill and we had 10 minutes to vote on a different one because one was clearly prioritized over the other.
Well, and I do want to point out, I'm not sure if you remember this or not, but Julia and I were and a whole lot of other people. I'm not just saying Julie and I, but from this, group, we were very involved in, we did not want the tax credit for money to go to private schools. And when this was on the Senate side, and this was when we had, don't know why his name is slipping my, the previous Senate Pro Tem.
Greg
Treat. This was when we had Greg Treat over there. And he was, of course, a huge proponent of this idea and this bill. They started voting on the bill. I believe they didn't get to start voting on the bill until, Julia can help me with that, at 9. I believe it was like 9. And it was like one of the last bills there. So a number of people had left. They left the queue open for voting, if I remember correctly, until 11 o'clock at night.
What? What? Wow. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, because if you're whipping a bill while it's supposed to be being voted for, you better make sure that those cameras are on, right? And leave that thing open. So I totally see what you're saying. I mean, that's completely, and I wanted to backtrack to another thing. There are a lot of voter indices that legislators, that organizations run on legislators. I mean, we all know this. Different conservative, there's some conservative indices, there's some others out there. One of the things that I don't like is in some of these indices, voting indices, they will have that a no vote or backup. It's hard to say. It's not a yes or no vote. It's I couldn't get to the button on time. I didn't vote on that issue. So, like, do you see what I'm saying? So, how do you even explain that? So, a misvote. Okay, that's a much better way to say it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gabe. So, a missed vote makes a difference in the index.
Yeah.
You just said you missed a vote because they closed the queue too early.
Very quickly, yes.
So I think we all need to pay attention to that. So we're looking at indices, voter indices on our legislators. Make sure they're not considering a missed vote a yes or a no.
Yeah. And I move around on the floor a lot and talk with people. I mean, if you're on the floor, if you're watching the floor, you can kind of see people. I move around quite a bit, but at this time, I missed the vote. I was literally sitting at my desk. I mean, that's how quick they closed it. And I was watching the board. I was reviewing my notes. And I looked down and the vote's closed. Like, I was literally right there. I mean, it was so quick. It wasn't even one of the times that I was across the room talking to someone and then getting back over. Of course, you can put your hand in the air on the floor too and let them know they'll count your vote as well. But yeah, it was just so quick. And then few weeks later, we have a vote that we leave open for 10 minutes. And I'm like, I don't understand. How is there not like a time like in the rules that you have to leave the vote open, the window open for the vote, and it has to be the same. It has to be the same neutral for every bill.
Well, we learned that this morning. Did you hear the answer to that question?
No.
It's in this was the third time I think that they made me speechless this morning. Marvin Goodman, our friend Marvin Goodman, chimed in on the program this morning and said that it's in the state constitution that the legislature gets to make up their own rules. And so now you have the answer to your question.
Right. Yes.
So Julia said, yeah, it was 9 o'clock. And it was bad. We felt bad for Jake at that time. What are we doing for? Explain to me. I'm not sure. Help me out with that one. I just saw 4 and I thought, okay, well, that's interesting. I'm not sure where we're going with that, Sean. So if you had looking forward now, I know we're not finished with the session, so I totally understand that. But you've been very good. Oh. Okay, that's funny. Yeah. 4. Thank you. But you've been very good about explaining kind of your thought processes on this session and all that kind of stuff. What do you have a couple of things that just pop into your head and like this next session, this is something. This is either a no or a yes, or I'm gonna, or do you see what I'm saying?
Are you talking about for next year?
Yes.
Well, I have certainly learned things that I would do differently. That I know now that I know more of the process. Like, I'm going to have to start seeking out some plan Bs early for my bills and finding other bills under the same title that I might need to move my language into if they don't let my bills in the committee, and different strategies. And I need to make sure that I kind of whip my vote ahead of time with committee members and be like, look, before I even bring this to committee, are you going to vote yes or no? And what's the problem with it? What don't you like about it? And figure that stuff out. I didn't really come in knowing that stuff very much. And so there certainly will be a different strategy coming in. I'm trying to build relationships and, not burn bridges, but not compromise on principles. And so trying to figure out how that process works. There's some other things even beyond running legislation that I'm trying to work on. We're trying to work on some reform of DHS.
Yeah.
I've had some conversations with the governor, conversations with Jeff Cartmel, the new director of DHS. I have a meeting with him next week. I've had some conversations with Cindy Bird and different things you can do. Of course, I've been kind of put into this position where I've had to find other things to do to get to represent my constituents because I don't have any bills to run as far as my own bills that I authored. Yeah. There will definitely be a different looking probably strategy going in next year now that we've learned more, for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can't do anything about it for next session, but 26 is an election year. And unfortunately, 26 session will be before the election will go down. However, it seems to me that we just start writing lists of all of the legislators who are more interested in having relationships than running the bills that your constituents ask you to run. And because we talked about that this morning with Jim Shaw as well, about the fact that, it's the one thing that seems to be lacking in understanding is that the caucus isn't elected. It's not an elected caucus. It's a group of individuals elected by individuals in their district. And the idea of, well, caucus believes this is what we're going to do, and caucus says this, and that's just flat wrong. It's flat wrong. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we had we've discussed wind turbines, and one of the consensuses there, I don't know how convinced I am of this to be true or not, is that well, this half of the state wants wind turbines and this half of the state doesn't. I'm like, I really don't think that half of the state wants wind turbines. I don't think people are going out and saying, I can't wait to buy a house in the view of a wind turbine farm. Like, that's my selling point. Like, just I wasn't convinced of that. And so that we're just kind of caught up in our meeting about that discussion. And then it comes down to, we had some great legislation by Representative Jim Shaw. Some other representatives have some good legislation on setbacks and pushbacks against green energy that didn't get heard. And instead we come to this compromised version of the bill that wasn't really what I believe Oklahomans were wanting, the majority at least. And of
No,
course
but the wind turbine lobbyists, I'm sure, were super happy.
yeah, I mean, this argument of property rights, they know how to play the game. Out of state groups, lobbyists and things, they know how to paint something in a conservative light and give it a very conservative name and find people to come lobby at the Capitol that look like your average everyday person. Who knows? I don't know if they're being paid. I feel like I'm inclined to believe they probably are, or maybe they're not even Oklahomans. Slap a conservative label on it, don't question it, much like this piece of legislation that I had just talked about, prioritizing natural gas. That's a very conservative talking point. Yes, I want to do that, but let's get into the bill and please tell me what it actually does and where are the measurable restrictions within it. And there weren't any. And so I just feel like we're just kind of making things look conservative on the outside. And at the end of the day, if there's no teeth, no consequences to it, no very measurable, obtainable goal, then what's the point? But generally, the public, a lot of people they can slap it on a mailer. Representative Woolley voted no on prioritizing natural gas. Like, that's the headline, right? But if you read the bill, arguably, I mean, it really isn't in any measurable, obtainable way prioritizing natural gas. And that's why, and that's a big reason too why I kind of publish occasionally. I'll publish, here's why I did this on a bill. So there's documentation of it. I mean, I had plenty of things used against me in my campaign that weren't true, and so I just started documenting things, and I can put a QR code on something, and here's the date, it's time stamped, and here's my explanation to it.
I actually think that's quite a bit of wisdom. John says western side of Oklahoma sick too. And then we've got Don asking about gardens. So, and do you have a garden, and what kind of seeds do you plant to get wind turbines to grow? And is human manure good for, I would imagine that human manure would be an excellent fertilizer for wind turbines since it's all crap.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And just you talk about gardens. It's so interesting seeing some of the bills that get through, like pointless. There was some bill, I think, ran by a Democrat that had to do with giving money to allow for a garden to be paid for by tax dollars and somewhere in the city. And I'm just like, isn't like a city council group going to decide if they want to do that in their city? Here we have this legislation, but we had legislation that was going to have us learn from our history to prevent us from stepping into communism again. But no, let's talk about community gardens. Let's let that bill through.
Well, and then not only that, there was a request bill that was going to allow people to just be able to garden regardless of what the HOA said. And that didn't go anywhere. Yeah. I mean, because my gosh, we've got to have HOAs being able to play their little tyranny game.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing what makes it through and what doesn't make it through, and what the thought process behind is it.
How about use your own money to plant a garden? I think that's pretty good. And it is really smart documenting everything, because I do think, because that's exactly what they do, Gabe. I mean, they'll go, well, he didn't, because how could you vote no on a bill labeled teacher incentive pay?
Right. And I had posted, I was in the emergency room unexpectedly for a day, and I missed a whole committee meeting. And so I documented that, because I saw this used against my opponent. They questioned Dean Davis on how many votes he missed. And I documented that. I was like, I'm in the emergency room. I know I have committee today. This is why you're going to see 6 missed votes on my on a scorecard or something. I can't be, I'm in the emergency room. That stuff will be used against you somewhere down the road, you know, so.
No, I totally get it. You're okay though, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. We're
okay.
good now.
Okay. So, well, and I was trying to think there were even some other, the milk bill, you know, we couldn't get raw milk sold.
milk.
You know, I think, and we talked about this a little bit this morning, but I think it's worth bringing it back up again. People don't understand the freedoms that they're losing. I mean, it's like they don't see them. If you want to drink raw milk, that should be up to you.
Yeah.
And if you want to sell raw milk, you should be able to sell as much raw milk as people will buy from you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we can have garage sales, right? And at the end of the day, that's a contract between the buyer and the seller, and they're choosing with their free will to take a risk or to do something. I mean, you can't collect rainwater in Tulsa. Like, it's crazy.
Well, you probably wouldn't want to, though, either.
Right. But just an example of just absurd government over regulating everything. But it's all under the guise of it's for your safety. I'm the government. I'm here to help, you know, for your safety.
Well, and that's what we said about COVID. I am kind of surprised though that you were in Florida and you got fired for not taking the vax.
Yeah, I think I was working for a family that was specifically more liberal. You know, it wasn't like an organization or something.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because I was like, but I thought that was the whole selling point of Florida.
I know,
And
that's
you're
kind of the ironic part. Go to Florida and then you get fired from
I know. I was like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah.
Government should be 100% out of our business. Don says, I didn't have any government to find me when I did it wrong. I'm not
off
sure.
the grid.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that went. But anyway, I think, and we touched on this kind of briefly this morning and kind of briefly here, but I would like to expand on it a little bit more. I don't think that people understand that the legislature has voted that they will not raise taxes unless a supermajority votes to do that. Right?
Yeah,
And
you have to have a percentage. Yeah.
Correct. So, but that didn't stop them from raising taxes. They just changed the name and called it a fee.
Or a bill can have a fiscal impact, which is tax money, but it's not a tax increasing bill. But like there was a bill for DHS. They wanted to have a software system at one point. It was said that it was going to cost $100 million. That's going to be tax money.
What?
Yeah, HB 1575.
$100 million.
Well, there are appropriations and budget committees. If it has a fiscal impact, it's supposed to go through there. And then there's the other committees, more general committees, that if it doesn't have a fiscal impact, it goes to a policy committee. We're sitting on a policy committee, and then we get hit with House Bill 1575. And I asked in committee, because it was brought to my attention, I'm kind of texting a source, looking things up, paying attention to what's going on, doing some last minute work as we come up to the vote about this bill in the DHS, Child Protective Services Committee. And it's $100 million fiscal impacts that we get back from DHS. And I'm like, well, first off, this is in the wrong committee because we're not appropriations and budget. I wondered if maybe that was strategic, that we won't ask about the fiscal impact because we're not in a fiscal impact committee. That was my first kind of red flag. I'm not going to make that claim. I just wonder that. And then I found out it's $100 million, and then I text a friend, and they were like, DHS, according to Greg Treat, overspent by $100 million last year. Are they trying to balance their books for this year? Because the dollar amounts match. And I brought that up in committee, and that threw them off. They weren't expecting it. Then the bill got laid over to the next week. And I was like, surely we brought some reason here and question this and that this bill won't pass. Come back next week and they say, well, we're going to put the bill out for bids and get different bids from companies and get a lower price. So it probably won't cost $100 million. And I said, well, then how much will it cost? Like, well, we don't know. So it could still cost $100 million. So now we don't know what's going on. Committee passes the bill. I'm the only one that votes no, except for one Democrat. She voted no because she wasn't there the week before and didn't know what was going on. All the Republicans passed the bill out of committee. Bill makes it to the floor. I go to the floor. I go to the representative that's allowed to strike title. Strike title means you take the language out of the bill and you don't know what it's going to say, but it's still under that topic of DHS. I said, this bill, we were told was going to cost $100 million. We were told they're going to put it out for bids. The price could change, but they have not told us the new price. So therefore, I'm going to assume it cost $100 million because they haven't proven otherwise. And I asked him, will you please strike title on this bill? Strikes title on the bill. The body passes the bill. I still vote no. The body passes the bill, goes over to the Senate. I don't know where it's at now, if the title's been restored, but I've been chasing down that bill all session. But that's just kind of an example of, I don't know. We're trying to be cutting taxes, and we have to have a certain process that we do if it's a tax increase. But when you attach $100 million of taxpayer money, 60 state, 40 federal, that's a tax increase. We have to pay for that. But it's not a bill that is actually, here's a bill to increase taxes for this reason. It's just the fiscal impact of the bill. But it still is increased. There are ways to get around the rules that they set. In other words, long story short.
Well, and that's what we talked about this morning. And Sandra makes a really good point, because drinking raw milk endangers others. And so that leads me to another, and thank you for that, Sandra, because it leads me to another point, which is these people at 23rd and Lincoln talk about the free market and like they understand it, right? But the one thing they're going to do is stop a raw milk bill and an ability to grow a garden in your own yard, despite what a toxic HOA, tyrannical HOA is going to tell you they can do. And there were other ones out there. A free market would solve so many of these things, because Julia says fee, license, fine, it's all just a tax. So if we license people to do nails. We license people to cut your hair. We license people to do whatever. Well, you know what would solve the problem would be the free market. So if I go to a place and they do a crap job on my fingernails, why am I going to go back?
Right.
If I drank raw milk from this person and they weren't handling properly and it made me sick, am I going to go back to them for milk?
Right.
And I'm going to tell people, don't go to them for milk. That milk make me sick, right?
Right, exactly. That is how the free market works. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, you work, you make your paycheck, you get to spend that money how you want. And if someone wants to make money, they offer a service and they try to do better than the person next to them and make the business.
So there's no reason to license or anybody, because I mean, and you could make that same argument for a doctor. It's just the people don't like the doctor. If the doctor doesn't make you well, there's no need to license the doctor. If the doctor doesn't make you well, you sue, or he kills somebody or she, you sue them. There's a way to handle all of this stuff. So when you really stop and think about it, it has nothing to do with protecting you. It has everything to do with the revenue stream.
Right. I mean, there are many ways that it's just another way. The government makes so much money. I don't know. Why do we have to pay to renew our car tags? I think that's the dumbest thing in the world. Things like this.
Because they need money.
Exactly. I get it. Maybe the argument is we keep up with and make sure their registration's current and they're legal on the road and all this. But you could also just pull someone over, and if they don't have insurance, you got them,
But here's my other point to that. So what did they use? And we've talked about this on the program numerous times because I despise this so much. The real ID, the flock cameras, the surveillance, just the surveillance of American citizens, I absolutely am done with. I've had enough of it. And so you can make that argument, and we've done that with Representative Gann, made that comment, made that point. You don't, the way they got the flock cameras in was by saying you had to have insurance for non-insured motorists. What insurance company doesn't allow you to carry insurance for a non-insured motorist? They want your money. Every insurance company is going to allow you to do this. If you don't have the money to do that and you're willing to accept the risk, or you don't even want to because you're willing to accept the risk in that, why should the government force you to do that?
Yeah,
the only reason we have uninsured motorists is so that flock cameras can come in and surveil you.
Yeah. And I'm certainly against flock cameras. It was interesting, though, to see this because you've got the sheriff's associations and DA's associations and even some sheriffs and law enforcement behind it. And the Conservative Party is the Conservative Party of pro-law enforcement. So if you're against flock cameras, then you're anti-police. There's always a way that they can get you for it, you know?
But that's not funny. That's 100%. You're absolutely 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the
I mean-
problem with law enforcement is so many of them aren't for us anymore. I mean, they're militarized. They're hammers looking for nails. They're not looking to protect me. They're looking to get me. So I'm not on that bandwagon. Sandra says, wait, so they're telling me we don't have the money to upgrade wastewater treatment plants and stop toxic dumping of human manure, or even buy a PFAS testing machine for $1 million, but we'll spend $100 million on a new computer system for DHS?
And all the computer system was going to do was put all the resources into one place, food stamps, WIC. I'm like, that doesn't cost $100 million. That shouldn't even cost $1 million. I can go get a subscription to Wix and make my own website, put all the links onto a page, you know? Like, they were not convincing me.
Yeah,
like,
but I think what you had alluded to, and I will say it, I will just say it. I think that was all about we have $100 million shortfall in our budget and we just want that money back. Free market or lobbyist payoffs, or a car. I don't need to pay so that I can be tracked. Oh, but wait, they're trying to exempt the cities from liability. No suing for you, commoners. And there's several bills that I think you've probably seen this legislative session that are literally exempting the problem. They're exempting the people who are putting human manure down. They're exempting the people who are creating problems, but they're exempting them. And then how does that protect the liberty of the people?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I can be favors. Sure, it could be lobbyists. I don't take lobbyist money or PAC money, so I don't, I wouldn't know how much they're offering who or what, but it could be the lobbyist money or PAC money that the group is offering you, or they could, I mean, these groups lobbying have a lot of money. They could send someone down and bring an expert. If you want to run a bill next year and get it passed, you vote yes on our bill that we want. We'll make sure you get that bill passed next year and that you get that. We'll send experts your way to go lobby for it, to teach you how to argue it in committee. I mean, there's so many ways they can benefit you if you do what they want you to do first. And there are certainly conservative lobbyists or groups that I might talk with OK2A or, I've talked with OCPA. I don't take any money from any of them, but if I want to go out and find resources to get something done, I can do it without being paid for it. I can go get those resources or go get help from conservatives, grassroots groups, and so I don't know. Like I'm saying, there are some conservative lobbyist groups. I'm not going after any legislators that work with or take a check from or support from OK2A or things like that. Those are good groups. I just kind of made that commitment myself that I wasn't going to do lobbyists or PAC groups when I launched my campaign. And so, but there are ways that they can influence you in different ways or make deals or make promises. I mean, we've seen, legislators in DC or in Oklahoma City compromise on certain bills that, I mean, in committee, in a Senate committee, there was I forgot what senator it was, but there was one senator running some sort of bill in a committee, or maybe it was on the floor, and others commented that it was very clear the senator didn't want to run this bill. But then they figured out that he was doing it as a favor for another senator so that he could get a different bill later down the road. Like things like that. Because they said he visibly looked uncomfortable, like he didn't want to run this legislation, but he needed to if someone was going to get what they wanted down the road. Things like that. I mean, it's just kind of a backwards system. I think Oklahoma's headed in the right direction about getting it on track, though. We saw a lot of incumbents being unseated. We got new people. We have to keep that traction going. We've seen some GOPs on the local level be flipped and new leadership. Maybe that's a fresh start. Maybe that's what we need. We brought Trump back into office. So we're on the path to getting things done, but we have to keep this trajectory going. There's more work to be done. I think grassroots people and groups are stepping up and seeing results from it. But at the end of the day, it's a long game. There's 101 seats in the House, and there's about half of those in the Senate. It's a slow process. You got to work with legislators. You got to get to know them. You got to be invested in the process and watch and pull the votes and ask questions and see why they voted this way or that way. So it's easier to live a comfortable life and not be invested in it and just kind of let the world happen around you. But then we pay for it down the road when we do that. And it's too late and the government comes knocking on your door and accusing you of something you didn't do and turns your life upside down because we were asleep the whole time before that.
That was extremely well said. That was extremely well said. And the people that was extremely well said. I know that we're not going to I think one of the most shocking things I ever heard was I was talking to a history expert one time and he said I said something like, and this was way back in the day now, and I said something like, we just need another American Revolution. We just don't have enough people yet. And he looked at me and he said something like, did you realize that only, I think it was less than a third of the population, it was some really small number, like a quarter of the population, actually were the ones that fought the revolution. Everybody else was too kind. They were getting their stuff sent over from Europe. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to have a fight with those people. They were getting their chintz. Oh, but my brocade and my chintz won't come from my curtains. They didn't care, about that kind of thing. And I remember thinking at the time, well, number one, I had no idea about that. And number two, well, Dawn says 3. Ooh, wow, 3. Why did I think it was 33? Maybe because I thought that was more reasonable. I don't know. But if it only took 3% of the population at the time of the United States to overthrow King George and send him back home with his with his wig between his legs, why would we not think we couldn't do the same thing now?
We could. I mean, you look at the Nitsi corridor that was trying to come all the way through the state of Oklahoma. I mean, there was 1,000 people that showed up. That is just a percentage of Oklahomans, and they got that shut down because they organized. They showed up. They vocalized their opinion. They were consistent with what they wanted. They studied what they needed to study. So we could definitely see stuff like that happen. And that type of that's kind of another more recent example of something like that. I mean, that was probably less than 1% of that district out there,
Oh, that's an absolute fact. And I do think it's a little hard to overcome, the love of money. And we've talked about these leases that these, green companies want to put out and give people. But on my podcast on Wednesday, when Trent made me completely lose the ability for my brain to even function, he talked about how that they were using these leases to mortgage the property to make money to get the materials for their project, which made me absolutely, I just couldn't even speak, because how does that happen? And that would somehow be legal, but then the people just didn't read this easement that they were signing, and, could very well lose their entire property if that mortgage of their property went down because of the person financing it. So,
For the wind turbines and stuff too, aren't they also signing NDAs?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That should tell you something.
Carr Homestead, unfortunately, the two primary private companies are still pushing the corridor. It's just not from the federal government.
Yeah, there's another corridor project going for sure. I've heard that as well.
Yeah, so we've got to be vigilant, and okay, we're coming up on an hour and 30. What do you have to, I mean, you pretty much closed us out a minute ago with your speech about getting involved, but if there's anything else that you want to throw at us before we get off of here for the weekend, I am happy to hear it. You've just been a joy to interview. I mean, good night. It's so nice to know that there are people there up at the Capitol who understand the reason they're there.
Yeah, I think that it's really experiences and life experiences that really make, I think, really strong soldiers for battle, so to speak. We were raised conservative, but it wasn't until we saw the government come in and threaten my family with everything and do that that's kind of what drives me, because I've seen how bad it can get. Like, we've experienced government tyranny in Wagner County, I would say, from elected officials that violate the Constitution and can essentially get away with it because of the badge they're wearing. What pushed people towards the Revolutionary War? They were tired of being pushed around